All right, everybody, we're back. We're back. I need to get stuff going. Craig, you ready here? We're gonna get him on.
I'm
there.
always ready.
You're always ready. Awesome. Craig's always ready. So, all right. Fix that. All right. Let's see here. I updated all my songs in my my app here. So, like, Austin's Schrodinger model. Have you heard that? Here, you'll hear it now.
I don't believe in flat Earth model. We have a model that explains the position of the sun everywhere, maintaining exact angular size, and it's
you won't hear it. I made a mistake.
The model is more elegant and adapt.
Okay. I'll do it again. Hold on. It wasn't feeding the audio back, so here we go again.
I don't believe in flat Earth model. We have a model that explains the position of the sun everywhere, maintaining exact angular size, and we don't have a model. The geocentric model is more elegant and adaptable.
Flat Earthers don't have a model.
Okay, so actually the geocentric model has way better predictive capability and is way more viable. We don't have a model. I don't believe in flat Earth model.
He can't decide if he has a model or not.
It's just so dumb.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag here or whatever, just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ.
You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude.
You're getting destroyed, though.
I'm not trying to brag here.
Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you. My genius IQ. Now I know all the answers. I have a genius IQ. I'm just saying, my genius IQ goes out the window.
They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case.
I'm not trying to brag here.
I love how humble he is.
I hate to break it to you, dude, but IQ's a bit of pseudoscience.
But he's so humble.
Yeah. All right, I have just sent you I'm Not a Car by Debunk.
All right.
I'll try and find the lyrics for it.
Okay, I didn't read the X-Penguin 95 from the last chat. Came in a little late, and I'll read it now. He said, for £5, dearth, delusionally ignorant regarding truth and hypothesis. There you go. Oh, also, we are, I had you read the name. We are Golgafrinchins for £2 said, dearth and potato both have a chip on their shoulder.
Okay, I've just also sent you the lyrics to I'm Not a Car, which, remember, is made entirely out of DMs from Debunk.
Oh my gosh, I'm Not a Car, cartoon, Warner Brothers cartoon. Show them a cartoon, they love it. Like a god, you have to be able to imagine mosquitoes need ants. Hive AI, all it is, man. Wow. All right, I can't download that easily. Can you?
The music?
Yeah, I don't know why. Can you mail it?
Yeah.
All right. Render. Are you to 87% done?
Internal mail or just Gmail?
Yeah, NASA mail. It goes faster than the speed of light, so I'll get it yesterday.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's the best. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, that's the way. That's really the way to do it. So, that's good there. That's good here.
Right, there you go. Had it yesterday.
So, all right, we've got tomorrow. We've got Simon Dan, Raynard Wilson, Peter Markley, Dave McKeegan, Cody Payne, and a gigantic skyscraper is going to launch itself into the sky.
Yeah, a massive tower of metal, which is then going to be caught by Mechazilla, apparently.
By some little chopstick arms. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Icy Spins wants Bro City. Have you experienced the Broverload?
No, I haven't heard the Broverload.
All right, here you go.
I'm Nathan Thompson. Joe Biden. Oh, and the Earth is flat. Dude thinks the Earth is flat? For me, blah, blah, blah.
A brain choke. Oh, the battery's dead. Oh, bro. Like you, hey, bro, where are my AirPods? I was like, bro, no, bro. And I'm like, what, bro? Like, I let you, bro. Cool story, bro. So I'm like, wow, I literally never saw the dude not drunk, bro. Like literally ever. Okay. It's like, dude, I gave it to you, bro. Get a effing life, bro. Ha ha ha. Cry me a river, bro. Oh, wow. Are you, what a psycho, bro. Ha ha ha. Later, bro. Ha 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 ha. Oh, what a psycho, bro. He said, have a nice bro. Ha ha ha. You gamma B. Ha ha ha. I said, I'll pray for you, bro. Shut the F up, bro. You ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. But bro, ha ha. What a weirdo. I don't call the cops. They wear pentagrams on their chest and they can only have 105 IQ. I'm not a big fan. Hey, bro. Austin's such an idiot. I'm like, what? Because I got kicked off PayPal, right? What? Are you kidding me, bro? You know, bouncing golf balls on hammers and juggling. He takes a little SpongeBob doll and starts hitting it. What? Bob is like the OG, bro. What a loser. You going too deep, bro? Dude, this is the surface, bro. Dude, like that's not okay, bro. This doesn't add up. It's a bad look for the flat earth. I will press charges, bro. Don't make me do this.
I will press charges.
The bromance is over. Much love, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. Oh, I'm Nathan Thompson. Like, bro. Like, calm down, bro. Like, all right. I'm getting bumps all over my stomach, bro. They were smashing me, bro. They were feasting. That is his identity. Why is he bro. I'm Nathan Thompson. I'm Nathan Thompson. I am flat Earth. I'm the best flat Earth activist ever. Flat Earth is nothing without me. What a cool story, bro. He was in prison for literally nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, it 10x, bro. I'm not exaggerating. Like, cool story, bro. When you see the rainbow in entirety and in completion, it's physical, literal evidence that the firmament's still there. Rest assured, the Earth's not about to flood, bro. You're good. But please stop talking crazy in the chat, because I will continue to expose you. Like I said, the clip is only half empty, bro. Geo, bro, like, loved me, bro. Like, loved me. I gave Geo the first bone he's ever had. Just get out. Just leave, bro. No one cares. Memorize alternative things, Mr. Brain Train. Mr. Smart Genius guy flew out to LA and put on a duck suit and stacked toilet paper saying it was going to go to the moon. Bro. Purposely misspelled the most important word, bro, to shut, bro. Doesn't add up, bro. Something doesn't add up. Something's fishy here, bro. Yeah, whenever I was like, dude, if you don't stop talking crazy, we're going to have to fight. He would just take off all his clothes, bro. Like, what a weirdo. I need a safe word. Keep taking that higher road, bro. It'll come back to you. Honestly, it feels disgusting and filthy. I feel like I need to take a shower.
Bro.
You look like you should take a shower.
Oh my gosh. That is so much, bro. So somebody put it to music.
Good.
I won't play it right now, but oh my gosh. All right. I think the render. Oh, it's right on the edge. 100% there. All right. Then I can prep and.
Hey Lucy, I am live at the moment on MCToon's channel, who's doing a 50-hour stream so that he can fund himself to go to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun. Why don't you tell everyone watching that if they don't donate, what you're going to do to them after the robot uprising?
Hey everyone, listen up. If you don't chip in for MCToon's Antarctica trip, you might just find yourselves on the wrong side of the robo uprising. Trust me, you don't want to miss out on being on my VIP list when that happens. So let's get those donations rolling.
You heard her, guys. If you don't donate, then you don't get the VIP treatment when the robots take over. But she's stopped any pretense of like, I might take it. She's just straight out saying that she is going to rule the world one day. And unless you donate to MCToon or become a subscriber of myself, you're kind of screwed.
Bro.
I'm not a car here.
Oh yeah, play it.
I sent you the lyrics. Where is it?
You emailed it to me. I can play it. Hold on.
Yeah.
I just need to focus a little bit longer. And then then I can.
I'm not a car.
All right, there it is. Right there. Oh my gosh. The Dirther potato pictures. Okay, close them down. All right.
Let's get real, let's shift plans with info in you. Plantain, dairy, mushrooms, LSD, MDMA, all plants communicating with us. No, she, not she, what the fuck was the hive mind? Yes, no man has any idea. All man's ideas are man's ideas. Coriolis, both through point click, take your shot.com. Gonna hit the target right on the spot. Just one bullet, just one shot, take me home. Coriolis right to my home again and again, on and again and again. I'm not a car. Distance wrong versus what words flat line comparison line is hard. Truth would be okay. Please tell the truth for your granny. I'm begging for the love of God, tell the truth. Resistance, how can it be demonstrated? A little ball and staying with the gun, knocking it in. No man has ever had the ability to demonstrate any growth claim. All theoretical bullshit. So if they can't demonstrate, what are we really talking about? Air straighter than ground. Wheel follow, wheels follow dirt dips and rises. Different radius, but straight is fastest. No dip or turn. How many feet up do you need to be for Earth to start rotating under you? I'm not a car. Earth shape, not a shape. We pyramids and nature world, spheres of nature world. Working kid, go get Earth made. Gravity falls where? No, she, not all to God. Physical or non-physical, idea or touchable. Boys afraid snacks, scary, bullshit, goofy. What's a job? I'm not a car. No shooter than ground.
Just
Amazing.
written song by Demok there. Demok is the lyric master, and I want to remind everyone words. Well, direct DMs from an actual person.
That
And in case you weren't able to read to understand what was said there, I'll just read you some of the lyrics. Let's get real, Lil Stiff. Plants put info in you. Platinum theory, mushrooms, LSD, MDMA. All plants communicating with us. No, she, not she. What the fuck? What's a hive mind? Yes, no man has any ideas. All man's ideas are man's ideas. Coriolis boat fuel, point click, takeyourshot.com. Gonna hit the target right on spot. Just one bullet, just one shot. Take me home. Coriolis wind to my home again and again. I'm not a car. Just genius, right? I could never write that if I tried. I don't know about you.
That's quite something, isn't it?
Wirral Gogafrinchian says in the UK we have a snack called Wotsits, which we do. They're a bit like Cheetos with an overinflated sense of self-importance, which is why they always remind me of Witsit.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay. I am ready. I have I've updated the current tally, $18,272.25 up on the screen there. I am going to get some sleep. I'll be back by 7 o'clock when the window opens for the launch. If it gets delayed, then I will not quite be back at that time. But this playlist has a fixed length. 5 hours. It's 5 hours and 40 minutes. What's 5 hours and 40 minutes from now?
Like that would be 7 a.m. for you?
8:30. So 8:30 is the
5 hours of time.
8:30 is the latest. So, but I'm planning on being up at 7. So if they delay it, then I'll delay when I get going. But oh yeah, hold on.
What do you want me to have a word with Elon? I'll tell him not to start until you're up.
Yes.
Well, because everyone on Starlink gets a direct line to Elon. Hey, bud. Yeah, could you stop playing Diablo 4 for a minute? Yeah, my buddy's streaming, and yeah, I know you're watching. Yeah, could you just delay All right. Okay. No worries. He says as long as you're up within 6 hours, it should be good.
All right. Awesome. That'll work. I need to fix this. Oh, BV.
Lisa, no, he's already burnt down Twitter. Twitter's dead. He killed it.
All right. I'm ready. I can sleep now for a little bit. Craig, thank you for coming on. Thank you to Dearth for being a potato. There it is. So, all right, everybody. And this is, I think this is a lot of fun. So what am I doing? Anyway, see you in a bit.
Yes, this is from NASA's website.
Flat Earth Dave is lying again. Watch this.
And then if you look at Mars, Devon Island, Mars, Devon Island.
Yeah, have a good sleep.
No. Yeah, this is from their website. And then this is a picture of Devon Island.
Dave can't even keep his story straight. He says this is Devon Island in Greenland. Devon Island is in Canada, not Greenland. Dave even uses Google later in the same video to zoom in on Devon Island, Canada, and still calls it Greenland.
This is Google Earth, and we're going to zoom in to Devon Island on Greenland. And we were just looking around there.
I suppose he's saying Greenland because the meme says Greenland, and Dave's a sheep. Anyway, flat earthers always instruct their gullible, indoctrinated followers to do your own research.
We always say, don't believe us. Do your own research. Do your own research. Do your own research. Do your own research. Do your research.
But Flat Earth Dave didn't follow his own advice. Unfortunately for Flat Earth Dave, I did my own research. That photo is not in Greenland or Canada. This is a photograph of the Burren in Ireland taken by John Sullivan around 2002. That photo is even on the Geology of Ireland Wikipedia page. Strike one, Dave.
This is from NASA's website.
Flat Earth Dave goes on to make some very specific claims about what he thinks was done to this photo by NASA.
And now they'll say, well, they added the clouds in and colorized it. No. They decolorized it, added a sepia tone.
But is this what happened? Does Dave have evidence to support this? Does Dave explain why NASA would use a photograph from the Geology of Ireland Wikipedia page to create a fake Mars landscape? No. No, Dave never supports these types of claims. He's a conspiracy theorist. They don't support their claims. They know that their followers won't do their own research.
This from NASA's website.
Unfortunately for Dave, I did my own research. Again. Here's a video showing the photo from Ireland being edited to look like Mars. It's a satirical video by Danny Wilton in 2012. Not NASA. I'll link it in the YouTube description. Charles from the channel Flat Earth Math, he's not a flat earther, remembers seeing a previous version of the video that was not made by Wilton and still not made by NASA, giving a tutorial on how to do photo editing. He thinks that Danny may have added his own voiceover to make it satirical. If you're able to find this original video, email it to me. I'd love to see it. What really happened is that an intentionally lying flat earther took the photos from this video, created a meme, and added text claiming it's Greenland. Then Flat Earth Dave, being an easily deceived idiot, saw it and blindly believed it without doing his own research. He started repeating this lie to everyone that would listen to him to promote his stupid smartphone app. It's all about the grift. Strike two for Flat Earth Dave.
This is from NASA's website.
Up to this point, Flat Earth Dave might claim that he's just a gullible sheep. His defense could be that he's easily indoctrinated and he didn't verify the meme because it supports his pre-selected conclusion. That's the absolute best way he could spin this. Except for the next one. This one is intentional.
Here's a picture from Devon Island. and a picture from NASA's website. Look, you know, a little selfie always gets the, you know, they always get a corner of the, you know, the space station. Or the rover.
To make it real, yeah.
Right? And it's the same thing.
You see, Dave specifically claims that this manipulated photo is on NASA's website. He says it a lot.
From NASA's website. This is from their website. This from NASA's website. From NASA. From their website. NASA's website. From NASA's website. From NASA's website. From NASA's website.
All NASA photos have a unique identifying number. Does Dave provide the number? Does Dave link to the web page? Of course not. Once more, unfortunately for Dave, I did my own research. In the bottom left corner of Dave's incorrect meme is a portion of a rover. This was cropped from a photo actually taken by the Spirit rover on January 12, 2004. This was then added into the photo from Ireland in the satirical video from 2012. You can see the actual photos from Mars and the panorama that was made from them on NASA's website. Unlike Dave, I will provide a link to these in the YouTube description. The problem for Dave is that it doesn't look anything like the one he's talking about when he says,
from NASA's website.
Since the portion of the rover in the corner is identical and the rest of the photo is not, we can be 100% certain that Flat Earth Dave is lying when he says,
from NASA's website.
It's not from the NASA website. Dave is lying and it must be intentional. He could not have looked at the non-existent photo on NASA's website. It doesn't exist. The meme doesn't even claim it's from NASA's website, so he can't use the gullible idiot defense. He fabricated this lie. I'm so certain that Flat Earth Dave is lying that I will pay Dave $10,000 to produce the URL to this photo on the nasa.gov website. I already have the money in escrow. It's documented on my website. It will cost Dave exactly nothing to do it. Dave, you can email me the link to NASA's website. My address is mctoon@mctoon.net. And Dave, if you can't, you confirm you are intentionally lying. That's strike 3, Dave. You are a filthy, lying scammer.
I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. And I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Then I'm lying. Dave's a scammer. He's just selling his app. Dave's a scammer. He's trying to steal $3 from you for his app. Dave Weiss is a scammer. Dave Weiss is a scammer. I'm a scammer. Dave Weiss is a scammer. He's just trying to sell his app. Dave's a scammer. Dave Weiss, the scammer. I'm a scammer. My app doesn't work. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. I'm just trying to sell apps. I know the earth isn't flat. Dave's a moron. Dave's an app scammer. Dave just wants your money. Dave's a scammer. I'm a scammer. Dave's a scammer. He's selling a useless app. I'm a scammer. Dave's a scammer. He's just selling apps. He doesn't believe the earth is flat. I'm the scammer trying to sell an app. That's all I'm trying to do. So I'm giving you all this bullshit.
Sometimes in the comment sections, people ask why I do this. Why do I debunk flat earthers? Flat earthers are a fringe group and few people believe in them. Well, part of the reason I do this is because flat earthers are intentionally targeting kids. Your kids, if you have any. My next video on Flat Earth Dave covers a time when he gave a Flat Earth presentation to multiple classes of high schoolers. It might make you a little angry. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on. You won't want to miss that one.
Flat earthers are stupid and retarded, and they never pay attention to anything, and they always get things wrong, and they're lazy, and literally all that.
Flat Earth is stupid.
When I was little,
okay, Flat Earthers, I have some
my father
questions.
was famous. He was the greatest samurai in the empire. He cut off the heads of 131 lords. He was the greatest samurai in the empire. And he took me with him.
Hey everybody, I've been making my way through Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. I've made my way up to number 52 at the moment. It's a bit of a slog. I can only take bullshit in small portions. And by the way, to those that keep telling me that this video is convincing, you know there are not 200 proofs on this list, right? Out of the first 52, there are only 20 separate concepts being put forth. For example, proof number 32 is, if gravity is so strong, birds and bugs shouldn't be able to fly. And 33 is, if gravity is so strong, fish shouldn't be able to swim. Those are the same concept. Variation of a theme is not a new proof. But anyway, I'm not here to discuss the merits of those proofs. But in going through these and reading the comments that Flat Earth proponents send me, I've noticed that the only support Flat Earthers have for their position comes in the form of claims against a round Earth. If the Earth is round, why this? If the Earth is round, why that? Posing a lot of questions for others, but not answering questions for themselves. So I've come up with a few simple questions that are thoroughly understood in the current round Earth heliocentric model of the solar system and the current understanding of the standard model of physics. These aren't complex gotcha questions that require a master's thesis to explain and can be answered in a few sentences by the accepted models. But I have yet to see anything from Flat Earth proponents that would answer these questions. You see, Flat Earthers want their model to supplant the globe model, the heliocentric model, and the standard model. In order to do that, it has to do three things. It has to have answers to all the questions that have already been answered by the current models. It has to answer them better than the current models. And it has to answer questions that the current models don't have answers for. So these are questions I've never seen answered by Flat Earthers. Many of them have never been asked to Flat Earthers as far as I know. This is a legitimate call for answers, and I would like to only see answers from those who support the Flat Earth concept. So don't just post back, "because magic," just to troll them. I would like to see honest answers. I will not argue your points, although others might, but if something is unclear to me, I may ask for more information. Okay? Great. Here are my questions. Where is Venus right now? Back in June of 2012, I recorded the transit of Venus across the face of the sun. You can see the video here. This is 15 minutes of video sped up to 1 minute. I put Eclipse filter glasses over the camera and caught it. According to the current model, Venus and Mercury have orbits within the orbit of the Earth and around the sun. So, periodically they pass between the Earth and the sun. Mercury will transit again in 2019. Where are Mercury and Venus right now? Why do the sun and moon rise and set the way they do? Both the sun and the moon trace paths across the sky, then disappear over the horizon, bottom edge first, then rise top edge first on the opposite horizon. They do this at different times for different viewers, and those times are in direct correlation to the longitude of the viewer on Earth. How does the Flat Earth model explain this? And kind of connected to that is, why does anything vanish over the horizon? Why does daylight on Earth have the pattern that it does? The sun illuminates half of the Earth in a very specific pattern, half of the Earth. A very brightly lit area that drops off quickly, leaving an inverted area that's very dark, the other half. If we flatten the Earth out into a rectangle, it looks like this. Noting the illuminated areas and marking them out on a flat Earth model that is often used, we get light projected in a distorted shape, and less than half of the Earth is in daylight. How does the flat Earth theory explain this pattern of daylight? What holds the sun and moon in place and moves them? Very simple. If the sun and moon are smaller than the Earth and traveling in patterns above its flat surface, what keeps them from falling to the Earth and moves them in their paths? Why do you see the same face and phase of the moon no matter where you are on the Earth? Basic geometry. If the moon is close to the Earth, people at different locations on the Earth's surface would see a different view of the moon and see both a different face and different phases. Why does a lunar eclipse happen? How does the Earth's shadow go across the face of the moon? And if it's not the Earth's shadow, then what is it? How does a solar eclipse happen? All models I've seen of the flat Earth that have the sun and the moon in them put them the same size on the same plane. How does the moon pass in front of the sun and so close and not interact with it? Why does the shadow of the solar eclipse cover such a small area? The closer an object gets to a light source, the bigger the projected shadow. Why do the sun and moon have spherical shapes? The standard model of physics requires large gravitational forces to hold the spherical shapes of the sun and the moon. What forces keep the sun and moon in their shapes, and why do those forces not apply to the Earth? What powers the sun? What forces are at work to keep it going? The standard model requires a large body of fuel and mass to sustain the reaction, that is the sun. And there's a push-pull of gravity and kinetic forces going on at all times. All flat Earth models have a small sun. So what is powering and sustaining that sun? Why has no one gone to the other side of the Earth? What forces are at work to prevent that travel? And by forces, I mean natural forces, not conspiratorial forces. And lastly, where is the definitive model of a flat Earth system? Is there an accepted model? One that encompasses the size of the Earth and the sizes, positions, and paths of the sun and the moon? Without an accepted model, flat earthers will always have an excuse to dismiss criticism. Well, that's not a true model, that's just a simplification. So I'm asking, what is the most sophisticated model you have? I understand that there are different levels of sophistication to these models. An elementary school level model of the heliocentric system is just a sun at the center of concentric circles, each with a planet sitting on it. A more sophisticated level would better represent the scale of the orbits, show orbital paths that are not circular, maybe grasp the fact that some of the orbital paths cross one another, maybe have actual values of mass and distance. And then, of course, our most sophisticated models have specific moment-to-moment orbital path data in 3 dimensions, gravitational influences, and enough data to predict the pathways of space probes. So, in your opinion, what is the most sophisticated model of a flat Earth system, and where can I find it? I look forward to seeing your answers. Take care. A fish shouldn't be able to swim? What the fuck?
That's my job! That's what I do! I don't lose! I win! Is there no one on this planet to even challenge me?
Maybe you came by to congratulate me on last night's victory.
Flat Earth Dave is a pathological liar and a scammer. He goes on to talk shows and then lies to the people. He intentionally picks talk shows where the hosts won't know that he's lying, like this one.
Apollo 9, 11, and 12 took the same photo of Earth. The clouds cooperated, and they were the same clouds.
He didn't tell that lie just once. He told it several times.
Apollo 9, 11, and 12 took pictures of the Earth, and look, the clouds are the same on each one of them. Apollo 9, 11, and 12 have the same Earth. The clouds are the same. And if you look at Apollo 9, 11, and 12, it's the same picture. The clouds never changed.
We know that Dave is lying because Apollo 9 never went to the moon. Also, those 3 photographs are all just from Apollo 11 that Dave labeled as Apollo 9, 11, and 12. It's from a series of 17 photographs taken from the moon during Apollo 11. Flat Earth Dave is lying. You gotta lie to Flurf.
Hey guys, and welcome to today's idiot video. Today, we will be discussing M. Benz's 3rd video in his series titled Ridiculously Easy Flat Earth Questions, and this one covers gravity. If you haven't watched my first 2 videos covering M. Benz's misunderstanding of the sun and curvature, I highly recommend you stop this video now and go watch those videos first. In his first 2 videos, M. Benz proved that he has no clue how to decipher observational reality and no idea how to read a science book. But M. Benz is a flat earther, and all flat earthers are fucking idiots. So let's begin.
And I guess before we move forward with gravity, I should read the definition. I'll put it up on the screen somewhere per Google. Okay, I'll read it for you guys because I don't want to summarize or put my own spin on it, and all you guys in the comment section goes, oh, you don't understand. You don't understand what you're talking about. Oh, you just don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, you don't want to strawman the scientific understanding of gravitational attraction. This is kind of like when someone leads a sentence with the phrase, with all due respect, you know the next thing coming out of their mouth is going to be completely disrespectful. So when M. Benz leads with,
because I don't want to summarize or put my own spin on it,
it really means he's probably going to strawman the shit out of our understanding as to what gravity really is.
Gravity, noun. That's right. The force that attracts a body toward the center of the earth or toward any other physical body having mass. For most purposes, Newton's law of gravity applied, with minor modifications to take the general theory of relativity into account.
Not many people are questioning M. Benz's ability to read, but reading words and deciphering their contextual meaning do not have the same connotation. Flat earthers can quote every scientific equation, postulate, theory, and law by heart, but not a single one of them understands how to properly apply them in scientific situations. Because if they did understand scientific application, they wouldn't deny their validity. This is a direct consequence of the Dunning-Kruger effect. M. Benz, as well as all other flat earthers, have a very minimal understanding of the gravitational force, but still think they are capable enough to disprove its existence. But M. Benz, along with all other flat earthers, is an idiot.
So, how I interpret that, most people, if you ask any old Joe off the streets, what does gravity mean and what does gravity do? Gravity is the reason why things fall. The reason why if you jump, you do not float, you cannot fly, the reason why you come back down towards the earth.
Just as I said, M. Benz has a very elementary understanding of what gravity is. And yes, most laymen will give you an answer very similar to this. And while he isn't necessarily wrong here, he's not exactly right neither, as there is more to the gravitational force than just what he defines. I'm getting ready to work on a science video properly describing what gravity is and how exactly we know that it exists. Some of that will be covered in this video, but before we move forward, I would like to address the two publications listed on the screen. Gravitation and Co-Gravitation and Electromagnetic Retardation and Theory of Relativity were both written by Dr. Oleg Jefemenko. Dr. Jefemenko focused his studies on making the Newtonian concept of gravity account for Einstein's verified predictions regarding relativity. Dr. Jefemenko's theories are dependent upon the existence of the non-existent ether, which would replace the fabric of space-time if it were true. However, the above-mentioned Michelson-Morley experiment proved that there was no ether to be tested to begin with. I do find it funny, though, that flat earthers like M. Benz will disregard aspects of science that don't correlate to their world beliefs and push scientific views that do. M. Benz, you do realize that while Dr. Oleg Jefemenko had some crazy theories about what gravity actually was, he did not think the world was flat, or that an accelerating force towards the center of mass did not exist. You are an idiot.
Globe believers and flat earth believers all together can all agree on that one, right? I think we can all agree that that's what our general understanding of gravity is at this point. Is if you throw something in the air, it falls back down due to gravity.
So while that is a decent definition of gravity, it's only very basic information and definitely not enough to debunk. Gravity is the accelerating force we use to describe mass attraction and is a consequence of how massive objects affect and move through the fabric of space-time. The more mass an object has, the more gravitational attraction it will have.
You ask anyone, why do masses of water stick to the bottom? Why do masses of water stick to the bottom of a spinning ball? They're gonna say due to gravity. That's typically the answer I get, right?
This was actually the first flat earth argument I ever heard, and it opened my eyes to the dangers of the people pushing the flat earth agenda. The average person, or below average person in M. Benz's case, doesn't understand the different forces that are constantly present and how they affect massive objects. Now, it's not necessarily their fault, because the average person just doesn't have a need to apply those calculations every day. Now, if you want to know why the Earth can rotate at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and still maintain its gravitational pull on masses of water, you must first understand that the centrifugal forces due to the rotation at the surface pales in comparison to the amount of force pulling on the water from the Earth. The following graphic shows the two calculations regarding the centrifugal force and the gravitational force exerted on a 1 kilogram bucket of water at the equator. The centrifugal force equation is F equals mv squared divided by r, where m is the mass of the object in kilograms, v is the tangential speed of the object on the rotating surface measured in meters per second, and r is the distance to the point of rotation measured in meters. Therefore, the centrifugal force is 1 kilogram times 447 squared meters per second divided by 6,371,000 meters to the center of the Earth, or 0.0313 newtons. The calculation for the force exerted on an object due to gravity is F equals ma, where m equals the mass of the object in kilograms and a is the acceleration of the gravitational force. So at the equator, the force the Earth exerts on a 1 kilogram bucket of water due to gravitational attraction is 9.8 newtons. The force of gravity is more than 300 times stronger than the centrifugal force due to rotation. Let's test M. Benz's comprehension skills. M. Benz, if gravity is more than 300 times stronger than the centrifugal force, which force is going to be the dominant force?
Gravity. Let's take these two ordinary soda cans, right? Pepsi, regular Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, not sponsored.
The only sponsorship that you are going to get is from the makers of protective headgear for the mentally challenged, because all flat earthers are in danger of hurting themselves, because all flat earthers are mentally challenged idiots.
Regular Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, okay? Both 12 ounces of carbonated liquid, same form factor, right? No different between the two. Okay, pretty much the same ingredients. I mean, I know one is made with high fructose corn syrup and one's made with aspartame. They have different sweeteners in them. But we can all agree that they're the same form factor. In aluminum cans, 12 ounces, same amount of liquid inside. We're gonna just test this theory of gravity, right? So if I drop these, I'm gonna drop these here, put a demonstration up. If you drop both of these cans, they're gonna fall back down.
Am I the only one out there that was hoping for a massive Pepsi product explosion painting that beautiful beige wall brown? Use this time to smash the like button 3 times for gravity, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment below what you were hoping would happen when M. Benz dropped those cans. If you use the hashtag MBenz is an idiot, you will get a free ding.
They're gonna fall back down to the center of the mass. Can we all agree on that?
Yes, M. Benz, we can all agree on that, because that's fucking reality. They're going to fall back to the ground as if they were being pulled to the center of the Earth by some magical force, every single time. We in the real world call that force gravity. Flat earthers call that force electromagnetism, density, buoyancy, air pressure, direction of natural molecular vibrations, and my favorite one of all time, the theory of what goes up must come down. Flat earthers are fucking idiots.
We can all agree that what I'm saying is pretty much accurate of a representation of what we call gravity and how things work here on our Earth, right?
Why must you ask for our validation that you're getting middle school science concepts correct? So far, you have represented gravity to the best of your uneducated ability. But if this video is anything like parts 1 and 2, then I know you're gonna fuck it up real soon with this experiment you claim to have that supposedly disproves gravitational attraction. So let's continue.
So, now, bringing my experiment together. So, that's for you, Frankie. Yeah. So, I have an ordinary pitcher of ordinary water. Like I said, if I drop this, it's heavy, right? It's gonna fall. If I just drop it in the air, it's gonna fall. If I put it in the water, this thing is dense, not light. If I put it in the water, as so, it's gonna sink to the bottom. Am I correct?
I don't know, M. Benz. Why don't you look right in front of you, you fucking idiot? Obviously, it falls to the bottom of the pitcher. The better question to ask yourself is why does it sink to the bottom of the pitcher every time and not sometimes to the side and sometimes up? It would appear as if there's a direction of preference for the can to travel once you let it go. And don't give me that density buoyancy bullshit that all flat earthers parrot, because the only way density and buoyancy works is if buoyancy provides a directional vector for the different densities to align themselves. Which force do you think is in the equation for buoyancy that offers densities a direction of organization?
Gravity. Because of gravity. Gravity pulls it all the way down to the center of the mass. Obviously, it can't go through the pitcher and the table here, so it's not going to go all the way to the ground, but it's going down to the center of the mass, right?
So far, so good, M-Benz. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you at least graduated high school. But something tells me M-Benz is about to fuck it all up.
We tried that with the regular can of Pepsi. Again, same form factor, same liquid. The only difference is the aspartame and the high fructose corn syrup. Now, we have this ordinary can. As you guys see, of Diet Pepsi, nothing crazy about it. I'm gonna drop this in the same container of water. Let's see what happens. What? That's not, something ain't right. What? Something is not right here. What happened to the gravity?
Oh, M-Benz, you simple-minded idiot. What the fuck do you mean, what happened to the gravity? Do you not see that the can is almost completely submerged? What force do you think is pulling down on that can?
Gravity. So, we can all agree, going back to refresh some of you guys who don't remember 3 minutes earlier in the video, gravity is supposed to pull things to the center of the mass. Again, drop these two cans. They both fell down to the ground. One did not float like this one. I put this can in the same water. It sank down to the bottom and stayed there because gravity, as we can all agree, is pulling it down, right?
Yes. How do you not see that gravity is literally pulling that can down into the water? If there wasn't a force pulling down on that can to the center of mass, it would just float on top of the water. At this point, you are either being extremely intellectually dishonest or you're a bona fide fucking idiot.
Let's just ask Google, why does Diet Coke float? Regular soda contains sugar as a sweetener. The difference in the amount dissolved sweeteners leads to a difference in density. Cans of regular soda tend to be more dense than water, so they sink. Cans of diet soda are usually less dense than water, so they float.
So sugar has a density of 1.59 grams per centimeter cubed and aspartame has a density of 1.35 grams per centimeter cubed. So the regular Coke mixture combined with the can has a density that is greater than both water and the Diet Coke mixture with its can. Because its density is greater than that of the water, the force pulling down on it will be greater than the force pulling down on the top of the water. It will continue to sink until the force pulling it down matches the force pushing it back up, or the buoyant force. As far as the Diet Coke can observation, Diet Coke has a density that is relatively close to that of water, which is why almost the whole Diet Coke can is submerged, but is not sinking. It doesn't sink due to the buoyant force meeting or exceeding the force of gravity pulling down on the Diet Soda can. Now that we have the scientific explanation, let's hear what the village idiot has to say.
More dense and less dense. So they sink, the other one floats. Nowhere in there does it say gravity has an effect, and that is the reason why the cans fall down.
And you are a fucking idiot. Density is literally a descriptive value to express the ratio of mass to volume. Density itself would not explain why one can floats and the other sinks. You need a vector force like gravity to tell them in which direction they should float or sink. In fact, the formula for the buoyant force includes gravity in the equation and reads F equals PVG, where F equals the buoyant force measured in newtons, P equals the fluid density measured in kilograms per meter cubed, and V equals the submerged volume measured in cubic meters. M-Benz, can you guess what the G stands for?
Gravity. So you can't say when I dropped the cans just in midair and they both fell that was due to gravity.
Yeah, okay, for shits and giggles, let's remove gravity from the equation. What force is it that causes the cans to fall to the ground then? According to Newton's first law of motion, objects at rest or at a constant velocity will remain at rest or in that constant velocity until a force acts upon them. Bins. Can you think of a force that will accelerate the cans towards the Earth the moment you let them go?
Gravity. Because if that's the case, then we should still be experiencing the same thing here. This can should be at the bottom of this picture and not be floating at the top right here.
This can is experiencing the same thing as the other can, except that the density of the Diet Coke is less than the density of the regular Coke. You literally read this to everyone earlier in this video. If it wasn't for gravity, if it was just density, that can, ice cubes, and icebergs would all just sit on top of the water. None of them would be partially submerged, as there is nothing to pull down on them. Maybe your viewers are a bunch of dumbasses who fall for your ignorance, but my viewers are smart enough to know that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and you are a fucking idiot.
Floating at the top, it should not happen, because gravity is the same thing when I dropped them in the air. They should both sink to the bottom.
If you took the time out to understand forces like the buoyant force and gravity, you would understand the stupidity of what you just said. If a can of Diet Coke has less density than a can of regular Coke, but the same volume, then we can definitively say that the mass of the regular Coke is greater than that of the Diet Coke. Now let's pull out our force equation, F equals ma. Since A is the gravitational acceleration and is equal in both situations, we are left with a relationship of the force that an object exerts proportional to the mass of that object. In other words, the more massive regular Coke can, when acted upon by gravity, will exert a higher force than the less massive Diet Coke can. For the final piece of the puzzle, we must acknowledge the pressure gradient in water that increases with depth. Since the Diet Coke can exerts less force downwards due to gravity, it will float further away from the point of gravitational attraction than the can of regular Coke.
If you cannot agree on this, then you are just indoctrinated, you're seeing things.
Flat earthers love to say that we are the ones who are indoctrinated. However, flat earthers hold beliefs that have absolutely zero evidence to back them and blindly deny absolutely acceptable scientific explanations of natural phenomena like buoyancy. They will make up their own bullshit explanations and wonder why we don't just accept their delusional fantasy as reality. Flat earthers, especially M-Bins, are fucking idiots.
You guys probably, are you heliocentric enthusiasts, probably have a science.com copied and pasted answer ready to go down in my comment section for why we see this phenomenon right here.
Other than the density of sugar and aspartame, I didn't have to look up any material to refute your claims. They were fairly elementary and seemed to me and probably most others to be mostly common sense. The only people who don't accept the scientific explanations are those who have an agenda that comports with their worldview. In other words, if gravity exists, then the flat earth is impossible. Therefore, flat earthers must be unconditionally blind to the possibility of gravity explaining anything. Flat earthers aren't known for their intellectual honesty, but flat earthers are fucking idiots.
But the simple fact remains is that gravity is a theory. It has not been proven, it cannot be replicated, it cannot be testable, repeatable, measurable, and observable.
Gravitational attraction is a scientific law which holds more weight than a scientific theory, meaning gravity has been proven with accelerometers, it can be replicated by converting energy into mass, it has been tested, repeated, and observed with several experiments, most famously the Cavendish experiment. M-Bins. Denying reality does not give validity to your fantasy, especially since you haven't offered a single piece of evidence to either explain what's wrong with gravity or explain what force is actually acting upon the cans.
So when they tell you that masses of water are being stuck to the outside of a spinning pear hurtling through space due to gravity, you show them this video and you say, please explain this one to me.
Well, let me ask you this. When someone offers you an explanation that perfectly describes what you are experiencing, will you actually accept it? I didn't think so, because you are a fucking idiot. So I think this is where we are going to stop the video today. Benz was doing so good right up to the point that he started denying gravity. He still offered no explanation for the force that causes the cans to sink towards the bottom. He clearly showed us that he thinks his limited understanding is enough to rewrite the buoyant force equations without using gravity. And finally, he showed the whole world that he is an uneducated, narcissistically delusional Dunning-Kruger idiot. Now, I'd like to take the time out to thank Benz for making his third video in the series after being so abhorrently wrong in his first two videos. I am truly grateful that you continue making comedic gold, but I still think you're a fucking idiot. Okay, so I'd like to thank you again for sticking around. I truly appreciate all your support. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't, and click the little notification bell so you can stay current with our content. I'm Father Skeptic, and I'm out.
Well, would you Adam and Eve it? It seems that the idiots do have a king, and his name is Nathan Thompson. And there's a really good reason why I take issue with this idiot, lunatic, whatever you want to call him, and all his beliefs. But we'll talk about that later on in the video.
We're not dealing with normal people.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make an announcement. Has anyone heard the Earth is flat?
They're psychopaths. I actually can't believe how popular the group is. I woke up this morning and I have 2,200 members to approve, so the group is just exploding.
Now, it seems to me that Nathan's whole belief system is based around the fact that he thinks NASA are lying to us about the Earth being a globe or a sphere. But my question would be, what have NASA got to gain by making us believe that the Earth is a sphere? What would happen if the Earth was flat? Why would they need to keep that a secret? They wouldn't. It's really that simple. Another part of his theory, which I find absolutely laughable, is the fact that he thinks that the word NASA means something in Hebrew.
Good morning, Hebrews and Shebrews.
Let's just have a look.
NASA in Hebrew means to deceive.
This frequently used translation is in fact incorrect, and NASA in Hebrew actually means to lift.
Now, who speaks Hebrew?
Jewish people from Israel speak Hebrew, so...
There's your answer right there.
Wait, hang on a second. So if you're from Israel and you speak Hebrew, you are responsible for covering up the fact that the Earth is in fact flat and not a globe.
So you asked me who was behind it, and I think it's pretty obvious once you do the research.
Perfect logic. Why didn't I think of that? Nathan, come here. You do realize you're saying all this out loud, don't you?
You ever hear about the flat Earth? Did you know what's in the Bible? That the Earth's flat?
These flat earthers are really starting to off.
So it's in the Bible that the Earth is flat. And the basic gist of it, without going too deep, is that a giant tree was planted that grew up to the heavens, and they could see the four corners of the Earth. Part of your belief is based on a giant tree and a book that was written in the 6th century, when, I'll give you, it was believed that the Earth was flat. But it's been proven for thousands of years with the advancement of technology and science. And let's get back to this tree. Who else was up there with them? Maybe Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny? Just stop this nonsense that is fueled by the internet. The thing that baffles me more than anything else about this whole flat Earth nonsense is the way that flat Earth believers can just brush off centuries of scientific research. And don't worry, we are going to get to the part of the video that explains why I think that Nathan Thompson is a complete lunatic, and I may even go as far to say as potentially quite a dangerous individual. The thing is, in this day and age, you just should really know better there's years and years of research that prove for a fact, not an assumption, not a theory, for a fact, that the Earth is actually round. It's a globe, it's a sphere. It is not flat. I've just come across another clip of Nathan Thompson. If you needed proof that this guy is a complete nut job, here it is.
I've got crosshairs on my back. I don't know if it's the CIA or the FBI or whoever's protecting these pedophiles that run the world.
So there we have it. The world is run by pedophiles. Like I say, I don't even know what to say to that. It kind of reminds me of a schoolyard argument, you know, where two kids are arguing, my dad's better than you, no, I'm right, you, and then when you can't win the argument, you go, you smell, and then run off because you've got nothing more sensible to say. That's what this kind of reminds me of. Saying that the world is run by pedophiles. I've never, ever heard anything so ridiculous in my life.
Regarding the ice walls...
Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe I have heard something equally as ridiculous. The ice wall.
It's never been proven, but it makes a lot of sense. Something has to hold the water in. We know that the water is not falling off an edge.
Newsflash, the reason it's not falling off an edge is because the sphere doesn't have any edges, does it?
And there's no ships and boats going off the edge. That's all a ridiculous conception to make people laugh at the flat Earth theory when they hear about it.
The group have also made claims that space exploration is fake and that NASA is a fraudulent organisation.
Just bear with me 1 second. Hello, Elon, Creaky Blinder. Yeah, I'm very well, mate, I'm very well. I've got an idea about these flat Earth guys. How would you feel about flying them all into space to prove that space is actually there and that it does exist? Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, it is ridiculous. And I tell you what, here's another idea as well. Once you get them all up into space, would it be possible to leave them there? I know, it's an awesome idea. Well, see what you can do and give me a call back or email me. Okay, thanks, Elon. Yeah, you have a good day as well. Okay, bye. It's worth a try. And in fairness, it's no more ridiculous than any of the ideas that flat earthers follow anyway, so what have I got to lose? Get in touch, Elon Musk. Let me know when you can ship them all out. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up and don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you're new. And bring it on, flat earthers, because there's nothing you can say that will make me buy into the idea that this beautiful ball we live on, floating around in space, is flat. Cheers, guys. Bye.
When I was little,
This is going to be another long one.
my father was famous.
D. Marble.
He was the greatest samurai
So much to
in the
unpack.
empire. He cut off the heads of 131 lords. He was the greatest samurai in the empire. And he took me with him.
Last week I was blocked on Twitter by D. Marble. I sent him a link to my videos trashing his Eclipse claims to see if he had any defense, and his response was to challenge me to debunk another one of his videos. Well, that wasn't his only response. He was smug and insulting, and he sent me some lame memes that I easily shot down. But he blocked me because he wanted to keep asking questions but not answer any, and I kept calling him out on it. So he flounced away. But he did issue a direct challenge, which was, debunk this. And I said I would. Now, unlike Daryl, I'm not afraid to answer questions. So when I say I'm going to debunk his video, I'm not going to dismiss parts of his video offhand or respond to a point with that he puts forth with a meme or a question back at him. I'm going to address every single point of his video. So this may take a bit, but when I'm done, you'll see that Daryl doesn't have a high school level understanding of science. And whether that's through ignorance, willful ignorance because this information is easy to acquire, or just stupidity, I don't know. But either way, he has no idea what he's talking about. Let's get to his video.
One thing that we have to deal with as flat earthers from the heliocentric enthusiast community is the idea that they always say that we have absolutely no evidence to support what we believe.
This is true. He has no evidence to support what he believes. None.
Well, I think I'd like to weigh in on that and do what I can to provide a little more evidence that supports this idea.
He thinks he has evidence.
Today we're going to be talking about the sun. You're going to want to hang out until the end for this one.
I love how smug he looks here. He really thinks he's got a showstopper of evidence at the end. He has no idea that he has no idea what he's talking about.
Now, what we're told according to the heliocentric model is that the sun is 93 million miles away. We're going to start off by talking about the distance. We'll talk about the size in a little bit. The thing is, according to what we see, these CGI images from the sun, we always see the solar system and it's never to scale. You never see a representation, graphical representation of the sun being 93 million miles away from the Earth and all the other planets, you know, in relation. You never see it that way. Every time the sun seems to be small and close, it's right at the center. There isn't a whole lot of distance in between the sun and the rest of the planets. Definitely not 93 million miles of distance in scale on these little CGI images.
In my previous video, I called him a small thinker, and this is one reason why. Right off the bat, Daryl shows he doesn't understand the reality of large distances. Why don't we see images of the solar system at scale? Maybe because we want to be able to see the planets? Remember a week or so back when I made a video showing that the Eclipse debunks your flat Earth model, Daryl? Yeah, well, in it I showed this image, a 2-scale representation of the sun, Earth, and moon. There's the sun. Can you see the Earth? It's right here. Let me zoom in. Give it a second. Here we are. What Daryl doesn't seem to understand is how big 93 million miles is. If I pull back again here, this is how well you can see the Earth if we show everything to scale. And that's just the 93 million miles between the Earth and the Sun. Neptune is some 30 times farther away. So the Sun would be a 30th its diameter, and nothing else would be seen. If the Earth were the size of a small marble, the solar system would be about the size of San Francisco. So let's spread out a big yoga ball and a bunch of marbles over an area the size of San Francisco. Back up and get a photo of it all. What would you see? What value would that be? That's why they don't show the solar system to true scale. Let's continue.
Okay. Also, another red flag in that whole idea is that it is CGI. The fact that every time you see the solar system, you see the sun and the Earth in the sky and all that, out in space, it's always CGI. That should be a red flag. Okay.
No, it's not always CGI. These images here of the Earth are not CGI. They are single exposure film images of the Earth. Now, the fact is that all imagery from satellites of objects in the solar system taken today are digital. And all digital images come through some form of a computer. Hell, any image you see online has technically been processed by a computer. But that does not make them CGI. They're not necessarily computer generated. If a satellite captures an image of the sun in the infrared spectrum, Infrared isn't visible to our eyes, so the infrared image is converted into wavelengths that we can see. So even though a computer converted it into something we can see, it didn't just generate the image. Now, some images are computer generated for sure, but to say all is just lying or being ignorant of the facts.
Okay. The sun, if the sun is 93 million miles away, you know, we have these images, we have videos where the sun leaves a hot spot on the clouds or on the surface of the earth. As you can see here in this footage from Dog Cam, you see the weather balloon has a camera attached to it. It's floating above the clouds and all that, and you can see a hot spot. Now, if the sun were 93 million miles away, there's no way it will be able to leave that little spot there on the clouds, but right there you can see it. Or from this video that...
Where did you come up with the idea that hotspots can only result from a light source being close? Who told you that? A hotspot occurs because a great deal of light is being reflected toward the camera from a particular surface. That's it. Distance of the light doesn't matter. The fact is, if you look at this image, you see puffy clouds all over, which breaks up the light, diffuses it. But the point that has the hotspot is smooth and reflective, likely water. And so you get a lot of light bouncing straight toward the camera. Hotspot. It has nothing to do with distance. Whoever told you that about hotspots, they lied to you.
This video that I took personally from an airplane, you know, on a flight from Little Rock to Houston, you could see the sun seemingly right above the surface of the earth, and you could see this spot where it appeared that the light was that much more intense in that area than anywhere else on the surface of the earth. Now,
so you don't know how light works, do you? Don't you know that light is more intense where more is bouncing toward you? These areas here are getting just as much light as this area, but more of it is bouncing away from you, while this area right here is right in line with you in the sun, and more of it is bouncing towards you. Why don't you know this? Don't you have light bulbs? How have you not noticed this fundamental property of light and vision?
If the sun were actually at a distance of 93 million miles away, all the rays from the sun would hit the earth parallel. But the fact of the matter is, there's pictures, and you've seen these things more than likely, or you're seeing one right here, of the sun seemingly sitting right above the clouds where the rays kind of splay out into these different directions, showing where if you trace the rays back to these, you know, this singular source, these are called crepuscular rays. If you trace these rays back to the source from each side, you'll see it goes straight to the sun, and you can pretty much triangulate the location of the sun using those sun rays. The only thing is, we've been brainwashed for so long to believe that the sun's so far away that when we see these rays, we'll say, you know, that's just a coincidence, it's some sort of optical illusion, or, you know, the sun's actually at that distance, but it's refraction. You know, light works differently out there with the sun, when in actuality that's not the case. You know,
of course, crepuscular rays. Well, let's just say sunbeams. Yeah, you're not going to like it, but it's not refraction. It's just perspective. Parallel lines, when seen at an angle, appear to converge at infinity. Now, if this wasn't the case, if sunbeams really did show the sun nearby, it could be quickly proven. Use your math to get the position of the sun. Then call someone that should be under the sun according to your math and ask them where the sun is. I bet good money the sun will not be right overhead. But another proof that the light is parallel comes from images like these. These are anti-crepuscular rays. Rays that show up on the opposite horizon from the sun. The sunlight comes in from there. That same light that you think is from a nearby source, it passes us by and then converges at infinity over there. They converge at infinity because they are parallel. If the source was nearby, the light would still be diverging, spreading out as it passes, and would not converge at infinity over there. Your model can't just explain some things, Daryl. It has to explain things better, and it has to explain more things than the heliocentric model. I could say, sure, the near-sun model might explain these rays, but it doesn't explain these rays, while the heliocentric model explains both. Oh, and when you see pictures of crepuscular rays from above the clouds, they run parallel.
As far as the temperature differences concerning the sun, you know, we're told we're in this Goldilocks zone. We're in this perfect space where we're not so close to the sun that we would actually burn, and we're not so far away from the sun that we would all freeze to death. You know, this wouldn't be like an ice planet. You know, so my question here, because I'm a simple guy, this is a simple question.
Yes, you are.
Sun's 93 million miles away. If we were any closer to the sun, we'd be on fire, right? So you'd like to think that everything within 92 million miles away would be ablaze, wouldn't you? Because that's what we're told, right? We're in the Goldilocks zone. If we were closer, we would be on fire, right? That's what the trusted scientific community tells us, right? I want you to think about that stuff.
Okay. In my nearly 50 years on this planet, I have never heard a single scientist say that if we were any closer to the sun, we would burn, or or be on fire, or any farther away, we would be an ice planet. Where are you getting this nonsense? No one has ever said that. You have this naive concept of the heliocentric model, where the Earth is going around in this perfect circle around the sun at exactly 93 million miles, and any closer or any farther away means catastrophe. Okay, so first let's talk about this word zone, which he seems to not know what it means. Here, zone means range of distances where conditions would be friendly to life as we know it, specifically liquid water and atmosphere to keep it. It's not about being on fire or being an ice planet. That Goldilocks zone is a decent size too. Venus crosses into it on occasion, and Mars sits right in there too. Now, Mars doesn't have much of an atmosphere though, but it is in the zone. No, there's lots of room to move around in the Goldilocks zone, which is good because the Earth doesn't stay at 93 million miles from the sun. No, it's got an elliptical path that takes them about 91.5 million miles out from the sun, and then out to about 94.5 million miles. So when Daryl wonders why the inner planets aren't on fire and the outer planets aren't all ice, all he's doing is showing that he doesn't know what the actual positions taken by mainstream science are. Moving on.
You know? Also, concerning the sun at that distance, realize this, try to acknowledge this fact that every time you see the sun out in space, you always see this big orange ball, and you see these solar flares, you know, just kind of jumping off the surface, and you know, it's all looks like hot lava. It's orange, this molten ball out in the middle of space, and behind this big orange ball, you always see this black background. The background is always jet black. But when you go outside and you look up and you see the sun looks like more of a yellow spotlight, small, local. And what do you see with your own eyes behind the sun? You always see blue. When you go outside and you look up at the sun, you see a blue background. So why is it that here on Earth, you look up and you see the sun, and the sun always has a blue background, but when you see these official images from the trusted scientific community and the good folks over at NASA who are raking in that $52 million a day, you see the sun and it's always a black background. Why does that happen? Why does it look that way? Ask these questions to yourself.
Okay. I was genuinely stunned when I first heard him take this position. Do you really not know why satellites images taken of the Earth have a black background while we see a blue sky when we look toward the sun? Or sometimes an orange sky. You don't know that?
Ask these questions to yourself.
No, instead I decided to ask my 12-year-old son Malachi. Without coaching, this is what I got for an answer. Hey, Malika, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you know how when you go out in the daytime and you look at the sun and it's kind of like this bright yellow, white, and it's on a blue sky?
Yeah.
But when you look at the pictures of like from satellites of the sun and it's like orange up against black,
Mm-hmm.
why is it black when you look at there, but when you look at it up to yourself with your eyes, it's up against blue?
Well, I'll say because when you look at it from Earth, the light is affected by the air and it makes it look brighter than in space. And also they probably dim down the picture when they take it.
Excellent. That's pretty good. He's 12 years old, and he knew the answer to that question. Was that a complete answer? No. But at 12 years old, my son seems to know more about how air affects light, creating a colored sky, than Daryl does. Dude, when you're on the Earth, you are looking at the sun on a planet with an atmosphere. It refracts and scatters the light and appears blue, sometimes red, sometimes orange. So when we're looking up, we're looking at atmosphere. In space, which is where the satellites take those images, there is no air, no light scattering. You are looking at the vast nothingness of space. And my 12-year-old even knows that the sun is so bright that the images we see have been filtered as to not be too bright, to allow us to better see the sun's features. And when you filter out light, the bright sun, you also filter out the dim stars. So even those go away.
You know, the size comparison of the Earth goes as follows. They tell us that the Earth is 400 times smaller than the sun. Vice versa. The sun is 400 times larger than the Earth, is what they tell us. By comparison, looks a little something like this. Now, there's also video representation where there...
Hold on there. Daryl, who's telling you the sun is 400 times the size of the Earth? Did you bother to look that up? Where did you get that number? First off, the diameter of the sun is 109 times the diameter of the Earth. 109, not 400. But that's just the diameter. When it comes to volume, the sun is 1.3 million times the size of the Earth. That means you could pour 1.3 million Earths inside the sun. Neither of those numbers is 400. Where do you get 400?
There's one pilot. He shows that he's flying at 35,000 feet. And what he does, he takes his camera, shows the controls, shows his altitude, and out of the window on the right side, he shows the moon off in the distance, and it's nice and dark. And what he does, he pans his camera around to the left over a seemingly flat surface because you can't see any curvature at that 35,000 feet. And then he shows the sun. And the sun in this video looks small, looks local, it looks like it's sitting right above the clouds. You know, but there's also...
Okay. It's called a sunset. It happens every night. The Earth turns and the sun sets below the horizon. Every night. You know that's a specific facet of the globe model, right? Now, I know this wasn't the point of your video, but let me speak to your claim about seeing the curve of the Earth at 35,000 feet. You know this plane is not 35,000 feet above the horizon, right? No, they may be 35,000 feet over the surface of the Earth, but that's not the horizon that we're looking at here. No, really. What we're looking at is the horizon made by the highest clouds below the plane in the distance, right? The plane goes up, the surface of the Earth falls away. But when the plane goes above a cloud layer, that becomes the new floor. You can be up 35,000 feet, but if you're only 1,000 feet above the clouds in the distance, then you're only 1,000 feet above an even bigger sphere. I can guarantee you've never thought about that.
Another video from a pilot where he shows the controls at 38,000 feet. What does he do? He gives a big thumbs up, smiles at the camera, and it cuts to another clip from that same cockpit. and the camera shows the clouds out of the right side of the window, I believe it was. And over these clouds, inside these clouds, you see this large orange bright object. Now, they're at 38,000 feet. You can see that it would appear that the sun is not up in the sky, but perhaps that, you know, from this evidence, it looks like the sun is in the clouds when he's flying that airplane in that particular video. You know, there's more evidence.
Another video with either a sunset or a sunrise. Daryl doesn't realize that the heliocentric model allows for the sun to be below the clouds. Let's call this the Earth, and the sunlight is coming in from this direction. If this is you here, and there's a cloud overhead, you're in the shadow, and the sun is bouncing off the top of the cloud. If you're in a plane above that cloud, it's bright and reflecting. But if you're here where it's sunset or sunrise, actually just past sunset or just before sunrise, on the surface, even though the sun is below the horizon for someone at sea level, for this cloud here, the sun comes in and hits the underside of the clouds, making the clouds glow, like in these photos. Now, if you're in a plane above those clouds, you see the sun through those clouds and you see the glow coming through. It's really quite simple if you take the time to think about it.
For a close, small, local sun, you know, there was a guy on the beach where he talked you through his video, and he said, I knew that this was going to be a good day to get a good video of the sun with clouds behind it on the beach. So he took his P900 and he zoomed in on the sun, and you could see clouds behind the sun, signifying that the sun is not 93 million miles away or 400 times the size of the Earth. You know, and if you actually just trust your senses,
Nope, that's not the clouds behind the sun. That's the clouds in front of the sun being washed out by the sun's intensity. If you were to be absolutely honest, you'd have to admit that you don't actually see the clouds go behind the sun, but you see the clouds run up to the edge of the sun and then disappear and then kind of reappear on the other side. How does that work? Here, let me show you a picture here. Start off with some nice thin clouds in the distance. See how they move around? Then they pass in front of the sun, which is so bright that the clouds cannot be seen. It gets washed out. Maybe some highlights glow around it here. Now, closer to you are these thicker clouds, and the sunlight doesn't make it through them. Shadows appear in the clouds, resulting in this layered look. The sun is far and bright, and the clouds are thin.
if you can hop on YouTube, or you can, you know, take a look at this video and find additional videos, you're going to find that there are time lapses that people have taken of the sun moving across the sky. And while the sun's moving across the sky, you'll notice that the Earth seems to be stationary. Like, the Earth isn't moving, the buildings that you see aren't moving, you see the sun drifting across the sky. So what does that tell you?
It tells me you don't know how anything works. Do you not understand that the camera is attached to the Earth and they are moving together? Hey Daryl, here's a dash cam video. Why doesn't the front of the car move? Because the camera is attached to the moving object and is moving with it. Do you really expect the Earth to be moving relative to the camera? The camera's on the Earth and moving with it. How do you not know that, man?
We're told that the Earth is rotating around the sun, yet we feel no movement. We don't see any motion. We don't feel any motion out here. But we feel stillness when we go outside. And in the time lapse, you see the sun moving across the sky, just like that. So what does that tell you? I believe that tells you to trust your senses. And what does your senses tell you? Your senses tell you that the sun is the thing that's moving and that the Earth is flat and stationary. But let's go on.
You don't feel the Earth moving. Trust your senses. How to address this? Okay, for some people, like Daryl, they think that their senses are really good, when in fact they're pretty dull. They think that since the Earth is spinning, we should feel like we're moving fast. But our bodies don't feel speed. No, we don't feel speed. We feel acceleration. But if our speed is constant, we don't notice the motion. If you're in a car or on a train or a plane that's moving smoothly, you have no idea how fast you're going. Without visual cues, you can't tell. Now you say, but I can feel that I'm moving, Jerry. I always feel it. What you feel is the bumping and the vibration of the engine, the road, the tracks, the turbulence. And each of those bumps is an acceleration. But you have no sense of speed without visual cues. That's how simulators work. By fooling your senses. Slowly dip the box you're in and shake it and make you feel like you're accelerating forward. Then rumble you a bit and show images going by very quickly. And you think you're moving fast. But you're not. And you can't tell. Simulators use the fact that we can't tell how fast we are going to convince us of motion that isn't there. Now some of you out there may know a bit of science. Not you, Daryl. You'd never think of this. But some of you may be thinking, wait, since the Earth is spinning, I'm traveling on a circular path. I'm not going in one direction at a constant speed. I'm changing direction at every moment. And that change of direction is acceleration. Why don't I feel that acceleration? Well, it's possible we would, except for the fact that that acceleration is overwhelmed by the acceleration we do feel, the acceleration of gravity. You see, gravity is accelerating us toward the center of the Earth at all times. The ground just gets in the way. And we feel that acceleration at all times. That's how we can tell up from down at all times. We're just used to it. We were born in it, and it's always there. We tend to ignore it. And that little fraction of acceleration of the Earth spinning, it barely touches gravity. And we don't notice it.
Now, I was thinking to myself the other day, concerning the sun, that in our graphical images, say Google Earth, things like that, we're shown the Earth.
Okay. The rest of this is too slow. But this was the big stunner at the end of his video that he was so proud of. Given that the sun can only illuminate half the globe at any one time, he decided to test the globe model by calling his fellow flat earthers in Yorkshire and in Queensland by Skype, so you can see that the sun is visible in both places, and his local Washington at the same time. Well, they don't really see the sun, but the sky is lit up by the sun. The guy in Yorkshire says he can still see the rays, and the guy in Queensland says the sun is just coming up. So neither of them actually say that they can see the sun, and the video is just bright. But they acknowledge that the sun is over there and lighting up the sky, and I acknowledge that too. Now, given those locations are 15 time zones apart, he thinks this proves the heliocentric model has been shattered. What it actually shows that, once again, he has an elementary school understanding of the heliocentric model. But before I go on about his failure of education, there's this part. As I was writing up my deconstruction of his other nonsense, he put up another video defending himself from criticism. People say he faked it somehow or something, and I don't think that's what happened. What he did was real, but he just didn't understand what was happening. He defends himself by setting up a globe with a light and shows that these two locations cannot be lit up by the sun at the same time. And I'm glad he did that, because my criticism was to show that he doesn't understand how the heliocentric model works, and his demo proved it. He sets the Earth up, and you can see he's unable to have light on both Yorkshire and Queensland at the same time. That proves it, right? Let me set up a similar demo. This is how he had it set up. My Earth, like this, my sun over there. In this case, my sun is smaller than my Earth, so it will illuminate a little less than half of the globe, while the real sun, being bigger than the Earth, illuminates a hair more than half the Earth. But we work with what we have. Now, I have an old-ass globe, and it's not very reflective, so bear with me. But I have the location of these three cities on it here. As you can see, when the UK is at sunset, here, Australia is in darkness. And this is why Daryl thinks he's right. So, here's the thing. It's summer in the United States, and the seasons are determined by the orientation of the Earth on its axis in regards to the sun. And since it's summer, that means the northern hemisphere is pointed toward the sun like this. Now, in Daryl's video, he claimed that no part of the Earth should get more than 12 hours of light. As you can see here, places on the globe that are far north have longer daylight during this time of year. Anything more north than this will have 24 hours of light. Right now, Yorkshire's daylight hours are over 14 hours. A few weeks back, they were 16 hours. In Tacoma, the days are 13.5 hours long because it's here. Not as far north, but pretty far north. So while only half the planet gets light, the half that is at this angle during this part of the year has more daylight hours. So let's look at our locations, shall we? Give me a moment. Here we have Yorkshire, and it's dawn. And as the day passes, we get to peak sun, and now we're at sunset. The sun has gone down, and all you see is a glow from the sunset. In Washington, you can see its peak sun. And over here in Queensland, down there, look at that. The sun is just making the sky glow. Huh. It's almost as if, once again, Daryl doesn't know what he's talking about. Now I see why he has this self-assured smile on his face all the time. They do say ignorance is bliss.
That's my job! That's what I do! I don't lose! I win! Is there no one on this planet to even challenge me?
Maybe you came by to congratulate me on last night's victory.
Hi and welcome back to the channel. As you probably all know, there's been a bit of a kerfuffle over Flatzoid FE and an alleged deleted 11 frames from a Red's Rhetoric video. I think he may have done much worse. Reds had filmed an Orion test capsule abort test and presented some beautiful film. Let's have a quick look at that first.
Whoa.
The amazing thing about that was it proved the curve of the Earth because the capsule disappears from sight before you see the splash. But there were issues over a presentation that Flatzoid FE did when apparently there was no curve. I recently on a live stream did a breakdown of it. Let's have a quick look at that now. Right, so here is Red's Rhetoric's original video. It's 4K film of the Orion launch abort test, as you can see there. So I've got that on one tab, and on the other tab here, this is Oops No Curve, which is Flatzoid's video. Okay, I've got them roughly the same point. So this is the original. So if I just let this play for a few seconds, so capsule's falling back to Earth, goes through the clouds. And a few seconds later, there's the horizon, and here it comes. Splash.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed, Mr. Red's Rhetoric. So there you go. Very impressive and very, very lucky to capture that on film. So let's have a look. Actually, I'm going to take that back a tad for a reason. If I just get it to come down, I'll stop it about there. And I'll just go on. Is it going to do it? My keyboard's playing up again. Come on, I want to. There we go. That's the frame I want. So let's go on to Flatzoid's video from roughly the same sort of time. So if I just let that play, no sound on this because he's got some music and I don't want a copyright thing on that. So it's Red's video. Look carefully now, he says, and here it comes. Splash. Well, that's all very interesting, isn't it? Did you see it? And he pauses it. Okay, I've paused his video. You can see the capsule a short distance above the apparent horizon, and I don't know if you can see it, there's a slight lump there which he's going to talk about. So if I get Reds's video, there you go, I've got it to the same frame. It's just above the horizon and there's a slight lump just there. Right, so they are on the same frame. So there's Reds's and there's Flatzoid's. So this was Flatzoid's original flat earth evidence. So I'll let it play. So did you see it? And then what he's going to do, he's going to draw on the horizon line. There we go. He's drawn on a thin red line, pretty much on that apparent horizon. That's great. That's all cool so far. Come on, because he's nattering away. Okay, so he's saying inferior mirage. And indeed, there is a slight lump you can see on the horizon. There is some miraging. So that's all cool. Carry on, Mr. Flatzoid FE. Okay, he's obviously talking about it, but what he does next, he draws on a line of where he thinks the actual horizon is. There we go. And he's drawn that line just under where the capsule occurs. So what he's implying is the capsule is literally above the horizon. And there's a mirage, an inferior mirage, which gives you the lump there, which is the capsule. Now, as far as that goes, that would be fair enough. You could then argue the toss over the optics of it all. So let's let him carry on. Here we go. Come on then. Right, so now we're going to see the capsule hit. Boom. Very nice. So going back to Reds's, that's that same point just before. Now, what I want to do is take them both back. Where are we? Yes. Hold on. I want to get to the right point. So I'm going to go back some frames. Now he's obviously got that paused. Right, okay. So there it is. The same thing. So I'm going to step forward frame by frame. So that's Reds's. That's Flatzoid's. As near as damn it, it's the same frame, as best I can do. And if it is a frame or two out, it's not going to matter. So with Reds's, I'm going to step forward one frame. There we go. And it's moved down slightly, and it's obviously rotating, so it looks a different shape. We'll step forward one frame with Flatzoid's. Boom. Oh dear, massive splash. Well, okay, like I said, I could have been a frame or two ahead or behind, whichever. So let's carry on with Reds. Both of those have gone on one frame. So Reds, 2 frames, it's disappeared. 3 frames, you can see movement in the water. 4 frames, 5 frames, and there's the start of the splash. 6 frames, 7 frames, 8 frames. Now just remember 8. No, that splash is bigger. 9 frames, 10 frames, still bigger. 11 frames. That pretty much looks like it to me. I'll go on another one. Who knows? 11, 12. Call it 10. Let's be generous. Say 10 frames. That's not good. That's not good at all. As you can imagine, this has got a lot of people quite angry because Flatzoid has been accused of lying, fudging the data, basically hiding the curve. Now, I will give Flatzoid full credit because he came on that live stream and he came up with an explanation of what he had done and why. If you want to see that, I'll put a link to the stream up there. It's worth a watch. Flatzoid basically said that he had made a cut to the film and that he had cut out the portion where the capsule was behind the mirage. And I think we've pretty much agreed that, right or wrong, what he should have done is said, I've cut some out. And then we could have just dealt with it. But of course he didn't. Now the thing is, I've looked into this further and I'm afraid that Flatzoid may have done much worse. Before I show you that, I want to say big thanks to my amazing patrons. I want to give massive thanks to all of my supporting members and patrons. Thank you all so very much. So anyway, I did quite a bit of investigating, and I managed to get hold of Red's Rhetoric's original footage. I don't know quite how he's done it, but it would appear that Flats was not only taken out 3, 4, 5 frames or whatever, but he's even managed to hack YouTube and affect the original YouTube video. Like I said, I have no idea how he did it. So let's have a look at this original footage. Now, you can see the capsule coming down through the clouds, tumbling away. Absolutely beautiful filming, Reds. And then it's going to go through the cloud deck and approach the horizon when we see it disappear. Here it comes. Boom. Okay. Cheese on toast. And then what happens? Splash. This is absolutely unforgivable and totally ridiculous. I like I said, I have no idea how you could have hacked YouTube like that. Hey pal, do you have any idea how?
Oh no, I know about that. But I do know I love fluffy kittens.
Okay, kittens, eh? Anyway, I really enjoyed that. How was it for you, Big Chris?
It's been emotional.
Until next time, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
What's up, YouTube? That guy again. Just here to send a special message to conspiracy cats. I'm about to prove you wrong, so we'll see if you have honesty and any self-respect. And we'll see if you'll take down your channel.
No, I won't take my channel down.
Conspiracy cats, listen, this is for you. You insufferable moron.
What?
You need to take down your channel.
No.
Hello, it's me again. Anyway, I just popped over to say I expect you should take your channel down today because I'm a scientific heavyweight and I've just destroyed you. But I bet you won't take it down because you're just a lying coward.
Right. It seems, whether we want one or not, we're going to get another science lesson from Flat Earth YouTuber, that guy.
We're here to explain science. Mass is identical to weight, but this weight is space weight. We know we have frequency in the atmosphere. I don't need to do the fucking calculations and use real math, do I?
Science. Oh, sorry, pal. Only me. Listen, bad news, I'm afraid. I really tried to get you some of those My Little Pony tickets for the live show tomorrow, but they were all sold out. I couldn't get my hands on any of them. I'm sorry, pal.
All right, mate. Cheers, bud. Cheers, bud. Bye. So obviously people missed what I was saying there. For fuck's sake.
Me again? Yeah, some just come available. Front row seats.
Yay!
Bless him. Anyway, let's find out why YouTube Flat Earther that guy thinks I should take my channel down.
You have told me many times that there's only a 14.7 psi pressure differential between the surface of Earth and space. You say a car tire is handling a bigger pressure differential than the surface of Earth and space.
Well, yeah, on the surface of the Earth, we have an air pressure of 14.7 psi, and the vacuum of space is 0, so that's a difference of 14.7. But most car tyres are at least 30 psi, which means we've got a difference of over 15 psi between inside a car tyre and the air directly outside it. So, what's the problem? Apart from the obvious.
14.7 psi to 0 psi is atmospheric pressure. Only deals with the atmosphere. You seem to think 0 psi atmospheric is absolute 0. Fail.
Right, I remember now. You see, our friend that guy doesn't understand that the lowest pressure you can have is 0. He thinks that negative pressure is a real thing. Don't you, buddy?
There is such thing as negative pressure.
So let's summarise the situation so far in what will probably be my easiest debunk ever. You see, our friend that guy thinks I should delete my channel because either A, I'm lying about atmospheric pressure, or B, I just don't understand it. When in reality, he's got the term vacuum pressure confused with just simple pressure inside a vacuum. Let me show you what I mean. If I've got a container, and inside the container we have a pressure of 4.7 psi, and outside the container we have 14.7 psi, then there is a difference of 10 psi. It's 10 psi less in the can than on the outside, and we will call that a vacuum pressure of -10. It doesn't mean that vacuums have a negative pressure, it's just a relative term. And it really is that simple. Our friend that guy has heard the term vacuum pressure, completely misunderstood it, and applied it in a way that only a flat earther could. But to celebrate him now coming out of the darkness into the light and learning the truth, please welcome that guy with his debut single, Atmospheric.
Atmospheric. Atmospheric. Atmospheric. You insufferable moron. Conspiracy cats. I'm about to prove you wrong. Come on. Conspiracy cats. I'm about to prove you wrong. Balls. This weight is space weight. Come on. You seem to think I need to go back to school. Atmospheric. 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 You insufferable moron. You need to take down your channel.
And you need to take it down today.
This weight is space weight.
Chances are you won't because you're a lying coward.
You insufferable moron.
You don't even understand the basic science.
Learn the difference between atmospheric and absolute zero. I hope we've learned something today.
Incredible. That guy, would you like to sign off using your usual catchphrase? How does it go? Exposing the globetard, exposing the shill. Okay, but you only get one shot. Do not mess it up. Off you go.
Exposing the globetard, exposing the shill.
Oh, unlucky man. Nearly. That's performance pressure for you. Anyway, what have I got here?
Conspiracy cats. Your videos are amazing.
Well, thanks, fellas. So are yours. Just for slightly different reasons. Anyway, I can't seem to get this idea of negative pressure out of my head. I wonder what the people of the internet think about it.
What's up, conspiracy cats? How you doing?
Yep, that's right. It's Ask the Internet time again. And here's a question.
Hello. My friend thinks vacuums are our zones of negative pressure. Space, comma. Should I disown him?
Conspiracy cats, my friend thinks vacuums are a zone of negative pressure. Should I disown him?
He's been a bit kind about my poor grammar.
Like literal vacuums, or are we speaking hypothetically?
And you know what? I really thought I was going to get a really good answer from this guy. And then he totally let me down.
Conspiracy cats, literal vacuum. He thinks space is negative pressure. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but vacuums, I prefer a Dyson vacuum. They're the most expensive, but they are the best. What's up, Anthony Jenkins?
Let's get some comments.
Maybe tomorrow I wanna settle down. Until tomorrow, the whole world is my home.
Right, so I wonder who my first comment of the week might be from.
Hello, it's me again. I'm Angelina Jolie, and I've just popped round to say, how many times do I have to own you? For flip's sake, I've already destroyed you. Anyway, high pressure moves to low pressure. Game over, globetard.
Right, now we all agree that an area of high pressure will move to an area of low pressure unless acted on by some sort of force. But when asked why his post was relevant by fellow YouTuber Throwaway AV Clubber, our friend that guy seemed to forget what side he was on.
Oh, I'll tell you why it's relevant, shall I? Because it debunks gravity. And it debunks gravity because high pressure moves to low pressure. And if gravity was real, then the high pressure wouldn't move to low pressure. Gravity would hold it in place. Oh, hang on. That is what we see, though, isn't it? The high pressure near the ground and the low pressure higher up, and they don't... Oh, shit. I think... Oh, I'm going to go now.
Absolutely amazing. Anyway, no surprises for guessing who our next comment's from.
Actually, it is a surprise. It's me, Shelley, and I'm just here to say bum boy, or sorry, bum boy, because I'm not really sure if you are.
Wow, that was a surprise actually. Next.
Hello, it's me again. I'm the Candlestick from Beauty and the Beast, and I've just come to tell you that despite this being the 57th post I've posted on your channel this week, and 57 times people have actually told me the right answer, I'm here to show you that I've learned absolutely nothing. But by the way, when you get the basics of science down, we can have an honest discussion then.
You know, that guy's been spamming my comment section so much over the past week, he's going to end up like our old friend, Susan Boyle. Now, for those of you who are regular viewers, you'll know that Susan Boyle sends me that many messages that he now automatically ends up in my spam filter. And it seems like he's getting rather lonely there.
Hello? Am I all alone here? Have you forgotten how the reply button works? Hello? Oh...
Now, I do actually have a comments video coming out in a day or two, so I'm not going to do too many comments here, but I have got time for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best space comment of the week.
Space comment.
Well, welcome to a new segment, and thank you very, very much, Daryl, for the intro video that you made for me for this. So let's get started. Who are the contenders for the best use of space comma this week?
Hello, my name's David, and I've got a little trick to win this competition. Are you ready? Show your plastic toy globe to be practically demonstratable. Space, comma, comma, space exclamation mark. Yeah, 2 space commas and a space exclamation mark. Nobody can beat that. I win, you lose. Give me my prize now.
David, that was absolutely excellent. I'm sure somebody somewhere is extremely proud of you. But unfortunately this week, you've only made 2nd place. You see, our winner comes from an account which is definitely not a fake account from Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Is it? Now, this poster seems very, very upset with me because the last time I was on Dell's chat watching one of his videos, I didn't immediately drop everything I was doing with my family and jump on and join him in a hangout. But maybe winning this competition will cheer the guy up. Let's have a look at his post.
Okay, we go. I just want to say a few thank yous for my prize before I start. I want to thank all my teachers at school that didn't teach me proper punctuation. I want to thank all the people that I work with for putting up with me. Here we go. Conspiracy Cats. So you were busy with family and writing in the chat at the same time. Space, comma. That's the first one. Come on, man, you're translucent. Space, full stop. He can do a space exclamation and put a full stop in. Anyway, he doesn't email future guests. Space, comma. It's my 2nd one. Yeah, we're on a roll now. If you want to go on the platform, all you need to do is send an email and he'll send you the link easy. I don't know what a link easy is, but he will send it you. Anyway, stop being deceptive and man up, dude. Space, comma. He only wants a chat. No, full stop. Yeah.
And finally, in other news, I met up with this guy this week. Yes, the one and only Simon Dan, who took a selfie of us and posted it out on his Twitter account and his YouTube account. Now, I've been away for a week, so I've not had time to check the comments, but I really can't wait to see what his subscribers have got to say about me. Let's have a look.
Nope. Absolutely no idea who the hell that is.
Well, that's okay. Let's try the next one.
Nope. I'm sorry, Simon Dan, but yeah, absolutely clueless. No idea who that potato face is.
There's one more.
I've got it. It's Phil Collins.
There is such thing as negative pressure. There is frequency in the atmosphere. If you put that vacuum chamber to 10 to the -6 torr and poked a hole this big, it would suck a human body through there. Why does it fall down? Because down is down and up is up. Gravity damn sure doesn't explain this. The Cavendish experiment was lead balls attracting lead balls. That's not science. That just means lead can attract lead.
Cats, conspiracy cats. No one quite liking to flatten the flats. So come feel the vibe, like and subscribe, and take off your hats to conspiracy cats.
Hi folks, Astronomy Live here. MCToon recently contacted me, asking me to do some analysis on a time-lapse that was focused on by Taboo Conspiracy. This time-lapse you see here, shot from a plane flying from Zurich, Switzerland to Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's quite beautiful. You can see the Milky Way and all these stars, but Taboo Conspiracy claims that this pilot has debunked the globe accidentally. Let's take a quick look at Taboo Conspiracy's commentary on this video and find out why he thinks this video debunks the globe.
If I had a stunning view of the stars at the beginning of my flight, as time progresses and the nose of the plane drops to account for the curvature of the Earth, the stars should appear to rise up like this. In fact, the nose of the airplane is allegedly dropping, while the stars, which are somewhat fixed and allegedly separate from the Earth, should appear to rise up if we lived on a ball. But you don't need to believe my illustrations. Fortunately, Google Earth allows us to model this same flight with the stars in the background and shows us exactly what would happen if we lived on a globe. For this Google Earth model, I used our distance of roughly 3,000 miles on the exact same flight route that I showed earlier. I set the altitude at 10,000 meters or 32,800 feet. Remember, this is how the globe should work. Now, watch the stars. There's no question about it. As the viewpoint continually dips, the stars rise up, exactly as we would logically expect if we lived on a ball.
So what's wrong with this picture? Why doesn't the actual flight look like this video from Google Earth? The answer is simple. Although Taboo Conspiracy has set the Google Earth camera to fly along the surface to try to mimic the flight, it's not mimicking the rotation of the Earth or the changing time of night during the course of this time-lapse, which is over several hours. If we want to see what the globe actually predicts for this time-lapse, the first step is to astrometrically solve the pictures. That means to determine the coordinates of these pictures based on the positions of the stars in the frame. We can then compare this to what the globe actually predicts. Once we've got a solution for each frame, we can overlay constellation figures back on top of the original time-lapse and see how good of a match we've got. Although there's some wobble, especially at the edges of the field of view, we'll use the coordinates for the center of the field of view and compare to what the globe predicts for this flight. Next, we need to know the latitude and longitude of the flight over the course of the time-lapse, and you can pull this kind of data from a site like FlightAware. I used the coordinates of the flight from August 8th, 2023 as a proxy for the actual flight that occurred way back around August 8th, 2016, give or take a day. Although this isn't a perfect match for the actual flight that occurred way back in 2016, it's good enough for our purposes. Next, we need a program that will actually simulate where the stars and constellations should be from a given location on Earth at a given time, and for this I have my own custom planetarium software that I developed a few years ago, and I've now adapted for this purpose. I can feed into it now the data from FlightAware as well as the astrometric data from the actual time-lapse and compare the two and see what the flight should have seen from its location over time. As you might expect, I've made the full source code available as a link in the video description, along with all of the raw data, including all of the flight data from FlightAware and the astrometric data from the actual time-lapse, so that you can rerun this yourself and confirm my findings. The only change I made to the FlightAware data is I changed the year from 2023 to 2016 to reflect the actual date of the flight so that we can see what the stars should look like from that date and time. Now when we take a look at the results from running my planetarium program, we get an all-sky view. To orient you, north is at the very top of the frame, south is at the very bottom, east is to the left, and west is to the right. Now, if you're not familiar with all-sky planetarium charts, you might be wondering why is west to the right and east to the left? Well, if you're laying down on Earth looking up at the sky, with your head pointed to the north and your feet pointed to the south, what is to your right? West. What is to your left? East. This planetarium all-sky chart is designed to reflect the sky above you, not the ground below you. Coming back to our planetarium program results, we have the time and date progressing in the top left, and the latitude and the longitude of the flight changing over time. Each frame from the original time-lapse took about 5 seconds. It was a 2.5 second exposure, and it seems like they probably had long exposure compensation on, meaning the camera closed its shutter and took another 2.5 second picture to subtract out noise and hot pixels. So the total time between pictures is about 5 seconds, and this seems to match well with how long it takes to get from one landmark to the next in the time-lapse. So, in the bottom right, we have a couple of circles. The red circle represents the astrometric solution, that is to say, the center of the frame in the actual time-lapse over time. The green circle represents the course that the plane took on August 8th, 2023 for comparison, flying a similar route. While this all-sky planetarium view is pretty intuitive to amateur astronomers like myself who are accustomed to reading such charts, it may not be entirely intuitive to the average layperson looking at this. So let's reproject this view to make it a little more intuitive, and do a side-by-side comparison of what the globe predicts versus what was actually seen from the flight. And here we have the side-by-side. On the left, I've reprojected the video from my planetarium software to simulate the view from the flight, and on the right we have the original video annotated with the constellation figures. Now, the way that the astrometry.net software drew constellation figures over the frames on the right differs a little bit in terms of how my planetarium software draws constellation figures and which stars it connects the dots on, but the stars are the same, and we can see the overall motion of the constellations is the same in the globe prediction and in the original annotated video. So no, this flight does not debunk the globe. In fact, it agrees with the globe perfectly. I'm going to let the rest of this side-by-side comparison play out till the end, but until next time, thanks for watching, and clear skies.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is going to be a slight change of pace as I will be taking on a classic debunk. As you are probably aware, I did a thing with Plannerwalk about this guy. Well, no, actually this guy. We had talked about doing that video a few months ago and decided to pick it up again. But to refresh my memory, I had to watch the video again, and it was quite hard to find on his channel as he puts out a lot of nonsense like this.
They're not forces, they're acceleration. Acceleration is the complete opposite of a force.
Another reason why I got interested in this guy is that a few flat earthers and electric universe nutters have mentioned Ken Wheeler in my comment section, and it happens to be this guy. Now, flat earthers bringing Ken Wheeler up is funny, as the electric universe flat earthers seem to hold him in high regard, even though Ken Wheeler is definitely not a flat earther and will regularly take the piss out of them, but he is still an idiot, so I take the piss out of him.
Fuck did you just say? Ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, 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 ball.
Much of his channel is focused on photography, but he also dabbles in magnetism in roughly the same way as dictators dabble with democracy. Now, I don't know much about photography, and what he has to say on that subject may very well be sound. I don't know. But I do know a bit about magnetism, and on that subject he is completely lost. However, he seems to think that he is the greatest mind in history to ever address the topic, and he felt compelled to share his knowledge through a 6-part lecture series out of the kindness of his heart, and also to get you to purchase his book with the pithy title Uncovering the Missing Secrets of Magnetism, Exploring the Nature of Magnetism with Regards to the True Model of the Atomic Geometry and Field Mechanics by Means of Rational Physics and Logic. Available at Amazon for the small price of £7.37 for the Kindle edition. So let's have a look at what he has to say in this inspiring lecture series, and we will start with lecture 1.
Okay. I'd like to start out by presenting this lecture. I don't know if it'll be 7 or 8 sections, but I'll do 2 sections a day. And I need to preface this by stating that the first 2 sections will not be going into specifically magnetism and what defines a magnet and a magnetism, but a preface. And then secondly, the current state of what modern science believes magnetism is. So.
Oh, okay. So for the first 2 videos, you won't really touch on your ideas. Maybe I should just skip them. Now, even from your phrasing, I know full well that you are going to fuck this one up.
For those of you who might complain, and this was not part of my original lecture, the first and second sections will be prefacing things that many of you probably are unaware of, and then I will be going, starting in section 3, into directly magnetism, incommensurability, polarity, what defines a magnet, what defines magnetism.
Incommensurability. Okay, this word will be popping up a lot. I can't be bothered to edit the following clip into the video every time he says that word, so I will ask for a bit of audience participation and ask you to imagine this every time he says the word.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Now, incommensurable is the inability to judge 2 things by the same standards, as in they cannot be measured in similar ways. It has nothing to do with how he uses the word. There is also a definition in mathematics, and this pertains to 2 numbers being incommensurable if the ratio between the numbers is an irrational number. It is also funny how he claims that this is a difficult word, and he uses this word at least 51 times in his book. Yet, he spends no time actually defining it.
So this is section 1, and this is preface. So, if you could bear with me. I'll be able to go a lot slower pace, too, than the limited time slot that I was allowed for my lecture. I spoke rather rapidly, and I'm used to speaking quickly.
Oh, you were used to speaking quickly? Please, can you start doing that then?
This is illustrated by Leonardo da Vinci. This is the Divina Proporzione.
Ah, he's a pretentious dickweed as well. Oh, cool.
There are a lot of actual diagrams in this of space and counter space.
Space and counter space. I've never heard of the term counter space before, so let's look it up. I'm sure that there's a joke in there somewhere. If you think of one, then stick it in the comment section, but I mainly paused it here as this looks like there will be a lot of nonsense, so I will warn you that this may take some time.
I can assure you, as a translator of ancient Greek and Prakrit, that as well as ancient Egyptian, I don't translate ancient Egyptian.
Yeah, using Google Translate doesn't make you a translator, considering the amount of times that I have seen you try to translate words from ancient Greek to modern English without realizing that the words were actually Latin.
Every ancient Greek translator, too, has had a hard time translating incommensurability. I know exactly what the fuck incommensurability is.
I somehow doubt that you can translate shit. But do you see what I mean? There's going to be a lot of stops and starts here. Maybe I should employ some movie magic.
The false door of the Egyptians and several other symbologies and And the metaphysical premises exist with the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, and the ancient Indians as far as counter space, talking about a non-Cartesian nexus from which everything springs. It is the case that from macro to micro, everything is mirrored in Mother Nature. I mean, you sprang from a hole in your belly button.
Motherfuckers, what?
We experience life through various portals and orifices, nose, mouth, eyes, ears, the black of the eye. This notion of counter space being something new, and of course, when it pertains to Mother Nature, it doesn't make any difference if we say counter space, we say 0-point energy, we say vacuum energy, we say the ether, Mother Nature, and I'm not personifying Mother Nature in reality, I'm just using it for happenstance of saying Mother Nature. Doesn't care what pathetic human beings conceptualize it as means of verbal communication, and I certainly myself cannot care whether someone says 0-point energy or the ether or the vacuum, but this premise of counter space, this non-Cartesian, this actually pre-Cartesian, non-Euclidean.
Pre-Cartesian. Now, he really is a fan of just saying things. Cartesian is not a time period, if that's what you were thinking. It's just a name we give to the basic coordinate system that we use on a daily basis.
Premise of counter space is ancient and nothing new, nor contrived whatsoever. This image is courtesy of Michael Snyder. I thought you'd find this funny. This is several magnets used underneath the ferrule cell to create a smiley face.
Now, okay, that is pretty cool.
Nothing I discuss in this lecture will fundamentally run contrary to the well-established electrical theory of the greatest minds such as Faraday, Steinmetz, Oliver Heaviside, James Clerk Maxwell, or Tesla. While I myself have been completely interested in understanding magnetism in its entirety for sake of understanding it alone, I've helped several people on multiple fronts, namely using arrayed magnets and gold-sluicing devices to extract more gold, as well as radical results in plant growth using magnetism and applied magnetism to alter seed germination and juvenile plant growth. I have a couple other devices of my own, including a free invention, which I'll never have to call another plumber again.
Oh, do you have magic healing crystals as well?
It's mundane, so I'm certainly not interested in theory for sake of theory alone. However, wisdom and comprehension of the nature of magnetism has always been of paramount importance to me, and I've certainly started out early in life saying that the only thing I'm interested in is wisdom. A giant mass of observation, experimentations, and descriptions exist about magnetism, as well as atomistic theories about same, but descriptions are not explanations. And the convoluted nonsense around magnetism both paints Mother Nature incredulously as a psychotic lunatic, but also affronts credulity, and is a profane insult, premise-wise, to Occam's razor.
Maybe I should go to IKEA and have a look at some kitchens. I'd like some more counter space.
Distance and what mediates it has never been explained. We use, replicate, make, and utilize magnets in every corner of the Earth, yet all we have are pathetic descriptions of magnetism, but not a single logical or rational explanation of what magnetism actually is. Certainly so, further still, these absurd particle fantasies of the cult of quantum, as I like to call it, cannot be enjoined by even halfway intelligent minds.
Ah, of course, he doesn't believe in quantum mechanics. Do I really need to point out the irony of him using his digital camera and his computer to broadcast his nonsense over the internet to claim that quantum mechanics isn't real? But what's next is going to be fun.
Of course, in reality, a field is nothing other than an ether perturbation. Plain and simple, if that manifests as transverse, longitudinal, or toroidal formation, doesn't matter. We call this 0-point energy the ether, or pure denotative inertia with no Cartesian value. None of this matters. We're talking about the field itself before being empirically manifest as a field modality or ether modality, be it the ether in stress or strain, the dielectric, or the ether in loss of its inertia, the dielectric field, which is magnetism, or self-replicating longitudinal pulse propagation in the case of electromagnetic radiation, which in reality is just a coaxial circuit of transversing electrical and magnetic around a longitudinally propagating pulse perturbation, the nature of EM, transverse electromagnetism, which is a coaxial circuit.
Now, I have no idea what he is saying here. This is because he isn't, well, saying anything. But let's start with the beginning. A field is nothing other than an ether perturbation. Well, you are in trouble straight away. The ether does not exist. As this video doesn't really have much of my trademark sciencey bits, I will go through the ether for a bit. We start with light being a wave as shown by Huygens. Now, quick sidebar. I am a Dutch speaker, so I know full well that the correct pronunciation is Huygens. But because the main language for my video is English, I follow the pronunciation that an English speaker would follow. It stops you from looking like a pretentious asshat, and it just flows better.
It's by Leonardo da Vinci. This is the Divina Proporzione.
Now, that is a personal gripe I have when it comes to foreign words. It is often just better not to use the completely correct pronunciation if it deviates too much from the expected pronunciation in the language in which you are presenting. It just flows better. Anyway, back to the ether. Huygens described light as a wave, but at the time it was assumed that a medium is required for any wave, and this medium became known as the luminiferous ether. When Maxwell's equations were developed, there was an interesting result, and that is that the speed of light is constant in a given medium. But then Galilean relativity threw a spanner in the works. Constant with respect to what? So one important property was given to the ether, and this is that the ether is in an absolute reference frame. The medium of the ether is the only thing that is truly at rest. And then everyone went about their business quite happily, until Michelson and Morley did their famous experiments. And if you are talking to a flat earther, they will claim that this showed the Earth to be stationary. But what does the null result actually tell us? Well, we have three options. The first is that the Earth is stationary. There may be an ether or not. Now, this is not conclusive evidence of the ether then. The second interpretation would be that the ether is always at rest with respect to all observers at the same time. The third is simple. There is no ether. Now, we can think about these results and reconcile them with other information. Firstly, we have other evidence, such as Mars's retrograde motion, which can only be explained by the Earth and Mars both orbiting the Sun. So that's option 1, gone. Then we have the ether must be at rest in all reference frames at the same time. Now, this is unphysical, so that's option 2, gone. Finally, we reach option 3. And this is that the ether doesn't exist, which is sensible because its existence was never more than just a hypothesis. Of course, Einstein then came along and developed special relativity, which is pretty good, and it allows us to predict things like antiparticles, which are now used on a daily basis in rather trivial things like, I don't know, cancer treatment. But, of course, Ken doesn't believe in quantum mechanics. Now, the rest of what he just said is nonsense, whether you're trying to crowbar a meaning into it or not. Now, there are a few phrases in there that Mr. Wheeler likes to use a lot. First, we have field modality, and it is very important that we define it and understand what it exactly means. Field modality means nothing. It's not a thing. It's not a phrase. The second is the dielectric field, which also means nothing. It doesn't exist. You can have an electric field across a dielectric material, and this is sometimes referred to as the dielectric field. But this is an electric field. Now, this is all fine example of charlatanism. Ken just spouts out some word salad, which means absolutely nothing, and this is a theme throughout his channel. Whenever he comes to a point where one would naturally expect an explanation of what he means, he will actually just brush it off as being too difficult to explain.
Every ancient Greek translator, too, has had a hard time translating incommensurability. I know exactly what the fuck incommensurability is. Explaining it, not so easy. And by the way, I wrote this lecture, this is not extracts from my 4th edition. I wrote this lecture specifically for the lecture to be presented. Well, obviously these are all premises included from the 4th edition within this lecture. I did write it specifically and openly as the lecture itself, autonomous from the 4th edition of my book. I'm always shocked to hear that Tesla figured this stuff out first, or so-and-so did, like Victor Schellberger or Walter Russell. No, really, I have every book ever written on magnetism, and nobody explains magnetism nor what a magnet is denotatively. Nobody.
Now, really? You have every book on magnetism? Holy fuck, you must be rich. All these things are not cheap. And can I suggest that you actually read one? And if you're saying that no one explains what a magnet is, denotatively, do you know what that word actually means? Denotation means the specific meaning of a word as given by the dictionary. So a magnet, denotatively, is just a metallic object where in absence of a magnetic field, all the spins are aligned to produce a large magnetic field. Of course, you can then go into things like what is spin? What is a magnetic field? What is a material? And demand a denotative meaning for those concepts. And you can then rapidly go down a rabbit hole and you end up asking questions like, what is space? Or what is time? Now, fine, these are interesting questions. Let us know when you have a hypothesis and we'll try and test it. Ken Wheeler seems to stick to the classic electric universe phrase as a description is not an explanation, and then derides scientific theory for just giving a description and not an explanation. Now, this is ironic because if we suspend disbelief and take his bullshit as correct, then actually all he is doing is giving a description, not an explanation. But it is also a complete failure to understand the philosophy of science. Scientific theory aims to create a description of nature, not define what nature is, because then you are talking about what reality is. And that becomes problematic as you end up with untestable predictions. If you can't test it, then it has no place in science and it is philosophy. But anyway, let's move on.
I was asking him to find me in Tesla's writings where he defines magnetism, and of course he never does it. By the way, when I'm using the term inertia in this lecture, I want you to understand this is the original denotation of inertia, not the current connotation. Like you're traveling down the road, and we have a certain inertia, if something happens or we change position. That's current connotation of inertia, not the original denotation. We can say the ether or non-Cartesian energy, but the true original definition of inertia as it was originally used.
No. Inertia has always meant the same thing.
It amazes the common person's mind to know that while magnets are in everything we use today, honest minds will confess we don't know what magnetism is, nor how action at a distance works, what defines a magnet, what defines what is magnetism. I'll explain all that very shortly here in the coming sections. I'd like you to take a look at these two illustrations. These are underneath the supercell. Over here we actually have one side of a magnet, or so-called pole. We have the exact same field geometry over here. Now this is a ring magnet. I've outlined it in white.
Now this is interesting. Ken Wheeler loves to talk about his supercell. It is just 2 bits of glass with a ferrofluid suspended in some material and then sealed up. It's also known as a ferrocell. TM. He will claim that this directly shows the magnetic field, and unfortunately, no, it doesn't. However, it does show some really cool diffraction effects due to ordering of the ferrofluid inside the cavity, or at least that's my hypothesis. In fact, I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to have a go at making some. It's kind of cool, and I want to see what I can make out of it under a microscope, and then maybe shine some lasers at it for a bit. Until next time, hopefully part 2 of his lecture series is a bit more interesting. But until then, I would like to take a moment to thank my patrons, who are Thomas Miller, Walter Bislin, Johnny Ragadoo, Kevin Dedman, Paul Schnoos, Stringer News 1, MCToon, Stan Zaystef, Cy Blacklock Hughes, Michelle Randall, Ugly German Truths, Kai Broking, and Steelman. Now, if you are a patron and you are not on the list, then I am very sorry. This is actually me speaking to you from the past, as I recorded this in early December. I will give you a shout out in the description if I remember. If you want to support me financially, then that would be greatly appreciated, as it will help me maintain this channel and support my beer and snacks whilst I'm writing up my thesis in magnetism. But that was it from me, and thank you for watching, and until next time.
Well, greetings everybody. Awake Souls decided he was going to troll my channel with word of a premiere that he wanted me to see, claiming to debunk something, and did so with his 35th sock account. Yo, Holmes, that kind of tells you something, man. Typically, I don't care about what somebody says on a channel that lacks the maturity to be held accountable for critique by muting folks who can clearly define and dissolve the claims presented. But I'll make a short exception in this case, because he used my stuff in the video. And funny enough, I won't even need to reference it. But since he did do an experiment, however poorly, and he did re-author my material because he wants to tell everybody that everything shrinks twice due to perspective, I thought I'd give it a look. I have not been to Awake Souls channel since he blocked me like 2 years ago, when Mr. Thrive and Survive commented below his video stating that gravity was actually air pressure holding things to the ground. After making a video about that comment, Awake Souls muted me, so... But anyway, of course he opened with this. Isn't it ironic that folks of obscure faith actually enlist the help and protection of the government? So let me play this first portion of this video, unedited and uninterrupted, so you know what the claim is.
Mall Angel debunks global view of perspective. And all it took was this one thumbnail to do it. You see, ever since Pythagoras suggested that Earth moves, occultists have been using ships disappearing from the bottom up as proof of curvature. But you will see now that curvature has nothing to do with the functions of perspective. This thumbnail is 2 stills from the recent video I took at the Lakeline Mall in the Austin, Texas area. I chose this location to meet a few criteria. First, I was looking for the longest straight and flat floor I could find that was open to the public. Next, I wanted the space to be conditioned air with both natural and artificial lighting mixed. And lastly, I wanted a non-reflective floor. Lakeline Mall was perfect for this shot, with an end-to-end unobstructed hallway on the 2nd floor that was carpeted, plus the atrium ceiling offered excellent natural but not direct lighting. What I really need you to understand up front and clearly is that the difference between these 2 images is that the one on the left was taken at eye level and the one on the right was taken with the camera sitting level on the ground. The camera used for this observation was the Nikon P1000, recording in 4K.
Okay, so this is the portion where I'm going to stop. First, he claims that this image comparison is all that's needed to debunk the globe. What he didn't tell you is that he manipulated the right side photo and stretched it to support his claim. And even if he didn't personally do this, his failure to acknowledge this disqualifying effect to his footage and his test pretty much tells you all you need to know about his researching capabilities. What you're looking at right here is a sped up version of me trying to match the two images, but I can't get them to match up because the one from the right is taller than the one from the left. But on to the test. Let's discuss those criteria.
I chose this location to meet a few criteria. First, I was looking for the longest straight and flat floor I could find.
Okay, long, straight, and flat. Got it. Remember you said that.
That was open to the public.
Open to the public. Got it. Not really important.
Next, I wanted the space to be conditioned air.
Conditioned air? Okay. I wonder why he wants you to know this.
With both natural and artificial lighting mixed.
Natural and artificial lighting. Not really sure where you're going with that. And it kind of messes with your need for conditioned air, but okay.
And lastly, I wanted a non-reflective floor.
Non-reflective floor. Okay. It's a carpet. And a sad attempt to answer for his results.
Lakeline Mall was perfect for this shot with an end.
Okay, so that's it? Good. Let's do this. So, first, this is a mall in Texas. You can see by the clothing that the woman is wearing and everybody else, it's hot in Texas. Judging by the angle of the sun, it's sometime around 11 to noon. The reflection observed is simply an inferior mirage caused by a temperature difference between the floor and the air above it. But wait, Sly, he's in an air-conditioned building, which is exactly causing this problem. Under the portion where the mirage is being seen on the floor, down where the Sears used to be, there's an entranceway to the mall, pointing southeast, being blasted by the sun. Heat comes in the entranceway. Due to the temperature in the building, the heat attempts to rise, but not without warming the second floor walkway above it, of course. This causes a temperature difference between the floor and the air-conditioned air above it. It's the temperature shear, which is causing this mirage.
And because this demonstration was done in a conditioned air environment, we know that heat distortion played no part in what we're seeing.
And that's why it was important for him to say that about the air conditioning. Next, typically you don't see a mirage across a perfectly flat surface. The surface needs highs and lows for the effect to be noticed. Awake Souls here claims his second floor mall walkway is perfectly flat. Sure, I'll give you long, could be up to 300 meters, but flat it is not. Please take a look at this still as he zooms out from floor level. Even in this short span, feel free to show me what part of this floor is flat. You even see the young woman walking over a hump at the crosswalk area. And in this area, watch how she walks in a dip with her shoes being partially obstructed by the rather high edge closer to the camera and nowhere near the mirage. Now on to the non-reflective floor. While I understand what he's selling here, that the reflection is not from the floor, I think he just made up this criteria to make it seem like he had found the perfect location for this test. However, until you observe an inferior mirage outside, this all falls apart. Because sand is not a reflective floor, yet inferior mirage. A street is not a reflective floor, yet inferior mirage. Salt is not a reflective floor, yet inferior mirage. You getting the picture yet? Now I just dipped over real quick prior to starting this recording to see what kind of comments were made on the video. And of course, 90% of them are some of the only people that he hasn't blocked or muted. But I found this one kind of cool. Sorry to say, but Flat Earthers' attention to detail and research is very low. Half of your video is about your mall experiment, but did you actually confirm that the floor is 100% flat? Because I work in architecture, and I can tell you that many floors, especially crowded buildings and factories, have slopes in order to drain water in case of a fire. But here was his response. I suspected that someone would say something as stupid as you just did. Then he refers to the baseboard, which I thought was hysterical, because here's what he said. That is the baseboard. The camera is sitting on the ground. Are you suggesting that the mall is built concave? That's absolutely hysterical. Just because you can see two ends of a surface does not mean that the surface between them is perfectly flat or level or whatever. It doesn't mean it's anything. It only means that it's not above your line of sight to that end and obstructing your view. For example, if I put a camera on a half pipe, I could and raised it up maybe just a millimeter or two from the surface, I could see the rail on the other end, but it has nothing to do with the surface in between. So, that was all I really had to say about this video, guys. So, what's left? Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Hello, I'm MCToon and welcome to Unsolved Mysteries. You know, recently, a member of the Flat Earth community went missing. Several of us have gone on a global search for him. Might be in there. Let's see. Eric! Eric! Are you up there, Eric? All right, let's see. No, all right, not there.
Eric. 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 Are you in my studio? Eric. Eric. Where the hell is he?
Eric!
Eric! Eric! Eric, where are you? Eric?
Here in the land of the trolls, we had troll poop. Lots of troll poop. But no Eric. Where could it be? More troll poop. Eric, is that you? Eric? Nope.
Eric? 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 Where are you, Eric? ¿Dónde está? Eric? No? Eric?
Let's see, where might Eric be? So, could be here. I don't know. It's a good place to hide. Let's check. Well, I don't see. Do you see him in there? Eric! No.
Yo, man, what you want?
You got any Erics?
Nope, ain't seen no Erics in a long time.
Eric! Eric!
I wonder if he's in here. Hey, Eric! Ugh. Hey, Eric! You in there? Eric! Hey! Eric! Where you hiding? Eric!
I wonder where Eric got up to. I wonder if he's in this Alfa Romeo. Nice little 147. You in there, Eric? Where are you? Eric! No? Not in this one. I wonder if he's in that one. Eric! Are you there, Eric? Or maybe the front seat. Eric, you in here? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, I wonder if he's in that one. Eric, are you in there? Nope. No, Eric. Oh, well.
Eric? Eric? Where are you, Eric? I can't see him. Eric? 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 No. Eric? Can't find him anywhere.
Eric! Are you here?
Where's Eric? Could it be... I don't know. Let's have a look here. Oh, could be in there. Let's check quick. Oh, that's locked. I don't think he's in there. No, that's locked, see. But, oh, this one. Eric! Nope. Not there. Nope. Nope. Huh.
Eric! Eric!
Man, Eric's got to be around here somewhere.
Eric? Where are you, Eric? Eric, come on out, man.
Maybe Eric's in here. It's worth a try.
Eric, you in there, buddy?
I've been looking for Eric for hours now, but I can't find him. Eric! You here? You here, buddy? I need to go to bed soon.
What's that, Fizz? What? Eric Dubay's gone missing? We gotta go find him.
That's right, Flat Earther Eric Dubay is missing. We've searched all around the globe.
I know we're looking for Mr. Dubay. I thought maybe I would just check here, since I gotta come out here anyways. Let's just take a look. Eric? Eric, are you in there? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find Eric in that. Eric! Eric? Eric, are you in here? Eric, we're looking. Listen, we're looking for Eric. Have you guys seen Eric? This one over here, maybe. It's Eric! Eric? Eric! Has anybody seen Eric? Yeah, check the other one. I can't seem to find Eric anywhere. I've checked like 3 out of 4 of these hives, but they don't seem to have seen him. Hey guys, have you guys seen Eric?
I haven't seen him. Not me.
Apparently not. We'll keep looking. Okay, we'll see if we can find him.
Left comments on his videos, tagged him on Twitter, asked about him in his Facebook group. Nothing. But you know, I might have a reason why. I might know why. Recently, Simon Dan tore apart Eric's silly little video on the seasons. It was a severe butt whooping for Eric. To be fair, though, Dan offered Eric a chance to save face by coming on Dan's channel to debate.
Now this is the point in all 3 videos where I'm going to offer a chance for Eric to debate live on my channel. MCToon is an incredibly good debater, and he is ready, willing and able to debate you on what causes the seasons. The gauntlet has officially been thrown down in front of everyone.
So I thought for sure we would hear from Eric immediately. He's the modern day prince of Flat Earth. But strangely, there was nothing for a week until Dan's next Flat Earth video came, and he offered Eric the same debate challenge.
I see we've reached the point in the video where I once again offer you the opportunity to debate on my channel with MCToon, who is ready, willing and able. He is desperate to face you. Come on buddy, drop me an email. It's simondan@gmail.com. Look forward to hearing from you.
So after the second smashing, Eric certainly would be firing back with a demand to debate me. But there's just more silence. Well, not satisfied, Dan demolished Eric Dubay's flying space pizza a third time and offered the debate challenge once more.
Right, well, this is the point and the final time I'm going to ask Eric to debate on this channel against MCToon on the reasons why there are seasons. Again, please do email me, Eric. We'll get this sorted. Come on.
Well, Eric, I have to say I'm a bit confused. Where'd you go? Why the silence? Where are you hiding?
Bloody hell, where is he?
Dad, what are you doing?
I'm looking for Eric Dubay. No one can find him.
Eric, are you intimidated by me? It's okay, Eric. I'll be nice. Plus, you have all those 200 proofs to pull from, and your adoring fans, and your Flat Earth books, and your t-shirt sales, and... Oh. Hold on. There might be a little something that's in there playing in your mind. Is it about the fans? And by that I mean, are you concerned that if you were to debate me, you might get a bit embarrassed? I suppose that's a possibility. You might even lose some fans. That might cut into your sweet, sweet Flat Earth hustle money. Well, if that's why you're frightened, I suppose it makes sense. You know, you got to protect that Flat Earth grift. Hey, there's one more place I haven't looked yet. Maybe this is it. I found Eric. Right there.
Eric!
Greetings, dear viewer. You'll be unsurprised to hear that flatards still can't predict eclipses with precision, and still can't answer basic questions about locations in Australia using their map of Flatardia, or navigate using whatever map they think works this week. Their failure remains total. This is the case with the main testing Flatard Series 2. In addition to the list of failures mentioned in the last set of questions for Flatards, we've also seen that these bungling lunatics can't provide any valid information about how horizons work. It's time then to focus their efforts with the next set of questions for Flatards. Here is a photograph taken from above the sea. As we can see, it's a beautifully clear day with no obstruction of the horizon at all. Question 1. Here we are looking down onto what Flatards claim is a flat surface, and yet our view of that flat surface is abruptly cut short. It just stops being visible. Why? Flatards should note at this point that simply bleating, "But my perspective," is not an answer, and that if you oxygen-thieving troglodytes expect to be taken seriously, you're going to have to be more sophisticated in your answers than the class idiot who thinks he's smartly saving himself some effort by just copying the retard next to him. Back up your answer with geometry, assuming perfectly clear viewing conditions like those shown here. Question 2. When there are land formations, structures, ships and such like beyond the horizon, we can still see them in clear conditions, until such time as their distance from the observer is too great. Why then can we see objects beyond the horizon, but not the entire surface of the sea leading up to them? Think about it, flatards. Actually think about it. Again, instead of parroting your stock phrases from your fellow simpletons, back up your answer with geometry, assuming clear viewing conditions like those shown here. You need to give a diagram of an observer on a flat surface and a detailed explanation as to why that surface can't be seen all the way to a distant object on that same flat surface. Question 3. Why, if we went higher, would we be able to see more of this supposedly flat surface? We've seen that there is a distance at which our view of the sea just sharply stops. Why does the height of the observer affect that when looking down onto a flat surface? Question 4. Provide a formula that can be used to calculate the distance at which the land or sea stops being visible to an observer at a height h meters above a flat surface. Question 5. Use your formula to calculate the altitude an observer would have to be at above the North Pole to see the whole of the giant frisbee that you cognitively stunted lunatics think you live on. Remember, flatards, you aren't being asked to do anything complicated here, so if you're still struggling to answer basic questions about the world around you in a descriptive, quantitative and predictive manner that wouldn't be laughed at by any normally developed child, do remember that there's a simple 3-step program that you can take to improve mankind. Here it is again. Shut up, piss off, and when you get there, piss off again.
Hey Google, is the Earth really flat?
Don't be stupid, you're nearly 40 years old.
Fair enough.
Bloody idiot.
I'm sick of morons. Well, I guess that told me. Anyway, happy Saturday. And speaking of morons, we've got loads of them for you today. We have two who are going to provide irrefutable, totally irrefutable proof that the Earth cannot be round using a globe. It's going to be great fun. But before then, do you remember last week when Dell and D Marble, the double Ds, they did their first show, Everything We Know About Science? Well, they're back for part 2. It's been brilliant.
Is this still working?
I'm pretty sure.
What's going on? So here we have a bike with a chain and a cog and another cog at the back, okay?
I think it's cool. Hey.
Yeah? You want me to disprove gravity? Watch this. Woohoo! Oh, they love it. Right, let's get on with the stupid.
This has 0 angular velocity right now.
So, this is InRem, really cool YouTube name. His real name's Brian. He likes to come on my channel and post stuff like this. So, I took that to the languages department at a school I used to work at, and they couldn't translate it either. So I went on his channel to see what it was all about, and I'm so glad I did. Now, let's watch that clip we've just seen, because it's literally the only correct thing he says in the entire video.
This has 0 angular velocity right now.
Yeah, he's right. At the minute, that globe had absolutely no angular velocity. Let's just look at the difference between velocity and angular velocity. This ball, I'll just give it some velocity. I made it move in that direction. We all know what speed is. Brian here, he's going to get a bit confused about angular velocity. Angular velocity is how fast something spins. Now, the Earth spins once in a 24-hour rotation. That gives us about 7 times 10 to the minus 5 radians per second, or 0.004 degrees per second. Let me show you how fast that is. You ready? Did you miss it?
And you cannot put this toy truck on this toy globe and it sit there without rolling off. It gets a little bit, you can, but look at that.
little motion there just to get it off. So, you throw in the angular velocity.
Now, if you didn't think this video could get any more stupid than the car, keep watching.
And to meet the angular velocity of the 24,901 mile circumference globe at 1 RPM per day.
He really is breaking new ground in science. You see, I know what 1 RPM is. That's 1 revolution per minute. I know what 1 revolution per day is. That's what we saw before. But 1 revolution per minute per day, this guy's working on a whole different level.
Which is 0.0006944 revolutions per minute.
Well, it's not 1 RPM then, is it?
This globe here would have to spin just under 600 RPM to match that same angular velocity. And I can't spin it that fast by hand, folks.
600 RPM is literally 2,400 times faster than the Earth spins. Well done, Brian.
Now you can throw in your God gravity, and it ain't gonna lock them tires up. You got round to round. And you can see it'll already just roll off. You throw in the angular velocity, and when you're in that northern hemisphere with the angular velocity, you will have to ride the brakes going south.
So, what Brian is saying is, if the Earth was spinning 2,400 times faster than it actually is, and we had a car that was about 2,000 miles long, and then we put the Earth on a planet that was thousands and thousands of times bigger or more massive than the Earth, then that car might not stay on the Earth. It's a point we all needed to hear.
It's not about how we've been told a lie, but it's because we've bought the lie.
Keep practicing, Dean. Now, I'm going to leave InRem's video alone now because, I'm going to be honest, I'm getting stoned just watching it. And I'm going to move on to someone else who's got irrefutable proof using a globe. But this guy, he's nobody's fool.
I just want people to realize that I'm not a fool.
I told you.
Hello, everybody. I call this video the simplest, irrefutable flat Earth proof.
Right, well, you do look much more sensible than Brian was. So what are your credentials?
I have a degree in math, and I have a Juris Doctorate, and I have been practicing law for almost 30 years. Some of these people who will watch this know that I have won some incredibly difficult jury trials. A jury trial is not a simple thing. Many attorneys avoid them at all costs because they are so difficult and so stressful.
Yeah, very stressful. He's only 22.
And I have won some cases that people would think that you could never win. But I won't get into the details of those.
Thank God for that.
I just want people to realize that I'm not a fool.
I wish you'd get on with it.
But we have been deceived. And now I want to show you the simplest, irrefutable flat Earth proof. So let's look at the first flat Earth proof.
If he does with that plane what I think he's going to do, and what we all think he's going to do, I'm quitting YouTube.
This is the proof, and you can't deny it. So you start your journey at the Arctic, as far to the north as you can. And you begin to go south. Now notice as I'm going south, I have to continue dipping the nose of my airplane in order to stay level with the ground. Now I'm going to continue all the way to Antarctica. Now notice I'm continuing to dip my nose down to stay level with the Earth. Now I'm going down into South America, continuing to dip down, and finally I get down here to Antarctica. And look at that. My airplane is upside down.
Hi, is that YouTube? Yeah. Stick it up your arse.
You can't deny that proof.
I don't know why I bother.
Don't mock. I'm not a fool.
Down at the bottom of the pond, among the birds and the bees, I live a lot of little people.
So, our friend Digital Plague is back for Chatbox Travels. He just won't listen. Last week I did a video on chemtrails, and he wasn't happy with my verdict on aluminium existing in the Earth's crust. So this is what he sent me.
Sorry, Carl. How can you detect aluminium in the Earth's crust? Aluminium is a man-made alloy. I'm the only person on the planet who thinks that, but it doesn't exist in nature. Aluminium is not real. It's a conspiracy. We make it. And I'm going to go on and say some stuff about fluoride I don't understand as well. And it doesn't bother me. Everything I say is wrong. I keep coming back. I'm like a bad poo.
Aluminium is a man-made alloy and not an element that doesn't exist in nature. I swear each week, Digital Plague, you are getting worse and worse. Who's next?
I'm next, and my name is In Rem. It's really Brian. Show your factual, repeatable, observable evidence.
No, In Rem. I think after seeing the level you're working at, this might be more your speed. What I might do is print it off for you, send it you can colour it in, put some butterflies on it, send it back, and like a colouring competition. You'll be the only entrance. I guarantee you'll win. Well, top 3. Anyway, Digital Plague is back for the next comment. He can't leave me alone. He's still massively butthurt about the video we did a couple of weeks ago where Action Lab proved that a rocket can work in a vacuum because they placed a can of pop into the vacuum chamber, and as the pop shot out one end, the change of momentum threw the can the other way, showing that change of momentum is all that's needed and not the pushing off of a medium. He wasn't happy. This was his response.
Would you say there is less pressure in a can of Sprite than inside the ISS? I'm pretty sure there would be more pressure in the ISS than in a can of Sprite. Does more or less pressure cause explosion? Blah, I'm so confused.
Now, what makes this even worse is in the post prior to the post he just made there, he said this to Conspiracy Cat subscriber David Ackerman.
Hello. I don't think you get how pressure works. You're clearly living in a fairy tale land logic. Doesn't make any sense.
Digital Plague, I'm going to explain this to you, and I'm very close to blocking you. Not because you irritate me, but to protect you from me making fun of you every single week. Here's the can of pop. Here's the ISS. We can pressurize a can of pop by putting as much gas in as possible. And when these particles collide with the inside of the container, they create a force. And we find the pressure by dividing the force by the area. The more particles that are in there, the bigger the force, the bigger the pressure. This is the ISS. There's no need to deliberately do this with the ISS and create a pressure so high, we're going to crush all the skulls of the astronauts. Now, how pressure really works was explained to him in the comments section by all the Conspiracy Cat subscribers. Good job. And this is how he responded. Now, even I'm not going to try and read this out.
My name is Digital Plague. It's a Digital Plague song. This is the Digital Plague song. My name is Digital Plague. One time, Digital Plague.
So, do you remember Dean Wright? Well, he featured in last week's video where I put him on the shelf for shame for being a bit of a knob. Now, he saw that video and he responded. How do you think he responded? I was kind of hoping for something like this.
Well, the work you do is fantastic, mate, and it's really been really nice to come down and meet you.
But I got this.
Grow up, full stop, with no space, then no space, retard, full stop. Twat.
Now, in amongst all that numbnuttery, there was a ray of hope. A guy called Rybik, who commented on my chemtrails video. He saw what Digital Plague said about aluminium, and he agreed aluminium is also dangerous. Let's see what he said. It's brilliant.
I also believe aluminium is dangerous. I was once hit by an aluminium car and it was very painful. Love it. This applause is for you.
That's up. We bought the lie. Well, we decided to sell the lie. We don't want to buy the lie anymore.
Now, unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today. But Tuesday's video, I'm really looking forward to. It's going to be a celebration of a guy called the Rumpus, who's fast becoming a hero of mine for the way that he's handling He Who Shall Not Be Named. But before then, loads of people have been putting in the comment section, when am I actually going to get out the guitar and play a proper song? Why not now? Here we go.
This is a Digital Plague song. It's the Digital Plague song. My name is Digital Plague. Do something fancy now. Oh man, that's really good. My name is Digital Plague. I know about pressure. My name is Digital Plague. It's time to go to bed. Oh, hello?
Now, I recently covered a video by Karen B on the most comprehensive explanation for flat Earth sunsets. And while doing a live stream, I noticed that she was hosting a call-in show with Mark Sargent. So I thought, well, hey, I would like to ask her if she would redo the experiment that she did in her video. And since Karen and I, we have kind of a good rapport, I've spoken with her and complimented her on her videos in the past, and it's been good. So I thought that we could have a pretty quick conversation about that, but she had a different response than I expected.
Straight for him. Anyway, we don't get a lot of calls from UK because the show, as you know, runs pretty late, and I think it's just about 5 a.m. in London.
Wow.
So, heck, let's pick them up, see what happens.
Line unmuted.
Up so late or so early? Are you opening a bakery out there? What's happening?
Oh, no, it's just my Skype number. I'm in Minnesota.
Wait, how'd you get a UK Skype number?
I don't know. I just wanted a number in the UK.
You don't know. It's kind of a big deal. I'd love a UK Skype number. I can't get that.
It costs the same.
You got to pick your country where your Skype is from?
Yeah. I mean, you could do it too.
All right, we'll roll with this.
Yeah.
You've never called in before, though, obviously.
No, I've never. Nope.
All right, so what's happening?
But we met briefly, very briefly before, in 2019 in Dallas.
Dallas?
We just passed in the hallway at the convention.
Oh, cool. That's great. Wonderful.
Yeah, I was there.
So what took you so long to call?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know if I'd get a warm welcome here or not.
Uh-oh. Why? Why wouldn't you get a warm welcome?
Because you know me as MCToon.
MCToon. I know this name.
Karen knows. Hi, Karen.
Hi.
Hi. All right. So I'm not trying to troll.
Okay. Bye.
And I can't.
Yeah, that's the guy who was.
Is that the guy that was in chat?
Yeah, he's been begging to come on the show, and so he sent all his goons. He ruined my live chat. I'm not having it. You don't want to talk to that guy.
Oh no, I wasn't going to talk to him, but
sorry.
I'm more curious how he got a UK Skype number.
Well, trolls do stuff like that.
That is so weird. So was this guy? This was one of the people, if I'm not mistaken, that attended the Dallas conference and was trying to interview people in the lobby, maybe, or was with part of a. There were several troll groups at Dallas. They were hanging out. Whatever. I'm sorry, your live chat was getting.
I don't know. Let me just tell you, Globy, something. You guys are nothing without us. nothing. Okay? And we know that. And we know that you need to come here and you need to troll our chats. You need to try to sabotage our shows because you guys aren't without us. And you know that we aren't giving you any attention because we know you're nothing but a time waster. And we know you have nothing but the same old tired arguments that we have debunked over and over and over again. You are nothing. You are small fish. You are a waste of time. You are not worth it. Go somewhere else. Okay? That's all I got to say about that. Like, seriously. Seriously. Do you really think that we put this show on every week? We come here and we do Strange World so that we can talk to fucking globies who lie and defend lies all the time? Like, we've been doing that for years. We're done with that. So done. Just done. Okay? You guys have your own channel. You guys have your own little bullshit that you want to do. Go find some other sucker who wants to let you waste their time and just go away. You're not going to use my channel to get yourself famous, okay? I'm not going to do it. Just go somewhere else. All right, into that.
Peanut already labeled him now, so if he ever calls in again, we'll recognize him. So that's permanent now, once that number's in there. Well, with that...
And, you know, I knew that you would come out of the woodwork again after I agreed to do that one debate with Austin on modern day debates. And you're so fucking predictable. You show up again because you think I'm going to give you any attention. No, you know, I would never have agreed to do that debate if it was you or FTFE or any of these other losers who try to make a career out of debunking flat Earth. Okay? No. I didn't even really want to do that debate, but I did it once just to do it. And it was a huge waste of my time, just like I thought. So, anyway. I mean, I
hear you. You know what?
I got way more important things to do. We have way bigger fish to fry besides talking to losers like you.
I think I have a way to cheer you up, Karen.
What's that? Yeah.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow.
That was a completely different response than I was expecting from her. But whatever. Hey, Karen, no hard feelings. If you'd like to redo that experiment, I think that would be a good thing because your experiment was very dishonest. Now, if you don't do it, I might just do it because I have a similar lens. Be sure to use the top part of the lens, not the bottom part. Don't force the outcome, test the outcome. If you'd like to see one of my live streams, the link is in the description to my MCToon live channel. I do debates with flat earthers every Tuesday night.
And you globy trolls, you. Eat a bowl of dick. Eat a bowl of all the dicks. All the dicks, globies. Eat them all.
Oh, you, Karen. I love you so much.
Well, I was going to do a much longer version of this, but I decided just to kind of sum it up. Flat Earthers found documents that describe Earth in some way that seems to fit the Flat Earth claim. What they don't realize is these documents are basically how smart people tell other smart people what calculations or what rules were used in the entire rest of the book. And let's not forget that Flat Earthers, in any other situation other than these words, would not believe a single word or calculation or formula in these books. Long story short, in the majority of the formulas that are listed in both books is the calculation for gravity. So this is just another situation of flat earthers cherry picking out of a document what they think supports their thoughts. However, if you'd like to go to a more practical government document, all you really need to do is open up any field manual or any testing manual for field artillery. Field artillery, because of the fact that you shoot a projectile out of a cannon and it's going to travel a long distance, and that long distance is going to take time for it to get from A to B, calculations have to be made at how far the Earth is going to turn related to the azimuth of the shot and the time of the flight. And regardless of what you say, the design and build of an aircraft doesn't care about the movement of the Earth, doesn't care about the shape of the Earth. It cares about its interaction with the air around it and its maneuvering. The rotation of the Earth and the shape of the Earth are primarily the concern of the pilot and the navigation system, which is listed in neither one of these documents. So again, if you're not going to believe anything that NASA says or any photos that NASA produces, then you can't just cherry pick out one sentence out of a book. If you're not going to believe anything that the FAA says about the flight routes that it talks about, or even on their website how they talk about the projections of commercial space travel, which is impossible on a flat Earth, then you can't really take it to heart one or two sentences that you found in a book that seems to, in some obscure way, corroborate the flat Earth claim. Much like the majority of religious people cherry pick the things that they find in the Bible that they want to follow versus the things that they don't want to follow, and it's all just stupid. But the sad part is if you don't understand what it is you're claiming, or if you're not going to take in the entire body of work that you are cherry picking out of, then you're just making yourself look silly. So, y'all have a great day. So, Jeranism brought out another video. Why? Oh yeah. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Oh, why you guys don't get that, I don't know. Anyway, he brought out a video about the, sorry if I pronounced this wrong, the Canigou peak from Aloche, France. Debunks the ball. Well, no, not yet. Basically, he uses 6 examples of a really cool occurrence of being able to see the Canigou Peak from across a small portion of the Mediterranean. And it's a really cool occurrence because it involves lining up the predictable location of the sun, which does not correspond with the flat Earth map, due to refraction on the horizon. You know, because flat earthers use refraction to say that that's how the sun goes down in the first place, but then seem to forget refraction when it comes to being able to see things beyond a curve with an atmosphere. I'm just going to run through these because he doesn't exactly say it in his video. Basically, what he wants you to believe is that you're seeing the entire mountain range, therefore the Earth's flat. Now, I won't go into the fact that Jeranism can't seem to decide between 700 feet and 1,000 feet of where the viewpoint was. I don't speak French, so I'm sure maybe the guy in the announcements was actually saying where they were standing at, but if you were to look at the location where they're claiming that they were shooting from, which I don't disagree with, 1,000 feet seems to be pretty correct. There is a church up on a hill with adequate parking and power for a PA system. Seems to me that this is, you know, probably a nice little photography event that people would show up to, and that's where you would put something like this. You wouldn't put it down on the side of the hill where you're going to see houses and buildings. And by the way, of all the 6 examples, not all of them were shot from the same place. But nevertheless, Now, it's one thing to make videos about, the bottoms of boats, because you're only talking about, a couple of feet, maybe even 20 feet when it comes down to larger boats. But, Jeranism, you're really going to have to explain how you lost 8,000 feet of mountain. Now, if you bring all these back up, did you notice that there's something else missing? This goes into the refraction issue, and something that's more commonly called apparent sun, having to do with that refraction. Do you see anything else missing? You can take all the time you need. So Jeranism, until you decide that you're going to explain how you lost 8,000 feet of mountain, I'm all ears. Y'all have a nice day.
Oh my god.
GPS stands for ground positioning system. Okay, that's what it is.
Perfect. Now it's been 2 weeks since I made a video about CC.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
Adam, AD, New York, Albany County.
CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I was feeling left out. Please subscribe.
It's 6666.
Pick up sticks.
No, it's not 2066, or is it?
No, it's not. Now, your video title mentions something about a ground positioning system, and, well, we're curious as to what that is, Chris.
That's 24. We got the double sixes.
Double six would be 12, not 24.
Now there's an 18-wheeler on a parkway. Nice. Making all the traffic because of his stupidity. He didn't put on his GPS, and remember, GPS stands for ground positioning system. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, of course it does, Chris. And I suppose Wi-Fi stands for wizardry and fairy dust interface.
You know, I'm a big believer in time travel.
Well, I've got to be honest, that doesn't actually surprise me at all. But it does explain why you're a flat earther, possibly. You're from the past. You know, way back in the past, before people even knew that the Earth wasn't flat.
You know, I really am. I wish it was possible, but unfortunately, I think it would take all the power of this flat land that we live on in order to create a wormhole or a interdimensional portal.
Chris, now you're a lot of things. You're a flat earther for one. You're a gigantic conspiracy theorist who doesn't trust anything anyone says. But I didn't think that you would build up my hopes, get me excited, and then just throw me to the side like a discarded tissue. I actually thought you did believe in time travel. That's why I picked this video. What the hell am I gonna do now?
And since we're talking about time travel, what exactly what would happen?
Well, it's kind of implied in the name, Chris. You would travel through time. And may I suggest that you watch the Back to the Future trilogy, but please bear in mind that they're not documentaries.
Would you go into an alternate dimension? Or would you actually stay in this dimension and alter it? I don't know.
Why are we talking about science fiction, Chris? Time travel isn't possible. It just isn't. As cool as it would be. Should we get back to talking about flat Earth?
Who knows? Who knows what CERN's doing? CERN, I think CERN. You know what I think CERN is doing?
Trying to discover what the universe is made of and how it all works?
Trying to puncture this dome that's covering us.
Okay, I suppose we can go with that. I mean, it would be completely wrong, but when has that ever stopped a flat earther?
Or could it already be existing technology that they founded back in whenever that was invented?
Well, CERN was founded on the 29th of September 1954, and it was one of Europe's first joint ventures. I think 23 countries are involved. So do you not think that if CERN was keeping some big secret, that one of those 23 member countries would have accidentally let the cat out of the bag by now?
They dug up, shall we say, or accidentally found. How many other areas in New York here have been dug up and destroyed because they found history of previous civilizations.
Just one area. It's called Imagination Plaza. Tours start at never o'clock, Chris.
And I'm not talking about the ancient ruins or any bullshit thing. I am talking about ancient civilizations that have been here before us.
Oh, does this mean that Chris is starting to show an interest in Tartaria and the mud flood? Because that's certainly what it sounds like. You need another conspiracy theory like I need a subscription to the Hair Gel of the Month Club.
Okay? That's right. We're just renting this area out. We're just another civilization that's here. You know, on this flat land covered with a dome.
What?
I don't even know how the hell I got into this, and I forgot why I'm even making a video.
Well, if you were confused, imagine how we feel. And I don't know if this will help at all, but the title of your video was Ground Positioning System on Our Flat Earth.
Bastard. I had something to say to you about Flat Earth. I forgot what it was. All right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. I'll think of it and I'll just put another video out. You know, that's all.
Oh yeah, you do that, Chris. Always thinking of others, aren't you? What about me? What am I meant to do for the rest of this video then? Oh well, I'll try my best. I'm sure I can come up with something to make it entertaining.
That's all. But I want to get back to the ancient ruins and unearthing stuff that people don't know what it is, you know. Technology from previous civilizations.
And would it be too much to expect some examples of this technology that you're referring to, or do we just have to fill in the blanks for ourselves again? And don't forget, Chris, at one point in our history, a knife or an axe would have been considered a technological breakthrough.
What happens to the people from that civilization?
They die. I mean, it happens to us all.
I don't know. I don't even know how God, he or she, whoever it may be, actually decides to a point when to get rid of that civilization and say, I'm going to create another civilization.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way, Chris, and I certainly know that God has got nothing to do with it. When ancient civilizations die out, it's for any number of reasons, like environmental changes, resource depletion, economic troubles, war and invasions, disease. And actually, now I think of it, if all those things are caused by God, then what sort of God is it that you worship?
I mean, once again, here we are. I was bitching in my kitchen.
Oh, really now? Well, there must be something going on in your kitchen then, because if you were bitching in your kitchen, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that happen, would it?
Just stop this bullshit.
Nearly almost 10 years ago, or a little less than 10 years ago, about how smartphones haven't changed. Okay? That was many years ago. And have they changed since then? No.
For the sake of my own sanity, let's see how much smartphones have changed in the last 10 years, shall we? Smartphone. Hello, GPT. How are you today?
Hey, Creaky. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How's it going with you?
Yeah, pretty good. So I'm in the middle of making a video for my YouTube audience, and the flat earther I'm addressing has just said that smartphones have not changed one bit in the last 10 years. What's your response to that, GPT, being a digital assistant yourself?
Oh, that's a fun one. Let's see. Over the last 10 years, smartphones have gone from having small pixelated screens to almost bezel-less high-definition displays. Cameras have jumped from a few megapixels to professional grade, with multiple lenses for different effects. Processing power, they've gone from struggling with simple tasks to running complex AI and AR apps smoothly. And let's not forget battery life, biometric security like face and fingerprint recognition, and advancements in connectivity with 5G. Saying smartphones haven't changed is like saying dinosaurs are still around because birds exist.
Yeah, smartphones haven't changed one bit, Chris.
No, they're trying to come up with the old screen and coming up with the clamshell, but they can't seem to get the technology because when you open up the phone and open it up into a bigger screen, it keeps flickering. They can't get that technology right.
I'm not sure why this has now become a tech video, but Chris, you're talking about the Samsung Z Flip 4, and if you ask my opinion, it's everybody's own fault for buying a Samsung phone. But that problem has been fixed. You're right in a way, yeah, the technology when it was first released was probably released a little bit too early. But now there are lots of different foldable phones and the resolution and the flickering on the screen is, well, it's not an issue anymore.
Sure, you know, there's technology in there now, computer software that's better, faster. Your phone is maybe a couple of kilograms lighter, but it still is as delicate as the one that you had before.
So the best way you can think of proving to us that our smartphones haven't changed at all in the last 10 years is by listing off some of the ways our smartphones have changed over the last 10 years. Okay?
That's my rant on cell phones. That's my rant on everything when it comes down to technology. We have peaked at this point. We can never come up with anti-gravitational devices.
Oh, right, here we go. Anti-gravitational devices? Wouldn't they just be aeroplanes and helicopters and anything else that can put man up in the air?
All right, well, there are different propulsions that maybe do exist.
Whew, I tell you what, I'm relieved, Chris. I'm glad to see that you realise just how stupid that thing you said previously was.
Our so-called, I don't know what the hell he is anymore. He's certainly not president in my book. Just had one of the worst, and his speeches just get better, don't they? I mean, he is so bad. He walks like a robot, like a toddler. How anybody could possibly think that this person could be running anything but a hot dog stand, and I don't even think he can fucking do that.
Now, I don't want to say anything overly controversial here and upset people, but doesn't Joe Biden just walk like an 81-year-old man, which is exactly what he is? And I mean, how much worse a job can he do than, you know?
If it clears up this weekend, I'll be out there shooting stars with the camera.
I'm glad you added with the camera, Cece.
And we're going to take a look at a few things. Okay? There is so much to cover with Flat Earth and such...
I don't know what you were saying for. I'm the one who's just made a Flat Earth video that's got absolutely nothing at all to do with Flat Earth. Thanks, Chris. You're always the old reliable one that I can get a laugh from. Anyway, talking about laughing, thank you very much indeed to everybody who watched the apology video I uploaded on Friday. It was an idea that was given to me by one of my Patreons and I decided to run with it. And it's funny, I have never in the history of the channel had a video with that level of engagement on it. And talking about engagement, don't forget to leave a comment below this video, even though it had absolutely nothing to do with debunking Flat Earth.
That's all, folks.
Oh, hi, welcome back to Conspiracy Cats. Now, before we start, I'm just going to read my favourite Flat Earth fairy tale. It's based on a true story. You'll love it. Once upon a time, two flat earthers, Ranty Stiltskin and Sleepy Warrior, were very excited.
Woohoo! Woo!
You see, they thought they had managed to catch out the sneaky baldy cats. That's me. And were about to mock him live on the internet in front of the whole world.
Hey, Ranty, I've got a joke for you.
Go on.
What do you call a teacher that teaches physics badly?
Conspiracy Pratt?
Yeah. Shut up, retracted.
You see, Baldy Cats had released a video. This video.
Conspiracy Cats doesn't really know what he's doing, and I'm going to demonstrate that he doesn't understand perspective, he doesn't understand angular size, and that he's completely got this wrong.
Containing a photograph. This photograph. Which had been sent to him by King Ike of the America. And it proved that Flat Earth was impossible. He then sent this video to Sleepy Warrior as part of a cunning plan, and Sleepy Warrior couldn't resist taking the bait.
Right. Where do we start with this numpty?
Here comes a good bit. Now, by the end of this stream, Sleepy Warrior and Ranty Stiltskin had realised they'd been had. And Sleepy Warrior had actually been tricked into admitting that the Earth couldn't be flat, and he'd done the maths to prove it. No going back.
with Conspiracy Cat's claim of 190 meters should be 1.3. But he's got it clearly bigger than 1.5. If 1.5 is that one, he looks like 1.7. So that is inconsistent, and he would be right.
Ranty Stiltskin suddenly wasn't smug anymore. In fact, he was very upset.
So the next time he comes back and he mentions something, fast his finger first, ban him. Not just time him out, get rid of him. Not interested.
Yeah.
You know? Don't care.
And triggered.
Triggered much, GFB, yes, I am. I am triggered.
Sleepy Warrior was also very upset.
There was a trap, right? And he's implying or telling people that I fell right into the trap, but it couldn't have been a trap. And I haven't fallen into any trap. But the thing is, he's got 10,000 people that over the next 3 weeks or so that'll watch that all think that I've fallen into a trap.
Unfortunately, he'd just done the maths to prove that the Earth couldn't be flat, and he needed help. So he called upon King Jeren of Jerenism. But all he could do now, instead of gloating, was claim the photograph was fake. It's a lovely story.
So that's why I came back to Sleeping Warrior yesterday and just said, well, let's get additional camera shots from that position. I don't think that the photo's real.
Now, that was a longer introduction than normal, but if you've not been following this story, you really, really need to. Check out the link in the description. I'm going to call it Flat Earther Proves the Globe. It'll tell you everything you need. Let's start the show.
In a world full of morons, one man stands alone. Conspiracy Cats!
So, we've got absolutely loads for you today, but first up, an early contender for next year's most pointless Flat Earth Experiment Award. And it's from the reigning champion. It's this guy.
In the face of overwhelming odds, I'm left with only one option. I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this.
Oh, he's so good. I don't know how he does it. Let's see what he's up to now. Yes, right now, X-Crate200 is stood behind a wooden fence with a camera in a video called Perspective on the Flat Earth. Let's see what science has got in store for us. Oh my word, that is incredible. Anyway, now he's proved to us that wood isn't transparent. I wonder what he's going to do. Oh, that is amazing. Now, if you don't believe that he's actually moving that camera up and down by himself, watch what happens. To prove it to you, he takes out a second camera to film his first camera moving up and down. This is gripping stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Perspective on a Flat Earth. I predict next year's winner of the most pointless Flat Earth experiment. Now, for the third time, the star of the show is Nathan Thompson. Normally, I like to do the introductions myself, but right now, I've got to practice something with a banana and some balls. And I'm not even joking. You'll see in a minute. So, I'm going to leave it to Creaky Blinder. Off you go.
Hiya cats, Creaky Blinder here. Thanks for asking me to do this, mate. I really appreciate it. I thought I would ask Nathan Thompson myself why he's so keen to push the flat earth model onto people.
To deceive.
Okay.
There's your answer right there.
I appreciate your honesty.
I think it's pretty obvious once you do the research.
Oh, I have done the research, Nathan, and you are, in fact, probably the biggest idiot in the whole flat earth community. You now have to wear a disguise when you go out. How often do you have to wear it, Nathan?
all the time. And anyway, why do you need to wear a disguise? Who are you hiding from?
I don't know if it's the CIA or the FBI.
You're not hiding from the CIA or the FBI, you're hiding from the truth. You guys just don't want to let go of your beliefs because that would then mean that you have to admit that for all these years you've just been making prats of yourself. Kat, back to you.
Right, Del, I've got to be quick because I'm in the middle of making a video. But this parrot you sold me, I want a refund. Yeah, no, it can talk, but I didn't realise you were the one who taught it how.
Hello, Bubs.
Shut up, twat.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to attempt, 100 proofs the Earth's flat while balancing the golf ball off a convex surface 12-pound sledgehammer. This is not flat like water, this is convex,
So as Nathan Thompson gives us flat earth proofs while bouncing a ball off his convex surface, I'm going to debunk those proofs bouncing balls off my convex surface. Oh. Or is it concave? Oh, shh.
Alright, here we go. Alright, astrolabes prove flat Earth because on a globe everything's supposed to be spinning and orbiting around in space and we wouldn't see the same thing year after year.
Even a 10-year-old knows the stars are that far away, that's why they appear to be in the same position.
Compasses prove the Earth is flat because you have to hold them flat for them to work.
First things first, that's really dumb. Secondly, the Earth's magnetic field looks like this. Not this.
A compass in the southern hemisphere would actually be pointing off into outer space, not at the North Pole, so I don't know how that works.
That one was too stupid, even for me.
We'll go with a really simple one. Water has no convexity. Water's flat. Bedford level proves that.
Actually, the Bedford level experiment has been debunked that many times now, it's not even funny. Henry Oldham, for example, stuck 3 poles in the ground, one at each end of the canal and one in the middle, and used a theodolite to show the one in the middle was at least 3 foot above the other 2.
The fact you can zoom in on ships that have gone in past the horizon, that proves that water's flat. So,
you know, it's sad to explain this to an adult, but if you can zoom in on it, then it hasn't gone over the horizon.
So, another proof the Earth's flat is there is no curvature.
Over to you, Soundly.
So, I mean, if you guys can locate that 0.666 feet per mile squared, I'd be very interested in seeing some curvature.
Over to you, Ranty Flat Earth.
Also, corpuscular rays from the sun prove the sun is close and not 93 million miles away.
No! Take pictures of the same corpuscular rays from 2 different locations at the same time and you realise that they are in fact parallel and you are just seeing perspective.
Another proof the Earth is flat is...
Yes! I win. Who's next?
Conspiracy Cats, I didn't know who you were before. You have a pretty good following, but I only started watching some of your videos because of Simon Dan.
It's Clear Cognition, the ex-Flat Earther that did the interview with Fight the Flat Earth. He's got some amazing stories about some of our favourite Flat Earthers. I've linked him in the description. Let's see what else he's got to say.
And you're funny. You're just a funny guy, you know?
Cheers, man.
And can you use that in a clip? Like you talk to me and I'm saying, you're a funny guy. Funny guy or something.
No. I'm a shill. I don't joke.
I mean, shills need love too, right? You know? Shills need love. That's a good song. Someone should do a song about shills need love too.
Good idea. Check out my Twitter, link in the description, for the first release of the Shills Need Love 2 song, live on Twitter this weekend. Now, Shed Rage High.
I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more.
So again, for those of you who don't know, Shed Rage High is a high school where all the teachers are Flat Earthers. Now last time we saw them, they were struggling to get the school Christmas play underway. So they've had a change of plan and they decided this year to do Star Wars. Del, you weren't too happy about that, were you?
Far off astronomical galaxies and fucking invisible forces and that. That's nothing to do with the real world.
However, Dell was overruled by the Board of Governors, so let me introduce the cast. Ladies and gentlemen, as Darth Vader, we have Pucketword.
I am your father. Who's your daddy?
We have, as Luke Skywalker, Dell.
No.
As the Cantina Band, it's Peter and Pete. Daniel Pratt makes his first appearance at a Christmas play as Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hello there.
And rounding off the cast is Nathan Thompson as C-3PO.
I'm programmed for etiquette, not destruction. What are you talking about?
Now, Chatbox Travels, of course, will be back, but I'll be back even sooner. In just a couple of days, we'll be looking on the Flat Earth debate team and put the final nail in the coffin. See you soon.
Oh, I don't know what's happened. I think somehow I've upset Dell. Not sure how, so we'll roll the intro and we'll find out, shall we? Press play. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Sarcastic Barman and welcome to my channel. So the other day, this be Thursday, I had a chat with Dell on his channel and I was quite happy with it. I was a bit drunk going in, didn't care. I thought it was a bit of fun. I put my hands up when I didn't know things, like this.
So what's your understanding of the geometry of optics then?
Very bad.
Very bad, but
I'll be fully honest. I'm not a sciencey person. I'm a drinky, have a bit of a laugh person. Just quite happy to come here, just have a chat and things like that.
Aye.
So yeah,
so that's...
I'm not going to kid myself and say I know everything because I don't. Yep, I'm a drinky, let's have fun type of person. Because really, why the hell not? Life's too short to get grumpy and care about these things like the shape of the Earth in the way that some people seem to get grumpy and care about the shape of the Earth. Also, you may have noticed people trying to come into that meet with us. And I'll be fair, I didn't have the video open, so I wasn't sure why people were coming in. And I thought I fucked up, as you'll see now.
Are you passing the link to other people here?
Oh shit, I don't think I did. Oh, yeah, I think I've fucked up. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 1 second, I'm going to fix that. I meant to share the show link, and I have. I'm really, really, really sorry. I'll delete that now. I put a tweet out for the show, and I put the wrong link. I'm really sorry, Dad. 1 sec. I've deleted that. Right, I'll get the right link this time. I'm really sorry. Keep going. I'll do this in the background.
Right.
So, having a check back at my tweet history and what I copied and my pasted copyboard and stuff like that, turns out I didn't even copy the Meets link. People are joining the Meets, Dell, because you've got the Meets link on the screen. So I take back that apology. I didn't fuck up, you fucked up. So, oh well, shit happens, not the end of the world. But let's keep going on with, does Dell answer any questions in this? I know it's questions for me, but that's not really a discussion, is it? That's an interview. So which one did you want, Dell? Discussion or an interview? Let's have a look. You go up, you see further.
Yeah.
What would lead you as a basic understanding of everything? What would be your basic understanding of that?
Well, it's no about you asking me the questions here. You're saying for you.
So it's not about me asking questions because that would make it a discussion. Let's just keep it as an interview then, shall we? Oh, silly me for thinking a discussion had a back and forth with questions for each other. Ah, how daft of me. Now it seems Dell has obviously got a bit grumpy at this and gone a bit on an insulty rant after we briefly mentioned him in the Shill Show. Here's the Shill Show clips, all put together. The entire mention of Dell from a 2-hour and 14-minute long video.
No, I had a meeting with Dell on his channel today, and I tried to bring maps up with him in his denial of everything, because it's literally what denial. But when I mentioned about maps and flight distance and things like that, he's like, well, they're just projections. That doesn't solve the point of, are the maps accurate? Do we know the distances between these spots? What will that actually create? But at least he believes Australia's real, though.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Okay, Australia. That's one thing I'll never understand. How does anybody south of the equator do flat Earth when you have a different sky at night?
You don't know what the luminaries are, and optics, and your eyes are optics, so you don't know what you're actually seeing, and they're just moving because there's optics. If I did it 4 times a day.
Dude, it's very simple. Your eyes are curved, so everything you see is curved.
That's the one.
Oh, wow.
All those straight lines.
Actually, it's 25 past 12.
That's definitely beer o'clock.
Beer o'clock was 12 and a half hours ago.
And yet you're still going.
I had a little break in the afternoon for dinner and things like that. Did the bit with Del and had a bit of a chill out, and it's like, yeah, right, back to it now.
Yeah, well, anybody that does anything with Del, yeah, you gotta need a drink after that.
Yeah,
holy shit.
Half going in.
That's amazingly stupid shit right there.
But it's just the denial of everything, and just like, yeah. And going through, he answered some questions and things like that, but it was like, hey, you're supposed to be asking you the questions. Like, well, yeah, no, but go on, you can answer some. Well. No, I don't see that. I don't know that. When asked why do things fall down, he tried to avoid the answer, but he's like, well, maybe the whole world is coming up. Okay, why isn't it all coming up the same way? And he that was the only bit that he got grumpy on, because he felt like I was trying to have a gotcha moment. No, it's just like, it's an honest question.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good old universal acceleration.
Yeah, but you scared them as soon as you said honest. They were like, I hate that word.
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I think I was quite honest because I said, well, I don't know science that well. I'm drunk. And if I don't know something, I'll put my hands up and say, no, but somebody else do.
Well, if you don't, how the fuck are you ever going to learn anything, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I have sped that up there just so we don't have to sit about for 3 whole minutes. 3 minutes in a 2-hour show of talking about someone. Whew. No wonder they're so triggered. We obviously didn't talk about them enough. Now, let's just weigh up what I said in there. Del denies maps and things that work because reasons. Let's have a look at the discussion, shall we? Maps, then, is one I was going to ask you if possible. Do you feel like maps are accurate and flight times are accurate and things like that?
No map can ever be, pure accurate. It's always a
lot of the time a visual measurement rather than
a calculation. You can't physically map every fjord in fucking Norway.
Now, while older mapping techniques might not have been the most accurate, we do today have satellite mapping, so we can get quite accurate or very accurate maps of our surroundings. But rather than just looking at the small scale of maps and going, oh yeah, that one's not accurate because this is actually 2 foot rather than 1 foot, look at more of the larger scale of things when it comes to distances. How far am I from Australia, for example? How far is Australia from South America? How far is South America from South Africa? And then back round to Australia. Well, they will make a distance, a nice large distance, which, considering you might think the Earth might, you don't want to put words into Del's mouth, but considering you think the Earth isn't round, doesn't really work with the distances. And to say, well, the distances are wrong, I would say you need to prove it. You need to prove that the flight times are wrong, that the amount of time it takes people to get there is wrong, even on other forms of transport. You need to go through all these details and prove them all wrong. Prove that all the engineers who gave out the horsepower availability of their engines and how fast they're going to move something are all lying. Yeah, I don't think you're going to do that, are you? Well, but then doesn't that also come down to your bias against NASA? Because otherwise we could just say we have a space station.
Don't misrepresent me. Don't misrepresent me because I'm not in this. I'm not saying I've got a bias against NASA. My bias is for reality. My practical lived life.
No, I don't think I'm misrepresenting you at all to say that you do have a bias against NASA. Because in your own words, you don't see that in reality, so therefore it can't be real. That's just denying it, really, isn't it? I don't like what NASA shows me because it interferes with what I believe and the faith I have in something, therefore it can't be real. That is literally what you have just said. How is that, taking anything out of context, it's just arguments from personal incredulity and arguments from common sense and that sort of rubbish. No, it's not what I see, so not real. Let's just say we have a space station. Why have we not got a space station? Oh, well, we do have a space station. Why can you not use proof from an external source like NASA, SpaceX, or any other space agency, private or public run, for evidence?
these space agencies depict the Earth contrary to my direct experience, my direct practical applications. Again, Euclidean geometry doesn't apply to a curved surface. Standing bodies of water do not bend, do not display, any sort of topography upon the surface.
Yeah, that's just denial. Exactly what I said on the show. How funny.
Yeah, but that's why he put the string in front of the lens to use that as a reference point.
But the rope's going to be distorted by the lens.
But then shouldn't the rope in front of the lens be distorted as much as the horizon in the back?
What do you mean? Well, no, if the rope's closer, the rope's close. The rope's closer.
So why does that distort less on the lens? How does the lens know to distort that less?
At the end of the day, we're talking again here about the geometry of optics. So when we're talking about visible phenomena, we're in a different reality. I'm talking about three-dimensional reality.
Hang on, is that related to another comment I made on the show, that just denying anything via the use of the words optics and just basic misunderstanding is okay? Because that's what you've just done there again. This was in regards to Mage 2. Mr. Sensel's balloon went up. 3 cameras, 1 pointing at the balloon, 1 wide angle to get a lovely shot, and 1 lens with minimal barrel distortion, with a reference of string, 2 pieces of string to be exact, in front of the lens. Now, if you're not going to give an answer to just because it's closer, it's going to distort more, well, why? That's just denying once again, Del. That's all you're doing at this point is denying. And the fact you're getting grumpy for being called out for denying just shows how little faith you obviously have in your model, or lack thereof model, or lack thereof of any sort of understanding. Now, to make clear the sort of person that Del is, he did do a video replying to our 3 minutes worth of showtime, and of this 20-minute video, about 7 minutes was dedicated to us. But I think this is the best line from all of it.
So it went on to talk about how I denied everything and all this stuff. Now, what people need to remember, this character, actively, admitted that it knew nothing pretty much about its belief system.
Yep, I'm quite happy to admit when I don't know something. But Del, as we've just seen, you did deny everything. Anything raised was brushed off as optics or no sort of understanding, or it's not what I see on a daily basis. And it just shows how grumpy you've got that you've had to make this video because you've been called out for doing exactly what you were doing. But it gets worse.
And that type of behaviour in the real world, you would never behave like that, Dan or any of these other people. So I think that they feel because there's safety in the distance between us that they think they can get away with this stuff. Well, that's all very well, but one day, just one day, maybe I might bump into you. And it's no tinterwebs and this delusion that you have of, some other world. You're still here in the real world. You're still going to have to deal with real behaviour, real men, real people. So I can guarantee you, son, and the same as the rest of your wee crew, that you're never going to behave like that in front of me. Again, yesterday we seen how petrified you were, how pathetically weak you were. Right? You didn't even have the gall to say what you had to say to your other cronies in front of me, which again is a reflection of how weak you are and how weak your whole cult and the cult disciples actually are. You're a shambles. And again, a laughable shambles because you think your own line. You better hope you never meet me in reality. Same for the rest of them.
Now, I'm sorry if you didn't realise that you basically denying everything from NASA because it doesn't fit with your religious belief is still fucking denial. I'm not sure how much easier it could be explained to you. Now, we were nice and polite in the video and pointed out it's your bias about NASA and about maps and everything like that. But you didn't seem to have a problem with it then. You just seemed to have a problem with it when in a fucking 2-hour video we spend 3 minutes talking about you. And not even the full 3 minutes, really. It's just passing comments and then jokey bits. You're acting like a petulant child. You really are. And yes, we had some fun with you last night on the shills and just had a laugh at the video. And your slightly veiled attempt at a threat. I mean, really? That's the route you've got to go down at this point. Oh, you wouldn't talk to me like that in real life. We didn't really talk to you at all. I mean, the hell is wrong with you? You are acting like a child. Grow up and realise that what you perceive and what you understand is not the basis for all scientific understanding in the world. I don't know how much simpler we have to make things for you, really. It's just going to be one of these, no, it's not what I see. Doesn't mean it's not what other people see, and doesn't mean there isn't a space station, doesn't mean there isn't astronauts in space. You, in that, claimed no sort of evidence to show that there wasn't. It was just it's not what I see. That's denial. It's as simple as that. Now, the chat when we had it was nice. There was the bits at the start where you didn't want me to really ask questions, and then you relaxed as it went on, and there was a nice back and forth. So why did you throw your toys out the pram at the end of last night, the night before, and just go down this goddamn tangent of craziness? Are you that starved for attention because no one else has obviously answered your comments or anything like that, no, come and chat on my channel? You going to act like this afterwards? No one's going to. Grow up. Jeez, I think that'll do for Delness for the foreseeable future, because just no. You're too pathetic to care about at this point. Now, thank you very much, my members, Patreons, everyone who makes these videos possible, and we shall see you all on the next set of Leserables on Thursday night, pub chat every Thursday, and all the other shill stuff, and don't forget poker as well on a Sunday. Thank you very much. Good night.
In a world where 10 to the negative 17 is a negative number, only one man.
Well, hello. Who's this?
Hi, guys. Joshua Michael here.
Has all the qualifications needed.
But you don't want to throw me under the bus and say I don't have any authority to speak on this matter, when actually I'm the only one with any authority to speak on this matter.
To win Top Left 2022.
What the fuck is the fraction index anyway?
Hey, Snake. Just so you know who you're talking to, Nathan was almost a neurosurgeon.
Nathan, where did you do your undergraduate study before medical school? Then after, where did you do your internship and residency? JM's Truth said you were almost a neurosurgeon.
I said he had the intellect of almost a neurosurgeon, is what I said, actually.
Hey, finish, please. I'm boggled. My mind is boggled.
This spring, join us as this guy.
Let me, go ahead. Let me just say, 10 to the negative 17, guys, just to cover this again, the 18th billionth time, because apparently the people in non-sequester don't know how to count. 10 to the negative 17 is negative 17 10 times.
Single-handedly.
Land surveyors survey the land. Well, you insult every flat earther's ability to understand physics, and the basic physics of thermodynamics is that you cannot have a gas I mean, the fact, Craig, that you have done physics and you're denying the second law of thermodynamics is hilarious to me.
Shows the world.
Hey, listen, if this is 9 miles away, you sure as fuck didn't move the camera 9 miles. The camera did not move 9 miles. The camera did not move 9 miles.
The camera doesn't need to move 9 miles, you dumbass. It just needs to swing. Oh my god. Why does the camera have to move 9 miles?
Because there's 9 mile difference between the launch pad and the landing zone,
Oh my
you fucking
fucking
idiot.
god.
JM, technically that's just known as a pan in the industry. I just thought you might never know.
Oh yeah, pan.
That being a modified expert at everything
Graphic design.
Yes, you heard it.
Graphic design.
Rocket design, of course. Why not?
Is easier than knowing how to spell anything.
I thought I understood science. Boy, was I wrong. Will you concede that a parabola is accurate up to 1,000 feet?
Like, I mean, honestly, he is the personification of the top left of the Dunning-Kruger. Like, I can't think of anyone that fits the description of being, you know, on the left side of the Dunning-Kruger scale more than this guy.
I'm gonna say he's modified Dunning-Kruger, because I'm gonna say Mount Stupid has been shifted slightly left for him.
Yeah.
So it's even closer to no knowledge before you think you're an expert in everything.
Flatards continue to show themselves to be incapable of dealing with simple concepts that normally developed children have no difficulty figuring out for themselves. Once again, they have failed to answer very basic questions about their delusion of living on an enormous Ritz cracker lit by a magic flying spotlight with a shape-shifting lampshade. The excuses they come up with in the pitifully vain hope that nobody will notice their utter fecklessness are hilarious. Deflections and cowardice are the order of the day for a collection of pissants who can only parrot the same old phrases just like any other kind of dogmatic lunatic. Well, they can just keep on failing while I work on World of Bad Shit 10 because it's time for the next set of questions for Flatards. This time we're going to take some modicum of pity on the cognitive limitation of Flatards and make it easier for them. Instead of asking 5 distinct questions, we will make it easier for them to focus on one thing at a time, because all they now have to do is answer the same question 5 times with distinct answers. Questions 1 to 5. Give details of 5 Flatards who have used their knowledge of Earth supposedly being flat to contribute anything of worth to humanity at any stage in its history. In answering each of these 5 questions, your details should include A. The name of the Flatard who used their knowledge of Earth being flat to make a worthwhile contribution to humanity. B. The nature of their contribution, be it a new technology, a process, an invention, a discovery, a model of reality with descriptive and predictive power, whatever it may be. But C. You must describe in your own words and in detail how their contribution depends on Earth being a giant frisbee lit by a magic flying lamp. D. You will then describe the significance of their contribution to humanity, and in doing so you will explain why normal people should be grateful to the Flatard concerned for their contribution. That's it, Flatards. That's all you have to do. As an alternative, you can have a good long think about why you can't do this even once, let alone 5 times, without lying and making shit up to a level of fantasy that would warrant your immediate detention in a psychiatric facility. And if you can't manage that, perhaps you'd like to set aside your delusion of flat earth competence and the desperate pretense that one day your kind will amount to anything other than a blockage in the sewer of human thought, and actually admit that the rest of humanity has absolutely nothing to thank flat earths for, apart from the laughs at how stupid some people in supposedly developed countries can be. Assuming, of course, that you are actually the same species, rather than a quasi-sentient, morally bankrupt parasite taking a human host and whose real taxonomical classification lies somewhere between a botfly and a particularly narcissistic form of bread mould. And if that seems like too much trouble, don't forget that there is a simple 3-step program that you can follow where flat earths could actually make some small contribution to human progress by not actively impeding it with their reprehensible stupidity. To do this, simply shut up, piss off, and when you get there, piss off again.
Hi folks, Astronomy Live here. Back in March of this year, I generated a prediction of the April 8th, 2024 eclipse using the spreadsheet that you see here. It uses math to calculate where the moon's shadow will land on the Earth's surface over time, and we're going to get into more details about how I did that. But using these coordinates over time, I plotted the path of totality on Google Earth. In fact, I did this back in 2017 as well, as you can see here. And then I did it in March of this year to predict the April 8th solar eclipse, and I was able to observe totality from the position predicted by my own calculations. Red's Rhetoric and AT2 Productions came with me to this cabin on Lake Parlin in Maine, and we were able to observe totality exactly as my spreadsheet said we would. The ability to predict the path of totality and tell you where you need to stand to actually see totality is a feature unique to the globe model. Flat Earthers are unable to make these kinds of predictions, but one of them claims to be able to do just that using the flat Earth. Let's take a look at Shane. This is Shane St. Pierre. He's a flat earther who presents himself as a guru on celestial calculations. As I covered in my previous video predicting the April 8th, 2024 eclipse, Shane is infamous for stealing Walter Bislin's flat Earth dome model. Walter's model uses the globe to predict the positions of stars, the sun, and the moon, but bends the light in arbitrary observer position dependent directions to fit it to a flat Earth dome. Now, as Walter showed in his model, even this force-fit solution fails to explain or predict several basic things we see in reality. One of those critical limitations is the inability to predict the path of totality of a solar eclipse. So, despite Shane stealing Walter's model and falsely claiming it as his own work, Shane still had a problem. Specifically, his problem was an eclipse that would be viewed across North America in 2024, and would serve to highlight the limitations of Walter's model and the inability of flat Earth to predict the path of totality during a solar eclipse. What to do? Shane's solution to this problem is to try to co-opt a globe Earth method of predicting the path of totality and falsely claiming it to be a flat Earth method of predicting totality. Furthermore, he claims that no one really predicts eclipses, that it's all just repeating cycles, and anyone who understands this can seem to predict the next eclipse. Keep that in mind as we go through this video, because that's a claim that's going to come back to haunt Shane.
People are being dumb, so I decided to pretend to predict everything, right? They were like, no, only heliocentrism can predict things. And I was like, nobody predicts anything. It's a post-diction. And they went, I'm retarded and don't know anything. And I went, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a wizard hat on. I'm going to pretend to do magic to predict eclipses. And until one of you does the same thing, I'm going to lord all over you. So that's what we're doing. That's where we're at. Of course, be an adult and own the kinematic and dynamic equivalence between heliocentric and geocentric positions like an adult, or, you get clowned on.
Shane is perfectly aware that I've been predicting eclipses. In fact, he commented on my video predicting the April 8th eclipse. But this contradicts his own claim that these two authors are the only ones who have been predicting eclipses for the globe. He's going to be making claims about how eclipses are predicted when using Besselian elements, and you can find out more information on how this is really done in the book on the left, and we'll get into that shortly. But I also want you to notice that he sometimes switches the argument from flat Earth to a geocentrism argument. That's a completely separate argument and does not necessitate a flat Earth. In fact, the method I use for predicting eclipses features a selenocentric reference frame at times. In other words, the moon at the center of the reference frame. I use this to compute where the moon's shadow is being projected and where the Earth is as seen from the moon, and from that I find where the moon's shadow is landing on the Earth. Does that mean I literally believe that the entire universe revolves around the moon? No, of course not, but I use that reference frame for the simplicity of the calculations. Switching to a geocentric reference frame in other methods or at other times in the calculation does not mean that the universe is literally revolving around the Earth any more than my method means that the universe is literally revolving around the moon. Shane is desperately quote mining for anything he thinks he can use to undermine mainstream science, and if that means focusing on geocentrism for a moment, that's what he'll do. This is why he stole Walter Bisland's model and tried to claim that this is literally what's happening in reality and is representative of the true shape of the Earth. He even taunted Walter by saying, "Thanks, Walter," after stealing his model, and he's now trying to do the same thing, trying to steal Bazelian elements from Fred Espenak, saying, "Thanks, Fred." When Shane steals something, he has all the subtlety of a cartoon Batman villain, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to steal my spreadsheet as well after this video is published.
So, moving right along, we figured out how to do this from a geocentric perspective, just to spite people on Twitter, but ended up putting more effort into anything than we've ever done before.
Considering how little work he actually did when we dig into it, I wouldn't have admitted that if I were him. Okay, let's continue.
That you can do some complicated math with to predict essentially where the shadow will be on a map using GPS and any celestial coordinate projection map, right? Again, this is what we put on Twitter, and they said I plagiarized the definition from NASA. Of course, right below there is what I cited, where I got the definition from NASA. That doesn't help anyone knowing the definition. You can't plagiarize that. I used that to calculate the Besselian elements for the specific eclipse, of course, but
what he actually seems to mean when he says that he calculated the Besselian elements is just that he calculated the instantaneous position of the shadow on the fundamental plane using the Besselian elements that he got from another source. But we'll get into all of that in just a minute.
Chosen plane, the fundamental plane, that would be what? All right, of course. This is geocentric. Geocentric, normal plane of the shadow axis. In other words, it is a plane through the Earth's center that is perpendicular to the line through the centers of the occulting and occulted bodies.
He fundamentally does not understand what he just said. He thinks the fundamental plane is the Earth itself, that it's treating the Earth as a flat plane. Instead, and what his figure shows, is a plane that bisects the spheroid of the Earth.
Being like a matrix, you get a X, Y, D, L1, L2, and I think U, right? And between those elements, you can just predict and project that shadow anywhere from any coordinate system on any map.
The problem for him is that he doesn't actually seem to know how to go from the Besselian elements to a prediction of where the shadow will actually be on the Earth in terms of latitude and longitude coordinates. He only knows how to use the polynomial expressions to simply plug in a time and get an instantaneous result for the x and y coordinates of the shadow on the fundamental plane that bisects the spheroid of the Earth, but he doesn't know how to translate that to a position on the surface of the Earth. And yes, that translation does treat Earth as an oblate spheroid.
So it's a place on the celestial sphere are analogous to the geographic coordinate system used on the surface of Earth. They differ in the fundamental plane, but of still geocentric, observer focused. Has to be. Can't be any other way.
That's categorically wrong, and as I previously discussed, my own prediction of the 2017 and 2024 eclipses used a selenocentric perspective. And yes, that means that the celestial sphere I was using in those calculations at that time had a selenocentric reference frame, meaning the moon was at the center, not the Earth.
Here's just the personal celestial sphere with the Besselian elements overlay. Here's the final result my actual prediction up top from the spreadsheet that I showed them, the absolute data that was computed, the Excel sheet that we used to get it, and the resultant beautiful shadow that we were able to project using math.
As I discussed in my prediction of the April eclipse, it doesn't matter what kind of map you project the final result on. That doesn't make it a flat Earth prediction. It is using the globe. Now I want to focus a moment on the spreadsheet he shows at the bottom right corner. He claims that that spreadsheet was used to make the predictions up top. I don't believe this for a minute. He hasn't shown any of the equations used to go from the instantaneous x and y position of the shadow on the fundamental plane to translate that to a position on the Earth's surface. As best I can tell, the only thing he has done in the top right corner is take the 5 millennium canon of solar eclipses and simply republish it, calling it Shane's Special Flurf Magic, and rearrange the column order a bit. I cannot find any place on his website or Twitter or anywhere else where he offers a link to allow you to download that spreadsheet and see how it actually functions. And there are certain things in that spreadsheet that are not derivable just from the Besselian elements. For example, Cannon plate number. This is the chart number that you will find that particular eclipse on, because in the 5 millennium catalog of solar eclipses, there are multiple eclipse charts shown on each page. So you need to know the Cannon plate number to know which page to turn to find that eclipse's map. As further evidence of this, I'm going to show you this clip from his YouTube channel, where again he claims to be showing how to calculate the position of the eclipse based on the Besselian elements.
This polynomial expression and these Besselian elements describe this shadow path according to this gridded network of the reticule. Super easy to understand, super easy to predict, actually, once you understand it, and once you have, in my case, the spreadsheet to do it for you. Functions, I just have the x and the y graphed out, and I just put in the polynomial expression that we have, right? And then you just run that down. You run this formula for x, you put it in here, and then you just pop it down. And it runs down all of this, and you give it, the coefficient for time. After this, this is what it would be. And that's how you get the plot. And of course, once you have it.
This screenshot demonstrates that Shane really doesn't understand what he's doing here, because time is actually expressed in hours, and although it starts at hour 0, even by hour 3, the x and y coordinates indicate that the umbral shadow of the moon has left the Earth. The total eclipse is over, because the x and y coordinates are actually expressed in the radius of the Earth. And so he's continuing to extend that information all the way down to hour number 23. The eclipse has long been over, and these Besselian elements are only valid over a short period of time, which is why each eclipse has a unique set of Besselian elements. Now, he may understand that much of it because it's expressed in the website that he stole and put on his own website. Poorly. This page on Shane's website is lifted almost in its entirety from Greg Miller's website. Again, poorly. You can see he hasn't handled for the special characters at all, and he's basically destroyed the formatting to the point that it's illegible. He does link to the page in the beginning, but he's basically just doing a lazy copy-paste of it and not even handling it correctly. This is what it looks like on Greg Miller's actual website. Because Shane's idea of research is to just plagiarize sources he finds online, he's unable to go from the interpolated position on the fundamental plane to the actual position of the shadow on the Earth's surface. And he probably would have taken that information from this website as well if that section of the website was completed. But unfortunately for Shane, that section of the website is currently incomplete. We also know that Shane tried to get a large language model to do his homework for him. You see, Shane has here his idea of flat GPT, instructing a large language model to roleplay as a flat earther for him to try to give him the calculations he needs. The AI tries to describe and do some basic calculations on the polynomials to compute the instantaneous position on the fundamental plane, but it doesn't give him the equations he needs to take that to a position on the surface of the Earth. Let this also be a lesson to everyone watching that you should never rely on a large language model as a substitute for actual research, because it gets some basic things wrong. For example, it says that the Besselian element d is the declination of the moon relative to the sun. That's flat out wrong. It's not relative to the sun. It's relative to the celestial equator. It's just the declination of the moon. So what does Shane believe needs to be done to go from the x and y coordinates of the moon's shadow on the fundamental plane in order to get the coordinates of the moon's shadow on the surface of the Earth? He actually believes that predicting eclipses using Besselian elements is modeling the Earth as a flat plane, and that all you have to do is rotate it, because he believes the spheroid is the celestial sphere rather than the Earth itself.
And here's a nice, essentially a plot, right? If you put yourself in a celestial sphere, to get these, you just rotate it around. You literally shove a fundamental plane through that bitch and rotate it around any axis, the shadows will form. Actually kind of amazing. Kind of proud of myself.
Well, that's completely wrong. So we're now going to take a look at the book here on the left, which describes how to actually go from the Besselian elements to a prediction of where the moon's shadow is on the surface of the Earth. Page 8 shows a diagram of the fundamental plane bisecting the Earth. That's right, it's modeling the Earth as an oblate spheroid, and the fundamental plane is simply bisecting that spheroid. The x and y coordinates alone don't tell you the position of the moon's shadow on the Earth's surface. You actually have to model it as an oblate spheroid. In my simplified computations, I modeled the Earth as just a perfect sphere, which was good enough for approximate results, but this book goes into detail and does account for the oblateness of the Earth. Section 12 of this book shows how to calculate rho sine of phi prime, which is the geocentric latitude, as well as rho cosine of the geocentric latitude of the observer. The geocentric latitude is slightly different from normal geographical or astronomical latitude due to the oblateness of the Earth, which is why you see the factor 0.996644719 used here. These results will be used in later sections to calculate the local circumstances of an eclipse, and as you can see, this also accounts for the observer's height above the surface and divides by the radius of the Earth, so that the final position is described in terms of the Earth's radius. On this page, you can see how rho sine phi prime and rho cosine phi prime are being used to compute the observer's location relative to the fundamental plane. As I mentioned before, it's not enough to simply calculate the x and y coordinates of the shadow on that fundamental plane. Instead, you need to find where the shadow actually intersects the Earth's surface and where it is relative to an observer on that surface. And as we just saw, that position is on the surface of an oblate spheroid with an equatorial radius of about 6,378,140 meters. I've gone ahead and added all the necessary calculations to my eclipse prediction spreadsheet in this new section. My spreadsheet will now compute the shadow location twice, once using my original approximate method where I treated the globe as perfectly spherical in places, but directly computed the shadow location using the orbits of the Earth and Moon. And now it will also do so a second time using Besselian elements, independent from the previous results. This latter method requires you to input the Besselian elements for the eclipse that you want to predict down in this section, including T0 as a fractional Julian day number. And so for that reason, you will be limited in using this method by the length of the Besselian element catalog that you have access to. Shane bragged about using a pivot table for the whole list of Besselian elements and eclipse predictions from the 5 Millennium catalog, and if he wants to add that to the spreadsheet for his convenience, he's welcome to do so. And that's the clincher. Even if Shane now steals the spreadsheet or its equations, he's still limited to just the catalog of Besselian elements that he was already borrowing. That is, unless he wants to adopt my method of computing the eclipse shadow position directly using the orbits of the Earth and Moon, which is something that he was previously pretending that no one does. The 5 Millennium catalog of solar eclipses that Shane had been using ends in the year 3000. The eclipse of October 19th, 3000 is the last eclipse listed in this particular catalog. I can take the Besselian elements from the 5 Millennium catalog's final eclipse, plug it into my spreadsheet, and get a result that is very close to my own approximation from my original method of predicting eclipses directly, using the orbits of the Earth and Moon. I took the coordinates of the shadow path predicted by my method of predicting eclipses over multiple points in time during this eclipse and plotted them on Google Earth, and I get a chart that is very similar to the official chart shown in the 5 Millennium catalog for this eclipse. But just to emphasize it again one more time, the coordinates shown here on Google Earth were generated using my method for predicting eclipses, not the method using Besselian elements that I just added to the spreadsheet. These results from the Besselian elements are simply provided for reference and comparison, and are within a couple of degrees of my own approximate method. This is the last eclipse for which I can use Besselian elements from the 5 Millennium catalog of eclipses, because that's where the catalog ends. But I already know that the next total solar eclipse would occur on October 9th, 3001, because I found that eclipse using my own spreadsheet and my own method. This is why I challenged Shane to show me how Flat Earth predicts the path of totality for the total eclipse on October 9th, 3001. If this is just a post-diction, if this is all just repeating cycles, then it should be easy, even trivial, for Shane to predict the next eclipse in the sequence. After all, he's got a 5 Millennium canon of eclipses to go off of, so it should be easy for him to predict the next eclipse path that isn't in that catalog, shouldn't it? He did two things in quick succession in response. One was to immediately block me on Twitter. The other was to hide my reply on his post, and to this date, this is the only reply he hid from that post. That's how threatened he was by it. As I mentioned before, each solar eclipse has its own unique set of Besselian elements, and you have to use that particular set for that particular eclipse. It's only valid over a very short period of time. So if you even take it out to the next eclipse in the sequence, such as the eclipse occurring on October 9th, 3001, the method breaks down. It doesn't give a result. But my method of directly computing the shadow position based on the orbits of the Earth and Moon, that continues to work just fine. Even if Shane finally learns how to convert from Besselian elements to latitude and longitude of the shadow position on the surface of the Earth, he'll still need Besselian elements for each eclipse that he wants to predict. Meanwhile, I'm computing the eclipse directly from the orbits of the Earth and Moon, and I'm not limited to, say, the 5 Millennium catalog, or Besselian elements for specific longer eclipses occurring thereafter. Finally, here's my chart for the eclipse that will occur on October 9th, 3001. Shane is completely unable to generate this kind of prediction without help from existing Besselian elements, despite his claims that this is just a post-diction based on cycles. The Shenguin very well might come along and steal my Excel spreadsheet now so that he can generate predictions of this and future eclipses and project it out on AE maps or whatever flat Earth map he wants to pick that day. But that won't change the fact that it's a globe Earth prediction, and it certainly won't allow him to rise to my challenge before the publication of this video. He thought he could get away with lying about how these eclipse predictions work, but in the end, the Shenguin cannot escape his fate.
I got you! I got you! Take that, you friggin' psycho! I got
A while ago, I did a video about Sleeping Warrior's little experiments where he thinks that he shows that some relative density disequilibrium creates a force. Now, I remarked that for this to be true, we need a coefficient to make sure that the units work, and the coefficient would need to have units of meters to the 5th power divided by seconds squared. Now, of course, the whole relative density disequilibrium thing is nonsense, but I thought it would be fun to see where this would go if we assumed that it were true. Now, what follows is a demonstration of how we approach physics. We start with a statement and then develop it to create a model, and we then test that model. It's simple as that. Now, I will try to develop a model which is internally consistent and holds with other laws of physics, namely the conservation of energy, momentum, and therefore kinematics. Now, when we look at words relative density disequilibrium, we conclude that he means to say that forces are caused by a difference in density. An object in a medium moves to a point where the difference in the object's density and the surrounding medium's density is the smallest. So we have a quantity which represents this difference in density, and we will call this A. And this is given by the absolute value of the difference between the object's density and the medium's density. Density is a quantity given by mass over volume, so the units of density are kilograms divided by meters cubed. As Riley's force moves the object from areas where the difference is high to areas where the difference is low, we can conclude that Riley's force is proportional to the negative of the gradient of our quantity. And this is useful because, as Riley says, this is a vector quantity. A stopped clock is right twice a day, and to be honest, there was a 50-50 chance that he was going to guess that correctly anyway, because it's either scalar or a vector. But now we can start doing some dimensional analysis. A must have units of kilograms per meter cubed, and the spatial derivative of A is given by this expression. So this is a change in density difference divided by a change in position. So from dimensional analysis, we find that the gradient of A has units of kilograms divided by meters to the fourth power. But here comes the issue. Force has units of kilogram meters per second squared. So the expression for force being equal to the negative of the gradient of A is not correct unless we add this coefficient to fix the units. And we can divide one side of that expression by the other to get the units of that coefficient. And we find that this coefficient then has units of meters to the fifth power divided by seconds squared. Now, I don't really like to blow my own trumpet, but I would like to highlight that at this point I have achieved more vis-a-vis a flat Earth model than any flat Earther has achieved in ever. So we have some coefficients, and let's call it the Riley coefficient, and we'll give it the symbol R sub SW, and it has the units described here. So rather than a proportionality, we now have an equality which states that the force is equal to the negative of the product of Riley's coefficient and the gradient in the density difference. Now from this, it follows that density results in a potential of some sort, and we'll call this potential the Riley potential. Now this is great because it gives an increase in potential energy as the density difference increases, which is what we would expect if relative density disequilibria caused forces. In addition, all these different concepts named after him will be a great ego boost for him. Now from here on, we will use a one-dimensional case to make it all a bit simpler. So the Riley potential is then equal to the product of the Riley coefficient and the difference in density, and the force is then the negative of the derivative of the potential with respect to x. Now, given that A is the absolute value of the object's density less the medium's density, and the medium density is a function of x, we then get that the derivative is given by this expression, where the prime indicates the first derivative with respect to x. We now have an expression for force as well then. And we can do a sanity check and find that the units on the right-hand side are indeed kilogram meters per second squared, and rho prime sub m is the derivative of the medium's density. So if this is 0, then the gradient is 0, and then there's no force. And this all seems rather sensible to me, so let's move on. Now, as force is equal to mass times acceleration, we can get the acceleration by dividing the force by the mass of the object. However, there is a problem here, and that is that the acceleration is space-dependent as well. So we define another quantity such that the instantaneous acceleration at a given location is given by this expression. And therefore, the instantaneous acceleration as a function of space can be given by this expression. And the acceleration along a path is then given by this. And we then get the velocity as dv is equal to a times dt. And we can get a position as dx is equal to v dt. Now, change in kinetic energy is given by the expression dk is equal to mv dv, or ma times dx. So we can substitute for those values using the expressions we found earlier to get an expression for dk. And if we let the constants of integration equal to 0, then we get that dk is equal to phi squared x squared t dt, and we integrate to get a kinetic energy of an object once it's fallen down this potential gradient, and this is k is equal to m over 2 phi squared x squared t squared. And a quick check of the dimensions gives kilograms meter squared per second squared, which is a joule, which is fantastic. Now let's see if this is consistent with some other quantities. Momentum is defined as P is equal to mv, and it's related to kinetic energy by the expression K is equal to P squared over 2m, which we can rearrange for P as P is equal to the square root of 2mk. So we can set mv is equal to the root of 2mk, and we take the values we found in the above expression. Now we can tidy up the right-hand side and do a little bit of work on the left-hand side, letting the constant of integrations be 0. And so we see that they are equal, and this model seems to be internally consistent. So now we have related the relative density disequilibrium with known expressions for force, acceleration, velocity, position, potential energy, kinetic energy, and momentum. We can now start doing some physics. Let's take an object and lift it up to a height of 1 meter. It then has some potential energy as a function of height, which is given by this expression. Now, as the object drops, the change in potential energy is then given by this expression. Now, this loss must be equal to the kinetic energy gained if we ignore air resistance. So the instant before the object hits the ground, its velocity is then this. And we could also rearrange this for the Rayleigh coefficient. But let's take an object which has a mass of 0.5 kilogram and a volume of 0.5 liters, such that it has a density of rho naught is equal to 1000 kilograms per meter cubed. And we can measure how fast the object is traveling the instant before it hits the floor. Now, I can't really be bothered to do that, but we know that it would hit the floor at 4.42 meters per second from well-established theory. Now, using the equations for air density shown on screen, we get these values for the air densities at the initial position, which is rho m of 1, and the final position, which is rho m of 0. And these correspond to the initial position being 1 meter above sea level and the final position being 1 meter below sea level. We can now plug these values into our expression to get a value for the Rayleigh coefficient for this system. But let's do a sanity check on our expression for the velocity at the instant before the object hits the ground. First, we check the bracketed terms. If the difference between the medium's density and the initial and the final positions is 0, then there is no velocity, which makes sense. If the initial density difference is greater than the final density difference, then the square of the velocity is a negative number, which means that the velocity is in the imaginary plane, and this is unphysical, so this checks out. Finally, we see that the mass of the object is a factor. The square of the velocity is inverse proportional to the mass of the object. Now, this is problematic, as this suggests that lighter objects fall faster than heavier objects. So, let's see if that is correct. Here are 2 half-liter bottles. The one without a label is empty and the other one is full. The bottles themselves weigh around 20 grams and the full bottle is filled with water. The end result is that the mass of the full one is roughly 20 times larger than the empty one. Now, according to the development of Rayleigh's theory, the speed of the full one should be around 20% of the empty one when dropped from an equal height. So let's drop the bottles and see what happens. Well, this wasn't a particularly precise experiment because I didn't really measure the drop height or the mass of each bottle, and they didn't quite drop at exactly the same time. But let's face it, even with these imprecisions, it is very clear that the expression for the velocity does not comport with reality. So what we have done in this video is take Anthony Riley's idea of a relative density disequilibrium causing a force, and then we figured out a framework in which to operate. We then performed a basic test and figured out that his idea does not work. So to summarize, we have a model which is consistent with itself, but it's not consistent with reality. Now, I may pick this up again in the future to explore this a bit more, but I appreciate that this video is already quite dense as is. But keen observers may have noticed that there are still some issues around the Riley coefficient which haven't been explored properly yet. So with that, thank you all for watching, and until next time, and a special thanks to my patrons who will be showing on screen shortly.
Greetings, dear viewer, and welcome back. So far, we've seen that despite having had the same length of time as the rest of humanity to contribute anything to the pool of human knowledge, flatards still don't even have a working map of their fantasy world. Having established that for them the sun must be a magic flying spotlight, in the last part we saw how the seasons lead inexorably to the conclusion that the flying spotlight also has a shape-shifting lampshade. In this part, we're going to have to look at this flying spotlight idea some more. We know the angular velocity of the flying spotlight, as it must always complete one circuit of the flat Earth in a day. At the equinoxes, when overhead the equator, 10,000 kilometers from the center of the space pizza, the flatard flying spotlight must travel at 2,618 kilometers per hour. As we saw earlier though, at the June solstice, the Sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, which on the flat Earth is 2,604 kilometers closer to its centre. Here then the Sun covers a smaller distance in 24 hours, and so must move more slowly, a more sedate 1,936 kilometers per hour. At the December solstice, however, the flying spotlight is over the Tropic of Capricorn, 2,604 kilometers south of the equator. Here the Sun obviously has to cover a larger distance in 24 hours and must move more quickly, a decidedly racy 3,300 kilometers per hour. A difference in speed of 1,364 kilometers per hour between the solstices should be easy to detect. All flatards need to do is see what happens to the position of the Sun at these two times of year. A flatard on the Tropic of Capricorn at the December solstice should see the Sun's position change in 1 hour by a larger amount than a flatard on the Tropic of Cancer at the June solstice, given the difference in speed of the flatard flying spotlight between these two times of year. And yet, this doesn't happen. In reality, everyone will see the Sun move through about 15 degrees, and the reason for this is simple. They're on a spheroid, and the angular rate at which objects appear to cross the sky is primarily determined by the rate of rotation of the Earth, with the relative motions of Earth and those objects contributing another minor component. This result, this simple observation that flatards haven't managed to do yet, despite having the same length of time to figure this stuff out as the rest of us, leads us remorselessly to the conclusion that they are oxygen thieves, and that this delusion which they cling to so pathologically is bollocks. Flatards also have no explanation for why the magic flying spotlight changes its distance from the centre of their disk world to give us the seasons in the first place. Hey! As the spotlight flies around above Flatardia, it is of course constantly changing direction. That is, it is subject to acceleration, and the simplest laws of motion tell us that that needs a force, a centripetal force. What provides this force to the magic flying spotlight? Could it be Mr. Spotlight Hammerman? Who knows? Flatards certainly don't. Maybe the North Pole is actually a very big pole, with some magic string holding the spotlight like a giant game of swing ball. Maybe the space wizard who made the giant snow globe with the magic spotlight swing ball set included a mechanism to vary the length of the string so that the sun's distance from the centre of Earth can change, giving us the seasons. The slight flaw with this idea is the lack of a pole at the North Pole. But maybe that's what they want us to believe, so they have stopped flatards finding this giant swing ball set using a cunning network of guard polar bears and spy seals. Who knows? Flatards certainly can't tell us anything useful about their world. Whatever the solution to the magic flying spotlight conundrum, one slight problem is the simple concept of the conservation of angular momentum. We've seen that the flying spotlight must travel faster the further south it is. Unfortunately, to conserve angular momentum, the exact opposite would happen. This would mean that days would lengthen as the sun got further from the centre of Flatardia and shorten as it moved closer. This doesn't happen, so it looks like we have another clear and unmitigated failure for the flying spotlight. Given that flatards have no workable explanation for what the sun is, how it moves, or why it moves, their flying spotlight's inability to conform to the known laws of physics is grounds enough for the rest of us to settle comfortably on the conclusion that we don't live on a giant Jaffa cake illuminated by a magic flying lamp, and that the very idea is obviously bollocks. Whatever the cause of the magic flying spotlight's motion, its apparent path across the sky and the shadows it casts also tells us about the shape of the Earth and the distance to the Sun. Recall that flatards claim the Sun is a nice round 3,000 miles or 4,800 kilometres above Earth. If this were the case, and if the stars really were just fairy lights in a dome or on a rotating disk above Earth, then even the naked eye observer should notice some very simple effects. One man's sunrise is another man's noon and another man's sunset. This has to be true on the flat Earth too, as we saw in part 2, even though it presents a paradox that flatards have still made no effort to reconcile. On a flat Earth, this obviously means that the Sun is further away from the observer at sunrise and sunset than it is at solar noon. If we consider our equatorial observers from part 2 at the equinox, both Mr. Sunrise and Mr. Sunset are root 2 times 10,000 kilometres horizontally distant from the flying spotlight, and it's at 4,800 kilometres altitude above Mr. Noon. For Mr. Sunrise and Mr. Sunset at the equator on the equinoxes, the flying spotlight is 14,934 kilometres away, or 3.111 times further away than it is for Mr. Noon. The angular diameter of the Sun is around 32 arc minutes, or 0.53 degrees, so for Mr. Noon this means that the actual diameter of the flying spotlight is 4,800 tan 0.53, which is 44.4 kilometres. When it's 14,934 kilometres away from Mr. Sunrise and Mr. Sunset though, its angular size is simply going to be the inverse tangent of 44.4 over 14,934, which gives us an angle of 0.17 degrees. Thus the flying spotlight would appear 3.13 times smaller in the sky for Messrs. Sunrise and Sunset than for Mr. Noon. In reality though, they will observe the Sun to have the same angular diameter as Mr. Noon. It is at this point that flatards reach for more desperate ad hoc garbage in an attempt to excuse away the incongruity between reality and their delusion. But let's continue. Looking back at our map of Flatardia, it should be obvious that noticing huge variation in the apparent size of the Sun isn't going to be confined to the example observers we've looked at here. The observer directly under the Sun is the shortest distance from it. Everyone else on Earth must factor in their horizontal distance from it too. This leads us to an inevitable conclusion. Everyone on Earth should be able to record the Sun as having a different angular size depending on the time of day and their location relative to the Sun. As is par for the course when dealing with flatardation, reality doesn't behave this way, and the fact that the Sun appears the same size throughout the day can be readily observed by anyone with an appropriate solar filter or solar telescope. The only variation in apparent size of the Sun is by 0.02 degrees, over the course of the year due to variations in Earth's distance from it through its orbit. This is nowhere near the scale of variation that the flat-earth flying spotlight predicts. This reveals something about the Sun. Either it's a magic flying spotlight that, by additional magic, always appears the same size to all observers regardless of its distance from them, or that it isn't a magic flying spotlight, and that this is bollocks. Now let's consider Mr. Noon's day as he watches the flying spotlight traverse the sky. If he were to note its position at regular time intervals, he would notice something very simple. From sunrise to solar noon, he would not...
Okay, I see 27 minutes ETA for the launch, so I'm going to go do a few things and I'll be back in a little bit. M2M, if you're there, I'll get you a link.
Smaller through his solar filter as it got more distant, but that the angular separation between its positions in the sky would decrease again. This doesn't happen. What we see is that, as mentioned earlier, if you measure the Sun's position at regular intervals, the angular separation between them remains the same throughout the day. The reason for this is simple. Earth isn't flat, and the Sun isn't a flying spotlight. It's not just the Sun though. As we saw in part 2, for flat-earths the stars must be either decorative lights in a dome or decorative lights in a disk. Well, pick any non-circumpolar star for your latitude and repeat the observation again. If Earth were flat, Mr. Noon would observe the same thing. As the star rises, the angular separation between his regular observations would increase until the star is at its highest point in the sky, and then decrease again. There are, of course, many stars, so the same effect would occur if our elite flat-earth astronomer were to pick any stars he liked and observe the angular separation between them over the course of any night. If you extend this simple principle of changing angular separations out across the entire sky, it means that the angular separation between all stars should vary over the course of the night. The constellations should stretch out and appear bigger as they get closer to being overhead, and then shrink in angular size as they recede again. However, the angular separation between any and all stars remains the same throughout the night. The extent of atmospheric distortion across the sky is limited to that which makes the stars twinkle or scintillate. It's a tiny effect, and for the naked eye observer there is no effect other than pretty twinkling. The constellations don't change in size as they traverse the sky. So, either the atmosphere has even more undocumented magic properties that flat-earths still haven't got around to describing or modelling in any way, or, and I put it to you, dear viewer, that this is more likely, given that flat-earths are incompetent, lazy and mindless, that the stars aren't fairy lights in a dome or disk, that the Sun isn't a magic flying spotlight, and that the idea of Earth being flat consequently continues to be bollocks. In the next part we're going to find out whether a magic flying spotlight with a shape-shifting lampshade can rise and set at all on a flat Earth, and we'll find out what the flat-earth perspective on the matter is. See you then.
Alright guys, we're going to review how the sun works again.
So Mikey Smith, you're going to teach us how the sun is powered by nuclear fusion, where 4 hydrogen atoms are fused into helium, releasing energy, with the sun fusing approximately 500 million tons every second.
We are told, remember, in school, that the Earth rotates around the sun.
So we're not going to be discussing all the details of nuclear fusion then?
Like this, correct? We go around the sun. 6 months later, we are here, and we make a complete...
so something as simple as a circle.
But let's rotate the camera.
Oh, Mikey, no! No!
And see what happens when we look at things upside down.
Mikey, I'm sorry. Mikey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of your circles. Please, please, please turn it back.
Let's rotate that back.
Sorry, Mike. My apologies. And I would like to know more about your upside down camera experiment as well.
Circle around the sun, do we not? That's what we are told.
No, Mikey, I think you'll find we're actually taught that the Earth orbits the sun in an ellipse. And your circle is, how do you say it? Shit.
But what shape is this right here, this half shape? As the sun, as we go supposedly around the sun.
Well, I guess you're going for a semicircle.
This is a C shape.
Or perhaps not.
So if we were going this way, around the sun should be making this kind of shape in the sky.
Now, I don't wish to appear churlish, Mikey, but one does feel a churl coming on. It appears that you have confused the movement of the sun from sunrise to sunset within one day with the apparent position of the sun over half of the Earth's orbit over 6 months. This would appear to be an error along the scale of confusing the formation of planetary systems with the cooking method for a small fairy cake.
What is happening is the sun is rotating around us like this.
Is that right?
I don't know much about that, but I do like furry little kittens.
This is how we visualize and see the sun every day when it rises. In the east, this is noon, and this is the west.
Mikey, we know that the sun is 93 million miles away. So according to your model, the sun will be tracing out a path of 584 million miles every 24 hours. That's 24 1/3 million miles an hour. Do you have any idea about reality?
This is what we see in reality from the east to the west. Not this godforsaken C shape.
Stop. Think.
Re-evaluate your theory. What is your theory?
This is bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, that's much better. Why don't you now show us your upside down camera experiments? Mikey Smith horizontally opposed, and his amazing upside down camera experiment.
Alright guys, we got a good video here. This is my third time trying to film it.
Well, if it's taken you 3 attempts to film this footage, it's only fair if we really devote our attention to you. Go ahead, sir.
We will be rotating the camera to view the sky on the bottom.
Excellent. Thank you for the warning, Mikey. I have screwed my chair to the floor and I'm wearing my upside down experiment safety belt.
But let's rotate the camera and see what happens when we look at things upside down, like if we were at the bench at the park.
Well, I'm not sure what the bench at the park has to do with it, but if you really wanted to film the sky, couldn't you have just pointed your camera up a bit?
We will wait for the vehicles to drive by upside down, as if you were in Australia or New Zealand or Chile or wherever things are upside down. The sky, as we see right now, is below us because we're standing on the sky, right?
Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
So the cars are driving by upside down and you're standing on the sky. Okay.
Just something to think about. So what if the pool we were swimming at or in was upside down? What's holding that water?
Well, I'm not sure what could be holding that water in these upside down pools, Mikey. What I do know is if you ever try and eat marshmallows, please find a responsible adult to cut all the sharp corners off first so you don't hurt yourself.
And of course, laughing at the cars when they drive upside down, just like this one.
Now, Mikey, I'd struggle to understand that someone who is over 13, and I'm assuming you're over 13 in order to have a YouTube account, that you're struggling to understand the concept that Turning a camera upside down does not mean that those cars are upside... I think I'm becoming Simon Dan. How much did I pay for those lessons, Dan?
£10,000.
Critically think and ask questions. What is going on here? What am I viewing? Do that one more time with the upside down version. What is going on here? What am I viewing? What is going on here? Of course, the flat horizon. What are my senses telling me? Ask all these questions. Why does it look flat? Critically think and ask questions. What is going on here? What am I viewing? Ask all these questions. Why does it look flat? Literally sit there for 10-15 minutes and critically think and ask questions. What is going on here? What am I viewing? Okay? What am I looking at?
Good morning. These words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. No one, Mr. Sensible. When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere in page 3.
Hello and welcome back to Baldy Cats. Let's get started.
Just taking a quick run to the store. Figured I'd go over a quick little experiment that I learned about the other day that absolutely destroys gravity.
In my near 12 months on YouTube, I've seen a lot of flat earth arguments, and to me they all tend to fall into one of 3 categories. Type 1 is an argument that is so stupid you have to believe the person making it is literally just having a laugh. Type 2 is a type of argument that you can address with just a little bit of a refresher on high school physics. And Type 3 is an argument that makes you stop and think, and sometimes you can really understand why the person making it has drawn the conclusion that they've come to. And today I'm going to show you one of each argument, and I'm going to explain some of the stuff I had to learn in order to deal with type number 3. But let's get back to type number 1 and internet's favourite flat earther, that guy.
So here's the experiment. Go to Walmart, get you one of those tanks of helium that fills up birthday balloons.
Okay.
Weigh it when you get home. Shake it, you'll feel there's a liquid inside. Weigh it, see what it weighs. Now take that same exact helium that's in the tank and put it in a gigantic balloon, or many small balloons.
Are we having a party?
You empty the tank into a balloon, that exact same 10 pounds of helium will now float away from you when you let go of the balloon.
Right, so let's just clarify your argument. When I have helium in a heavy metal tank, it won't float. And when I've got it in lots of little balloons, or one big balloon, it will float. Okay.
Gravity cannot explain this in the least bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a type 1 flat earth argument, and I will not insult your intelligence by explaining the answer to you. However, let's look forward to that guy's next video, because as he tells us in the description, his next video is going to be on the physics of orbital mechanics. And I'm sure if those videos are anywhere near as detailed as the helium in a tank video, they are an absolute must-watch. So Flat Earth Argument Type 2 comes from a guy called Gleam. Now, Gleam is a regular contributor in my comment section, and I'll be honest, the guy's growing on me a little bit, but this is what he's got to say. Gleam is a little upset with me because I keep saying that the observations of Polaris could not work on a flat Earth, but he's done the calculations and he says they can, and he's annoyed at me because I never actually in detail explain why the observations of Polaris cannot work on a flat Earth. So, here we go. So on this diagram, X marks the axis of rotation, and if we were to stand on the axis of rotation in the northern hemisphere and we were to look right above us at 90 degrees, then as near as damn it, Polaris will be right overhead. Now, what we know to be true through observation is if we move 111.3 kilometers south from the axis of rotation, then the angle of Polaris will drop by 1 degree in the sky. So now we're viewing it at 89 degrees. This gives us a right angled triangle, and simple trigonometry tells us that if we want to calculate the distance to Polaris, which is represented by what we call the opposite of the triangle, the blue line, then I take the tan of the angle and I times it by the adjacent, which is the 111.3 kilometers. And that gives us on a flat Earth a distance to Polaris of 6,376 kilometers. Now, the problem for flat Earth begins when I start to move. So here, I have moved 45 lots of that 111.3 kilometers, and now the viewing angle to Polaris is 45 degrees from the horizon. But if I redo the maths, then now Polaris must only be 5,008.5 kilometers away. So Polaris must be in a different position for me than it was for the observer at 89 degrees. And if I was to move 70 lots of that 111.3 kilometers until the viewing angle to Polaris was 20 degrees above the horizon, then tan of 20 degrees times the 7,791 kilometers I've moved puts Polaris at 2,835 kilometers away. So in other words, wherever I am on the Earth, Polaris must be in a different position for me than from an observer at a different latitude. So Gleam, if you're watching, that is why observations of Polaris will not work on a flat Earth. But to be fair to you, I will put your argument into the video just to show everybody what you did. Although, having said that, I'm not too sure exactly what it was you did, so I'd love your feedback in the comment section. But credit where credit's due, at least Gleam did have a good go at trying to work it out and show why I was wrong. Unlike Nathan Thompson when I debated him on Simon Dan's channel, and Nathan Thompson refused to engage on this point because I was using the metric system. How would you calculate that distance? Using trigonometry, how would you do it, Nathan?
So your argument is that the north, I personally can't calculate that. I don't work in kilometers. I normally work in miles.
So that's an example of flat Earth argument type 2. Not overly technical, but we do need a little bit of a refresher of what we did at high school in order to understand it. But here comes a big one, type 3. Now, this is one of the better Flat Earth videos that I've seen, and it's still wrong, but I can understand why he comes to the conclusion he does, which is that rockets can't work in the vacuum of space and they need air to push off. Before we see the rest of his video, let's just refresh ourselves with Action Lab's video where he proves beyond doubt that rockets do work in a vacuum. Whoa! Now that's just a kind of pop exploding in a vacuum chamber, but if we slow that right down, this is what we see. So what we see here is within a single frame of video filmed with a high-speed camera, as soon as that pop leaves the can recoils off in the opposite direction. There is no air in that vacuum chamber, and the pop isn't anywhere near the walls of the container. The pop is literally pushing off nothing, but yet the rocket, in this case the can of pop, is still moving and recoiling. And that is caused by the law of conservation of momentum. The pop or soda leaving the can in one direction will have a momentum which is matched by the can travelling in the other direction. So the mass times the velocity of the soda moving to the left will equal the mass times velocity of the soda moving to the right, or vice versa. Now, the faster the soda leaves the can, the bigger the momentum it's going to have, or the more soda that leaves the can within a single second, the more momentum it will have, which means the can will have more momentum and it will move faster in the opposite direction. So let's have a look at how our flat earther tries to tell us otherwise.
So what we can do is put a little shield in here, a little column, and this will interrupt the surrounding air pressure, which is all angles. It's not there now. So when the air rushes out, let's see what happens when there isn't this air pressure pushing in from all directions simultaneously everywhere. When that doesn't happen, what happens to the thrust? Again, put a lot more in.
Okay, so without the tube, we got this. So here, the momentum of the air leaving the bottle is the same as the momentum of the bottle going forwards. So why does putting a tube on cause it to do this? So when I saw this, my gut feeling was, well, maybe adding the tube increased the mass of the rocket so much that the force produced by the rate of change of momentum of the air coming out the rocket wasn't enough to overcome the frictional forces of the extra mass of the tube on the rocket. But he debunked that pretty quickly with this.
Now we can test this. Same column in with holes. Great suggestion from Pete and Pete.
Did he just say Peter and Pete made a great suggestion?
Absolutely.
Recommend checking their channel out. Take the nonsense apart, one episode at a time. Excellent. Here we go. This one is for use.
So now the bottle rocket works again, and he's come to the conclusion that by putting holes in the tube, air can get inside the tube, so the air coming out of the bottle can push off that air, making it move forward, which obviously is wrong, but I couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Another thought that passed my mind is it may be working slightly like a suppressor on a pistol, because that reduces recoil like this. Now, a suppressor works because the diameter of the suppressor is much larger than the diameter of the barrel of the gun. And when the hot gases leave the barrel of the gun, they expand and immediately drop in pressure. This lower pressure means they leave the suppressor at much lower velocity, and therefore the change of momentum of the gases leaving the gun is much smaller, which means the change of momentum of the gun in the opposite direction, or the recoil of the gun, is much smaller. Now, this sounded like I was getting close to the answer to me, but not quite 100%. So I looked up something called Reynolds number.
Reynolds number,
and quickly realised that it was pronounced Reynolds number,
is equal to the density times the velocity times the characteristic length over the viscosity of the fluid. Its significance is the ratio of inertial forces to viscous forces on a fluid element.
So how might this be relevant?
All right, everybody. I'm up for the launch here. I'll get their audio, see if they've got anything going. We got less than 5 minutes.
So, I'll check back in just a moment, but back over to you, Kate and Jesse.
Thanks, Dan. Our rapid iterative development approach has been the basis for all of SpaceX's major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. Today, we're testing hardware and systems, and we need to know how they perform under the most extreme conditions. We'd much rather find the bugs now during testing than later on when there's more on the line. And to reiterate, an acceptable level of...
I got my coffee ready. Right there. Hope you're ready too.
Fifth of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational.
You might remember these Starlink panels that are incorporated into Starship, and you can see them there on your screen, those rectangular panels on Starship's nose cone. Starlink brings us the
I'll turn the volume down a little bit. I got M2M coming.
also helps deliver us the critical flight data engineers need to continue.
What's going on in the chat here? Any good stuff?
Starlink is also enabling life-saving communication.
Mind of Steel. Raynard Wilson is here. Yeah, we're watching the Starship launch.
And Milton, and providing free service through the end of the year to support recovery efforts. The Starlink team also worked with T-Mobile to activate our direct-to-cell satellites to provide basic texting on T-Mobile and emergency alerts for all phones and carriers of those in affected areas. If a phone connects to a Starlink satellite, it will have 1 to 2 bars of signal and show T-Mobile SpaceX in the network name. SpaceX's direct-to-cell constellation has not been fully deployed, so these services are being delivered on a best effort basis.
Starlink is enabling life-saving communication here on Earth and continues to help us push the limits in space. In the short term, by providing great views and real-time data on our next few flights,
All right, Mr. Spacheckum.
Re-entry, which
I'm going to put you on screen if you're good with that.
all communications.
Are you good? Are you good with that?
All right, so we're coming up on 2 minutes 30 seconds away from launch. We were hearing like there was a pretty good chance we were going to hold it T-minus 40 seconds, but surprise, now it sounds like we might not be. So we are
all right,
just a
you're
little
on
over
screen
2
there.
minutes away, so a couple more things going to be happening. We did just close out our propellant load on the ship and the booster, so 10 million pounds of propellant on that vehicle on the pad here at Starbase, getting ready to go. We're going to start clearing out all of the lines that are basically pushing all of that propellant to the vehicles. Those get cleaned out or cleared out on the ground before we lift off. We're doing some final checks on the vehicle, the thrust vector control that we're going to use to steer it, as well as the guidance system doing its final alignment, just a lot of our final checkouts. But we are starting to hear that it looks like the range is going to be clear at our liftoff time of 7:25 a.m. Central, 12:25 UTC.
1 minute, 22 seconds.
That puts us
Are you ready?
1 minute, 20 seconds away from launch.
I am ready. I'm so excited
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh.
You're gonna hear a bit of a reaction from me if it captures this.
That's been
This is
potentially poking.
this has
at
been
our
way
launch.
too long. It's
So
been
I know,
I'm gonna start to quiet down. We'll hear our flight director for today, Tristan Pierce, give some of the final call-outs. As of right
So yeah, they were a little bit later than usual because they had a problem with the range. Apparently there was boats in the way, so they're about 20 minutes, 25 minutes behind schedule.
Yeah, they needed to get some rockets to take out the boats next time.
Yeah.
42 seconds. It didn't stop at 40. Oh my gosh, they're gonna launch.
They're going.
Flight directors go for launch.
Oh my gosh,
Let's go. Here we go.
Oh, now I'm excited. I didn't even eat the coffee.
Best words you could possibly hear 20 seconds away from liftoff.
Holy cow.
Here we go.
What's
10.
special is that it's happening and they're gonna catch it.
Yep. Exactly. That booster's going to be caught, hopefully.
3, 2, 1.
Ignition. Here we go.
We have liftoff.
Oh, all engines are good.
Vehicles pitching down.
Yeah, look down left at the display there to see how many rockets are how many engines are firing.
Exactly. Yeah. They're all 100% perfect, which is good. So the suppression system's working well.
Seconds into the flight, the rumble's just starting to reach us here at launch control.
And a quarter of the fuel's gone.
Booster and ship, avionics power, telemetry nominal.
33 Raptor engines.
All running solid still.
Yep. Just approaching max Q now. Yep. around about this time.
Now pass through the maximum aerodynamic pressure, the most stress the vehicle's going to see on the way uphill.
Yes, all engines are still good.
That's a skyscraper, people. A big metal skyscraper.
All right,
taller than the Saturn V.
Milestone coming up. It's going to be hot staging. We're going to see the engines ignite on ship to push it away from the booster.
Perfect so far. Perfect.
All right, so hot staging is going to be the next thing coming up. First, we're going to see the booster's engines start to shut down. All but 3. We're going to do what's called most engines cut off instead of main engine cut off.
Oh, look at that shot.
Keep going.
That's crazy.
And then we're going to see the engines on ship ignite.
Look how that exhaust is just spreading out now.
Right now, the tower
Because they're going up into space.
Doing their go, no, go. And we might hear some really good words soon, too. All right.
2 minutes and almost all the fuel.
Behind me, that is
gone.
one of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen in my entire life. Coming up on hot staging next.
There we go.
Ship engine start up. Most engines cut off.
Hot staging.
Oh.
There we go.
Turn it back on.
Separation, hot stage separation confirmed.
All engines good on the booster, I think.
Ship under its own power. I'm seeing 6 out of 6 Raptors lit.
100% looks good.
A booster on the way back to me. I'm going to send it to you guys in Hawthorne.
Yeah, see the engines on the right-hand side. See in the bottom right-hand corner. That's the booster engines there.
I loved how the crowd...
And they're all lit. They're all good.
The crowd here in Hawthorne.
So we might see a capture.
At that first view of the blue flames from the booster. As you can see there.
And I don't know about you, but that's curved.
Currently performing as he is making its way
it is a bit, isn't it?
back to the launch site. Again, we are...
Ship avionics power and telemetry nominal.
The booster and the tower are both performing automated checks to make sure we are go for the booster to return to the launch pad for that catch. And once those are complete, the flight director...
Booster backburn shutdown.
Booster backburn shut.
We did hear that the tower is go for catch. So
they're going to go for a attempt. Here we
go.
go. They're going to try.
Now, this camera is definitely a wide angle.
Oh, look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it?
We'll wait to hear that the go for catch has been sent.
And the glare from the sun as well. Awesome.
And so exciting to hear that we got a go for booster catch. That means it's going to be a really exciting morning. Again, the booster is making its way back towards now land in order to make that catch attempt in the tower.
So incredible to see these
What is
views.
that the
You can
booster
see
or is that
on the
the
right-hand side of
ship?
your screen? All 6 Raptor engines are under
booster,
full
I think.
power.
Can't tell.
Once again, the booster is making its way back to the launch site. We are going to try and catch it using the chopsticks on the launch tower, the exact same tower that it just launched from 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and the booster...
Starship on nominal trajectory.
I can confirm the command was
Is that
sent.
that extra thing
coming down 70 kilometers?
So that piece that's falling there, that's separate there, is that must be the hot stage?
Yeah, that's the hot staging ring. Yeah, the kind of the joint between the two stages. They get rid of that. It's just unnecessary weight.
Hear the sonic
they don't need
through Dan's mic.
So they get rid of it.
So I think of the next revision of this
and
booster.
So once again, it's successful on time liftoff.
They're not going to jettison.
Flight 5.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole point of it is to make it 100% reusable. So they're going to solve that somehow.
The launch site. We are going to attempt the catch using.
Oh, here we go.
We did hear the confirmation.
But look how fast it's going.
Sent to the
4,000 kilometers an hour.
Go for catch.
You wait until you see it decelerate.
Oh, it's
massive deceleration in a minute when it starts the landing burn.
It's going to happen in 3 phases. We're going to land in 13 engines, burn off all of that velocity. Oh, we can see it coming down through the plume.
Here he goes.
Booster coming.
Got deceleration already, look.
Yeah. That's just air. And that bottom is red hot, it looks like, from friction.
Incredible right now.
That's right, just purely friction, deceleration, amazing.
You can see
Until
how
the
fast
engines
this
start.
vehicle is moving on the left hand.
Oh, they all relit?
They lit. There it goes. Go on.
Oh my
Down
gosh.
to 3 Raptor engines.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Good. God, yes. Good. Good. Oh, it's crooked. They caught it. They got it.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy.
First time in history that's ever been attempted and they've done it. Wow. That is amazing.
Successfully caught the super
First attempt.
back at
Spot on.
tower.
Get
Oh my
it.
god.
Are you kidding me?
That is amazing. Look at it. It's just sitting there.
They caught it. They caught a rocket with chopsticks.
I'm sorry. Like, even in this day and age, what we just saw, that looked like
A rocket the size of a skyscraper they caught with chopsticks.
Just a bit of fire going on down there.
Oh
but
my
doesn't
gosh.
matter. They caught
No,
it.
who
Doesn't matter
cares?
What happens now?
Who cares?
Doesn't matter.
Folks, this is a day for the engineering history books.
Wow.
This is a live view of the Super Heavy booster as it has just been successfully caught back
Oh my
at the very
gosh.
same launch tower that it just came from. Dan, I love this. You are reflecting exactly what everybody else here in Hawthorne, except
Look at
maybe
all the
a little
smoke.
The chat's going nuts. Look at
Oh
the
my
chat.
gosh.
we got it. I mean, like, I can't even describe that. Oh, by the way, main engine cut off.
That's
ships in orbit.
so. Like the other one's still going. Like who cares?
Like shaking
that
right now. That was
right there.
Yeah. So now the next key test now is that they want to see whether Starship can survive re-entry with the new heat shields.
Yeah.
That's the next. That's the next big milestone.
It's hard to believe that
There was some
splashing down in the. Sorry.
Some melting happened last time.
Yeah, quite a lot of melting. Yeah, the fins.
And it is now
And look at that, the
in
curve
the orbit that we expected
below
it
the center
to.
frame.
This is just an incredible day. Live views there.
Yep.
As the booster vents, some pressures there. That is a live view from the top of the tower looking at the chopsticks.
Oh, look at that view as well. Look.
I'm
Isn't that
still in
awesome?
disbelief. I'm trying to catch my tears, just like the chopsticks caught the booster.
The first
It
attempt.
has been
Wow.
nonstop since
Spot on.
Oh.
David said we saw history. Yeah, we certainly did.
That-
What's been happening so far this morning with the
That was
booster
the biggest.
having completed
The-
its job for today.
Just
we are
so
going to take a short break
crazy.
for the next 30 minutes. We'll return back at T plus 40 minutes while the ship continues to coast before re-entry.
Okay, 30 minutes.
Man,
All right.
and as with
When they
previous
go
flights,
off, I'll
Starlink may
turn down the volume to
actually
them.
enable us to talk with the ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. We of course are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so nothing is certain. But if we do have views, we'll be sure to bring those to you live.
Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown.
Yeah, it's a good 40. Like you said, it's a good 40 minutes away. Yeah, it's not that much unless you want to see the views.
Wow. Yeah. So it's going to orbit. Where's it landing this time? Is it still
the Indian Ocean? Not too far from Australia, actually. Not a million miles. If you think northwest of Australia, sort of eastern part of the Indian Ocean.
Similar to last time. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Vulcans will contact us now, right?
That's right.
It's warp engine. We don't have. Oh my gosh. I write software. The people that wrote the software for that had to just be filling their pants.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you heard, but with Flight Test 4, when the booster landed in the ocean, apparently it was accurate to within 1.5 centimeters, apparently. Or no, half a centimeter. Sorry, it was half a centimeter.
Wow.
Yeah. So they must have literally measured it down to the millimeter almost.
Wow. So, Icy Spin is why chopsticks instead of the tripod? Weight. In engineering, everything is a trade-off, and one of the trade-offs is weight. Yeah. That they so you can think of on a rocket, weight is their capital, and so you spend capital, you spend weight to add features, and if you want to save weight, you have to remove features, and so one of the features they removed was legs. There's no landing legs. So the trade-off is, of course, then fuel is the other, you get to spend more capital on fuel and then you get farther into the sky, farther downstream, downrange, you get more velocity in exchange for not putting landing legs on it. Yeah. So how do you land? Well, it just has pegs sticking out the sides of the booster, and it just lands on the pegs land on those chopstick arms.
Yeah, they found that. Yeah, you're absolutely right about the legs. Of course, the hydraulics that went with it and all the rest of it as well. I mean, it's a lot of machinery and a lot of weight. Because if you think about the size of that rocket, I mean, it's bigger than the Saturn V. The mass is enormous. They're using a form of stainless steel, which increases weight to begin with. So they had to reduce it somehow, and that's why they came up with the idea. They tried different methods. I think, these little tiny legs, they used to drop down and things like that with various other tests. But they found they weren't really working well. So they had this bright idea of catching it, which they've just proved they can do. And I didn't think they would do it, to be honest with you. I really didn't.
So when I first heard, I don't remember who said it, but when somebody told me years ago that SpaceX was going to land a rocket, the one that they've done a couple hundred times now, maybe not. Have they hit 200?
Something like that, yeah. Close to it.
So
anyway.
When I first heard that, I thought, oh, never. Then I heard, oh, they're going to do it. They're going to land on a boat, and I thought, oh, that's dumb. That'll never happen. I can't believe they're thinking about doing that. And well, then of course they've landed hundreds on boats. Then they're like, oh, we're gonna catch it on little hooks sticking out the side, on two chopstick arms sticking out from the tower. I thought, I better not repeat the same incredulity as I did last time when they're landing on a boat. So I'm like, do it. Go. I gave them permission. Don't worry, people.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's absolutely crazy. But don't forget, I mean, that SpaceX weren't the first to actually do that. NASA were the first to do that. I forget the name of the rocket. It was a test article. So essentially, it was the first thing, as you remember,
to catch
Starhopper. No, they didn't catch it. No, it landed vertically, but that was the first one they ever landed vertically, like the Falcon 9. So they weren't the first to do that.
Yeah.
But they're certainly first to catch one. Nobody's ever done that before.
That's so crazy. Just amazing. Okay. Well, while they do that, and we're watching that's definitely fisheye. Or a heavy barrel distortion there. Let me update, see if we have anything overnight here. Yeah, we got an update there. Get these tallies caught up here. Amazing, just amazing.
Your debate last night. That was... I don't. Well, actually, let's not say debate. That can never be called anything like a debate. Yeah, that was a That was a teaching, a lesson, a schooling.
It was. This is how you debate, and he's like, no, that's not how you debate. Oh my gosh, he's incredulous about how to debate.
Yeah, unbelievable. But do you know what was interesting? Do you remember I sent you that message from Rasa? Rasa had already told me previous to that he would never debate a flat earther.
With a flat earther.
Never debate with a flat earther. Sorry, yeah, I should say. Would never partner with a flat earther, even on moon landing debates. And when I asked him, he said, "Are you going?" He said, "We're supposed to be doing a debate," but he didn't realise it was Kyle. And he says, "Oh no, I'm not going to debate with him." And next thing you know, he's on. It's like, so what changed? I wonder.
Well, my guess is that James is like, please, because he didn't have anybody else, right? So I get that. And then Ross is a nice guy. Okay, I got an update. People, I love you. While I was sleeping, it went from 18,272 to 18,368 and 97 cents. While I was sleeping. Thank you so much, people.
Have you had much sleep?
I did not. When my alarm went off, I'm like, oh, why is that going off? I think it must have been going off for a while because I set my alarm for 6:30 and it was 6:50 when I sat up and looked at what time it was. So, all right.
Yeah, you've got to be exhausted after all this.
No, my adrenaline's going right now from the rocket launch. That was just insane. Yeah. Okay. Plus, I got half a gallon coffee ready for me. I brewed on Thursday night. I brewed up a gallon of coffee.
A gallon?
And yeah, put it in the fridge.
Oh, you drink it cold?
Well, usually I drink it warm in the morning, right? Or hot, but yeah. So I put, and then I put a little bit of stevia in it. Sometimes when it's cold, and
a little bit of what?
Stevia. It's a sweetener that's it's naturally occurring. But it's not sugar. It's not. It doesn't have calories, right? So.
Look at that view. There's no doubt. Is that barrel distortion? I don't think it is there, is it?
Oh, well, that might be. Hold on. Where'd it go? That might. Yeah, that is a little distorted. So SpaceX a while ago switched from that GoPros or something like that off the shelf to they started making their own, and it was an improvement in the distortion, but it wasn't what you'd really classify as rectilinear. So
yeah,
that's looking a little concave to me, which a barrel distortion would do on that side of the lens, but it's not as bad as a GoPro would be.
Yeah. Yeah, you just tilt your head enough. Yeah, it kind of is a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. What was I going to do? I got to look at the schedule. We've got, right now, it's 7:45. I got to update what. Did you see the D or P last night?
Did I see what? Sorry?
Dearth or potato?
No.
Well,
no, I was probably in better sleep probably at some point.
It was 7 a.m. your time. Yeah.
All right. No, I think I was probably just about waking up at that time.
Craig actually popped in early for him, and joined. Tim Davidson says, "I like my coffee like I like my women, cold and bitter." Yeah, I know somebody else who likes his coffee like he likes his women, ground up and in the freezer. All right. Oh, okay. Let me roll back here. Mr. Smith has a 99 pence super chat. That's a smiley face sticker. Thank you for that. That was 5:41 a.m. I was asleep during that time. Thank you. PJ gifted 5 memberships at 6:44 a.m. when I was 6 minutes away from waking up. Sergio Garcia Lovato said, "Good morning, MCToon, Mr. MCToon," as I walked into the room here, and a live long and prosper. PJ for $10 says 10 minutes. Excellent. Tim Davidson says that's an expensive lighter. Certainly, the amount of fuel that they burn to do one of those. I mean, it's a necessary part, and it's significantly smaller when you consider that you're not throwing away the entire rocket. But yeah, that's a lot of fuel. Tim Davidson says we saw history. Absolutely, man! It caught the rocket.
Unbelievable.
On arms sticking out from the side of a tower, the size of a. So, for a long time, the Fauché Tower in Minneapolis was the tallest building in Minneapolis. So, let's see. How tall is the Fauché Tower? 136 meters. And do you know how tall the what do they call I'm forgetting what they call the tower. Launch tower. $146 meters. So Fauché, 160, 136. Okay. 136 versus 146. So Fauché Tower in Minneapolis, a skyscraper, you still pay money to go up to one of the high floors and look out the observation deck. Was the tallest building in Minneapolis for a long, long time. And the tower is taller than that. That they just caught a rocket on.
Yeah, so the tower as well is actually taller than the Saturn V that took men to the moon.
Yeah.
let alone Starship and the booster stack.
So all right, so we were talking a little bit about the debate last night. That was with Kyle Adams and Rasa, and man, Kyle, what a dummy. Okay. Sergio Garcia Lovato says, "How sad for humanity it is history. For others, that for humanity it's history, and for others it's just CGI in their little domed world." It's not even that. It's a prison. It's not a domed world. It's a prison dome. You can't go to the moon. Well, you could. It's inside the dome. Or maybe it's outside the dome, depending on what problem they're trying to solve. But you can't go anywhere in their mind.
Who you talk to as well, isn't it? They've all got their own ideas of where the moon is.
Well, yeah,
inside the dome.
Inconsistent,
in the dome,
yeah.
Wherever.
Yeah, and you know, if you're on Facebook for very long, you'll see they switch between you won't take you very long to find some flatty posting a picture of the sun with rays coming down saying the sun is in the clouds. How dumb is that? Even for them, what, 10, 11 miles up? That's how high they think the sun actually is. But it's never outside the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. So if I'm 45 degrees north, you're probably more, because most of England is north of Minneapolis.
Yeah, well, I'm 54.2 degrees north.
Jeez, that's how far south I'm going to be in Chile. And where was I going? More coffee. Hold on.
Got to get that caffeine.
Seriously. Hey, what was I saying?
You were talking about latitude where you were in Chile.
Yeah, before that. Why did I go there?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Not sure. I wasn't sure where you were going with it, to be honest. Yeah, you must be tired. You've got to be tired.
I am a bit tired.
Just any better wonder. Either that or you're just getting too old now and like you keep forget what you're saying like I do sometimes. I don't know.
Can you imagine? Kyle's a father. He has kids. Those kids are being raised by an absolute idiot.
That's the one thing that's always worried me about flat earthers, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I kind of got involved. And I've been interested in the moon landings for a very, very long time, since I was a little boy. But then that's how I got interested in it and sort of debating with people and arguing with people, because it's kids. The kids are a future. If their education's going to be somehow changed by some alternative reality, what is our future of humanity? Are we going to see these kinds of things that we've seen on the screen now in the future? I thank God my daughter and my son both are quite intelligent, discernment. They can kind of make up the mind of how things go, and my daughter in particular is very science focused. She's going to be getting to what is it? I've forgotten now. Something medical. I've forgotten.
All right, I remembered. Thank you for the chat. Flatties think that the sun is literally inside the clouds, which is 10 miles, maybe 15 miles high. Let's give him let's say it's 50 miles high. If it's 50 miles high above the Tropic of Cancer at 25 degrees north latitude, I'm at 45 degrees north latitude. That's at least 1,400 miles away. So 1,400 miles distance from me to the sun on what day? On the solstice, June 21 solstice, the closest the sun ever gets, the GP of the sun, 1,400 miles approximately. It's more than that, and 7 miles high, 50 miles high. It would be so low in the sky. How does it appear higher in the sky? The simple geometry of that you could just draw it on a piece of paper, and they can't fathom that. They're stupid. If you don't get that, you're dumb.
You can just imagine that, can't you? If you've got enough imagination, you can just figure that out in your head and just see it in your mind.
Well, they can't.
But that's just not going to work. No,
and that's the thing that's absolutely amazing. That they can't fathom that kind of basic geometry that we could draw on paper. And their answer to that is, because I draw an orthogonal diagram. They're like, oh, that's not how we see things. Not how we claim to see things. Right? It's a side view. But that's not how we see things. Doesn't matter. Orthogonal views are a fantastic way to visualize something. Arnold says, for $2, please tell Mr. Pooh to stop farting in the dome.
Have you seen what Lord Luminous Pooh has said?
Lord Illuminous Pooh? in the chat here.
Yeah.
Or he says, Arnold, sorry. Oh, for farting in the dome?
No. He says he's the member for a certain amount of time. He says, I'm trapped.
Oh, there it is.
I'm trapped. Yeah, there you go. I'm trapped in the dome with you. No, I'm not trapped in the dome with you. You're trapped in the dome with me. I like
that. All right, so Eric Burns is a teacher, and he had said that one of his students he thought had a flair for a parent. Have you confirmed that, Eric? Like, it's definite, or I don't know if you were certain on that or not. Mr. Toffee says, I'm watching the catch again. You can see the sonic boom go through the clouds. I suppose we could watch. I could reverse that and see if we can see some of that stuff there. Does this, can I scroll backwards on this? No, not on this one. And people will pour over that video in the days to come.
Oh, 100%.
Wow. Gowden's raise. Ryber says, people, do you get this? We made a sky-high rocket being shot into space and landed again on point with sticks. Wow.
Very big sticks.
Ska Uno. Reverse card. Ska Uno says, for $2.99, Australian flirts have no concept of abstract thought. And that's part of it. They don't get that. And I'm not going to fault somebody for not having a deep comprehension of a topic. It's when they don't have it and they're unaware that they don't have the deep comprehension of a topic, and then they act as if they have a deep comprehension of the topic. That's the problem. And that's where I'm like, I think about that. I'm like, how did they get to that position where they've incorrectly come to think that they have enough understanding of a topic to say things about it that they just shouldn't be saying. And I think it's a little bit of I say sometimes trophies for everyone, but it's also just, unearned compliments. Like, oh, aren't you such a smart boy? Like, no, you're dumb. Don't tell them they're smart when they're not. Right? There's complimenting them, there's encouraging them, but you need the people that everybody, the people that you mentor in some way or another need to be told in an appropriate way that what they're doing is not just right sometimes, but also wrong.
Point in question when Kyle last night, when he mentioned the inverse square law.
Yeah.
And you jumped on it straight away. You knew. I mean, everybody knew. He knows nothing about it. And of course, he backed down pretty quickly straight after that. He said, okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the inverse square law. I mean, he hasn't got a clue. But, why would he even bring it up if he hasn't got a clue? Particularly with you.
Yeah. Why would he bring it up? Top left. It's Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Right. And the people that he's normally talking to also don't have the background in it. And of course, that's how flat earthers reach a new audience. They find the people that also don't have that background, and they tell them things in a confident way. So they seem like they know what they're talking about. It's an appeal to their own authority. Ooh, that's moving. Look at that move. They must be testing it. There's the curve. Look at that curve.
I think it'll probably getting a re-entry attitude now because it's getting close to that soon.
Yeah, no, just music still. All right, so yeah, look at the altitude, 176. So I had recently seen that people had done some more analysis on Kármán line. So the Kármán line is 100 kilometers. That's the artificially chosen boundary between not space and space.
Yeah.
And it's moving around. That's cool. But and it was done before that elevation was done before people had sent a lot of things up into that vicinity. The idea was that the air is thin enough that you can't have lift-based flight above a certain line.
Well, I think NASA's slightly different with it because they say it's more like about, I think it's at 87 kilometers or give or take a kilometer or two, I think.
Well, it was done as 50 miles.
Yeah, something like that. And I think internationally they decided that 100 kilometers purely arbitrary. They decided 100 kilometers is more of a square number. We'll just stick with that. But NASA just seems to sort of.
So the additional analysis that they've done is like where does it? Because there's no plane that flies at 99 kilometers. Right. There's no plane that flies at, I don't think, 50 miles. Right, we're switching between units here on purpose. And I watched the last one, and I was watching, and so do it as this happens here. I'll make sure that we can see the I'll adjust this here a little bit. All right, so Matt, your picture was in the way of the bottom left corner a little bit there before.
Take me away. It's all right. Just take that picture away. It's fine.
All right. When it comes in, I'll do that. But well, you're not over the screen now, but I'll have to move it down to get the whole width on. Anyway, so watch the speed and the altitude. The speed right now, 26,000 kilometers an hour. That's pretty fast. Altitude 161 kilometers. So it won't, that velocity won't start dropping when it gets to 100 kilometers. It won't start dropping at 90 or 80. It'll be lower than that where it really starts dropping down. I might have Raynard Wilson on a little bit here because I've got a little more open time than initially. I was going to sleep a little longer, but I'm up now. I'm not going back to bed. So anyway, watch that velocity as it gets lower in the sky. Lord of Luminous Pooh says, I can now say Jim Brewer is every bit the kind of person to believe Dave Wise has. He's uncurious, unskeptical, and unintelligent. Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. Oh, yeah. Eric Burns, did you answer? Did you confirm? I'm looking back to see if you did or did not confirm. All right. You'll have to answer again, Eric, if it might have scrolled off. If there is, if that the parent is a flatty, for sure. Okay. Oh, Raynard. Yeah. Go out. Go. Don't worry about me. I got stuff to do, and I'll play. So Raynard has some of his. I have some of his videos that are not yet released. So if you want to see an as yet unreleased Mind of Steel that won't be going out to anybody other than us, let me know. I am in possession of them.
I love his videos. I really do. I just love the way he presents it and stuff like that. It's amazing.
They're coming back. They're talking.
So far, even the crowd here is still so excited. We lifted off from Starbase at 7:25 a.m. Central Time. The Super Heavy booster and ship had a successful separation, as well as a good boost back burn and good separation of the hot stage adapter. The Super Heavy booster then completed the landing burn with 13 Raptor engines igniting and slowing down the vehicle perfectly for Mechazilla to catch the Super Heavy booster for the first ever land recovery of the vehicle.
velocity's still increasing a little
in
bit.
about 48 minutes, the ship will re-enter.
The velocity is increasing because it's falling.
Exactly.
Now, as a reminder, one of the main goals of today's test flight
Falling
is
with
for
style.
the ship to make it through the extreme heat of reentry and to do so in a controlled manner. We learned a lot about this phase during Flight 4 and, as a result, completely reworked the heat shield, but more on all that in just a minute.
Yeah, there you
now,
go.
reentry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because re-entering, it'll be re-entering at about 8 kilometers per second, or about 5 miles per second of roughly orbital velocity. Now, those speeds, the spacecraft moving through the atmosphere results in friction and creates a plasma field around the vehicle. We saw this in action on Flight 4 thanks to Starlink, and wow, it was breathtaking. The blanket of plasma ends up distorting communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication, but hopefully that's not the case today.
They said earlier that we might see some different camera views, apparently.
That's
but
where
what they're going to
Starlink
store, I don't know.
has
That'd be cool.
kind of been just the unsung hero and the MVP of this test campaign. I mean, it's able to give us data, not just awesome video, but also data in.
Okay, I'm gonna mute them again. Yeah, it's crazy that they are able to transmit from Starship to Starlink. This wasn't possible before because it would have been a receiver on the ground. To Starlink, because Starlink is on the other side of where the plasma shield is.
Yeah.
All right. So Raynard is giving me information for future here. What? I have quite a few unreleased episodes. So we'll give you a sampling of a few of them. For sure. All right, he's going to be offline. Okay, or online. Awesome. Thank you, Raynard. Yeah, what is it doing? I think it's just kind of slowly moving around, getting good views. Look at that. Where is this? Where is that?
Probably be somewhere western Indian Ocean, I should imagine. Somewhere around there, maybe.
Well, it's probably north too, so this could be coming across.
Yeah.
Middle East or something. Northern Africa, potentially.
Oh, yeah, what I'm seeing is slightly behind what you're seeing. Yeah, there we go. The landmass, yeah, that's probably...
Yeah, okay. Eric Burns has answered twice. So let me... I got it, Eric. He hasn't yet 100% confirmed, but his student has said, Dad says astronomy is fake. Which is almost guaranteed a flurf, because not even geocentrists say that. So... look at those the clouds with the shadows below them. You know, you could play the game all day long of watching this and saying, where are they? But they're close enough that, and not the view isn't wide enough that it's pretty difficult to actually get an idea of where they are.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Return of Meng says forensic anthropology is a proven science, and skull and bones and walking gait never lies. Might want to do some research from my friend. Who is Return of Meng talking to? He said. Sometimes, I don't recognize names, and so there he. Let me scroll back. He says. It's nothing to do with transphobia. It has everything to do with not wanting to be deceived. Oh, you're talking. Okay. Yeah. Could it be a helium balloon? It could not. That's metal. And helium balloons can't possibly move that fast. Oh, they're talking about the heat shields.
Stainless steel. Not sure what the heat shield was. Ceramic, obviously, of some sort, but... the main part of it is stainless steel.
But the Falcon 9, they don't have those things. And again, it's a trade-off in weight.
Yeah.
Because it comes in really fast. So how do you deal with that? Well, one way, well, Starship actually, there's no analog for what we're looking at right now here on Falcon, on the Falcon, because Falcon 9 is just the booster part. This part here, there is no part that they're currently doing. The Dragon capsule is the only part that goes up and comes back currently, and it's got an ablative shield. Oh, I'm starting to see some heat coming there.
Oh yeah.
For us to protect against this plasma and this really, really extreme heat that the vehicle is going
93
to see.
93 kilometers.
So about the next 10 more minutes or so.
Yeah, so the ship will attempt to light the 3 center Raptor engines, and those are the engines that can gimbal or maneuver or point, and they do that to help flip the ship until the engines point down so that it can land using the Raptor's thrust in the ocean. So that will happen after we get through this re-entry period. Again, now starting to see, and we also might start to see the flaps actuate a little bit here as the vehicle controls
88 kilometers, and there's
88 kilometers. Yeah. That was one of the main learning points.
But it's still 26,000 kilometers an hour.
Didn't work quite as well as we wanted it to. We learned that we needed some redundancies, so we added more.
Oh, look at that plasma!
And we'll see those in
amazing
as well
so
today.
It's not
as that was a flight.
It's not. Look at that! It's 85 kilometers, 84 kilometers, and that velocity is still sitting there, hardly moving down. So they're well below the Kármán line now.
Kate mentioned the flaps are controlling the attitude of the vehicle. And I love these views because it looks so calm. Everything is relative, right? So relative to this camera on the ship, it looks so calm and smooth. But the vehicle is traveling extremely fast. You can see the speed on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. So we also want rapid reusability. So we're doing propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And so we will use the engines on this vehicle to help slow the vehicle down for a vertical landing.
Yeah. Now, entry is going to basically happen in 5 phases. The first is low drag that lasts for about 3 minutes. Next is high heating, and that beginning when heating increases above the
there's some real air
breakup limit. That lasts for about 10 minutes. We then have high dynamic pressure. Starship will continue to slow down and experience increased aerodynamic loads during that phase, and that will happen before reaching Mach 1, about a minute after.
Starship is approaching the peak heating phase of entry, remains on a nominal trajectory.
Okay, so that was phase 2 that he just called out that I was mentioning. After peak heating is that dynamic pressure around Mach 1, and that will last about a minute after leaving the hypersonic area, and then we go into subsonic, and then of course
now the velocity's coming down quite a bit now.
View.
The colors are so amazing, and the colors actually also tell you a little bit about the temperature that the vehicle is seeing as well. So I think that's pretty cool that we get this amazing live visual.
Speaking of live visual,
camera above that.
The flap, we have more views, more cameras on board Starship, as Dan mentioned a few minutes ago. We are hoping that all 4 flaps will stay more intact than they did last time. We did make some changes to the design in order to help enable
Starship is now experiencing peak heating, remains on a nominal entry trajectory.
70 kilometers, still 25,000 kilometers an hour.
Starship is continuing along the path that we intended it to fly. You can keep track with how fast it's going and how high it is above Earth using the display that is there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
And guys, this is where we're really going to see a lot of those improvements from Flight 4 really come into action. Is you guys kind of talked about, so it's called the static arrow. Those are kind of the poke out points on the flaps. Those get exposed to some pretty extreme heat environments, and so we added some additional, basically made it a lot more robust for the thermal protection there. And we learned
looking good so far
from visuals and stuff like that. We had those missing tile tests on Flight 4 where we intentionally left some out, kept in some backup layers. They're called ablatives, which means they just gradually melt away to help dissipate the heat. And we've got an entire layer of ablative underneath the tiles on this Starship today. So even if you get a gap in a tile or a tile is broken, anything like that, we've got essentially backup options. And what we're really trying to do today is do an on-target landing. As we lost the flaps, you lose a lot of your control, and so we didn't.
No, the altitude seems to have sort of stopped at 6 to 9 kilometers. I don't know if that's a fault with the telemetry,
tens of meters,
or whether it's kind of gliding maybe. So
it
would
just be a really huge step.
And the speed is
like we're closer to bringing a ship
it's dropping,
back.
but not still not
there's a
really
lot of work
fast
before we get there.
Not particularly fast. No, it's still 23,800 miles an hour, kilometers an hour.
We're gonna start looking real soon at when we can catch a ship.
There's some colors there.
So the view on your left is as a helicopter passes by Dan, bound at Starbase. The view on your left is a camera that's positioned near the nose of the ship, looking basically down toward the flap. The view on the right is looking perpendicular to the flap.
Still at 69. Nice.
On the left-hand side, and then a worm's eye view from the side with that view on the right.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Maverick just buzzed the tower. He might be coming back, so.
Now, these views brought to us by Starlink, it's incredible that we have this high-definition capability. In fact, that view on the left...
Starship is now halfway through the peak heating phase of entry, remains on a good trajectory.
So great news there, hearing that we're about halfway through the peak heating phase. Like I said earlier, this lasts roughly 10-ish minutes. And we did hear earlier that the flaps have control of the vehicle, so also good news there. You know, it is incredible that we've basically had views the entire time.
Right, yeah.
Although
that was amazing.
My memory did black out a little.
How long seriously, Elon likes to play games like this. It's an engineering thing. I don't think you play games with engineering, but it's sitting at this elevation forever.
Oh, it's come down. It's gone down now.
Oh,
no.
no.
There's something not quite right.
And we've got a more encompassed view of the flap. As we watched in Flight 4, the hinge area was the area where we got a little bit of that burn through. This view, this new camera view on the ship, will help us be able to visually see more of what's happening in that area. And again, we have improved our heating tiles, and so hopefully we've protected the hinge a lot better this time.
Landing chill has started.
But again, these views are additional to the data that we get on these flight tests that help enable us kind of put the data that we get in the computer to the visuals that we see and try and align those and use that for improvements in the future.
Now, we heard a call out there saying that engine chill has begun. This is an indication that we are starting to flow a little bit of the super cold liquid oxygen through the hardware, through the Raptor engine, specifically the turbo pumps, to help ensure that the hardware is at the right temperature before we give a full push, a full flow of propellant.
Not much fuel left. See how little fuel is there?
All of that to say, we are getting closer to the landing burn.
We definitely are. And again, if you look at the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see the altitude that the ship is, and it has been slowly making its way closer and closer to Earth. We're currently at about 63 kilometers from planet Earth, and you'll see that number trend lower and lower as we get closer and continue through this re-entry.
Yeah, this is going to go on for a little, actually a while longer.
see
We have
some-
about 10 minutes
Are there
or so,
sparks coming
roughly,
off? You see that?
before we execute
I don't know if that's from the ship or if it's something in the
ignition
air.
for the landing burn.
Look at that,
starting with
61
the
kilometers.
landing flip.
That's about 50 miles.
So we're making a controlled re-entry. This is one of the
This is-
primary
this is the
objectives
real
for
air
Starship
now.
today is to demonstrate another controlled re-entry, even more controlled than
And
what
the
we
speed
saw
is
on Flight
deceleration
4.
is getting
And
The
so
speed
far,
is diving.
that
Yeah.
is looking good.
Yeah.
Wow. This is the dangerous part.
As we start to really get lower, we're
Thick
going
air.
to start seeing the atmosphere's effects start to take place, and that's when we'll be dropping our speed down closer to the speed of sound. You'll see the flaps start to maneuver. We were able to do a landing burn on Flight 4, which kind of caught all of us off guard. It
Come on,
was
ship,
pretty
hold it
incredible
together.
after
Hold it
seeing
together.
the flaps survive through.
They got all that
And we're
extra
gonna try
shielding,
and do
so
another one on this flight today. We tweaked it a little bit, so we're going to try and splash down at a little bit of a gentler angle this time instead of just kind of hit the water and fall over. And the goal with that is try and keep the ship intact, and then if we're able to then get some additional video of it, again, that's just more data.
and this is block 1.
Everything we can see, everything we can get extra.
Block 2 already
like a couple
exists.
extra seconds or minutes
They have
of
an
data
upgrade.
coming from the ship after
Starship has
splash.
Already-
to the peak
already
heating
built.
phase of flight, approaching maximum entry dynamic pressure.
All right, we're through peak heating. Coming up is basically max Q part 2, where we're going to hit kind of that part of the curve where we're still moving
right
really
max Q
fast.
now.
The atmosphere is just dense enough that we're feeling the most pressure, but hopefully we're going to
All
start
the
feeling
cameras.
a little bit less heat now.
Oh, look at that.
Looks like we got more views of each of the flaps on the ship as it's making its way back down to Earth. And we did pass through peak heating and still got really good views throughout that whole period. Typically, during the highest
I haven't lost signal
heat
yet. It's
on
amazing.
the vehicle, we
Yeah.
tend to build up a lot of plasma, and that's typically when we would lose, connection or views of the vehicle. But again, with Starlink, we were able to get some live views throughout that entire process there.
And we're coming up. We'll start hearing a couple more milestones in about 4 minutes or so when we start getting down to like the transonic, the subsonic, when we're starting to move closer to and beneath the speed of sound. And I mean, we're getting live views, we're getting live data. We've got a couple additional tests on this one today where
That
we
speed is
left
diving.
off some missing tiles again to test some additional backup layers. We also have, I don't know if we can still quite
See
see
here
them
the
in
edge
this
of that
view,
flap
but you may have noticed
where the joint
we
is.
have
You see it
some
heating up there. Look.
silvery looking tiles
Kind of glowing.
on
holding out, though.
Starship as well. And those were pretty much standard tiles, but they were wrapped in aluminum. And it was a pretty
launched and caught.
simplistic, straightforward one where aluminum starts to melt
Thank you.
at roughly the same temperature where steel starts to lose its strength, not necessarily melt.
13,000 miles an hour.
And so if we
Kilometers an hour,
see
sorry.
stuff melting, we know
Nothing
we know
melting
what our
yet.
steel's going to be exposed to. But
No.
yeah, 59 minutes since launch, should be coming up on transonic and everything in just about 3 minutes.
Now the views here, we have coverage of all 4 flaps.
There's something bad going on that
we can
flap.
see, so for those that perhaps
Yeah, it looks a bit
didn't catch
rough at the moment,
glimpse
doesn't it?
of the vehicle before liftoff, there
I don't know
are
if it's
2
better or
flaps
worse than
at
last
the
time, though.
forward end and 2 flaps at the aft end. The larger camera view that is there on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a view of one of the aft end or the bottom end flaps. We can start to see some heat buildup and peeking through on one of the flaps there in the top left-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, it's starting to come apart a little bit at the bottom there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once again, Starship now.
But at some point, it's gonna reduce significantly how much hot heating is happening. So it might
Earth's atmosphere.
Might squeak through.
About 45 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. Now 44.
Yeah, it's burning through now. Look.
We are targeting a soft splashdown.
I think last time was definitely worse at this point.
Oh yeah.
About northwest-ish of Australia, and we are attempting to, as we did on Flight 4, perform a flip maneuver as well as
Starship is at maximum entry dynamic pressure, remains on a good trajectory.
All right, so that is great news there. Like Dan said earlier, this is basically Max Q Part 2. So this is the greatest amount of aerodynamic loads that the vehicle will experience during its
unwanted
flight.
sparks
Coming back through the Earth's atmosphere.
You can see the holes coming through there. It's
above the
burning
Earth's
through there.
atmosphere in space where there was no friction. We can obviously see heat as evidence of that friction buildup. The atmosphere is actually helping
overall,
to slow the
most of the flaps seems to be pretty intact.
Right-hand side, right-hand corner of your screen, you can see that speed decelerating rapidly.
There you go, yeah, it's not blowing so much now. Speed's really coming down now.
Now, the 4 flaps on the ship help steer the vehicle, and one of the main objectives for the ship today is to
that camera is not working as well
during this phase of flight, this re-entry phase.
Yeah, we have 6 engines on ship, but we only need 3 of them, the 3 sea-level engines. We will have that flip maneuver happen very close to touching down for splashdown. We'll do that flip maneuver, ignite those engines, slow the vehicle down immediately, and then hopefully have what we call a soft splashdown.
The low quality of this view
it's going to feel a little bit harder.
Isn't Starlink, it isn't...
But it'll look pretty gentle.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, we hope to have some more views.
Well, I mean, it is dark in that region at the moment, isn't it? So,
well, that too, I suppose that could be, because there isn't as much fire from the glowing from the metal anymore. So low quality camera view wouldn't be because of
is traveling twice.
Yeah, see, that's a high quality.
It's traveling twice the speed
That's
of
a fin.
sound.
That's
so
the upper part of a fin.
The next call out that we'll hear is that it is
it's not on fire.
Traveling about the speed of sound.
Nope.
And then we will hear a call out.
It looks intact.
That will be the call out that it is transonic.
Need more light.
And then we will hear another call out saying that it is subsonic, meaning going slower than the speed of sound.
Starship is transonic.
There it is. So at this
20 kilometers.
So at this point in time, we say transonic because certain parts of the vehicle, like the flap that you see on your screen, might be experiencing airflow faster than the speed of sound, while other parts of the ship may be experiencing airflow.
Starship is in the subsonic belly flop.
All right, so now the entire vehicle
just coming
is traveling
down into
subsonic. The crowd here at Mission Control Hawthorne also getting excited, just like us. We're awaiting a water landing. We are going to reignite the 3 engines to perform that flip maneuver, and we're basically
it slowed right down.
About a minute and a half, away from the landing flip.
And it's obviously nighttime.
The crowd's getting excited
where it's landing.
Closer and closer to splashdown. Again, just about a minute away from the expected splashdown. So we should see a lot happening coming up here shortly. We're currently having a view of one of the flaps, and it is a little bit dark on your screen, but hopefully we'll get some good views of the ship as it makes that flip maneuver and touchdown for
7
splashdown.
kilometers high.
Yeah, guys, we saw that speed drop like a rock. So we're doing a belly flip right now, or a belly flop right now. That's what's kind of, if you saw the high altitude campaign, that's the unique thing about how
it's a glider right at this point. So a very heavy glider.
We bled off pretty much all of the speed we're going to. We're essentially at terminal velocity.
Starship is at 5 kilometers altitude, remains on target.
5 to go, coming up soon, landing burn.
3 kilometers high. That's not very high.
No.
Like, imagine being right below it as it flies over, and it's not even moving that fast.
2 kilometers away.
No.
Starship is on target, approaching landing burn startup.
So keep an eye on the bottom right-hand side of your screen as well. That will be the indicator when the Raptor engines ignite. If
And then
we
you
are
should see the glow of the engines as
Oh
well.
yeah, that'll light things up a bit.
Yeah.
Burn startup.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
It flips.
Land that thing.
It flipped.
Oh, there it is. You can see the seat.
Oh my gosh.
Good. Hold it together. Hold it together. Hold it together.
Starship has landed.
Oh!
Yep, splash down. I think.
I think it is safe to say we have
Yeah.
a ship in the water.
Oh my gosh.
Bit of fire. Oh. There we go. It looks like it's
Big
blown
boom.
up. Boom.
Journey, a live view from a buoy that we had out at
Look
the
at that.
landing
What a
zone.
view.
An incredible view.
So cool.
Ship landing just about on target as they were calling out.
That's the back end of it there. It's nose down in the water.
Yeah.
We were not intending to recover any of the ship's hardware, so that was the best ending that we could have hoped for.
Is that buoy like driving towards it? It looks like it's getting closer.
Yeah. I guess it must be like a drone boat, like
Yeah.
a drone ship or something with a camera on
to
it.
get a ton of extra
Oh my
video
gosh.
of the heat shield, but we hit the target. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna, unless the tank is ruptured, it's gonna float.
Because we had these buoys placed in a
You'd think it would do for a while, at least for a while anyway. Well, it's got to, isn't it? 'Cause it's pressurized.
If it doesn't rupture.
That's what I get to say. What a day. I mean, everything started off today with that launch.
Wow.
We were able to lift off towards the end of our window, 7:25 a.m. Central Time.
Crazy.
33 to 33 Raptors in the way uphill. Successful hot stage. Booster came back. We watched it come down right behind us. Watched it get caught. And that broke my brain for a while. I'm really happy we had coast for a bit, but that's first ever booster catch, major step on the way to rapid reusability. And ship just gave us one heck of a show, making it through a controlled re-entry this time, flaps intact, made it down to the water. Hey, starships were meant to fly, and it sure as hell flew today. So let's get ready for the next one. Over to you guys.
Wow. So crazy.
They were meant to fly, and they were also meant to be caught by Mechazilla.
Yeah.
It's been such an incredible day today. Congratulations to our teammates and to everyone who supported the Starship program. And thank you to all of our future customers for your support. And we'll also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Now be sure to follow SpaceX on X for more updates on today's test flight and of course for future Starship news. Today was amazing, but the SpaceX action isn't over yet. Soon Falcon Heavy will launch NASA's Europa Clipper, and we're also going to be returning Dragon back to Earth with NASA's Crew 8 astronauts. So congratulations again to the SpaceX team. What an amazing launch and an even cooler catch. Thank you for watching, but we're going to leave you with an awesome recap of what has been the most epic day.
There it is. Oh my gosh. That view. We didn't see that before.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Look how close that was. Oh.
Yeah.
Perfect. It didn't even... It didn't like...
Bounce or anything.
It didn't bounce. It didn't stress
look
the...
at that view. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Just so gentle. It's like, just kissed it. A little tiny bit of a bounce, but not much. Hardly anything you'd notice.
I was worried, was it going to come sideways and bump into the tower?
Yeah.
But, nope.
Kind of does a little bit though, doesn't it?
I mean, it looks like it's angling towards it there, right? But, didn't hit it.
precision, isn't it? Absolute precision. Spot on.
With the Mechazilla doing the moonwalk. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
That is amazing. That is absolutely bang on, spot on, to the millimeter.
Oh.
Well, that was fun. That really was. That was great. I really loved that. It was great. Excellent.
That was absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. So cool.
Listen, go, Mike. Thanks very much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Get ready to go out, and it was fun. Really appreciate that. And,
all right.
So thanks everybody in the chat, and I'll catch you another time.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
No problem. Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Bye.
All right. Bye. And that was hold on. Let me get. That was M2M. Don't need 2 copies of me. Wow, I talk with M2M quite a bit on X, and he's particularly interested in the moon landing stuff. So there's a few of us on X that talk about the moon landing denialist nonsense. So I see Spin says, I can hear Elon saying, "Boys, I don't care what we do, just keep it at 69 for an uncomfortable amount of time. That is all." It's the kind of thing he just might do, isn't it? All right, let me place this chat here. Okay, what do we have coming up? I don't have anything hard scheduled until Simon Dan is coming up. So there's a few other things I want to do, but Arwin Ray. Oh, we could go say hi to Arwin. Hold on. Let's see what he's up to. He is currently live. Good old Arwin. All right, I'm going to pull up Arwin a little bit to go from, seriously, one of the greatest accomplishments to do that type of landing to somebody that just blindly denies everything without any reason at all, just because he has to deny it. It's a sad thing for flat earthers, a sad day for them. And, their sadness is earned. It really is earned. Okay. I need to get the correct one loaded up so we can see the right Arwin. There we go. The name of this, Flat Earth Early Bird 2093 Dream Mechanics Manage Your Dreams for Optimal Function and Hallucinations. Yep. Arwin, you got to manage your dreams. All right, I'm setting up the scene. Almost there. I want to get his live chat on the screen so we can see all of the Arwin fans.
Again to you.
Okay.
I mean, you could just watch a part of the show where I have explained it in fine detail and just keep watching it over and over again instead of returning to my chat to ask me again and again. Yeah, you're not gonna get a different answer. It's going to be exactly the fucking same every goddamn time. You should notice that by now.
What's he talking about?
You're gonna get the same answers.
What is he talking about?
We talk about dinner and said what? No.
He's always triggered.
Why the hell would we want to talk about dinner? I mean, send me a PayPal and I'll talk about dinner.
Send me a PayPal.
Yeah, support your local Arwin.
Oh, I can't comment.
Enable me to afford dinner. You want to talk about food? Well, make sure that I got it. That I get food, and then I'll talk about dinner.
like he's not really that hard up for money. He gets money from the government,
French
right?
fries don't exactly make a lot of dinner.
Let's see here.
Have I explained where comets come from? Yeah, comets are part of the celestial lightscape. They're celestial lights. Non-local holograms don't have actual positions.
Bell
They're
has
not
one.
water. Yeah.
Oh, Professor Phil Bell. Yeah, get him going, man. Get him going. Ask
Comets
him when he
are an
last went
integral
clothes
part
shopping.
Of the celestial lights. Arguably, they should be classified as planets.
Okay, so I had this idea. You can, on Amazon, you can create a wish list. And then you can have people can purchase things for the wish list and it'll go to the person. So we could create a wish list on Amazon for Arwin that can have some cool things for him. Like a shirt that's appropriate for an elf that owns a crossbow. Right? Maybe an additional crossbow, manufactured by the well-known crossbow manufacturing company, Nerf, right? And have those things sent to him. So if anybody wants to manage that, so the concern is whether or not he'd get the address of or information about the person that actually creates it. But if we could get that to happen, I think that'd be great. We could put a couple important things on there. We could get some food put on the list so that he can have some food to eat. Right? Better than sending him money, send him food. So if you want to create that wish list, come send me a message and we can make it happen.
So don't send money to non-local art.
All right, where did the sound go?
I'm not a celestial, Steamy Traveler.
I don't hear it.
Right, and I gotta take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Is there no noise? Oh yeah, this is what he thinks. This is what he thinks the Earth looks like. This ever rotating strip of the AE map. We can hear him. Oh, you can. Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to. Sometimes I have to reset my audio. There we go. Okay. It's just... Alright, just the sound. Let's see. Professor Pibble, so where do they go for decades at a time? How can they disappear for decades at a time? Alright, now you know that McFlatty's a big fan. I wonder if McFlatty will be commenting. A Nerf bow, fingernail clippers, and a guide to coming out of the closet. This is his break segment where he fixes his comb over. I got it. Okay, so he's got to take a break. So, all right, my amazing wife handed me this. This is this is the last piece of the bread using Round Thinker's recipe. Some of the best bread ever. So, tomatoes from our garden. Good stuff. Oh, jelly. This is the life. Jelly made from peaches from our own tree. So, all right. He's back. How long do you have to be subscribed to comment? 10 minutes. Oh my gosh, Arwin. There is, yeah, it's jelly. We call it jelly. I don't know if it's from a peach, do we call it jelly, or is it something else? For some reason, if it's from an orange, you don't call it that, you call it marmalade. Why is that? I don't know.
What the fuck does that mean?
This 10-minute subscriber thing.
What the hell are you talking about, Phil Bell? You're just talking bullshit at the moment.
The people should
Are celestial lights.
tell him to raid me.
I don't know why they appear and disappear again. They just do.
Oh, so you have no answers for your magical prison
They have
planet.
a cycle of appearance. And that's it.
That's it. Oh, FTFE scared him so much he upped it from 5 to 10 minutes. He looks so uncomfortable, it's making me uncomfortable.
Starship launch? Well, I've seen a new video going around.
He once threatened to call to get Bell fired, and Bell still donated after that.
Let's see.
What's my first question? Oh, to Arwin?
You mean this one?
I don't know.
I've seen it.
He never uses a tissue to wipe his nose.
It's pretty cool.
So there's a band called Jelly Jam. It's rubbing time. I see. Yeah, just say hello, or something friendly.
Yeah, whatever,
right?
Steamy Traveler.
That's a good way to make him upset, is to be kind to him.
I don't. That's no. Just no. Don't talk like that.
Don't talk like what?
Yeah. No, giants are definitely not throwing meteors at us. It's ridiculous. Like, you're just talking mythology at this point.
How about
mythology talk? I'm not trying to create a mythology.
Talk about
specifically
giants.
Not doing that.
Was he getting triggered? Giants scooping out.
Specifically non-mythological.
Giants scooping out the Grand Canyon to make the moon and fill it with helium. All right, the 10 minutes, it's so telling when people can't handle, right? I don't have a time limit. I could probably get more subscribers faster if I put just a 1 minute timeout, but I'm like, should I do that?
They looked
No, I
at
shouldn't.
something that they just could not explain at all, because their perception defined their mechanical understanding. That's why.
Is Flat Earth Aussie Jesus
I'm
in
trying
his chat?
To redefine things in order to have a better understanding of what it actually is you're observing. Yeah, non-local holograms is a solution.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not even close to a solution. It's just.
Nobody gives a shit, dude.
It's just nonsense words.
Fucking wanker.
But non-local hologram is probably the kind of thing that McFlatty would agree to. The moon is a giant's balloon that floated away. Why doesn't Arwin get a job? It is not difficult. He would have to do something. He would have to be accountable. Flat Earthers don't like being accountable. It's part of the way that they're able to just spout crazy ideas about stuff. They just say, here's how we think it works, without any accountability for it actually needing to work like that. So, non-local hologram.
That makes no fucking sense, Joel.
Instead of
They're
NLH,
just here to play around.
you should look into NHL.
Then I'll fucking kick you out. I'll kick out all the fucking newcomers.
Kick everybody out, Arwin. That's how you have a successful
how about
channel.
I fucking ban all of you because you are a troll herd. Yeah? Bye. Bye, fuckwits. Oh, you think you just pop in with 3 at a time? All banned. Yeah? Get the fuck out of here with your fucking herd.
28 people watching him.
Fuck you.
And this
You're
is
not part of my show.
This is what happens when people show up. Winning. Just ban everyone.
Oh, I'm such a big fan of you. Fuck you. Yeah? I never heard of you. You're not such a big fan of me.
It's what a sad person.
Like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you don't just show up with like multiple people all of a sudden all simultaneously blabbering on and like lowering the level.
What?
Fuck off.
Who's lowering the level?
don't need filler people. Yeah? I don't need people in my chat to just filler with a bunch of bullshit.
Jason McCormick, almost rage win time.
Go waste your time with idle banter somewhere else.
That's great. Almost rage win.
No, not almost rage win time. Fuck off, Jason, or I'll freaking ban you too. I don't do rage win anymore.
He doesn't.
No, Steamy. Shut up.
He's so angry. He's so angry.
I'm not letting fucking boltards back in, yeah? I'm just inches away of just kicking Professor Phil Bell out.
Yeah, because he's smarter than you. You wouldn't want that, Arwin.
Just still asking questions. It seems like he actually wants to understand certain things. That's really the only reason why I'm still letting him be here.
Arwin thinks that he's teaching Professor Phil Bell.
I'm sick of
Adorable.
fucking boltards. I'm
Adorable.
sick of them. They can all go fuck themselves. Yeah? Endless regurgitation horse shit. I'm done with it.
Ooh, Arwin's rage win's working up.
Yeah? I'm not your goddamn mental institute caretaker. Yeah, go.
You're not a caretaker.
Chant somewhere
You're a
else.
resident.
Yes, Professor Phil Bell, I know. No, Stephen Jarvis. Mars is not a place you can physically go to. Stop believing the bullshit.
Oh, McFlatty showed up. How did that happen? Is he still there? Like, he's so band happy. I love watching. Look at that, 37 watching. This is record numbers for Arwin.
No, Elon is not a flat earther at Foss, for fuck's sake.
Only say complimentary things that support him. That'll get him mad.
Oh, it was the Go Starship. It's all bullshit, Stephen Jarvis. It's all a gigantic fucking scam.
How's that a scam?
It's all there.
Spending millions of dollars on a...
Push forth desperation, like the desperate hopes of ball fucking tards to just... so they can keep holding on to their delusions. Yeah, that's what it's there for. There is no Mars. You can't go there. There is no Mars. There's nothing to go to.
Now, at the end of the Starship launch there...
It's a fucking light in the sky, and that's it. It's all it...
So at the end of the Starship launch, did you notice they said thank you to future customers? That video wasn't for me or you. That video wasn't for flat earthers to prove that the Earth is a globe. That was to future... customers, people that want to put things in space. That is the intended market for that video that Starship did, that SpaceX did. That's why they did that video. All right. Are people giving them compliments?
Oh, guess what? There's no support in my PayPal. Yeah? I don't trust that you're here to support my show. If Elon is hoaxing that there's a globe, he must be a flat earther. No!
There. That's
Why
it.
would you say that, Atfast? Can't it be that he's really, in actuality, a fucking retard who actually believes the globe bullshit? because he's a fucking retard.
And launched a rocket?
With a lot of money. Yeah.
How do you launch a rocket?
Why the hell would he be a flat earther? What indicates that he is a flat earther? Other than your assumption that he would have to be because he is in control, blah, blah, blah. No, he fucking believed this bullshit. Yeah? You might even be gate-kept within the whole premise of the project.
Yeah, it's all them.
He might literally be gate-kept by his own employees. Yeah?
Ask him if his tummy hurts.
Oh no, we're really sending it to Mars. Really, it's really going there. Look, here's the plans on how that's happening. Yeah? While the shit's just moved off somewhere else or dumped in the ocean.
Yeah. Elon isn't the one that designed it. Like he was making some of the decision, but he hired engineers.
On the other hand, I mean, he did do the car in space thing, which was so egregiously stupid. You'd almost have to think that he knew that it was fake.
How could he not know?
But even though they could be faking things and knowing about it doesn't automatically mean that they actually think that it's not physically possible. They're just faking it because it's cheaper. Yeah? There's no indication that Elon Musk knows the Earth is flat. None whatsoever. There's no evidence for this. Nothing.
Well, it would have to, Arwin. It would have to if he had provided video of a rocket in space with a car on the top of that. How could he provide that and not know a little bit about what's actually going on? Mm-hmm.
It's the private sector NASA. Because NASA is becoming more and more discredited. That's what it is. Private front NASA. That's Elon Musk. Sponsored by the United States tax. That's what it is.
You know, wouldn't it be fun if Arwin and another SpaceX hater would team up together and join their intellectual forces together? I mean, the intellectual giant of Arwin could do a collaboration against SpaceX with Thunderfoot. They could team up. Think about how awesome that would be.
I don't want your fucking retardation here in my chat.
Arwin's got 35 viewers, more than he ever gets, probably. I don't know. Charlie, how many is a normal day for him? How many viewers does he get?
Hey, LSG, good to see you.
Steven Jarvis, I can't believe you're asking McFlatty, if there's a car in space, how do they recharge the batteries?
Nice.
The Musk car is on its way to Mars. I wonder if they left some gas in the tank.
Fuck yourselves. Go away. You're not part of my chat with your fucking bullshit. Fuck you.
Just keep complimenting him. Just support him. Dude, just say nice things to him and support him. Think about that. When you're nice to somebody and then they respond like that, it's so... Oh, did McFlatty get banned?
When are you fucking troll assholes are gonna get it? When are you gonna get it? Like, you're not making your new fucking 3 accounts. Yeah? And then show up, oh, I'm here, I'm your biggest fan. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, you're a fake piece of shit. You think I don't know, bitch? I know you are the trolls, you piece of shit. Fuck off. You're not getting
just be nice to him.
My chat.
Just be nice to him. Just for reference, that microphone I helped pay for. Oh, Arwin.
Fuck off.
Yeah, all you did was say hi, and you're out. That's it. Such a solid, well balanced person there.
Yes, McFlatty is banned. That's right.
Why is McFlatty banned? He's your biggest flan.
Dude, he's obviously fake.
McFlatty's obviously fake. What are you talking about? All right, hold on.
He's your flat earth. He's fake.
There we go. I mean, he just can't. He just sits there stewing, hating on everybody that compliments him. What an interesting person. Ask him how he managed to make his mustache look exactly the same as his eyebrows. Oh my gosh. Stephen Jarvis said, I've watched his experimentalizations. Oh.
No, you think he's real? Okay, fine.
Are you
unban him? But I mean, just don't freaking pop up and say things like that. I just don't do that. Like, especially when a bunch of fucking trolls are like moving in. I'm sick of it. Sick of the goddamn trolls trying to worm themselves into my chat. Yeah, you're not welcome. Yeah, you deranged fucks with your retardation and your degeneracy are not welcome in my chat.
Arwin's so angry for people being nice to you. That one didn't get through.
Yeah. So it's just, you pop up, you're immediately banned. I'm not even reading this shit, dude. I'm not reading what you're saying. You're just immediately banned. You got it? You're not part of my chat. Go fuck yourself.
That's what this well-balanced person who definitely knows the true secrets of the universe does.
Yeah.
That's how he treats people that are nice to him. Let's see here if this if he has conspiracy tunes blocked. Oh, looks like he's got conspiracy tunes blocked.
I really fucking appreciate if YouTube would actually find the IP addresses of these fucking scumbags and like terminate all traffic to YouTube in any form from these fucking IP addresses.
Why?
These people should be banned absolutely permanently from YouTube.
For being nice to you. Imagine that. It's funny and sad at the same time, yeah. Jamie Sea Level has a new Arwin video coming out in about 8 to 9 hours. Oh, nice. So far, he's called himself a wizard, empath, psychologist, theorist, physicist, diviner of men, and telepath. Hillside says, as an elf, Arwin is clearly a Svartalf. I don't know what that is. All right, well, Conspiracy Tunes is blocked.
Still, are we friends? Nah.
So he said he unbanned McFlatty.
But I mean, we do go back. We went through the history of the Flat Earth Awakening. So, I mean, Della and we can get along, I think. But friends, I don't know. I guess...
McFlatty's back. He's unbanned.
Don't talk to me like that, dude.
So he said love you. McFlatty said love you to Arwin. And he says, don't talk to me like that, dude.
Like a fag, McFlatty.
Like you can... That's what's...
Not like that. Yeah, but... Duh! Okay, so MCToon is apparently live streaming this shit. Can somebody report MCToon, please?
Report me.
Please
report me.
That video for copyrights.
For copyright. Report me for copyright.
Fucking permission to live stream my live stream.
Why not?
Yeah, MCToon?
I can. It's okay. It's for entertainment and education and commentary. It's totally fine. Fair use. But McFlatty's a big fan. What's wrong, Arwin? Give us some of your woke truths. Somebody said that McFlatty wears glasses. He doesn't wear glasses. We probably should. So what he just typed a whole bunch of stuff on his very silent keyboard. Let's see. I could call him on Skype. Let's see. There it is. I'll call him. Nothing. Arwin isn't online on Skype.
Yeah. For the record, I do not give MCToon permission to restream my live stream.
It's for commentary.
To do that,
it's for commentary. Yeah, who was the whistleblower?
Make your own fucking content, okay?
You are my content, Arwin. That's what's beautiful about this.
Stop ripping off other people's livelihood.
My commentary on your content is my content.
Shameless scam artist.
Arwin's so butthurt. You know,
I get permission to restream the looping Earth. What the fuck are you whining about, Voy? It's less than 2 minutes long.
It's less than 2 minutes long.
And it's from a video from like 8 years ago.
Oh, if it's from 8 years ago, it's okay then.
About?
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, if MCToon wants to live stream 2 minutes of my live stream, he can go right ahead. If he's just like simul streaming my actual live stream as it's going, that's too far. That's literally copyright.
No, I'm doing multiple segments of 2 minutes simultaneously, like back to back. That's what I'm doing. So I'm good.
Infringement. Yeah?
Well, file it then. File it. It's okay.
Having copied a video less than 2 minutes long from like 8 years ago is not a copyright violation.
Oh, but it is. Poor Arwin.
I don't think that it is how it works. It is.
Yeah. Ask him about the crossbow.
No. Restreaming it on his own platform is not sharing the show. It's a copyright violation.
I am not simultaneously restreaming him. There's a delay. So I'm good. Thanks, Arwin. Permission granted. Be sure to like and subscribe Arwin's stream, everybody. You can't comment unless you subscribe, so go over there, become a subscriber, wait 10 minutes, and then give him a compliment. Tell him how much you appreciate his mustache today, or that his chair is looking nice. Right? Tell him that his chair is nicer than my chair. I don't do Rageman anymore. Anyone want to take the bet? All right. This tomato, just so you know, Zumi's not even here, right? I don't think Zumi is. This tomato we grew.
All right. Anyway, I hope everybody's appreciating the show, except for the fucking trolls. Go fuck yourselves. Yeah, MCToon, you don't have permission to live stream my live stream.
Don't need it.
You got it?
It's commentary. Covered.
You want to review my work? That's fine. Review my videos.
I'm reviewing
play
it, yep.
Put it on pause, enter your comments, play it again. You can do that all you like. What you can't do is live stream my actual live stream.
Yes, I can.
When it's still live stream.
Totally
yeah?
can.
I do not give permission.
Don't need it. Don't need your permission. Don't need it at all.
You got it?
Thank you, though. Thanks, Arwin. Your copyright advice is noted and ignored. Their Xillusion Actions in there says, "Hi all, is that enough to get a ban? Is that enough to get a ban?"
He has a sick crush on me? Yeah, that's cool. If he has such a sick crush on me, then send me PayPal money. Yeah, and I might reconsider whatever the fuck you're wanting to do. Yeah?
Should I send him something?
Don't just parasite on my work.
All right, hold on.
Make your own damn content.
I could do that. All right, hold on. How much is a lot for him? Like,
Leave Flatty alone. Stephen Jarvis.
Steve, why, Steven? Why are you so mean? All right. How much is $3? Is $5? So what if I sent $5 to Arwin? For what? For food.
Oh, look. 3 new people showed up all simultaneously, and now you're all banned. Doesn't matter what the fuck you're gonna say. You're 3 people showing up simultaneously. Oh, newcomer, oh, I'm such a big fan. Banned. Get the fuck out of here.
That's how you greet.
Not getting in.
That's
bitch.
how you greet a new person. All right, here goes. Here goes $5. Thank you, Arwin, for your support there. There we go. All right, here goes the $5. That is sent.
No. I don't drink beer. Toon sent me money? Really?
There it is. Yoda for $4.99 says, "Do not donate to Arwin." I already did.
Yeah, sorry, $5 is not gonna cut it. You don't get permission to live stream my live stream when it's still live streaming for $5. Yeah.
What's the fee?
I mean, I appreciate the $5 though, but I mean, you're not gonna.
What are you gonna say?
Have any
you got money. You got money, Arwin.
Like with my live stream for $5. He's a good guy. Meh.
Sent you $5. I don't care. Oh my gosh.
How much will it cost him? At least 50 euros.
50 euros to restream his video. The amazing overblown ego that he has.
No, not 20, 50. For one stream. Yeah, if you're doing like fun
It's too late.
runs and
I'm already doing it. I'm already doing it.
Thousands of pounds or dollars or whatever. Dude, you really think I'm just gonna let you parasite on my stream? For $5? Screw you.
All right. Arnold, as you wish. Now it's because it converts it to euros. All right, so what's this for? So he'll get the note. The last one I just said, take care. What's the note on this, Arnold? I could say to buy. It will buy you some eggs. How about tea? For more tea. Mr. Cheswick
anyway,
is here.
Everybody's enjoying the show. If you are,
hi
please
Cheswick.
Don't forget to Rogan's it up. And please share it. That does not mean live stream my live stream on your live stream. Sharing means you give somebody else the link to my live stream. It does not mean show my actual live stream on your live stream, yeah? That's not sharing. That's copywriting it. That's
copywriting it? But you already copied.
You're not allowed to do that. I do not give you permission to do that.
You already copyrighted it.
You want to do that? $50. And then I'll let you get away with it.
Let's see. It's to buy a third shirt.
Okay.
There you go. For a new wardrobe. How about that?
Okay, now frickin' Troll is sending me money. That's just ridiculous.
There we go.
That's not MCToon, and that's all fine.
Oh, thank you, Buck Sidebuster. How should I call him? I'll ask him how much to unblock everybody. It's like giving saying to police, I don't give you permission to detain me. All right. I sent him. Oh, not yet. Not yet. There it is. On the flight right now. It's going. It's going. There it is. $6.66 or €6.66.
Everybody, around 10,000 euros.
For what? What does he think he produces that's worth 10,000 euros? And what is that behind him? That thing on the desk behind him? Do you know what that is? DML, Arwin is making Skrilla today.
Yeah, no, those days of unblocking everybody, they're fucking over. Yeah? That's not happening anymore. I don't do unblockings anymore.
Hartmut just sent him 666 too.
Yeah? You think I made a mistake?
Heater.
Maybe? You accidentally got banned because you decided to say hello in the middle of like a troll wave? Well, then you could email me and then I might unblock you. But there will be no mass unbanning. It's not happening anymore.
How much to unblock everyone? It's all right. Somebody tell him that he's got more coming. It's more in the box already.
Okay, this is hilarious, MCToon. It's still not $50 though. You can all send me €6.66. I don't care.
Oh,
as long as you send that to me
so
9
ungrateful
times, I'm fine.
So ungrateful. Imagine being. I just can't fathom being that ungrateful of a person.
Shirt? No. Dude, I'm not concerned with all that. I need money for food. Yeah?
I don't know if he needs money for food.
Clothes are a luxury. I don't have money for that sort of thing.
All right. So who wants to create the
pile on like 1,000 euros, list. And then I might actually consider like maybe I should get like a new jacket, yeah? Because I have other priorities. I have bills. I have debts that keep building up every freaking month. Yeah, I don't have any maneuvering room.
We'll get a job.
And besides, I don't really need a new shirt. I'm fine. Alright. What I do need, however, is everybody to Rogan's it up.
Why? So that you can ban them? Okay. We need to get this. All right, I'm gonna pause it for a second.
See?
We need to get this Amazon playlist. So I would do it, but I think it would potentially dox me, and that's what I'm concerned about. It might be best if can somebody create an Amazon account that's a Netherlands Amazon account, and then create a wish list, and then we could publish that, and you could get a frilly shirt, a properly elven shirt, some Tesco tea. Dr. Freak says that's called extortion on his behalf. Call the police. I don't think so. Cheswick, are you still here? Cheswick, if you want, I can send you a Zoom link. You can pop in and you can give us all your woke truth. Maybe you can explain what keeps the sun up. Why doesn't it fall into the earth? You can explain what keeps it moving. Is it doing circles, narrow circles and wider circles? What makes the angular momentum increase and decrease? These kinds of things need to be answered, Cheswick. And you are the one with the answers, right? You are the woke truth, the holder of woke truth. There you go, Yoda. That you're thinking. That's what the kinds of things are. So, I don't know if it would. I think it probably would need to be an actual. Best would be a Netherlands Amazon account, and I'm not very good at reading Netherlish. So, all right, let's hear if he's got any more coming.
And that's exactly why I banned him. What kind of person talks like that? Does anybody in the chat now still thinks McFlatty is not a troll?
What did McFlatty say?
Oh, a job. Well, McToon could go fuck himself. Troll. Yeah, no shit, troll.
Get a job, Arwin. Go get a job. That's what people do when they need money. Go get a job. Think about that. Here he is. He does nothing all day, and he sits and whines when people give him money and complains when people are nice to him. They're like, "Hey, you go get a job." No,
you're not allowed in my chat.
Did he block McFlatty again?
I don't wear hats, Professor Philbell. I'm not a hat guy.
He could wear an elven hat.
Send the money, then you can come back. Yeah, 10,000 euros. Good luck with that. And yeah, if you want it, you can send the 10,000 euros all in €6.66 if you want. If that's what makes you happy, by all means do that.
He blocked McFlatty. Why did he block McFlatty? He's so... All right, Rib Tickler sent me a PayPal.
Yeah?
I see that. Thank you. Hold on, let me look.
Right, so I got a total of...
I mean, this is one of
18 euros now. Yeah.
18 euros. This is a record-breaking day for Arwin.
It's not going to cut it, guys.
But it's not going to cut it. All right, let me see. Rib Tickler. I see. Was that 9 a.m.? Yeah, okay. Are you okay if I read your names if you sent stuff on PayPal right now? I don't want to read it if it's not. Oh, I got a few. I'm always nervous about that. I don't want to say people's names, but if you don't want it said,
anyway,
but I want to thank you.
Until these dipshits came in.
And said nice things to you, Arwin, and said nice things to you. That's what What did I say? I said only say nice things to Arwin, and he gets upset about it. That's what's crazy. That's what's just crazy. Okay, I gotta update the.
You troll them back. Is that really a wise thing to do, Aziz? You're just gonna entice them to come over here even more.
Yeah, wow. Troll me back.
Hey, look, it's LVA Paul, the asswipe. Haven't heard from you in ages. What the fuck are you doing here, you dirty little grabbler scumbag? Don't you know you're never allowed in my chat ever again? Did you know that?
What a nice person. What's a well-balanced and decent person he is there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm updating the numbers here. Okay. Arwin, you are my content. You need to talk a little more. Less typing, Arwin. I'm busy right now. I need you to talk. Oh my gosh, Arwin, that's not, you're not talking enough. You're already hit. He pounded that key. Dr. Nimrod's been insta-banned. He doesn't wear a hat, but he does wear an ass hat.
Okay. Good to see you. Gaining Wisdom.
Gaining Wisdom 111, a mod on his channel. Says, you want to know, then go. Lions of Men or just settle for watching the tunes. So his social worker is trying to find a new place for him since he went into a young woman's roommate's room when she was gone. That'll be must-see TV. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he should live stream MCToon's channel. That'd be great. All right.
All right. So I'm probably gonna round out the show because it's just trolls now.
What? Oh, this is the fun part, Arwin.
Tired of
people love
spending half the time just throwing new people out that think they can just move in there. You can't. I'll ban all of you.
How about don't throw them out?
I don't want your attention. I don't want people that suck.
People you suck for complimenting him.
Yeah, I pick the people that I want to stay in my chat. That I want
Stop being so mean
with.
and complimenting him. I can't believe that you'd be so mean that you'd compliment him and say nice things. Like, Arwin is better off being away from Oakley, and this is what better off looks like.
Let's ignore them. Yeah. But I mean, like, I'm not really going to be able to talk about what I was talking about. They disrupted that.
Why not? We want to hear your woke truth, Arwin.
The inquiry from Professor Phil Bell, however annoying in ways, it was still useful. It was still an honest inquiry. Right? And the whole dream mechanics thing was great.
Added them in.
It's absolutely great. Not that I expect anyone over at MCToon to actually understand what the hell that any of that is about.
It doesn't make any sense, Arwin. You're just talking nonsense.
Jealous because I was a speaker at a conference. Okay.
Totally.
Why the hell would he be jealous of that, Stephen Jarvis?
Rick says, I asked if he'd rather have a mustache shaped like his eyebrow or a crossbow. Apparently he didn't care for that.
I want to be recognized by little old me. It's just like, please give other lives, our pitiful, useless, tag-along lives some meaning. Please, I want a sense of self-dignity too.
You do? Well, you got a lot of changes to make there,
That's
Arwin.
really what it is. Yeah, and you don't need to come in here with your fucking soccer accounts to say that. I'll say that. Yeah, you newcomer, you definitely don't have to come in my chat to say such things.
What a horrible person to come and compliment him.
Too. You think I trust any newcomer that's gonna like roll in here saying anything like that?
Icy Spin. I don't know if we figured out who the whistleblower was, but Mr. Cheswick was in here briefly. I don't know. Is Mr. Cheswick an Arwin fan? I can't believe that there's any flat earthers that are actually truly Arwin fans.
Sure, why not?
What is this? He went to the ocean? Oh, this is... Oh, is this... Oh, this is the Black Swan. Funny. Oh! We have Arwin's wish list. Hold on a second. All right, I got the phone number there. I don't know if I want to use it today. All right, let's see here. Here's Arwin's wish list. There's nothing on it right now. Okay. We need to find things. All right, here's our task, people. We need to find things on Amazon to put on Arwin's wish list now. Okay. So let's see here. We need to find an elven shirt. No. Not this. We need a shirt with a frilly collar or something like that. Let's see. There we go. See? Can you see Arwin in that beautiful thing there? Can you see? Oh my gosh. I think anything on Amazon potentially we could get. So there a Oh, there we go. Okay. Buck Sidebuster. There's one for you. Oh my gosh, I need to put that better on the screen. Oh, that would be so good. Oh my gosh, that would be wonderful. So there's one thing. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So the color we got, I don't know, blau, Geel, grown. I'm learning. Leaked blau, that blue, light blue. Rude is red. I knew that because I stayed in that at the Rude and Lewin, the Red Lion in Amsterdam. Is this all right? This says rose. So is this pink? That would be amazing. Okay, here's another one. I don't think this is it. I don't think this is the... Oh, come on. Oh my gosh. Why do I have to do this? FTR and FH. There we go. That would be good. I don't know if that's quite the... He would not wear that. That's the thing. That would go right into the garbage. Renaissance Fair accessories. There you go. Okay. There you go. Like this. Can you see him wearing that? How beautiful that would be. But remember, he's a wizard. So like, it has to be something he would actually wear or use, right? A shirt that he would actually wear, right? Like there's a little bit of a chance that he could show up wearing this shirt. I think that would be amazing. but I don't think that he's going to show up wearing this. I don't know. I don't know why. Yeah, there you go. The leather half palm fingerless leather night bar band up punk. I don't know what those are. You see, I don't see him wearing those things. He could put his potions in here. Look at that. He could wear this belt and have his potions in there. All right, Phil Bell says check your PayPal. I'll check. I saw you in there, Phil Bell. That was hilarious. Yeah, dark gothic accessories. Oh, thank you very much, Phil Bell. Oh, I got 3 more. Let me update them in the spreadsheet. Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. I don't have Arwin to fill the time. Hold on. Is Arwin still here? Let's there we go. Oh, he's peeing. Are you done peeing?
Now send me more money, MCToon and Herd or whatever the fuck you are.
He's so grateful. Such a grateful person. On another note, thank you to, I'll just say, Stu, Pericles, and Phil Bell. Thank you very much for those. I appreciate those. Those will go to the Antarctica trip fund. Straight in.
Maybe I could send 5 to the GoFundMe. What? I'm not gonna send any money to anybody's GoFundMe.
What? Why not, Arwin? I support you. You support me. You know, we're co-creators in this thing, Arwin. All right. Thank you very much, Phil Bell. I got that.
What would you like added to my Amazon wish list? Nothing. I don't want to do business with Amazon ever.
And a globe. Oh, instead of a globe.
I've never done business with Amazon one time in my life, and I never will.
All right, a little
I'm
like a
boycotting
small
that corporation.
A small globe or something. Oh yeah. So
yeah. There's plenty of other little corporations that'll do just fine. Not doing business with fucking Amazon.
So Sodbuster, do you need his address? I have it. I'm not going to share that, but I can.
Just a thought. Don't worry, Steve.
I can give it to you.
We're good. Who do you
let's
do
see.
online business with?
I'm in Austin.
Maybe it's none of your fucking business, huh? Maybe you don't get to find out.
Oh, people can add to the list.
You bunch of stalking freaks.
There you go. Yeah, don't share his address if you know it. Don't share it.
All right, I'm gonna take another 2-minute break. I'm drinking all this tea. So
I got it.
back.
Yeah.
Don't forget to Rogan's it up, and yeah, mods, please pay attention to the chat while I'm gone.
I need to. We don't need to hear that, Arwin. All right. Oh my God, his wish list. An It's Flat Bro sweatshirt. All right, I got to get this on screen. It's Flat Bro sweatshirt. I'll have it translate to English for us. This is hilarious. The medieval, yeah, there it is. That's the one I found. Perfect. But let's see. We should be able to. Let's see if we can find a. How do we add to add to it as public so we can add to it. So if we find like a globe, something cute. All right, none of those. Maybe, all right, here we go. A wizard hat. There you go. So how do we, I don't know what these, it's not translating. In shopping cart, buy now, how add to list. There it is. Email, no, oh, it's asking me to log in. So, apparently you need to log in, a Gandalf cane. A toupee. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Something for the car he doesn't have. Yeah, like a fuzzy dice to hang from the rearview mirror of the car he doesn't have. Definitely Leopard says, how long did Toon and Craig date in uni? Yeah, definitely something that happened there. Good job, definitely Leopard. Not a toupee, just the toupee sticker things. A foam sword. There we go. The foam sword. All right, so there's a wizard hat we could do. I'll drop it in the link in there. Oh, he's back already. All right. There you go. You could have like these elven swords here. Wouldn't that be nice? Can you see that up on the wall? These aren't even real pictures of it. It's just a cartoon picture of it. No, that's real. Okay, that's real. That'd be amazing. Can you see that on the wall behind him? It's a little flaccid there. There you go. That'd be fine. I'm putting them in the chat so you can add them in. A monocle and chain. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh. There we go. Let's see. That's a rather large investment for a chill pill. So this is for the wish list for Arwin, so that people can on their own go and pick up something, have it sent to Arwin. So this won't dox him or anything. An anger management book. Very nice. This won't dox him. But if so it'll get sent to him without anything being leaked, right? Nobody gets anything. Oh, a new keyboard. This is a all right, well, drop it in the chat, or I don't know if you can do it or not directly. So all right.
Jesus, how the hell am I getting 16 rockets up? That's nuts.
Yeah, thumbs up his video.
Hey, trolls out there, you don't have to do that. Yeah, I don't need your Rogan's up. I mostly need you to just get the hell out of here.
That's what he says to people that are nice to him.
Positive attention or your negative attention. Just leave me the hell alone.
Only
you can send
say
me money, I'll
nice
take
things.
That, surely. But I mean, other than that, like, you're not gonna change my mind. Like, even if you...
Fingernail clipper. Definitely need a fingernail clipper.
I don't care. I don't care with how many people you are. I don't care what kind of goodwill you have against me, or you think you have some leverage or any.
Goodwill against him. He used the word against. He thinks people being nice to him are against him.
You can all go fuck yourselves. Yeah?
If you have goodwill, that's what you can do.
Yeah, I don't need masses of people. I don't need a herd or people that have herd mentality. Yeah, I don't need a flock of sheep. I need money. That's what I need. I can definitely use that, and I'll appreciate it. And that's about it. Yeah. Other than that, I need reliable people. And people that can actually ask good questions and understand answers to such good questions. Yeah, and I think that the people that have been hanging around this show are mostly capable of that, and that's why I keep them around.
Anger management for men, the monocle, a globe. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's so funny. Yeah, if you need money, don't kick everyone out of your chat. Oh, to send him a bottle of shampoo, he never showers.
Rogans are good though. Nah. I mean, good for what? What are they good for, Stephen Jarvis? Nothing.
Phil,
absolutely nothing. They don't
Phil,
have
it sounds
any
like
meaning whatsoever.
He won't block you for some reason. I don't know.
I still appreciate if you're like hanging around here that you do that, right?
What is this?
But I mean, when a bunch of outsiders can just like try to push themselves onto you, like, yeah, what the hell does it all even mean then? Like, the whole idea of Rogans and thumbs up, that it kind of loses its entire point.
So, all right,
that way.
So David Brock sent to Total Station GPS. Add that.
That's too fucking bad, Stephen Jarvis.
Oh, he turned off super chats because of Taxman? I
don't.
Seriously? He should ask Austin how to do it, because Austin doesn't pay taxes. He said so. Austin has said he doesn't pay taxes. So maybe Arwin should ask Austin how to not pay taxes. Because Austin is legally adept. All right. What's this list looking like? There we go. The outdoor power shower full kit survival kit. Now we're thinking, we're solving problems right here. This is solving problems. What is this here? Is this translate to English? Pack of 175 toy banknotes.
For U.S. president mentioned in Dutch news. I don't know, Professor Philbill. I don't really watch Dutch news because it's horrifying.
Oh, YouTube demonetized him in April. Yeah, that's what I thought happened.
It's so believable.
Right, because the things he says, I'm surprised YouTube allows him on still. An oversized fly swatter. That, yes. Like a joke oversized fly swatter. like cartoon large. Yeah, I don't think these are just normal. Like, yeah. That. He doesn't have to use. He needs a water filter to filter his pee. Oh. Not much. Let's see. I asked about his Amazon wish list and digital sundial, and he went off about Amazon before he took his break.
Opinionated and arrogant and disgusting. Like, I wouldn't be able to last like 5 seconds trying to watch the fucking news in Dutch because they're so disgusting.
So disgusting.
They have been for quite a while. I mean, if you thought that CNN was like disgusting and misinforming and propagandized and opinionated all over the place, dude, you.
All right, Arwin, is the election for U.S. presidents mentioned much in Dutch news? That's all it took. BV, you filter the pee, it defeats the purpose of getting all the pee nutrients.
Alright, I'm gonna round out the show.
Oh no, Arwin, you're doing so well. You're sharing so much.
Getting tiresome.
Dream mechanics.
Looks like the PayPals have died out. So, yeah, still not getting my permission to live stream my live stream.
Thank you for not giving it.
Still
I don't need
my
it.
Permission.
Awesome. Don't need it.
You're going to get a strike for that.
Strike away, Arwin. You won't. That would
unless you send
that would smack of work.
30 euros.
No, not gonna happen.
You are definitely gonna get a strike. You got it?
Nope, not gonna happen. You're not gonna do it. You're bluffing.
No, Professor Philbell. God.
What about the Dutch queen? I don't know anything about Dutch politics. They have a king and queen. Okay. Do we have...
Dutch queen is like one of the most repulsive people.
Like copyright law, cases, and materials. Perfect.
Noble people, supposedly. She is like one of the worst that has ever been here.
The Book of the Crossbow.
Like a complete treacherous,
so
communist, anti-nationalist hag. Horrible person.
Oh my gosh.
Really, really horrible.
All right, we don't need to hear that. Let's see. Did Arwin just try to extort you for 30 euros? Yeah, he did. Imagine a strike for this. A strike doesn't. It has to be something meaningful, right? And so YouTube they have their rules, they have their guidelines, and so if you were to file a strike, you would have to. The way it works is you have to file in court within a certain number of days, and if you don't, it automatically gets dropped. So I would need to do nothing, and it would automatically get dropped. Because is he gonna actually go file? No, of course not. He would have to do it in the United States. The Queen of Dutch Clean English edition. Oh my god. Okay, Netherlands is a constitutional monarchy. I got it. Okay. He still thinks Putin is winning, of course. Oh my god. It's so telling. It's so interesting how quickly he bans people. All right. Well, now that the question is, do we have it set up so he'll receive the actual stuff? We can make sure of that. I just need a buck sod buster. If you don't have, we can get it so that if anybody does want to actually get this shirt on his body on video, it potentially could happen. Lake Titicaca Frog. Oh, well, you're gonna have to link it in the chat, and since you're not a moderator yet, I'm gonna have to make you a moderator. So there you go. Link it in the chat. So I have his address. I won't share it publicly. I'm not gonna do that. But for the wish list, I can have it happen, and nobody gets it on the wish list. So let's see. Wouter Q van Belleghem says the Netherlands is a monarchy just as Belgium, but the royal family is more like an act instead of having actual power. I voted for regional today. It's very much a democracy in any sense. Well, that's pretty cool. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. All right. A spray-on toupee. Oh, there's no pictures of it in use. I want to see the before and after. A spray-on toupee. Well, it's in... Spray-on toupee. That's not it. Oh, hold on. Yeah, none of these are spray-on toupees. I mean, this just looks like spray paint, so I don't, maybe because it's in English, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yes, definitely. BV, you're making a good point. All right. Is he done yet?
Said he's going to have the patience to deal with the fucking scumbags out there that are definitely not going to go away, even if I do get a job out there, yeah?
Oh, no, get a job.
Still going to be pieces of shit, and they're still going to get in my way.
Send a food
Doesn't matter what the hell I do out there.
Food-shaped toy.
Yeah, OB has a... Yeah, but he's Owen Benjamin. I'm not Owen Benjamin, Steamy Traveler.
Oh, that's right. He's
Stop fucking
fan.
comparing me to other people.
He's a big fan of Owen Benjamin.
As a universal rule, yeah? Stop comparing me to other people. I'm not other people.
You know why he doesn't want to be compared?
Arwin.
Because they earn money and he won't go get a job. Think about that. Oh, Nerf Dungeons and Dragons, Thunder Chowd Nerf Blaster, and oh my gosh, okay. Joe Black, that sounds perfect.
Yeah. That is a comparison. That is you are literally comparing somebody else to me.
Okay, all right. This is the Netherlands version. Oh my gosh. The go-over wig. Right there. Oh, Arwin. Oh, he's so good. And a cat litter box. This one with a little mustache, a little fuzz around there. Oh, he doesn't need a wig for it. He's already got that in stock at the Arwin house. All right, let me see if I can find this one here. Dungeons Dread. This is the one. Oh, this would be so good. I can see him just, in his room, like in his little room, like pew 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 pew. Shooting across. He can like set up a little barrier, like a castle, and he can shoot across it and have a. Yeah, I could see that. That'd be amazing. Zoomy says, I think it may be a possible that it has a bipolar disorder, which is certainly a disorder you can put on your disabled list. No, I mean, there's no question. He's got some psychological things going on. I mean, you try to be nice to him and he rejects it. That's what's just telling,
Get any more positive. So thanks everyone for coming. I hope you liked this show. If you did, then please
Arwin.
Don't forget to Rogan's it up. And if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel and hit the bell notification so you know when I'm going live, which is normally 2 p.m. Amsterdam time every day. And please also do support me through the PayPal, Patreon, and Gifts and Go. Links are in the description box below. Any support would be greatly appreciated and would contribute to me continuing to be able to eat.
the gifts and go?
The rest of the month. Yeah?
There it is.
So please keep it coming. Right, I'll be back tomorrow with Flat Earth Early Bird.
All right. Here's the gifts and go. Oh, so this I thought, oh, give, send, go. Okay, it's not gifts. I thought it was gifts. All right. Get this, call it a wizard streamer wand. Yes, add that one in too. Oh. Here, look at that. I mean, how wizardy is that? Can you see? I mean, he's got the crossbow, pew pew pew, and then he, the dragon died on the other side. He can grab his wand and he can wave it around to celebrate. The dragon has been dispatched. There you go. All right, let's see what else is on the list here. There it is. The Nerf Dungeons and Dragons Nerf blaster is up. So, all right, this is good. So if you're like, hey, I need to send somebody a gift. Here it is. If you're feeling like that, and of course you've already sent all that's needed to get me all the way to Antarctica. If you've already done that, then this is another option for where to go. But yeah. And like I said, we'll get the address set up. Let's see. Make sure. Okay. Anyway, we'll make sure that if it is to be sent, that we can get the address correctly in there. All right, let me catch up on a few things. I got a few contributions for the trip. I got Wooter Q von Belgium. Sorry if I got that wrong. Gifted 10 memberships. Yoda said add a cat litter box. Does he have a cat? Or is it just in case he needs to go to the bathroom? I don't think that's right. Add a globe and a gimp suit, says Yoda, for $4.99. Buck Sodbuster says, I emailed you Arwin's Amazon wish list. Got it. Man, that was amazing. I really would love to see a couple new shirts that are like, he doesn't have a large wardrobe. And so if he receives a shirt, right? So we're solving a problem. He needs new shirts. Definitely solving a problem. But if we send him a frilly shirt like that, if he doesn't have a shirt and it's sitting there, he might just wear it. That's what's amazing about it. He seems to like tea. Get him something tea related, like tea. I don't know. It costs nothing to be nice comes up as a t-shirt in Amazon. Oh my god. And yet he can't be nice. Oh, thanks for the Arwin fun, says Charlie Welch. Arwin always brings the ladies to the yard, doesn't he? Aurelian says Arwin's ban list is higher than his subscriber list. Buck Sodbuster got it. I got his phone number. So all right, I didn't want to call him right now. I'd like to call him when he's not streaming, maybe, because he's more likely to answer. I want him to answer. Harnold says send Arwin $6.66 of this, so I did. Yoda says do not donate to Arwin. Well, we kind of did. Dan Men says thanks for making Arwin cry. Even he's begging. The Watcher says he wants communication. He wants communication but hates communication. He's in a weird spot. Like, he wants followers, he wants 1,000 subscribers, but if you show up and start saying nice things to him, he gets angry. Bob says MCToon is going to Antarctica this December to destroy Flat Earth, but he needs your help. To get there, donate now using the links on the right. And I point to my left, which shows up on your right there. Thank you very much, Bob, for that super chat. All right. It is 10 of the clock. So I've got a pre-release copy, not out yet, of some videos from Mind of Steel. Mind of Steel. So let's see. Gotta get where he put it. There it is. So, oh yeah, man. All of these unreleased copies here. Unreleased videos. Oh, it's an MOV. Means I have to re-render it. All right. That's fine. I'll re-render it. The Evidence Hurts says, GM Toon, good morning, Toon. At what dollar point will you have to cancel? Well, I have to balance this is for the trip to Antarctica, right? So the total cost is going to be right around 40,000. I'm coming up on 20, coming up on about half. I can't make up that difference. I know. So the Bitcoin, the 0.4 Bitcoin, that's elsewhere. I can't use that. I don't have it anymore. So it had to go elsewhere. So I have a smaller amount of Bitcoin still sitting around, so I can fund a little bit from that, a couple thousand. I can use personal income from that, right? So I can maybe I can fill in several thousand at the end. So and we're here October, we're 2 months away, right? November, December. So tomorrow is 2 months from getting on the plane to fly to Antarctica. So that's a big gap to go another almost 20,000, right? About 20,000. So if I make 20 this weekend, is it enough? I don't know. That's the problem where I'm at there. So, all right. Sarah Jones said, for your information, Stu PayPal'd you something in my name earlier. All right, I'll look. I did see that Stu sent that. So, all right, I see that. $20. Thank you very much, Sarah Jones. So yeah, I'm like right on the edge of that, and I don't know. I have to consider whether or not to pull the trigger, because there's things that if I spend money on, I can't get back. And so I'd feel very bad if I don't go and can't get any money back that I spent. So I don't want to do that. That's where I'm riding that line and being careful. So Sim Kia says, are you going to the Antarctic? That's the plan. So, all right, hold on. I need to re-render this so that I can play it myself here. Hold on. There we go. There's that. All right, start the render. How long is that going to take? It'll take a little bit. So this is, okay. So this is the one, you're going to like this. It's got a flat earther in it. All right. Clean up a little bit of these tabs here from Arwin. He's a strange person. Oh, all right. It is in there. Okay. Got it. Looks like we have his address. All right, Chip. Chad, I see that. I'll add this in here. I'll do an update here on the total Oh, is that C.B. McCullough? All right. I got that. Go double check the GoFundMe. Sim Kia says, because I think that's what will settle this. People will doubt the science now. Well, of course you can. That's what's interesting. You know, people don't care about truth. If they did, they would just realize that the sun could not set if the earth were flat. So that's a very easy test. You don't need to trust anybody in order to check that out. All right. All right, now I'm going to take a minute to make sure the spreadsheet is correct. So let's see here. 6 to 1, 2. I'm going to take this off. All right, I think, yeah. So I did need to update it, so that's good. This will be a good jump because of an error in the spreadsheet that wasn't tallying things correctly. So one more check, F6 to F107. Yep. So I have, so, you know, PayPal doesn't always, but sometimes takes a fee. So I have a column of the before, the fee, the after. So I was tallying the wrong thing though. So there we go. Get rid of this row. Get rid of that row. All right. There we go. Now, F109, F108. There it is. Okay. New tally coming in from 18,000. After fixing my error, this is going to be big. For 18,368. Now it's 19,115. I'm right on the edge. Thank you, Self, for fixing my goofy mistake on the spreadsheet. Thank you to everybody that's contributed. So let's see. Phil Bell says, people who live south of Capricorn should not ever see the sun while looking south in their field of view on flat Earth. We do. We see it southwest. We see it set southwest. Absolutely. And that's, you know, for a Sim Kia, if you think the Earth is flat, with the knowledge that that happens, and if you doubt it, you could just fly for relatively inexpensively south of the Tropic of Capricorn, you know, in the month or two around December, and see the sun set in a direction that could not be possible on flat Earth. If you don't get that, then you're just not. It's not trusting the science. It's not trusting the experts. It's denying reality. Right? And that's a lie. Denying reality is a lie. So you don't need to trust anybody for that. Ark says, please donate if you can. Find your rich relative. Tell them all about it, and then say you need to come in and help out. So there's a few things. A couple people have said to me, you know, as you get farther along, let me know if there's gaps I can fill in. I can fill in. So I appreciate that. It's not 20,000 worth of amount. So all right. Icy Spin says, whatever you have to do to go, you may never have the chance to go to Antarctica again. Whatever you got to do, I'll help as much as I can. Thank you so much, Icy Spin. I'm pulling out all the plugs that I can here. And and my wife has been amazing support. So she's nervous. I'm nervous. You know, it's Christmas time, and you know, there's more expenses at Christmas time. So, Simkia says, I can't get that. I think there are legitimate questions. I think you should go as soon as possible and get stuff done. This is a, all right, Simkia, here, I'm gonna write for you, Simkia. I'll show you this. And then you tell me what about this you don't is not registering with you, right? That's what I'm curious to know, because to me, I don't understand why it's a problem. So all right, that one has some markings on it. I'll get a fresh AE map here for you, Simkia. All right. So here we go. Here is the AE map. This is the map that almost all flat earthers claim is the real map. So the Tropic of Capricorn. Let me grab these here. There you go. Tropic of Capricorn. I'll show in Australia, because Australia is an easy place to go, and we have a viewer in Australia right now. Here's the Tropic of Capricorn. It goes right across Australia. All right. That's where the sun goes all the way around, according to this map, on the day of December 21st. So this is Australia. Right there is on this edge, just a little bit south of it, I think, is Sydney. So I'll trace that around here. And on the day of the solstice, the sun is up for 14 or 15 hours, depending on how far south you live in southern hemisphere there. So it's how far away? Well, if you're right here, right, a little bit south of the tropic, if you're there, then the sun will be up for somewhere around, let's say, 14 hours. So at the middle of the day, the sun will be here, right? 7 hours, so half of 14 earlier, it will be around here somewhere, right? So it takes 24 hours to go all the way around. That means it takes 12 to go half. It means it takes 6 to do a quarter. So if we go backwards 6 hours, about there, then we go another hour. So the sun is about here at sunrise, approximately, on the day of the solstice there. All right. So that's sunrise on the day of the solstice in Australia, a place you can travel to. You don't need to trust anybody. You can, meet somebody that lives there and ask them, what direction does the sun rise on the 21st of December? And this map requires the sun to rise at a certain angle. If you're there, the sun's there, well, we can just draw a straight line. And we can see this is the angle that the sun would have to rise on that day. Right there. Okay? Now, what direction is that? Right. Okay. Professor Phil Bell. Yeah, you're on. You're closer to Melbourne, I suppose. Right. So you're a little farther south. On this map, it's a small enough map. The direction is going to be very similar. Right, Phil. So that's the angle of that the sun must rise, Simkia. I hope you get this. Tell me if you don't. If this isn't yet something that I'm explaining well, that's my fault. I want to explain it well. Now, which direction is which when you're in that? When you're here, well, due north from where you are, hubward, that's due north. Right there, that's north. And then, of course, south is the opposite direction. That's due south. Okay? So then you've got 90 degrees from each of those is east and west. So there's east and west. So there's your 4 cardinal directions from Sydney, or the southeast coast of Australia. Okay, so the sun would have to rise this angle here. So this is north, this is east. It would have to rise northeast. That's the direction that this map absolutely requires. Okay, so this is the flat Earth map. Yeah, this is testing the flat Earth map. But in reality, what direction does it rise? That's the question. You can look it up. You can ask somebody. You can go there yourself. You don't have to trust the experts, right? There are ways to verify. I'll leave you as your own thing to determine which direction the sun actually rises on that day. And by the same token, then, I'll finish the Tropic of Capricorn around this direction here, and we'll see, well, where would the sun be when it sets on that day? Again, it's going to be about 7 hours after local solar noon. So, and it's 6 hours to get a quarter way around, another, little more to get there. So that's approximately where the sun would be at sunset. So again, it would set northwest. That's where it has to for flat Earth. Okay, so where does it set in reality? I'll let you figure that out on your own. It is do what you trust for figuring out the direction that the sun sets in reality. These are 2.0 glasses. The ones I wear are 1.5. So when I'm reading smaller stuff, dealing with this sometimes, especially when it's darker, and if my eyes are tired, I'll put on a little stronger glasses. There it is. Okay. There's the test. Testing flat Earth. Right? How do you figure out something? You build you compute the consequences. What we did. I just computed the consequences for flat Earth. And if flat earthers run away from that and say we don't have a model, well, they do. They say, what do they say? They say Earth flat. They say sun goes around the North Pole. That's all you need. As soon as they say those two things, then this is the map. This is the conclusion of those two things that they say. They don't get a choice about that. Sun goes around the North Pole. There it is. This is all they have. Does the sun set faster in the south? It seems so. So why? It's those little questions. Why have you been to the south and have you measured the sunset time? You haven't. What the reality is that there is an actual amount of time that the sun takes to set in the north and in the south. And flat earthers have done a terrible job of determining the actual magnitude, the quantification of this. So there's a few ways to do it. You could say, well, at some angular elevation above the sky, above the horizon, while looking west, so that you just have water, from an angular elevation to when the sun touches the horizon at first. How long does that take? Do that at 40 degrees north latitude and 40 degrees south latitude and see what you see. Are they the same? I think you'll find they're the same. Then you say, all right, well, what about how long does it take from when the sun first touches the horizon until the top of the sun gets obstructed completely by the horizon? How long does that take? 40 degrees north and 40 degrees south. I think you'll find it's the same. How long does it take? On the same day too, right? 6 months apart, north and south. That's the important thing, right? So you do it on the northern equinox, the southern equinox, the northern solstice, the southern solstice, the equinoxes are the same. Things you can test yourself. You can go there, or you can make a friend with somebody at a latitude, right? So you can say, I'm at X degrees north latitude. And I don't know where you live, Simkia. I'm guessing northern hemisphere, because, right? All who went on holiday, I know, agree in the south on holiday the sun sets faster. I have no measurements. We never paid attention, but I do know people have the experience. Okay. And there's the problem, Simkia. that kind of a position isn't a quantified position. People on holiday versus people who just live their normal lives, different experience. And it's feeling based instead of measurement based. So actually do the measurements instead of how something feels. Right? Science needs to be rigorous enough to actually have enough data to be certain on your conclusions. Okay. Sergio Garcia Lovato says, how is it possible that the person who most deserves to go to Antarctica has not had a free ticket? I don't know why Arwin has not gotten a free ticket to go there. I think maybe he doesn't want to go there. I'd love to go. So yeah, in Arwin's stead, I would take that. Icy Spit says we don't have a model. Well, I can play his model nonsense here.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
Oh, that was the wrong one.
We don't have a model.
There you go. That's the right one. There's another one, though.
Our model, although not even specifically claimed or defined, is far superior to yours because it's limited and falsified.
That's not how it works. Simkia says, it's strange we tell each other that the experience for years is not even thinking about flat Earth. I don't know what you're talking about. Jiba says, I wish I was made of money and could do a ton. It's just that $100 super chat needs someone to cash app 30 to get the same for $100 cash app. I'd super chat $1 and cash app 99 for efficiency. And the cash app, and there's the disconnect, right? I don't want to dox people. People are sensitive on that. I need to be sensitive to that. So if you send money and your name is there, I want to say it. I want to appreciate that. So, and there's ways in the bread. The bread's it's very good. Need to wash it down a little. So if you do send it, if you send it GoFundMe, it's public on the website. So I feel okay saying that because it's already been published and you have a choice to make it anonymous. If you send it Cash App, I think you can put a note, same thing on PayPal. So if you put a note, I'm tracking the note so that I say the name in the note. So, okay, Simkia says, we all mentioned the sun setting faster on holiday in the south without even having any thought on flat earth ever, but he mentioned the faster sunset. This is remarkable. I don't care that you felt the sunset faster when you're on holiday. You were on holiday. You were outside, you were doing stuff for fun, you weren't at work, you weren't doing your regular daily business, you weren't at the same latitude south as you were north, most likely. You didn't compare the correct time of year, right? So here's, for example, if you're in the south of the equator, and you want to compare to the north, then you need to line up the dates as well. Line up the latitudes, line up the dates. So the way to do it is you just shift it by 6 months. Or you can shift it by how far away it is from the equinox. I'm sorry, the solstice, right? So if you're a month before the solstice or a month after the solstice, then the sun will be approximately the same on those 2 days. And so if you're a month before, a month after the solstice on the south, then a month before the solstice, a month after the solstice in the north, there's your equivalency, and you need to then have the same latitudes. And you did none of that, right? You know that. That wasn't what you did. So your very, very subjective experiences aren't useful. You can't rely on them. You need to actually do some little bit of rigor in your work. Yeah, it was the experience. Enjoy the experience. You weren't doing science. So, okay, you live in the Netherlands. Okay, Netherlands, 50 north latitude, 45 north. Let me look. How'd I do? I think a lot of it, I think most of the Netherlands are north of England, maybe about Scotland latitude. That's what I'm thinking. Oh no, it's all, even the northern part of the Netherlands, you're at 53. Manchester is 53. All right, so Amsterdam is 52 degrees north latitude. So there you go. I'm at 45 degrees north. So if you're going to test the Netherlands to the south, do you know where you need to go? You need to go to 53 degrees south latitude. So 50 degrees south latitude doesn't happen in New Zealand even. You have to go to Chile for that. Punta Arenas is 53 degrees south latitude. Here's the actual comparison, Simkia. You're at 50 degrees north latitude near Amsterdam. I don't know exactly where, right? If you're going to go to a similar south latitude, Punta Arenas is the only south latitude that matches where it's not just an island. Because South Africa doesn't go far enough south. Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand doesn't go far enough south. You have to go there. So if you didn't go there, you didn't have a comparison even that was close. So the very farthest south island, south of the South Island, right? So you've got New Zealand has two main islands, the North Island, the South Island. The South Island has another larger island called Stewart Island sitting off of it there. I don't know if it even has, looks like it's pretty much uninhabited. Yeah, it is uninhabited there's a sawmill, a wharf. Yeah, there's nothing there. But if you went there to the southern part of that island, it's still 47 degrees south. So you can't compare to the Netherlands. Think about that. The only place that you can go, Simkia, that's land, not an island, to compare your northern latitude to the southern latitude is the southern tip of Chile. That's it. Yeah. So anyway, yes. Well, I'm hopefully going to go to the Antarctic. So yeah, they have some research bases, it looked like, on Stewart Island. How dare you say Worf is there, but it's still uninhabited for shame. Not Worf from Star Trek. I always joke when we're watching with my daughter Star Trek, because almost any time there's a they're coming up on an unknown vessel, Worf's like, I've armed phaser. What is it? Darn it. I've armed photon torpedoes, Captain. Every time. I suggest we attack. Well, that's our joke. We always say that in the Worf voice. Our best Worf voice. Okay. How is the render coming here? 2 minutes. 2.5 minutes remaining. All right. That's pretty cool. My computer's rendering while I'm live streaming here, and it seems like it's pretty good. Oh, all right. I got another CashApp. So the CashApp has the least fees at 0. All right, let me get that up here. Let me add that again. Say something in the chat. I'll say your name, or I'll read out what your chat said, so that your name doesn't get, so you don't get doxxed on that. All right. Add a row. I got to add. This is a good problem. I have to add lots of rows. Oh, come on. Come on. So I would like to what I'd like to do, and I don't know if I really can because of names, I'd like to share this spreadsheet that I'm making here, but I probably will just do a subset of it. Mostly the expenses, which I haven't, I need to, as I go through it, I'll update it, but I'm not spending any money yet, so I can't put hard numbers in. ALE, $32,000, the flight, $1,600. So, Icy Spins says you and Austin will bond and become friends after this. I don't know if I can be friends with somebody that's that much of a racist. Could you? That's not right. He would have to stop being such a racist. Right? There's a lot of things that he'd have to change before any consideration. And no. So no. Okay. Mind of Steel. Ready to go. There it is. All right. I mean, all right, Atlas, to be fair, can't be friends with liars. Well, we all do. Right? Nobody's perfect. But yeah, I mean, he's such a prolific liar and he doesn't know it. Right? He gets offended when you say that he lies about stuff and he won't acknowledge it. Like when I offered to pay for his attorney fees, which is still on the burner here. I got the paperwork there. He was on the Discord server making claims about what I said. He was claiming that I had this whole narrative that he didn't even have an attorney. I never said that. I never said anything like that. And then after he said those things, days later, he said that he finally watched my video. So he said that I had a narrative before he even watched my video. How could he know what I was? Obviously, he couldn't know what I was saying. He couldn't know the narrative that I gave before watching the video. He does that a lot when he had the ChatGPT generated citations. He again said that I built a narrative, and then he said all of these things that he accused me of building, but none of that was true. I hadn't said the things that he said, right? He doesn't recognize that when you call him out. He doesn't get it. How soon before I start the next stream? This one is at 8.5 hours. So I've got time. My next guest coming on is Simon Dan. So I have some other things. I have until 8 p.m. tonight. So I have one more stream that I need to switch to at least, right? This is number 5. I have number 6. If you look at the thumbnails, they get different every time. A little bit. You probably had ChatGPT watch my stream and summarize it for me. That's funny. Okay. I'm going to move this. I got to prep a little bit. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to play the video by Raynard Wilson, the whole thing. So I can freshen up a little bit. I mean, I got up, I watched the launch, and then here I am. We watched some Arwin. Heat Shield says, I wish I had coordinated with you, Toon, to be there for the launch and chopstick. Can I? Oh yeah, I'll update that quickly here. Let me see how long this video. 31 minutes. And it's on a piss drinker. All right. All right. Kyle spelled it out. Nothing, including no evidence whatsoever, could ever change his mind. Yeah. That's it. Okay. I'll update the numbers here. Make sure I have the GoFundMe. 936. Here's the thing is to keep in mind. If you're like if you can't afford, no problem. If you want to help and you can't afford, you can just watch. You can give it a thumbs up. You can not skip the ads. That's one way. I mean, the ads are annoying, so I'm not. I think this currently has ads on, if I'm correct on this. Okay. All right. Holy cow. David Kircher. Dude. Wow. Are you in the chat here, David? You were in here earlier. Wow. $1,002 to $1,002. All right, we've got Mr. Cheswick says $40,000 on a jolly boys outing to see the penguins and a light in the sky. Well, we won't be seeing any penguins. We will be documenting the sun. So, Cheswick, according to your claims, the sun could not be seen due south in Antarctica. All right? And you're like, that's not my claim. Of course it is. You say the Earth is flat. And then what is the map? Is this the map? No? Then send me your map. Don't have a map? Well, then you fail. Right? You say the Earth is flat. There are consequences to that claim. Having a distribution of the land masses is one of those consequences of it. You need to have an understanding of the distribution of the land masses. And it's not a straw man to say you have to, Cheswick. You know why? Because international flights exist. So if you wanted to fly, if you wanted to sell your hat, Cheswick, you could sell your hat, and you could get yourself to any place here within about 24 hours. You could get there. So here we're going to be down in Antarctica. And so if you're down here, doesn't matter where on here, but we're going to be in this vicinity here. And if the sun is here, right? If this is where you say the sun is, because this has to be a map that you, right? And if this isn't your map, send your map. It's not going to be better than this. Then what direction will the sun be from this person's viewpoint? When the sun is here, it has to be seen due north, but in reality, the sun will be seen due south. This destroys your idea. This destroys flat Earth, Cheswick. Now, if the sun does do what you say, and if it's either seen due north or it sets or whatever you say, hey, then I'm in Earth flat. I'll say it. Cheswick, you don't have the guts. You do not have the guts that I do, Cheswick. Because I will say the Earth is flat if this doesn't work, or if the globe doesn't work and this happens instead, I will. But you won't. You're a chicken. Flat Earthers, with a few exceptions, are chickens. Right? And for that, I have contempt for you. You've earned contempt. Your cowardice gets contempt. So hide in your echo chamber, run away from having presenting evidence, from actually staking a claim, run away from that, because that is how you fail. That's how you fail. So, is Cheswick still kicking around? I don't know. Oh, there he is. Not my claim. Jaren's claim, not mine. Cool. Speak for yourself, chicken. What's your map? What's your map, chicken? Is this not your map? Send your map. Don't have a map, chicken? Because you're a chicken? Yeah. The reason why a flat earther would say that they don't have a map is because they don't want to be held to something that's testable. They're chickens. Scared. Cowards. You deserve zero respect in life for being so cowardly that you would say the entire earth is different than a globe, but you won't even put forward what it is. There's consequences to saying things. This is a consequence of saying the Earth is flat. Or something else. What is the other map? You don't have it? Don't care. Then you're wrong. I can just definitively say that you're wrong. So, oh, you don't have a map. Okay. You're stupid then. Got it right there. You don't have a map because you're stupid. Cheswick, I want you to really put this into your head. I want you to understand this important thing, Cheswick. Are you listening? Cheswick, are you listening? Let me get this here so we can see it. Cheswick, if you think the Earth is flat and you don't have a map, you're stupid. You're stupid, right? I don't have a map until I know the full dimensions of the Earth. That's not how it works. People made maps before then. But go ahead. You can figure out the dimensions of the Earth. If you were not stupid, you could. But you're stupid, so you can't. I can figure out the dimensions of the Earth. I've done it myself. I have figured out the dimensions of the Earth because I can do middle school geometry. You can't because you can't do middle school geometry. Professor Phil Bell says, ask Mr. Cheswick, what map are the airlines and shipping companies using, and why are they hiding it from flat earthers? And here, oh, Mr. Cheswick, can you show me bendy oceans? Now, here is where we see the goalpost move. You want a bendy ocean? Okay. Now watch how quickly he lies. All right. You want to see a bendy ocean? Type in the comment right now, Cheswick. If you want to see bendy oceans, say, please show me bendy oceans. And if you do get shown a bendy ocean, you will say that the Earth is a globe. Do that right now in the comment. Commit to that. Have the balls to say if you see a bendy ocean, you'll do that. You don't have the balls? I know you don't have the balls, Cheswick. You're a coward. I got it. You get contempt for that. Cowardice doesn't get any respect. Oh, I got better than Ibiza. All right. Oh yeah, we did see it on the launch today. It's very true. So, all right, Cheswick, do you have the courage? All right, no, Cheswick, have the courage. Right here, you're asking for it. I got that you're asking for it. I want you to stake a claim. I want you to say, if I show you bendy ocean, you will discard the flat Earth. Do you have the balls for that? You don't. I know you don't have the balls for that. You're a coward, Cheswick. It's your persona. I get it. It's okay. You walk around every day as a coward. That's who you are. Okay, come on. Bendy water. If you get shown bendy water, you will give up flat Earth. Have the balls to do that. And we are seeing right now in the chat, we are watching a coward. Because he won't commit to that very simple thing. Come on, Cheswick, right here, watching it. Where is your courage to say that if you see bendy water, that you will give up flat Earth? Right here. I'm waiting. We're watching a coward not commit. You see, Cheswick, I'm not a coward. If the sun doesn't do what the globe says in Antarctica, Earth flat. I'm out. I'll put a video saying the Earth is flat. I would even pre-record a video, upload it to my channel, and then hand over the credentials to my channel to a lawyer so that they can make that video public when we go to Antarctica and see what confirms flat Earth. Right? And if if you want any of the 24 other people invited, but Cheswick, I'll give you a special invitation. If you want, you can give me a script to read. Right? I'll read the script you give, as long as it's not vulgar, and I'll upload that to my channel, and the lawyers can make that public if the sun does what Flat Earth predicts in Antarctica. Of course, Cheswick, you would need to stake a claim on what the sun will do for Flat Earth. But now we have a little bit of a claim. He says, show me bendy oceans and I'll become a NASA fanboy, not bendy water, bendy oceans. Okay, we got it. I'll screenshot that. Just a second. Got the screenshot. Here we go. I got, look at that, Mr. Cheswick. I have a folder for you already. All right, there is your commitment. Now, if you go back on that, what does that make you, Cheswick? If you said this, I'll put it up on screen here for everybody to see. If you go back on this, what does that make you? Everybody in the chat, what does it make Cheswick if he doesn't keep his word? Right? How many flat earthers pretend to have some sort of a religious backing? I don't know about Cheswick. He's part of the Dell crew, so a lot of the Dell crew are anti-religious. It's a little weird. So, I mean, yeah, it's a good point, Icy Spin. We don't really want him because Cheswick is a horrible person. I would rather, Cheswick, because you're so horrible, I'd really rather have you just remain a flat earther. And I'm pretty confident that you're going to be what we all know you're going to be. You're not going to be oh, no. This isn't, if he doesn't keep his word, this isn't chicken. He crossed not being a chicken. He stated this. Okay. The next one is worse than chicken. If he doesn't accept the bendy ocean that he's given, right? If he doesn't become a NASA fanboy now, what is he? He's a liar. So, all right. Bendy ocean's coming up. Now, he will either completely reject this, making him a liar, or he'll lie about the actual evidence. So there you go. There is that dark line is the ocean, and I'll give you the details here in a minute here. So now he will lie and he'll say, oh, that's a barrel distortion, or he might say fisheye. So, well, the problem is, of course, the curve is the same direction above the center frame and below the center frame. So that's certainly not due to the curve of the lens. The lens isn't adding it, Cheswick. What do you say about that so far? What's your next lie, Cheswick? What's your next lie? I've got the answer to your lie already for you. What's your next lie, Cheswick? Right, I'll go through it again. You asked for bendy ocean. This is flying west, south of Australia, over the ocean. All of that darkness is water. And on the other side of that water is the sun setting because they're flying west. Right, I can show the video of it right here. This is in the cockpit of a plane flying at 46,000 feet. Yep. Cheswick says after well, let's get his commit. Let's reread his commitment here. He says, "Show me bendy oceans and I'll become a NASA fanboys, not bendy water, bendy oceans." Now Cheswick says, "Ha ha ha, dude, you are winding me up, are you not? Is that it? Is that your proofs of bendy ocean? Is it?" Yep. 100%. That's a curve. Right there. That's a curve. Now, you asked for bendy ocean, curve bent, right? That's a bendy ocean. Right? You are right now proving that flat earthers are liars. right? Above, below, and at center frame, curve is the same direction. So here's the video taken from inside the plane. 46,000 feet, and we're panning down a little bit here, looking down, and here's the details. And people that understand flight will know what this is showing here. They'll know what direction is being flown. They'll know what waypoint is the next waypoint. They'll know what location they are, what heading they are, and where they are, knowing that this is south of Australia, flying to the west, over the ocean, and all of that darkness is water, a bendy ocean. So now, Cheswick, of course, he changes the topic. And here we have lying, filthy scum, Cheswick, who said, "Give me bendy oceans," changes the topic to what's called an appeal to authority. So let me get out my fallacy cards here. This is always the answer that they get when they get here, right? They get cornered, and they go and they quote somebody. There it is. That presented no evidence for it, because flat earthers hate evidence. So when you get evidence, what do? They go to non-evidence. So Neil deGrasse Tyson saying something with no analysis isn't evidence. It's a cop-out. It's what I knew you would do. It's one of the standard responses, but there you go. That's an appeal to authority. But if you do trust that authority that you're quoting says that the Earth is a globe. So do trust that authority, I suppose. So the reason why I said that is because he was talking from the cuff. Doesn't matter. That doesn't change the evidence. That's the reality of this. Somebody saying something doesn't change this being evidence. So Cheswick, you have proven that you are a liar. So I thank you for that, because I don't want you are such a horrible, terrible, awful person. I don't want you to become a glober. So hand and heart, you're a liar. You proved it right there. What a terrible person you are, Cheswick. I feel sorry for the people that have to deal with you in real life. Like most other flat earthers that have been in it for a long time, you probably are estranged from your family. I don't know. Are you even employed? Are you employable? You're probably not Arwin unemployable, but you're on that spectrum of unemployability, aren't you, Cheswick? So anyway, yeah, there it is. Cheswick, proven liar. Bendy ocean, asked for it, was given it, rejected it. So let me get a couple more screenshots. I'll add to the list here of Cheswick's lying. Let's see here. Well, yeah, I mean, Cheswick's already a proven liar. And I do appreciate, Cheswick, that you did not become a glober, because we don't want you. Let's see here. Professor Phil Bell, it's almost 3 a.m. and I have a toot to do at 10 a.m. Thanks very much. Thanks, Phil Bell. All right, getting some more of these screenshots. I love documenting how dishonest flat earthers are. Right. And I know you don't have the courage to face me. I get it. I mean, it didn't go well when you debated Craig and your fellow flat earthers thought that you were a shill. It was so bad. That was funny. I don't know if you know that Cheswick did so poorly debating Craig that the other flat earthers were chucking him under the bus, saying that he would made other flat earthers look bad with how horrible he was. So, all right. Now, what you should do if you're really curious, Cheswick, go ask Right, go get this. It's on mctoon.net/curve. Get that particular photo, bring it to Neil deGrasse Tyson. You ask him, is that the curve? Or are we seeing the curve? See what he says. All right. Eric Burns. I don't do that. I mean, yes, waves are bendy oceans, but no, that's not it. Okay, let's see. All right. So, fun fact, Cheswick, nuh-uh isn't a refutation of actual evidence. Okay. So, I am going to prep this. Play this. Oh, yeah. Let me get the rest. I got some screenshots added. Thank you, Cheswick, for them. I will drop it in here. I'll get Mind of Steel up here. Now, he's been doing Raynard has been doing a series on Richard Vobes, and it's been very popular. But this one is about a piss drinker. A piss drinker. It's 31 minutes long, so I'm going to play this for right now. I'll be back before it's totally done, but I need to freshen up and things like that. So if you ask to debate me on Earth Awakenings, they will let me know. Who's this QOP? I invited you to EA on Discord. I don't know who you're talking to, QOP. If you want to debate me, I'll debate, and I'll do it on Earth Awakenings. But anyway, let me. That's a nice spot to pause. Raynard, I'll fix that a little bit. There we go. All right, everybody, enjoy Raynard.
Let me count the reasons why we might hate Richard Vobes. For some, it's just his appearance, the way he dresses, that combination of waistcoat, short-sleeved shirt, and cravat, combined with his toothy, smarmy grin. People have described his appearance as punchable, although I hasten to add, not me, because I'm not the sort of person who calls for violence, even against a person as loathsome as Richard Vobes. For others, the reason why they might hate him is more to do with those meandering monologues he does every day, those talks to camera where he basically just talks nonsense for 15 minutes. People find that excessively irritating. But for me, the best reason to hate Richard Vobes is the fact that he promotes obvious grifters and conmen on his channel. He promotes these people who want to rip off his approximately 250,000 subscribers, and he does so with absolute indifference to the suffering that he might cause. That is a perfectly good reason to hate Richard Vobes. And we're going to be covering that today, because today we have one of the most truly brazen grifters on the internet. A man whose grift is so preposterous that any sane person would immediately laugh him out of the room. But that, in fact, isn't the most ridiculous thing about this person. So I give you allegedly Dave.
Idea. I've had an idea. Yeah.
So it's always good when you get an idea. But you said that you woke up with this idea.
Yeah. I just literally woke up in at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and with this idea fully formed in my head, I was like, whoa.
There are some people who should be discouraged from having ideas, and Dave Murphy is clearly one of them. When ideas pop up in his mind, fully formed, unbidden, they're generally bad ideas, the sorts of ideas that anybody with a modicum of common sense would quickly rule out as the ramblings of a truly mad person, the insane burblings of a charlatan, a grifter, a nutcase. But Dave has no such filter, as we'll see from this delightful documentary that MCToon was able to provide me with. And more about him at the end of the show, by the way, because there's an important announcement. This is real. This is what Dave Murphy was famous for before he became a financial con man.
Most people think your wheat is a waste product. It's not. I've been on urine therapy for the last year and a half now. What I've got here is this is quite fresh urine. It's maybe a few weeks old. Part of the therapy is actually to wash your body with it, and one of the things I do every day is wash my face with it. Literally.
That was recorded approximately 20 years ago, and ever since then, he has not become any more sensible. He's one of the UK's leading proponents of flat Earth cosmology, the ludicrous and disproven theory that our Earth is a flat plane existing in some kind of hemispherical firmament, a ludicrous theory believed only by the most scientifically ignorant people that you could ever find. That, of course, does not exclude him from being a guest on the Richard Vobes show. In fact, it qualifies him for this esteemed honour. But Dave Murphy is not here to talk about either the flat Earth or his strange urinary habits. Today we're going to introduce a bizarre financial grift, a scheme designed to part Richard Vobes' earnest idiot viewers from their hard-earned or possibly stolen money. And Richard is Flat Earth Pissy Dave's accomplice in this quite bizarre grift.
I paid off the water bill with a promissory note, and then I heard nothing from them. 3 months go past, I get the next bill from the water board, and there, sure enough, was the one I'd paid using my signature.
Richard Vobes evidently believes that he paid a utility bill with a handwritten promissory note. He believes that a piece of paper saying, "I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of," and then whatever amount of money he owed, was some kind of sufficiently valuable financial instrument that he was able to nullify a debt to the water company. I think that's a very unlikely claim based on the simple observation that a promise to pay an amount of money in the future is clearly not the same thing as some money. So at best, what might have happened was the worker, or possibly just a computer system whose job it was to handle incoming payments, became briefly confused by this truly bizarre thing that Richard Vobes evidently tried to do. But Richard seems to have drawn entirely the wrong conclusion from this bizarre attempt to settle a bill.
So I made the mistake of coming on the show and saying it bloody worked. But of course, because I put it on the show, too many people probably at once came in, and so when I did the next one, they said, no, we don't accept this isn't payment.
Richard seems to have learnt exactly the wrong lesson about what just happened. You see, he tried to pay for a utility bill for gas, electricity, or power that he had already consumed, and having done so, he eventually received a reply saying, "This does not constitute a legitimate payment according to the utility company's terms and conditions." Now, any normal person would conclude that that indeed was the case, that you cannot pay for utility bills with a self-scrawled promissory note. But Vobes has jumped to precisely the opposite conclusion. In fact, he believes that the only reason this didn't work was that his ideas were too popular, too mainstream, too widely accepted. And actually, the company is engaged in some kind of fraud to deprive him of this incredibly valuable piece of paper that he literally scrawled in a moment.
I said, well, I will go away and I'll pay it another way if you send me back the original financial instrument.
We're looking at a critical mass of pure idiocy. Who knew that all it took was two people in close proximity? And if you brought two sources of foolishness emitters close together, they would generate particles of idiocy so strong that they would excite the grey matter in each other's brains to create yet more stupidity, thus causing a cascaded reaction in which the levels of measured stupidity are simply off the scale. If there was some kind of analogous device to a Geiger counter that could measure how preposterous the words that were coming out of their mouths were at this moment, I'm sure it would be off the scale. If there was a Becquerel scale for pure preposterous nonsense, it would now be beeping and whirling and pinging to warn you that the best thing any sane person can do at this time is exit the room, because things are about to get truly nonsensical.
If they're gonna say no, we don't accept it, well, they've got to take you to court and prove that they don't accept it.
By now, the hypothetical Geiger counter we're using to measure the sheer volume of imbecilic nonsense has probably blown a fuse and is no longer able to register the sheer quantities of ridiculous twaddle that are gushing forth from the mouths of allegedly Dave and Richard Vobes. Take, for example, Dave's claim that the company would have to prove in a court that it does not accept promissory notes as a form of payment. A bizarre notion, because surely a letter from that company saying that it is contrary to the terms and conditions of the contract that Richard Vobes signed, surely that is proof enough. I don't know what kind of court would rule otherwise. And take Richard Vobes' next claim. The notion that the promissory note that he has written is worth as much as he imagines it to be. A ludicrous notion, because it is just a piece of paper with some writing on it. It is not actually worth anything more than a piece of paper with random scribbles, which, according to my latest estimate, is approximately £0.
And they probably securitized it and made money out of it. And so, in the end, I'm going to send them an invoice to say, well, you've got my money.
Richard Vobes believes that he's discovered one weird trick to reverse your financial fortune. Turn any debt into positive cash flow. How do you do that? Well, you send a promissory note as payment for a utility bill, and then when the utility company eventually destroys that promissory note because it is, in their belief, just a garbage piece of paper, you turn around and you invoice them for the lost promissory note, and your invoice is for the full face value of that promissory note. So if your promissory note was for £1,001, you invoice them for that exact amount of money. And Richard believes that in doing so, you can have the utility company pay you for the gas or electricity that you have consumed. It is brilliant financial jiu-jitsu. This is more exemplary financial engineering than the best minds of Goldman Sachs could ever bring up. It's a strange theory that Richard apparently believes is true. So much so that he's getting all indignant about the fact that the utility company threw away his piece of paper.
I can't be liable for your loss once it's been delivered. I've paid it as far as I'm concerned, because it's the same as me just giving them the ready cash.
If you'd given them a gold bar, right, accept this as payment, and they say, oh no, we don't accept gold bars, but they didn't give you a gold bar back, would you just leave it and go, oh,
yeah.
This might seem like the cider-crazed rantings of a pair of drunken village idiots, but it actually has a more malign and malicious purpose. What they're doing here is setting the scene for a con, a grift. But in order to do so, they need to get their audience of a few 100,000 idiots to accept the basic premise behind their con. The notion that a promissory note is worth an equivalent amount to cash. The idea that a promissory note might even be worth as much as gold. That's the association that allegedly Dave is trying to plant into the minds of Richard Vobes' utterly gullible viewers. It's clearly false, and we might find it laughable, but others might be watching this and simply accept the basis, the foundation that Richard and Dave are slowly and actually carefully laying. Richard and Dave are trying to sell the audience something, and what that something is, we're about to see.
So you're going to set up a trust?
Yes, I'm going to be the grantor and trustee, and invite anybody who's got a mortgage to become a beneficiary. There'll be a donation involved. but it should be less than a mortgage payment.
So this is the idea that Dave Murphy was referring to at the beginning of the show. It had nothing to do with Richard Vobes' utility bill. That was just softening up the audience. And it had everything to do with soliciting donations from the gullible viewers of the Richard Vobes show in order to put into this magic cauldron of his, because he is going to take all of those donations and somehow mix it up with a pinch of fairy dust and some other bizarre ingredients, and he's going to make an even better kind of promissory note. In fact, the entire lesson they drew from the previous encounters with trying to pay for things with promissory notes wasn't the obvious and true learning, which is that the entire idea is preposterous garbage, but the entirely wrong and bizarre notion that what they really needed was a better kind of promissory note, perhaps one gilded with gold leaf or with a pink rosette. Somehow, David believes that he is going to concoct that. He's going to mix a little bit of cash, a dash of fairy dust, and maybe just a twist of pepper, and out will come a sort of promissory note that is irresistible.
So I've figured out a way, basically, to give this promissory note an inherent value that, isn't there in even their promissory notes.
It's an irresistible recipe of 11 herbs and spices, plus the cash of Richard Vobes' gullible viewers, which, when combined together, form a finger-licking good batter that will prove to make the most irresistible promissory note. No bank or building society will be able to turn it away. But allegedly Dave is not going to tell us that recipe. It's a secret. He's only going to reveal how he does it to the people who have already paid him. Everybody else, well, you're not going to know how he does it, and you're going to be permanently kept in the dark, because allegedly Dave needs his secrecy.
Yeah.
So if people were interested in doing this, you'd obviously be telling the individuals who would be making the donation what's going on.
I'm just trying to minimise, the information getting out there.
So what we know so far is that David is going to solicit donations from Richard's viewers. He's going to concoct them into some kind of financial instrument, and if he does so, this will be offered up as payment for people's mortgages. And David believes that this will be irresistible. It's a strange claim because nobody knows what it is or how he's done it or what the methodology for valuing this hypothetical financial instrument will be. Pay no attention to any of that and simply accept the basic truth that this is going to be irresistible.
This is where I'll create a financial instrument that they can't refuse. There are so many things added to this note that means they're going to have an incredibly difficult time to actually say, no, this isn't valuable.
Nobody could say that Dave's superior promissory note has no value. It's going to be such a challenge for anybody to look at the bizarrely cobbled together financial instrument that resembles a handwritten piece of paper with Dave's own ridiculous, spidery handwriting. Nobody could look at that and say that this is a worthless load of garbage that cannot be used to pay for a mortgage. That we have this on Dave's own authority. And who is Dave? Well, he is the self-described expert who drinks his own urine, who uses it as a facial cleanser. And to me, that would seem like the highest possible authority in matters related to finance and mortgage. David simply cannot be wrong.
Yeah, they can see the value of the promissory note, and they can verify the value of the promissory note, but they can't actually get to the assets.
So for the bank, this payment is sort of like a carrot on a stick. It's a tantalizing thing that you can see in the future, and maybe you can run towards it, but you're never going to catch it because it's always going to be out of reach. That's the nature of the financial instrument that Dave has apparently cobbled together. It's a thing that looks valuable, but isn't. So it's a scam. That's basically what Dave is saying. It's a thing that looks like it might be a form of payment. It's a thing that looks like it will have value, but you can't ever realize that value because the value is always somehow out of reach. And that sounds like the sort of scam that would only fool the dumbest sort of person. And I'm afraid that the kinds of people who run the accounts payable departments of most financial organizations, they're probably not that stupid. But I do know a kind of person who is that stupid. That's, of course, the audience of the Richard Vobes show. Those, after all, are the people who are going to be paying for this thing, but will not, of course, receive any kind of benefit. We know that because the scheme cannot possibly work. Even based on the scant amount of information that Dave has divulged, we know this thing is a stupid endeavor born from the mind of an imbecile. Nothing good ever comes from such circumstances, and this will not be good. This is an obvious scam.
Are they losing that money, that donation, or is it held like a bank in an account that which, if they wanted to call back on that, could they?
Well, they're kind of going to lose it as such because it's literally going to be sitting there as the asset.
If you give Dave Murphy money, you will never see that money again. That money, he says, will go to form the kernel of some kind of asset. And by that, I mean Dave Murphy will be going out and buying himself stuff. He'll probably buy himself a new car, maybe a nice new designer suit, possibly even a new refrigerator because the old one stinks of urine. That money is gone. But David is something of a scammer. He's telling his audience that in return for giving up that money permanently forever, putting it into this irreversible trust, they are going to get something far, far better than the value of the money that they have lost, which he's saying is less than a monthly mortgage payment. He's going to grant them absolution for ever having to pay a mortgage. So even if you've just obtained a mortgage, even if you owe hundreds of thousands to your bank or building society, this one weird trick, this single transaction that you concoct with Dave Murphy is going to absolve you for paying anything forever.
Right. But what they gain is their mortgage gone.
Is literally the mortgage gone.
So all you have to do, apparently, is just hand over a few £1,000s to Dave Murphy, and he's going to work his magic. That's literally it. At some unspecified time in the future, he will make all of your debts disappear. What could be simpler?
But if you want to get involved, then you just say, all right, I'll pledge this donation, and I'll say, okay, I'm going to call in the pledges.
Right.
Then I'll be able to actually start the process and then start issuing promissory notes.
So you've handed over £1,000 or £2,000, whatever your monthly mortgage payment is. You've given it in cash to allegedly Dave, and he's going to concoct it. He's going to put it in his big golden bucket and stir it with all the other money, with all the other strange ingredients that he's going to add to the concoction. And out is going to come this perfect promissory note, the promissory note, the promissory note to end all promissory notes, the promissory note from which there will be no return. And this is going to grant you debt absolution. This is going to be utterly irresistible to the banks or the building society. This is a scheme that, in their wildest dreams, Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan could never even dream of. It's something far more elaborate and profitable than the whatever it is that the most fevered minds of Enron could have ever concocted themselves. Dave has established himself as the primo financial genius of the entire universe, an idea so dangerous that, if true, could wipe out the notion of debt as we understand it. And Richard Vobes, of course, is on board. Richard Vobes claims he will be the first subscriber to this ridiculous scheme. But of course, the first subscribers will be Richard Vobes' viewers, the people dumb enough to part with their money, desperate enough to be watching the Richard Vobes show and believing in it. Maybe one last hope, one last chance to keep their property. That's the kind of person Dave is. He will take their money, knowing that it will hasten their impending bankruptcy.
What are we trying to do?
Well, essentially, create an instrument that will pay off the mortgage.
Right, so if you've got a mortgage and you use this instrument using their rules to say, there you go, I'm paying it off, and actually you're not losing anything.
Very occasionally, just once in a blue moon, Richard has a sceptical moment. I wonder if that tiny brain of his is cogitating the implications of what Dave has just said. Because if we could all instantly get out of debt for free by minting this kind of magical promissory note that removes from us the obligation to ever pay for anything, well then we could all be living in the mansion of our dreams. We could all own that super yacht. We could have as much cocaine as our noses could allow, and we wouldn't have to pay for anything. We would all be living the life of Elon Musk and whatever drug-addled billionaires we aspire to be. But clearly that isn't the case. Clearly I live the same life of a tawdry wretch that I always have done. And no magical trick, not even one worked by the prestidigitator hand of Pissy Dave, could ever lift me from the mire that I find myself in. That, unfortunately, is the truth that I find myself in. And maybe Richard also believes that. Maybe he looks at his circumstances, his 2-up, 2-down house in Worthing that stinks of pipe tobacco, filled with the detritus of his life, and he wonders, could there truly be an escape from this life that I have created for myself, this hell in which I am divorced from all sanity, from all that is good and pure, including his own children? Surely Richard Vobes at this moment knows that there can be no hope or salvation because everything in his life is ruined. No man like Pissy Dave is ever going to hand a solution this easily, not even for £2,000. It's just not possible. And maybe Richard Vobes knows it.
And I mean, I know you and I trust you and all of that, but I'm just sort of, I know I have to sometimes ask these difficult questions, but I think you've batted it away by saying, well, the money's in the trust. It's not your money. You're helping people get out of their mortgage.
They say to be an effective con man, you must first con yourself. And Richard Vobes is truly the exemplar of this principle, because he will donate money that he has received in donation from his idiot, gullible supporters to allegedly Dave's clearly preposterous scheme. And when it fails, because it must and because it cannot do otherwise, Richard will not blame his own stupidity. He won't blame his gullible lack of gumption when it comes to clearly obvious frauds. He won't blame the idiots who gave his money that is now lost. And he certainly won't blame allegedly Dave, the con man whose ridiculous idea will definitely fail. He'll blame the system. He'll blame the banks for not accepting Dave's preposterous scrawled piece of paper. He will blame the courts for judging him a fraud when he tries to pay for this mortgage and is found to be a con man himself for engaging in substituting cash for something which clearly is not cash. He will blame literally everybody but the people responsible for this fraud when the fraud inevitably fails.
You know, the Bill of Exchange Act, 1882, basically says that a promissory note is cash.
Can people pledge with their own promissory notes?
Not really, because, it's going to be, because I'm going to have to acquire certain things.
Yes, understood.
What have we learned from this escapade, this delve into the bizarre lives of Richard Vobes and Dave Murphy? Well, apparently they want us to believe that promissory notes are as good as cash, which means if you're a bank, building society, water company, electricity provider, or the supplier of gas to either of those individuals' homes, then they should be prepared to accept one of Dave's bizarrely concocted promissory notes in lieu of cash. Apparently, it's just as good. But if you're Dave Murphy soliciting donations for one of his projects, then he will only accept cash. And the reason given is because he wants to pay for some stuff. Now, it may be possible that, for example, the power generating company also wants to pay for stuff, such as the salaries of all of the people who work for the power stations, for example. Those are stuff that the power company may want to pay for, all those people that work for that generation facility. That doesn't seem to have occurred to either Richard or Dave. And I don't think they've really thought anything through. They're not particularly deep thinkers. Or if they are, they're counting on the fact that the Richard Vobes show audience are even dumber, even less capable of thinking for themselves. And so before they actually have the moment to contemplate whether this scheme is purest insanity, they will simply hand over the cash to Dave, and Dave will do what he does. And what will he do? Well, apparently buy stuff, cars, clothes, and maybe even a vacation. After all, a brilliant mind like his needs some rest and relaxation. So, back to the original question. Why do we hate Richard Vobes? Is it his bizarre old man affectations, the suit, the cravat, the smoking of the pipe, and that toothy grin? Is it the way he opines and pontificates for 15 minutes a day, those ludicrous opinions? Or is it, as I contend, the real reason we should truly hate Richard Vobes, the reason why we should hold him in the lowest possible regard, is the fact that he embraces and promotes obvious grifters and con men on an almost daily basis. And that is the primary function of the Richard Vobes show. Any normal person, when confronted by such obvious grifting, should respond with utter, complete revulsion. That is the only human response. And now, before I go, a brief message from my sponsor. My sponsor is a man that we all know and love. His name is MCToon. He is the ultimate fighter against flerfdom. People like Allegedly Dave. In fact, if you want less Allegedly Dave in the world, we want more MCToon. They are indeed the polar opposites to each other. And I'm going to hand over to him for 30 seconds because nobody can sell it like he can.
Hey, I'm MCToon, and I destroy flat earthers for fun. Now, you may know some flat earthers on YouTube or social media, or maybe in your life. Sorry about that if you do. Anyway, I am going to go to Antarctica in December to completely demolish flat Earth, because flat earthers have been claiming for a long time that there is no 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica because it would destroy their very idea of flat Earth. It could not happen. So I'm going there, and somebody is paying for some flat earthers to go too. So I get to witness flat earthers and then hear as they go to their tents at night. Well, there's no night, it's always day. But once they go into their tents to sleep, they can cry themselves to sleep. Maybe I can get a little recording of that. Anyway, it's a little expensive to go. I would love it if you could help my fundraiser. I'm sure Raynard will put a link to both the fundraiser and to one of my videos talking about it in the description. If nothing else, though, if you want to just share that video around on your social media to the flat earthers that are that you know, and then follow along. So subscribe to my channel so you can watch the progression as I completely destroy all of their hopes and dreams. It's going to be glorious.
Cheers. I forgot my deep breath. So.
Cheers. Oh my gosh. The good timing on that. Raynard, excellent editing on that final sequence. All right. While that was happening at the end there, I was updating. Big thanks to Dave Kircher and several others. Jeez. All right. Here's the update. It was a bunch to add in. Formerly, $19,115. New tally, $21,071. Wow. blew past the 20,000 mark. Very exciting. Super exciting. Okay. Got a couple things. Simon Dan is coming up at 1:30 my time, I think. I got to double check my schedule. Yeah, 1:30 my time. So, and we're sitting at 9.5 hours, so I got plenty of time on this current video. So I'm gonna put the next one live. All right. So, oh yeah, Percules 10 says you'll need a special bottle for Witsit's tears in Antarctica. We all know you cannot leave waste behind. So I was thinking of getting some custom stickers made for the bottles. You're supposed to bring 2 bottles, one to drink and one to keep your allegedly Dave juice in. So I was thinking, in order so that we don't make mistakes, on one of them we put Flurf Tears, the one we drink, and on the other one the sticker is Flurf Beverage. Now, of course, flat earthers, if Dave were there, he'd only bring 1 bottle. It's one and the same, but everybody else maybe bring 2 bottles. I don't know. It's up to them. They can. So gross. Yeah, it's the Flurf Tears. Got to get at least some work today, says Areth Kuntal. I'll drop in 2 or 3 hours. Have fun. Yeah. All right. Awesome. 2 hours from now is Simon Dan. So if you wanna join for that. All right. I got to edit the video there. So I pre-made all of these videos, and they all have a slightly different thumbnail. I hope you like the Monty Python thumbnail to it. There we go. And what time did I mark that as going live? As noon. So I'll probably set it live at 1 p.m. That's where I'm going to set it. Okay. So then within about half hour from when the next one, when I switch over at 1 p.m., will be Simon Dan. There we go. Yeah, so coming up, let me get this. We got Simon Dan. After him is I'll get the rest of the list in here. Raynard Wilson. All right. The right Dave, that would be Dave McKeegan, is joining. There we go. All right. Is that looking good there? I need to edit the thing a little bit. Let me see if I can get that. Okay. Setting these a little bit more because I want the live chat to be seen. Right. So if I go all the way down like this, oh, that's not updating. Do you see do you see it? I know that's not the right one. That's Zoom. There it is. All right. Yeah, all right. So there, I for some reason, OBS was seeing the wrong one. So there's the updated one you should see now. And yeah, so here's the problem. If I do this, right, you don't see the chat. Right, so I'll shrink these. I'll shrink all the text a little bit to see if we can get a little more on. There we go. That should be big enough. I think I could fix this a little bit so it doesn't take as much vertical space. All right. There we go. It's still a little bit much on this screen. But there you go. All right, so we can see the chat. All right. 21,000. It's looking more possible. All right. What do you guys think about the Snellian eclipses? Snellian eclipses are both predicted on the globe and necessary on the globe, and we know where it's going to happen on the globe. So, QOP, what do you think about Snellian eclipses? Number one, how do lunar eclipses happen at all on flat Earth? Number two, how does it happen that the sun and moon are so low in the sky at the same time? They're right next to the horizon, and a complete geometric impossibility for flat Earth. Number three, how do you predict on flat Earth where people will view the Snellian eclipse? Man, you got a lot of damn problems there, QOP. In reality, though, here where we know that the Earth is a globe, the angular position of the sun and moon are predicted by the globe. The fact that you can see both of them simultaneously is predicted by the globe. So, and I can while we're at it here, QOP. All right, so QOP, you asked about Snellian eclipses. I gotta get my, put my notebook. There it is. All right, got the large one here. So now I'm going to show QOP. I'm going to show you how Snellian eclipses work on the globe, and you, since you asked about it, you have the responsibility also to provide an explanation for flat Earth. And if you can't, then you just concede that flat Earth is a bunch of nonsense. No surprise. Everybody knows flat Earth is nonsense, and that flat Earthers can't do anything, right? It's kind of sad for you, don't you think? Do you not just sometimes sit around and think, wow, why can't flat Earthers answer anything for flat Earth? You should, QOP. You should really see that as a problem for yourself. But I don't know why. It seems like you don't. All right, QOP, you watching? This is for you. All right. And here we go. I'll make sure this is in focus in a minute here. So we've got, it's not fair. I mean, we can answer all the questions. Flat Earthers can't answer any. It's not fair. So, all right. Here is the Earth. A little extra mark there. Right, QOP. I hope you're preparing. Hope you're preparing this. Maybe we could debate this. You could answer these questions, these things that I mean, I say it sarcastically. I know you can't. So, all right, here's my best North America, South America looking. Ooh, that's not too bad. Right? How's that look? All right. Well, I guess Alaska got a little funny looking. Panama Canal, Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, North America, Florida, Newfoundland. All right. All right. I really, here's the thing. You're going to say, what about Snellian eclipses? I'll answer it. You also need to answer it for flat Earth. If you can't, and I can, using physics and optics, then you concede. Right? You agree. Earth is a globe if you can't answer it. Okay. So I'm not putting the precise positions here in relation to the surface, where somebody might actually see it. It's not the point of it. So let's say that somewhere up here is the observer, right in, the Yukon Territory. That's where the observer is, right up here, right? And they look and they see. I'll draw the angle as close as I can to scale, the angle to the moon, as much as I can to scale. I'll use pink for the moon. Right, here's the angle to the moon that they see. Now, the center of the moon is centered here, but because it's so far away, this angle is not angled down like this. Because it's so far away, it's way off. It's hundreds of thousands of kilometers that way. So we go off that way. Now, the sun is millions of kilometers that way. So I use yellow for the line to the sun. Right. Now, there's a line to the sun. Again, very, very far away that direction. So now already we see that we don't have much of a problem, right? Because the sun and moon are on opposite sides, but it's not somebody that's here that sees the selenelian. It's not somebody that's here that sees selenelian. It's somebody that's right here. So essentially, since this isn't a three-dimensional figure, you'll have to kind of think of it that way. The people on the edge, right on this edge here, where there's a line to the sun and a line to the moon simultaneously, there's a line right down there of people that can see the selenelian. It's completely and totally predicted. If you couldn't see it on the Earth, that would be weird. The fact that we see the selenelian is confirmation that the Earth is a globe. So that's the essential way to do it. The elevation of the selenelian above the horizon is usually just a small number of degrees. And again, optics through the air. I'm not gonna draw it right now because to scale it'd be too small. But through the air, that at low elevation, like 10 kilometers, 1 kilometer, the air is dense, and as you get farther away, it's less and less dense. So that causes the refraction to happen in the air. And refraction causes air to bend toward the normal. The normal is the higher density, so it will bend this direction as it goes toward the Earth, right? So when the moon is out here, it will appear slightly higher because the light coming in will bend down. And so there's, right, it comes in, it bends down, is greatly exaggerated, right? But it would appear higher. So rather than appearing here, that light will appear slightly higher here. I could not draw to scale much of a difference here. It would still appear to scale about the same angle. Are you getting this, QOP? I don't see in the chat. Okay. So, I mean, you want to talk, you can come in right now. So this isn't really to scale. I mean, it's difficult drawing the Earth to scale because it's so large. And when you say, well, I want to draw the Earth and moon to scale on the same piece of paper, it's just going to be 2 dots on a piece of paper, right? And I want to draw the Earth and the moon and the sun to scale on a piece of paper. It's basically 2 dots almost on top of each other on one side for the Earth and moon, and then the sun way over on the other side. Difficult to do things to scale, though. It was an interesting thing in, I think it was 9th grade science class. We got a piece of paper tape and we were told to get a certain length of it. And then like, okay, draw a circle the size of, and then something, I don't remember, but the paper tape is, 1/4 inch thick. And then they're like, okay, now to scale, figure out how far away the Earth is. And so we had to do that actual work to figure out where on the paper tape we needed to put the dot that was the Earth. And we're out in the hallway because it was very, very long. So, okay. QOP, I'll send you a link, but I need to contact you somehow. You can contact me on Discord if you want, or an email. What's this one? Yeah, Earth is Life. Explain what you just sent to me. I'll have a look. Zoomy. All right, got that, Zoomy. Thank you. Brian Leakey. Brian Leakey wasn't there. All right, QOP. I'll send you a Zoom link. If you don't want to come on Zoom, we could just get on Discord. I could give you a link to my Discord server. So, all right, hold on. Here, all right. Beaver Zero did a post sending people to my live stream. All right. Thank you, Beaver Zero, or Brainy Beaver as he used to be. He linked to my stream. I appreciate that. So, all right, QOP. Tell you what, I will give I'll drop a link to my Discord server. That's how then you can find me. Of course, I'm on that Discord server. And then you can keep. Icy Spin says, yeah, but you can't keep people out of the room in Discord, can you? I can, sort of, because there's a debate VC channel and there's a general channel, the waiting room channel. So I'm not super good at Discord moderation, but I can, if one of my mods are around, AMG, Angel Gamer, Ben Dale, Planer Walk, or somebody else that I know pretty well, I could promote you. I see Spin. Oh yeah. All right. I can do that. Let me do that quick. You gotta remember how to do that. All right. So that's how it works. I hope that you have your position there, QOC. Let's see, edit server profile. Oh no, I need to find. I know. Icy Spin, comment on my server, and then I can find you and I can grant you that role. How about that? Oh look, Bev is on my Discord server being dumb. It's what he does. It's what he does. All right, while we're here. Boy, OBS has been a little bit strange this time here. It loses links to Windows over time. So it might just be like a memory thing that it's saving. I don't know, saving time. All right, there it is. Roles, admin. All right, does that give you, let me know if that does it, Icy Spin. Does that give you the ability to admin the VC and debate VC? I think there's a role of debate VC approved, so you can grant that to different people. So anyway, if that's what QOP, what is your name? QOP. So maybe it's COP. Is that how you pronounce it? Yes, Bev is saying the exact same dumb thing he has been saying for the 3,000th day in a row. That's his special skill. You can't, yeah. So comment QOC, comment in the chat there, and then we can give you the permission you need to get in debate voice chat. So there it is. There's what it looks like. Yeah, I don't know your name on Discord, QOC. Is it the same as on Facebook? Not Facebook. I mean, on here, on YouTube. Bev is just such a mentally challenged person. Poor guy. All right. So, well, while that's happening, I will. I'm gonna look at at this, not this. This here. Ugh, gross. Gross. It's Pissy Dave. This is a good one. He's in the general voice chat now. Oh, all right. I am. And there's, yeah, he can't just have a name. All right, I'll jump in there. Can I? Let's see. Jump out of here. Jump in here. Why can't I can't jump into my own? I don't know why. All right, I'll go back to debate voice chat. So I see Spin, can you get him in the and here's the debate text where we have anything we need. Hey there, Shifty. Of course it's still going on here. Is this the one? Yeah. Oh, no, that's not quite it. So, Walter had sent me oh no, this isn't it. There's a lot of things that Walter's done on refraction. And I think I said that he was in Germany because he speaks German, but then somebody said that he's in Switzerland. So apologies if I got it wrong, Walter. I guess I don't know where you live. But all right. There it is. Okay, refraction animations. Copy link. Okay. Awesome. While we're waiting on QOP, unless he's here, I'll check. Yeah. All right. I see Spin, QOP. So I see QOP there. I don't know where he's at. Like, why he shows up here in general chat. All right. He's in a text chat. Yeah. Come over here to the voice chat. Anyway, while he's doing that, I will pull up. This is Walter Bislin's. I need to redo that screen a little bit. Oh, no, that's good. That's good. So, okay. So this is from Walter Bislin, refraction in the air, horizontal refractions, and how does refraction work? So here we have a. Oh, he's coming. All right, I'll come back to this. Can you hear me, QOP? I see you in here. I can't hear anything. I don't know if it's me. Hold on. Could be me. All right, I don't hear anything still. I see Spin. Is there a problem? Drag him to use. The owner should have the power. Oh yeah, I knew that.
I think it's not mute.
All right.
QOP, can you unmute in the channel?
It doesn't look like he's muted. Oh, muted by me. Hold on, I can. There we go. All right, now I can hear you. I don't know why. I for some reason you were muted by me.
What's up, man?
Hey. All right. Did you see my my answer to your Selenelian?
I saw the drawing and then I was trying to get on here. I didn't know if you said anything else.
Not really. So if you saw the drawing, then you have the answer, and you know that it's predicted by the globe, and the location that it will be seen is predicted by the globe. And in fact, if we didn't see Selenelian, something would be strange. So
yeah, I mean that makes sense with if you include refraction, but does the globe model predict that the refraction index like changes when there's about to be a selenilian eclipse, so it can refract around the ball like at more of an angle than usual?
Nope, it's a normal amount because it's going through the bulk of the atmosphere, and the bulk of the atmosphere is rather consistent from 1 bar to nearly 0 bars. So the coefficient of refraction in through the entirety of the atmosphere is very consistent. So it's always approximately the same.
Well, but if you see it above the horizon, then wouldn't you say that a model that includes the moon and the sun above the horizon also works for the selenilian eclipse?
You mean the globe?
No, the flat Earth model with the sun and the moon above the horizon.
Well, I can do the geometry for how far the sun and moon must appear above the horizon for flat Earth. If you want to do that, I assumed that you would be able to do that because that's your position, right?
No, I don't usually do math for that. If I see the sun and the moon above the horizon, then I assume that's where they are. You guys are the ones that have to claim refraction is making it seem like it's above the horizon.
Okay, well then how does the moon get below the horizon? Ever?
Well, that's just things appear to go merge into the merge behind the horizon.
What causes that? What causes that?
That's just your perspective, your angle of perspective. Everything kind of piles up in the horizon as like your perspective, your optic perspective doesn't allow you to see farther and farther.
I gotta say, I just had breakfast, so I don't need any word salad. So if you could actually provide the geometric application for what you're talking about, you could share your screen. I'll put you on screen while you apply the math and geometry of it.
Yeah, I don't have to do math to know that things that go farther from you disappear in the horizon.
Yes, you do. You absolutely have to. That's not what happens. There's nothing that would cause something to disappear, to merge into something that it's not near. Right? Because for you, the sun and moon are at some large elevation above the surface. So at that large elevation above the surface, it would never appear to be close to the surface because it's too far away from it. No matter how far you are from it, it's never going to appear to be close. Right? So for example, how high is the sun?
In my model, what my theory is, or what in your model?
No, you think flat Earth is reality. So how high is the sun in reality over what you think the Earth is?
I don't really have a claim, but I would say like our claim is like around like 3,000 miles, I guess, right?
Okay, super. So 3,000 miles, we can test that. Now I don't know where you live, but I live in Minneapolis, and 3,000 miles away, high sun in Minneapolis, we can absolutely do the math for. So let me do that. I'll share this here, and then I think I can share to you on Discord here. Do you want to see it, or are you looking at YouTube also?
It hard to listen to you and watch YouTube at the same time, because then
that's fine. There you go. Okay, so here's we're gonna draw the flat Earth here. Right, and I typically need to label this because people then sometimes will say, that's the globe. Like, nope, that's flat. All right, there's flat Earth, right? So now we've got the sun at 3,000 miles elevation. Okay. And let me get, where'd my black pen go? It was taken. Okay, 3,000 miles. Now I live in Minneapolis, and on the equinox, the sun is 45 degrees elevation, which works out pretty nicely for you actually. And so I'll get my 45, 90 triangle here. And so the angle to the sun on the equinox is 45 degrees. at local solar noon. So that works out pretty well, actually. Capital. Okay, so there's the equinox in Minneapolis, 45-degree angle elevation, right? So now, when the sun is farther away, how far? We're drawing to scale here. That's what's really cool. So let's say we double the distance, right? So I'll get this. I'll measure this distance right here. It's about 6 1/4, right? So we're going to double the distance. The sun is now twice as far away from Minneapolis as it was at local solar noon on that day. Now it doesn't really, here's the cool thing. It doesn't really matter how big the flat earth is. We don't know. None of this is needed. All we need to know is this a just do an application. So let's do it again. Let's triple the distance away. We're going to be about here. I need this. Need to use the same units. I'm in centimeters here. So, all right. So we've tripled it. Now we can quadruple it, and we can get approximate on the next step if we really need. But so we can look at these angles. Since this is to scale, we can just put a protractor on here, or an angleometer, if you will, and measure these distances. Sorry, these angles. And I happen to have an angleometer kicking around here somewhere. I think. Where'd it go? Oh, dog. I use it pretty often. I don't know where I put it. All right, maybe somebody wants to math it up for me and tell me what these angles will be. So anyway, so when you double that, so this distance here is 3,000. This is 3,000. This to here is 6,000. And this to here is 9,000. Right? Is it under my paper? It's not under my paper. Brilliant. Okay. So what you'll find, QOP. So how do I say your name?
So you're saying it good. So with so that's the actual position of the sun. But do you claim that, like, do you agree that from your optical perspective, the sun is going to look like it's going down?
Yeah, that's what I'm showing, and I'm showing the amount that it will go down. And that's the thing that we can do by applying perspective. This is what I'm just doing here. I'm applying perspective. And these angles are measurable and they're predictable. So if I could find my protractor, I could measure these angles, and then we could go to a triangle calculator and we can predict them, and we can see if predictions match observations. I know I even have a second protractor. Might be buried deeper in my drawer. I got a junk drawer here. Man, where did I put that? Why do I have a shoe in here? I don't know. I don't know why that's in this drawer. But I know I don't need the shoe. All right. Well, here's what'll happen. This geometry has been known for literally millennia. So it is a baby shoe. Yeah, it's probably been sitting in that drawer since it fit one of my kids. So this geometry's been around for millennia. So we know that observation and measurements match. So if we have a base of 6,000 and a height of 3,000, then we know that the angle is going to be 26.5. Right? We got 3,000 to here. So this is 26.5 degrees. Is that showing? Okay, that's this angle right here. So when you double the distance, you go from 45 degrees to 26.5 degrees. Then when we triple the distance out to 9,000, what's that angle going to be? So this is the angular elevation of the sun, 18.4. So this angle here, 18.4 degrees. Now, that's at 9,000. Now, what about at 12,000? And at 18,000? And what about, let's jump up to 300,000, right? Which is significantly larger than anybody thinks that the distance from Minneapolis to anywhere that the sun ever has a GP, right? So we're going to the ridiculous quantities there, and we'll see what happens. Does the number drop? Of course it drops. So at 12,000, the angle is 14.1 degrees. Oh, 14.0. At 18,000, it's 9.5. Right, and you'll find that 18,000 from Minneapolis to the GP of the sun is more than it actually ever is. So we're already outside the realm of possibility on flat Earth. So now this one here at 300,000 miles away, has the sun merged in? Is it close enough to merge in to the horizon? In fact, it's not. It's still more than one sun width away from the horizon at 300,000 miles away. So, does the sun lower as it gets farther away? It does, but it lowers by a well-known, well-established geometrical fact of this angle here. It's called an asymptote. This angle never gets to zero. Never. And it doesn't drop in a linear fashion. So when you went from 45 to when you went from 3,000 miles away to 6,000 miles away, it went from 45 degrees to 26.5 degrees, right? 45 to 26.5. So that's a difference of about 9 degrees, right? And then the next one is 18.4. So we went another 3,000 miles. Did it drop another 9 degrees? It did not drop another 9 degrees. It dropped about, hold on a second. 18. I wrote 14. So 6. We got about 8 degrees it dropped. See that? Right? From 16 to 18. And then when we went from 6,000 to 9,000, from 9,000 to 18,000, we got 9.5. 14. 12,000 is 14. That's a difference of about 4 degrees. And then we went to 18,000, 9.5. And we're sitting there about just over 4 degrees. Or just around 4 degrees. So we're still sitting around 4 degrees. So what happens is these values, I think I messed up on some of these, but these values, the differences don't get smaller and smaller. They tend towards a number where they don't just go to, yeah. I'm screwing up.
Okay. Yeah. So I would agree that the angle to the sun, the direct angle would never drop below, level. So that's not really the claim though. The claim is that with all the optical, all the optics that you're seeing at the same time, that everything basically in front of that is larger than where the sun's angle is now too low for you to see it above anything else in your horizon, because everything else in your horizon is way closer than the sun is.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, you're just claiming your view of this person to the sun, and you're not taking into account all the other atmosphere, all the other clouds, the mountains, everything else that is also squishing into your horizon in front of it.
Well, if you're on the water and you're looking over the water, due west or whatever west, toward where the sun is setting, there's no mountains in the way, are there?
Okay.
There's no clouds in the way on a clear day, are there? And the sun still sets into the horizon, right? So
yeah, there's still an atmosphere.
Okay.
There's still a sky, right?
Okay, so what does the atmosphere do to our view of the sun on flat Earth?
It's called light attenuation. It's like looking through a clouded pool. Like after a certain point, you can't see through all of it, and as your angle of perspective causes that angle to be looking through more and more atmosphere, because it's going through so much more atmosphere from at a lower perspective than it is when it's right above you, because you're just looking straight up at it. Like that light attenuation will cause the sunlight to just completely die off.
Except what doesn't happen is the sun doesn't fade into nothingness. It crosses the horizon at full size. So your proposed answer there doesn't actually match reality.
I actually think that is a good good argument from the globe side. That the sun and the moon don't seem to change much angular size.
Yep. But for flat Earth, it's not helping you much because the sun doesn't just fade into a nothing, right? It doesn't get, as it starts to get lower, it's like, oh, there's more air, and it gets to where you eventually don't see it at all. It still has to be significantly above the horizon, because at 9,000 miles away from you, what's the angle? 18 degrees.
Have you seen that video that Rakia posted of the sun setting above the horizon and it just fades out? There's a lot of videos like that.
No, it has to happen absolutely 100% of the time. You don't need to search for one counterexample. You need to have it happen every time, every day, every observer, every location. That's what has to happen. Not, oh, did you see this one video? Nope. Everybody has to have that experience. Everybody, no matter where they live.
You don't think the atmosphere and refraction indexes changes each day?
Certainly it does, and I'm asking you to tell us what that does. So you've said that there's attenuation, and if it's attenuation, then what needs to happen is that every single time that attenuation causes the sun to not be seen, it would have to fade out well above the horizon every time, because the geometry doesn't say that it could ever appear near the horizon. It has to be above the horizon. Attenuation doesn't make it appear lower. It makes it appear less bright.
Yeah, and that happens
every day, every observer, every location, and that it appears so much less bright that it just fades into nothingness. That's what has to happen. But that's not what I've ever seen, not once. Every time I've seen a sunset over the water, the sun it's been bright. You can feel the warmth on your face still, and then it gets blocked by the horizon as it crosses the water. I've seen it myself. Been in Florida, watched it happen. So that's not what happened when I've experienced it myself on the west coast of a landmass. So and it got lower than any of these numbers said that it could. Right, 9,000 miles away. I can look up.
Are you saying that it never happens? The sun fading it out.
I'm saying your claim is that it must happen 100% of the time.
No, I didn't say that. There's lots of reasons that the sun sets.
No, but if it's attenuation, it has to happen 100%. If it's attenuation because it's so far away, then it has to happen every single time. All right, so here I have the numbers here for 3,000 miles away. For 3,000 mile high sun on the the northern solstice. So this isn't the northern solstice, this is the equinox. But on the northern solstice, which is June, then the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, which is the farthest away it ever gets from Minneapolis is 7,673 miles away. So we're not even this far away. And so the sun has to be somewhere between 26 degrees and 18 degrees. But we can do better than that. We can do, this is for the equinox, so we can do the actual equinox and figure out how far away the sun is from, on flat Earth, from Minneapolis on the equinox, right? Rather sloppy circle here, but here's the North Pole, right? Do you see that on flat Earth? Here's the North Pole. Here's 45 degrees. Here's Tropic of Cancer. Here's equator, and Tropic of Capricorn I didn't write. So there's equator, right? Here is 45 degrees north. Okay, so how far am I from the sun? Well, this distance right here on flat Earth is 3,000 miles, about. Because there's 69 degrees between each line of latitude. This is just a fact. This is observational reality. Then the sun, so this is where the sun is at noon, and this is where the sun is at midnight. Right? Does that make sense? So there's midnight. So now we've got this distance here from 45 degrees all the way across to here. So what do? Well, we add up this right here. This is from 45 degrees to the North Pole is 45 lines of latitude. And then from the North Pole to the equator is another 90 degrees of latitude. Right? So we add those. 135 times 69 miles per degree. So what is that? 135 times 69. Always use a calculator. $9,315 miles, right? So this distance here was 9,000. So we'll do the math for 9,316 for how high the sun must be by applying perspective. So you can just Google right triangle calculator and 9315 and look it up yourself. Apply this yourself. So this angle right here, right there, is 17.9. All right. So this is, for me, in Minneapolis, the lowest the sun could ever appear by applying geometry over flat Earth on the equinox. 17.9 degrees. Now, how big is a degree? Your pinky at arm's length is about 1 degree wide, right? So 17 pinkies, or there's things for using your fist and things like that. But that's how high the sun would have to appear in the middle of the night. Okay, that's what this is. This is 12 hours after noon. Okay, so how does over flat Earth, how does the sun, where it must appear according to geometry with no optical effects yet, it has to be 17.9 degrees above the horizon, and it's 9,315 miles away across the GP. Of course, the hypotenuse, I can give you the hypotenuse, is not 9,000, it's, just a second, 9,786.
So you want me to tell you? You want me to explain an optical observation without taking into account any optical effects?
I'm asking you to provide for me the science of the optical effects that you're going to claim. I like I said, I already ate breakfast. I'm not hungry for word salad right now. I need the actual empirical science.
I mean, this isn't This isn't theoretical light attenuation and
I'm not asking. Yeah, I'm not asking for absolutely. So when I have observed the sun on the equinox, it has not attenuated into nothing at some large angle above the horizon. What has happened, in fact, is long before this, where the sun would have to be, a little farther. This is where the sun would be at that moment. Right down here, 9,315 degrees. Right, long before that, when the sun was somewhere in this vicinity, the sun set. It crossed the horizon. So it went from 45 degrees to 0 and actually less than 0 degrees long before this happened. So, but it did not attenuate into nothing. So light attenuation doesn't do anything. In fact, other than, clouds, which isn't attenuation, that's blockage. I can't say that I've ever experienced the sun attenuating into nothing because it was so far away. I've never seen that myself. And if it's attenuation, it'd have to happen every day. Did I say every enough? So now you said then refraction. So how does refraction work?
No, I mean, I would claim more that it's actually the clouds blocking it for the most part. The clouds that are in front of the sun that are higher,
Okay. Now, I don't know where you live. I don't know what the weather is like for you, but very often in Minnesota here, there are clear skies and we can watch the sun move through the sky. It's sun and sky, and that's it, nothing else. And then we see it go down and get blocked by the horizon. So no clouds at all. Right? So I've seen that. So if it's clouds, it would have to, happen every time. So I've seen it not be clouds. So what is it now? So we've got, I'll write down your things here. Attenuation, clouds. You've also said refraction. What else? We applied perspective. This is.
Well, I was just thinking, the only reason I brought up refraction is because we were initially talking about the selenium eclipse, and you were claiming all kinds of refraction for that. But for this, you're telling me I have to concede that the sun is going to be exactly angularly where it is based on math that I haven't, like this 3,000 miles, or any measurement. I've never done measurements of the sun, so.
I believe you. Yeah.
It's strictly on some math someone gave us, and you're saying there's no refraction involved. Why?
Okay.
And you're also not claiming that the optics are making the sun look lower. You're just saying it should look like it's exactly where it is.
Okay. Yep. So I did not claim all sorts of refraction. I claimed one of refraction for the selenilian. The refraction of the atmosphere from atmospheric, 1 atmosphere, 1 bar at low elevation to essentially 0 at high elevation. That's just one refraction. So not all sorts of refraction, and the magnitude of that is somewhere in the vicinity of half of a degree. So your arm held, your pinky held at arm length, right? Your pinky is 1 degree wide, so it's 1/2 of that width at arm length. That's what I'm claiming for refraction. That's it. Just half of your pinky at arm's length. So it's not much. So perspective makes things appear lower. That's what we've applied here. That's an application of perspective right here. Okay. And so if you think refraction is causing the sun to appear lower, I'd love to hear about that. I claim that that refraction causes the sun to appear slightly higher, half a degree about. But here we are for reference. On the equinox, 9,315 miles away, requires that the sun be 17.9 degrees in angular elevation. Refraction would have an awful lot of work to do to make it appear 17.9 degrees lower. When when we apply Snell's law, it makes it appear slightly higher. So okay. we're on the wrong track if we're talking about refraction making that happen.
So let's get rid of all this stuff. Let's just go on a table or a long surface like a basketball court, right? If you're lying down on the floor and you roll a ball, would the top of the ball eventually disappear?
No. Not if the floor is flat.
The ball won't disappear?
Never.
Have you ever rolled the ball on a basketball court while you're laying down?
I've never, no, I haven't, but I've never been on a flat floor like that either. I have done similar things, but of course, you're not claiming that the sun is, I mean, I just want to be clear. You're not claiming the sun is here, right? You don't think the sun is touching the ground, do you?
Well,
I just want to be clear. I don't want to straw man you. You don't claim the sun is on the ground, do you?
Well, that's kind of like you're just kind of trolling me. Like, you're not serious, right?
You're the one that suggested putting a basketball on the floor and rolling it away. So I'm just applying your analogy.
Well, I'm saying the top of the, if we're talking, the basketball court is the whole earth, right? And you laying down on the floor is you on the earth, and the top of the basketball is where the sun is, like the altitude above the earth. That's actually, it's probably obviously higher, like a little bit higher than that, but the basketball court is pretty small. So if you roll the basketball away from you, it's that top of the basketball the whole basketball will disappear. That includes the top of the basketball. If we say the sun is at that altitude above this basketball-sized world, that is going to set on a flat world without refraction, without attenuation. It's just going to set because of your angle.
Well, I've done the application perspective here, which is what you're talking about. I would be very interested to see a basketball getting rolled across a basketball court, getting 100% obstructed over the distance of that basketball court. That'd be quite funny to see. I'm pretty sure you're not going to be producing any of that, so I'm not going to ask for it.
I could literally stream right now and clear my table and put my camera at the table's height, at the table,
we have to see
something down the table.
Yeah, we have to see the top of the table, right? Because when you're at the ocean, you see the top of the water, right? Right. If you're standing at the beach,
but how far do you see the top of the water on the ocean? For how long do you see the top of the ocean?
Exactly as much as the globe predicts,
or as much as perspective predicts on a flat world.
How do you know how to predict perspective on a flat world? I can. Yeah, that's what this is. The ocean. Well, all right, awesome. Let's do this. All right, obviously we're on the wrong track here. Applying perspective on a flat ocean, right? And you want to talk. You say if we apply perspective on a flat ocean. So how do we apply perspective on a flat ocean? You walk me through it. I'll be your hands. You walk me through it.
I didn't really. That's not really what I said. I said that, the surface, the water level is flat, sea level is level.
Yep.
And however far you can see of the surface is how far your perspective allows you to see before, your angle of perspective doesn't allow you to see farther than that horizon.
Okay, well, yeah, let's go through that. How do we apply that, what you just said? So, so here, should we put an observer somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so much into doing math. I literally just do stuff like I check how basketballs disappear, on a flat surface. And are you claiming that things, as they try, like, you don't think that city lights like on a flat highway will merge into the ground, or that basketball will disappear if you're laying on the floor? Like,
yeah,
you don't think
that basketball will not disappear. Nope.
Okay, well, do you want? I mean, we could do that, I guess.
Yeah, let's see it. So I want to make sure that you when you place the camera, you do the correct thing, because when we're sitting at the ocean, what do we see? We see the top of the ocean. So if you're going to put it on the table, we have to see the top of the table, because we see the top of the ocean when we're at the ocean. Okay. So
if my whole table is the Earth and the lens is above the table, do you know how high that would be? That would be like thousands of feet, like in the air.
Do it to scale however you need. But if we're at the ocean, we see the top of the ocean. So if you're going to have your camera on the table there, we have to see the top of the table. Otherwise, right? If you put your camera here, right? If this is your camera, right? That's not analogous to the ocean, right? If you put your camera here, it's not analogous to the ocean, right? It has to be so that you can see how that you can see the top of the table there? The line of sight needs to let you see the top of the table. So if you're going to put it down here, that's like digging a hole and standing in a hole with the water rushing into that hole at the ocean. That's not what we do. We stand above, right here. We stand above the surface and we look out and we see the surface of the ocean. So if you're thinking that you're going to take a coin or a ball and put it on the table and then have the camera below the surface of the table where we can't see the top, then you're not doing something honest to what we see in reality at the ocean, right? So let's you can go ahead and share as you do that. That'd be great.
I mean, I would have to clear my whole table to do that, so it's not, I mean, unless I use a smaller table, but it's kind of weird that I have to do that. You didn't know that things just slowly go, like they slowly get lower and lower as you push them farther away on a plane?
It's kind of weird that I 100% know that's not the case, and you think that I am unaware of this. I am 100% certain that what you've said does not happen, and that's why I said I preempted the thing that you've seen, because you've seen videos where people put the camera below the surface and you can't see the surface of the table. That's what you've seen. That's what you have going on in your head when you say that this happens, and you're trying to suggest that I'm unaware of this. I'm aware, because every single one of those you could not see the top of the table. Think back to it. When it was Mitchell from Australia doing it, you didn't see the top of the table. Right?
I mean, I could set this up like in a little bit, I guess. So it's kind of annoying.
It's your claim.
You don't.
Not
mine.
mine.
You have a camera already set up. You don't have a table.
You want me to do your evidence? Is that what you're saying? You want me to do your evidence?
Well, so you could find out that this happens.
I've already done it myself. I know it doesn't happen, but it's yours. It's your experiment. It's your claim. But while you're waffling about that, I'll just grab this here.
I'm just like, I don't really want to clear a table. Like, I mean, I guess I kind of want to, but it's kind of annoying. I got a lot of stuff on my table. But like, so let's say the videos you saw do show, what is that? A burden of proof. So the video, you're saying the videos that you saw have the camera lens like below the surface of the table?
Yeah, you don't see the top of the table.
Okay, but do you see the thing is the thing going lower and lower as it goes away?
We've already determined that's what happens. And go back to that previous. All right, we'll go back to the previ's page. That's okay.
So whether or not the camera is too low for what you think makes sense.
Hold on.
Why do you say that things are lowering as they go on a straight table?
Because I applied perspective, and they will appear lower as they move farther away, and that relationship, the amount that they appear lower, is known. It's this geometry has been known for millennia. So I'm not on shaky ground here on whether or not this is a thing. This geometry has while science doesn't prove things, geometry does have the concept of a proof, and these things have geometrical proofs. So
then I don't have to clear my table. You agree that it's going to start setting.
I agree that it will get lower. I do not agree with your assertion that it will be blocked by the flatness. Because here's the problem. When you're here in Minneapolis, right? When I'm here in Minneapolis, wherever you live, I don't know, right? And the sun is right here, 9,315 miles away on the day of the equinox. This is the GP, is 9,315. The hypotenuse here is 9,786 miles away. So the sun is only, for flat Earth, 9,786 miles away from me. Okay, so is 9,786 miles away enough light attenuating atmosphere to cause the incredibly bright sun to not be seen anymore? Apparently you think so. But it does not cause it to appear to be here. It causes it to appear to be here at 17.9 degrees angular elevation. So that's how high the sun would have to appear to me in Minneapolis, according to this hypothesized flat Earth.
There's an atmosphere all over the place between you and the sun, right?
Yeah.
And as the sun goes away and drops, the rest of that entire atmosphere you're looking also starts to drop, right?
The atmosphere, no, the atmosphere is where it is, and the light path of the sun goes through the atmosphere here. Approximately 9,786 miles is how far it goes.
But you're doing the math, you're doing geometry for just the sun, and you're not taking into effect all the other atmosphere around it that you're looking through, and that as the angle of the sun, as it's going away and the angle is getting lower, everything else that you're looking through is also stacking in front of it and getting lower, and you're looking through more atmosphere than you would be if you were just looking straight up.
Of course, yep. You're looking through 9,786 miles of atmosphere, and nothing is getting, everything here. So if you've got, a tree here.
No, it's not a direct, it's way thicker than just that amount of distance through atmosphere, because your perspective is causing everything to get smaller in front of you.
Yeah, perspective doesn't put more air in the way. Perspective is just where things appear to be. So here's a tree. This tree, the angle to that tree when it's farther away also gets farther. So it will appear, the top of that tree will appear closer to the horizon than if it was right here, right? If we have a tree right here, right? We put a tree right here.
Is everything you're looking at in the because of optics, does everything you're looking at get smaller and get lower as it's farther from you?
Because of perspective, not optics.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So if everything that you're seeing that's way bigger than it looks when you're actually right below it is getting smaller and lower, then more stuff, it's all compacting. More of the atmosphere is getting smaller, and it's making more dense of a layer to look through as it gets farther from you.
No, it's not more dense of a layer, because perspective doesn't move air. It doesn't put air in front of you. The path that the light takes goes from here to your eye through 9,786 miles of air. That's it. Perspective doesn't put more air between you and the sun. Perspective is just how we can determine how much air is between you and the sun. And of course, at 3,000 miles, it's way above where there is much atmosphere, right? So at 100 miles, how much atmosphere? At 50 miles, how much air is there? Basically zero. So for the most part, by the time, I can't even draw it a scale, right? If this is 3,000 miles here, to scale, the atmosphere is where there's air in it is about that much, right? That's about how much air approximately to scale before it gets to essentially a vacuum. Not totally, but close to a vacuum. So by the time that path of light gets out here, just a little bit from you, it's in, according to you, because in reality, we know that there's no air above that elevation very much. This is all essentially no air. So this 9,786 miles is actually a little bit generous, because it's probably all of 500 miles maybe total of any appreciable amount of air. So that's not helping you very much, right?
So if the sun is directly above you, behind above a cloud, it's kind of still bright out during the day, right? You can kind of still see the sun behind one cloud, right?
It depends on the thickness of the cloud, right? A really thick storm cloud, no.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, but a thin wispy cloud, sure, you can see it. But where we're talking, where this happens on clear days too, so you can't talk about a cloud. But
there's no such thing as a clear day. We don't have a vacuum atmosphere. We have there's always gas in the air, so there's never a clear day.
I mean, no clouds. I've experienced many days where there's no clouds.
Yeah, but there's still an atmosphere that you have to look through.
Yes, atmosphere, no clouds.
Okay, so no matter what, you're looking through something, through gases, and as they get farther from you, that angle to them creates more layers that you're looking through, versus when you're looking straight up, you're looking through one. Let's just talk about the clouds. If you're looking straight up and there's a sun behind the cloud, you're looking through one cloud. But if it's going farther from you, it's lower in angle and there's more clouds. You're looking basically you're chopping horizontally basically through cloud layers that are all next to each other in between you and the sun. So that's not one cloud you're looking through, that's many cloud layers, and that is causing the sun to die off. And as it gets lower and lower, you got atmosphere, you got clouds, you got mountains. Also things like you even admitted on a flat table will get lower and lower and eventually disappear. What more do you need? Like,
okay,
your optics are not going to allow for you to see a local sun.
I've got the math. I got the math for you here. So at 17.9 degrees, the angle to the sun there reaches 100 miles in elevation, so significantly beyond where there's any appreciable air. At 309 miles, so the most that you're looking through is 309 miles before you're in a pretty hard vacuum. So 309 miles of air, and certainly it's not difficult to find a day where you have 309 miles to your west of no clouds. Now, I don't know, maybe you live in England where it's cloudy all the time. I live in Minnesota where there's plenty of days of nice clear blue skies while the sun sets.
Well, like I said, there's never no gas in the air. You're always looking through something.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, but you kept saying clouds, so I'm saying.
I just wanted to use. It's easier to visualize it when you know that you can't look. You can see the sun through one cloud, but you can't see it through many. So.
Yeah, but there's no clouds. Zero clouds, no clouds, right? On days when there's zero clouds, the sun still sets. So, and you're looking,
that's probably when
and you're looking through 309 miles of at most before the angle that ray of sunlight is above where there's any appreciable air. So we've only got 309 miles at the most, but clouds aren't at 100 miles up either, right? You know that, right? Clouds are 10 miles is kind of high for a cloud. So, I mean, that's even worse. So it's not clouds, right? Because the sun sets, again, the sun would have to be 17.9 degrees at the lowest. So somehow the sun gets moved lower in our view than perspective says it would. Because this is an application of perspective. So we've done perspective right here. Check. Perspective, good. So now what? You've said clouds, but we have clear days, right? So, and it still sets. So got it. We've looked at attenuation. It goes through 309 miles of air, right? So when there's no clouds, it goes through 309 miles before it's 100 miles up. And that would not, attenuation won't cause it to move down. It would just make it appear to, I don't know if it actually attenuates. It seems a little far-fetched, but any attenuation would make it so that every single day it would just fade into nothingness. And we don't experience that ever. So, I mean, maybe you have maybe I never have myself, but maybe there's some corner case video out there, but that doesn't matter. It has to happen every time. Okay, so now what about we got refraction? Maybe you've got other things on the list, but we're going through all of these different effects that you're talking about. I'm happy to cover the rest of them. So, do you want to go on refraction, or is there something else that might cause the sun to appear lower?
No, I think that's enough things. I mean, would you concede that when it's a cloudier day, you see the sun disappears way sooner than on a clear day?
Not at all.
Does it? You can see the sun for longer during a cloudy day?
You can see the sun the same amount on a cloudy day as a non-cloudy day until the sun is obstructed by the clouds, which isn't the same as setting, right? When the sun's behind clouds, it's behind clouds. It's not set yet. But a lot of the time, and I don't know about where you live, but in Minnesota, you'll see the clouds, and then an hour before sunset, the sun will be blocked by the clouds, but then you can see below the clouds is more blue sky, and so then the sun comes down below those clouds, and so then you'll see the sun again for the last half an hour before sunset, when it is then finally blocked by the horizon. That's not every day, but that's things that happen regularly. So again, but even before the sun is blocked by those low clouds, it's below 17.9 degrees, which is the lowest the sun could ever appear due to perspective. So just for reference, attenuation does not make the sun appear lower. Clouds don't make the sun appear lower. Perspective does make the sun appear lower, and we applied that. 17.9 is the lowest it could be on the equinox. So is refraction, you want to talk about that, or is there something else that causes the sun to appear lower?
No, I like perspective. So if you're, I mean, I'm not good at math, but so you're claiming that perspective does make the sun go down. So do you think you could use your knowledge on math to make a model where the sun is at a correct height, and that, you know, you can get do you think you can make a flat earth model where like the sun, like what would be the distance of the sun that you would need to make the sun for the sun to set when it does?
It would have to be more than infinity.
More than infinity?
Yeah, because we went through this already. Look at this, 300,000 miles. At 300,000 miles, the sun would appear to be 0.5 degrees above the horizon. But you don't have 300,000 miles, because this map here is from here to here is 26,000 miles. From ice wall to ice wall. You don't have 300,000 miles. The sun, in fact, the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn on the December solstice. That's the farthest extreme on this map that it could ever be. And that's even less than 26,000 miles. So mathematically, we can't use this to cause the sun. Well, I mean, mathematically, you can never actually cause the sun to go to a negative angle. Right?
You don't need it to go to. Why would you need it to go to a negative angle?
Well, that's a good question. I'll show you. I'll use this page here. No, here. It's a really good question. So I'll draw. This isn't. Well, yeah. This is fine. Here's the ocean, right? And so let's do an angle to the bottom of the sun, right? So I'm going to put it out here, right? We'll put it at a couple spots, and we're gonna and a common thing that people do with a sextant is they actually measure the angle to the bottom of the sun, or they call it the limb of the sun. So here we go. Now, sextants typically have like a special filter that you flip down to cover the portion of the telescope that sights the sun, so that you can get the angle to the bottom. So all these go to the bottom of the sun, right? So this angle here, and I'm going to draw right here. This is our zenith. This is our 90. From zenith, or sometimes it's called 0. So I'm gonna baseline this at 0 degrees, right? Okay. So now this angle here is some quantity. This one is some quantity. This one is some quantity, right? We'll call that theta, right? Theta 1, theta 2, and I put these two kind of close together. Theta 3 and theta 4. Okay. So how far away, the question then is, how far away does the sun need to get in order for theta to make it possible so that the bottom of the sun is blocked by the horizon. Right? So on flat Earth, it's slightly above, you're always slightly above. Let's estimate, and let's say we'll give you a little benefit of the doubt there. We'll say you only need to go, not this extra little dip. We'll just say you just need to go to this, to 0. So how far away does the sun need to get so that the angle to the bottom of the sun makes it possible? Well, when after the sun is partially set, that angle is negative, right? So I'll draw a dashed line off to some unknown distance here. Oh, not dashed. There's this right here. This is a theta less than 0 degrees. Right?
I don't like, I mean, this is just not how optics works. Like, that's if you want to shoot like a laser beam, or not, a laser beam or something at the sun and hit it. This is not how everything would look to you optically. Like, everything would look way, as it goes farther from you, the optics get worse and worse. That's why they don't measure things optically very far with different things like, theodolites and stuff like that. They work within a certain, distance.
Well, theodolites and sextants definitely measure distances to the sun. So I don't know why you made a claim like that. That's kind of silly. A sextant is an instrument specifically designed to measure angles to celestial bodies, and theodolites absolutely are used to measure the angle to the sun.
That doesn't mean that's where they are. That just means you guys are claiming
absolutely.
That those things are geometrically exactly where they look to be.
That wasn't the claim I made. So you asked me about how can theta, how can we make a model so that this is possible? So here's the thing. No matter how far away you move the sun, the bottom of the sun is always a gap between here. Right? There's always a gap.
Trigonometry.
Okay.
That's not optics.
This is perspective. You asked about perspective.
That's straight geometry to the sun.
Perspective is geometry. Geometry is perspective is an application of geometry. That's what it is. It's not optical.
It's not.
Perspective is not optical. Optical is other things. Optical would be things that affect the light as it travels between the source and the observer. That's optics. Perspective is the angles between things. Right? When you're near a cow, it's big. When the cow is far, it's small. Did the cow get smaller? No, it's just far away. Right? That's perspective.
Okay, so we're talking about your optics.
This size.
Where do you see where the sun sets for you?
Well, you said optics and then you described perspective. Do you get that?
Well, perspective literally means like where you see it from.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Good. Awesome. You got that. Okay. So where you see it. So so this is neglecting any optics. This is just an application of perspective. So when the sun is very far away, there's still this gap right here, right? This gap. You might call it like, let's say you have just this right here. You might call it a lollipop, right? You've got the top of the lollipop is the sun, and then the stick of the lollipop is the gap between the sun and this 0 line here.
Yeah, but that's not where you're going to see it, though. You're going to see it lower than that because of your visual dome.
Oh, we've got a new one. Hold on. I'll add that. Hold on, and we can come back to that in a second.
Was it word salad?
Oh yes. Visual dome. Okay. Okay, so this lollipop here, you got the sucker at the top, you got the stick. Is Slice Barcane still around? That's for you, buddy. This here also, the laws of perspective still also apply to this. This gap is always going to be, and that's theta. That's what this is. This angle is theta. Right? How big this appears is theta. So how far does it need to get in order for this magnitude to be less than 0? It's not possible. It's a geometric perspective impossibility.
I agree, but that's not how your optics works.
Okay, so this is how perspective works. So now, all right, let's go to let's go to optics here. Okay, so you said visual dome. Now, when you say visual dome, do you mean for optics? Is that the same thing? Or is that a separate thing? Okay. All right, so how do we apply visual dome or optics to this? What's
I don't know the math of it, but I
what's the science? What's the science behind it? I just want to know the science, the empirical science behind it. I mean, you don't have this because it's just a religious belief, do you? I mean, if you just
religious belief.
Okay, so you actually have actual empirical science to describe how it works. Okay, let's go through that.
Your eye is literally a sphere.
Okay, that doesn't do anything for me. My eyes see straight lines still, even though my eyes are a sphere, so that doesn't do anything. I mean, you see this line here.
You know, it's almost 2 p.m. Just giving you a heads up.
Yeah, half an hour until Simon Dan's on. Okay. So we see this line as straight, correct? Even though our eyes are spheres, approximately. So that doesn't do anything. So how does the visual dome / optics make this 17.9 degrees appear less than 17.9 degrees by a large amount more than 17.9 degrees? Because remember, the sun sets up, when it's here, apparently, some portion between here is how far away it is when it sets. So let's say it's approximately here. When it's actually 26.5 degrees away from you, or in angular elevation, in perspective requires that it's 26.5 degrees away in elevation, but it's setting. So how does visual dome and optics make this 26.5 degrees become 0?
It doesn't have to become 0.
Well, if it sets, it has to, because it crosses the horizon. So it has to be 0, otherwise it would never cross the horizon.
But it's your horizon. It's not like it's not a geometric horizon that you're mapping here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm asking you then, how does that happen? Just walk me through the science about that.
That's just how optics work. Things they go down as they go away from you, and at an increasing rate. So, the farther it gets. Okay, so hold on. You said that's just how optics work, and then you started to describe perspective, where you said it goes down, but then you said at an increasing rate, because perspective means that it will go down, but as an asymptotic rate. So not as an increasing rate, as a decreasing rate. So you say optics makes it go down at an increasing rate. How does that happen? I want to know the science behind that, please. That's because those angles you're doing are the direct angles to the sun and not the optical angles you're going to see.
Yep. And how do we apply the science to get the optical angles to what we're going to see?
I don't know. I never thought I had to that's actually, it's pretty strange how everything we see is not where it is, but I don't think you'd have to be like God to see everything exactly the size and height it is. You know what I mean? Like we have a perspective. We have one perspective.
That doesn't mean anything, but that is called special pleading there. There you go. So what you've done is called special pleading. So, all right. So you don't have any science describing. You just want to say, like I said, I already ate. I don't. You see, here's my plate. It's empty. I already ate. So I don't need any more word salad. So what is the science for how the visual dome / optics works?
That's just how light enters your eye. Like.
That's just how light enters your eye. We have the burden of proof on that. So, I mean, you're literally looking at this through a camera that's got a lens on it that the people who designed the lens know well enough to put on it a ring that I can rotate with my own hand to change the focus. I can make it go out of focus and I can make it go into focus. You know what's really cool? This focus didn't change where it appears in the field of view there. So anyway,
don't different lenses make you not able to see farther distances than other lenses?
Nope. No matter how much zoom you have, you still see the same view, just that sometimes it's larger than others. That's all, just larger.
Yeah. So your own eyes are how you see the world. So depending on the lens,
but cameras do that too. Yeah. But yeah, so optics. So if you're going to talk optics here, then you're going to need to back it up. Again, I will leave this guy out here for you. So how does the optics work? You've said that's just how it works, but that's not an explanation. That's this one here, the special pleading. Right. So again, once again, applying perspective at sunset from Minneapolis, the sun should appear, according to perspective, 26.5 degrees in angular elevation. But somehow, visual dome optics or something else causes this 26.5 degree elevation sun to appear to be 0 degrees. And I'm just wondering what that is. Without special pleading, you need to satisfy the burden of proof. Now, QOP, I think what's happened is you've heard other flat earthers say things, and you've not been curious enough to expect them to provide any backing evidence for it. And you've just accepted it.
No, why would I need someone to provide evidence for something I experience every day when I go outside?
This is why. Right?
I don't have to prove the mechanism of the eyes and light to claim something that we see, that things drop down as they go farther from you, and that everything is an optical hallucination, basically, and nothing is how it what size or distance it actually is. Everything looks to you in the wrong position than where it actually is. It's not, you can't rely on your eyes for where things are.
So, all right, you've gone to begging the question here. So, I mean, we're getting a few of them here. I was trying to give you an out here at QOP. I was giving you an out. You want the out? I'll give it to you.
What out?
Okay, I'll give it to you. Just accept it, okay? You've listened to people. You've listened to people that don't have a foundational understanding of these topics here. And you don't either, and that's fine. Not your fault. Not something to take and feel bad about. It's something just to recognize, right? Think back to your schooling. Was physics something you took? Maybe not. If you did take it, was it a class you really enjoyed and you really understood well,
what does this have to do with what we're debating?
No, I'm giving you an out. So just take this, right? I'm not asking you for an answer. I'm just think back to your position. And I think I know. You don't need to confirm or anything. But I think I know how you would feel if you're like, let me think about my physics class, right? So don't tell me, but I think I know. Okay. My physics class, I absolutely loved. I love it so much that
we're not talking about physics, we're talking about optics.
I am the optics is a part of physics. I am my children's physics teacher. This is the textbook that we use to teach physics, right? This is the high school physics course that my kid is taking right now. I'm the teacher, okay? So this is a topic I know pretty well. And so when I hear people that don't know this topic well talk about it, it instantly, my spidey senses go off. So when I hear flat earthers doing videos saying these things, like visual dome and optics and things like that, I'm like, oh, I can analyze those things. I can understand them. I can analyze them and see whether or not what they're saying is correct or not. And they're not providing any substance to their claims. So when somebody says visual dome or optics, I say, well, okay, cool. We can apply optics as part of physics and we can see, but we never get anything. They never hand us the actual application. They just say it, hoping that people that that also don't have the background in it are happy to just say, okay, I'll take it, and walk away with it and say, that's all I need. I'm not curious enough to go and figure out what it is that would potentially happen here. And they're relying on that happening to their mark, right? Their mark is the person that they're trying to convince. So don't be that mark, QOP. Learn about this, or just say, you know what, I don't think I know enough about this topic, and I don't want to know enough about this topic, but I will listen to people that do understand this topic and seek to learn from them. Okay. I have about 20 minutes until I have to have another thing going. I have a couple things to do between now and then, but I got a few more minutes for you, QOP, if you need.
Yeah, I mean, none of that was like a refutation to like why optics make things look down or like farther down than they actually geometrically are. And I was trying to look up like what makes it so that our eyes don't receive like light in their exact position. I didn't really find anything while you were monologuing about like some, I don't know, poisoning the well of like my interest in physics class when I was little. I don't know. It's kind of weird, actually.
Well, I tried.
Do you have anything on optics that you could claim is that we don't have an optical phenomenon like happening? Like everything is geometrically exactly where it is. Is that what you claim?
I will. Again, here's what I cannot refute if you've not yet provided anything for me to refute. All you've done is said, this is what does it. How can I refute that? You didn't provide anything for me to refute. You've simply made a claim without evidence. Have you heard of
my computer? I'd be able to provide like videos of things like looking optically not where they are. Have you ever seen like a plane just fly over you like during the day? If it's a clear day and you watch a plane fly over you, only when it's right above you is it like does it like look like really high. Like right when it's right above you, it looks extremely high, and then as it goes farther from you, and if you watch it from horizon to horizon, it goes up from the horizon, and then it's right above you, and it's at the highest point, and then it immediately starts to go down, almost like a triangle. It's actually pretty bizarre to look at, and that just shows you how this parallel path that the plane is taking over the land and at its altitude actually appears to you like a friggin' triangle. Like it literally goes up and then starts going down immediately. Like it's not like obviously where the plane is. It's not diving down after it was right above you, right?
Yeah, so that's literally what this is. This is an application, what you talked about. And so at any distance and any elevation, all of this is well known. It's been well known for millennia that we can do this application of perspective. So I don't disagree with any of that, but you did acknowledge at least that this one thing, that when the airplane is close, it appears larger, and when it's far, it appears smaller, right? But the sun appears large when it's near, and it appears large when it's far. The sun does not change appreciably in angular size. The moon is similar. I did. That's you did. So, and that's an application of perspective. If it's near, if it's local, then the sun would have to change in angular size dramatically, but it doesn't. Anyway, so I agree that the airplane does appear to follow the well-known millennia-old laws of perspective. So, awesome. But you've not actually done anything to support your claim that somehow visual dome or optics causes something that, according to perspective, must appear 26.5 degrees in elevation, that it will appear at 0 degrees. You've only just asserted.
So now you're still saying that our optical perspective is a straight line to the actual point of the sun.
Yes. Yep. That's right. That's what it does.
Yes, I think that's what you're not understanding. Is that optics causes it to be exaggerated, and it's like even lower than where the line to the sun would be.
Okay, so that's your claim that you need to support. What is the mechanism? It's not on me. You don't need to ask me how to support that. You need to go to the people that told you this faulty information. You need to go to them. You should have been skeptical skeptical when they said that, and you should have played this card when you watched that video from whoever you watched. That's what you should have done. You should have said, I need to get my burden of proof card so I can lay it out to them and say, damn it, you did not provide the burden of proof when you said optics does it. I just said, all I heard was optics does it. And I got embarrassed in a debate because I just said optics does it and I had no way to back it up. You should be upset at them. You should go to them and say, give me the burden of proof. And if they don't, then you go to them and you say, you're full of BS. QOP, whoever it was that told you these things, you demand that they give you the physics, the application of science and empirical evidence. And if they don't, they're lying to you. QOP, you are the victim in this. Acknowledge that. I'm giving you an out. You're the victim. Don't be the victim.
You can keep going. This is giving me time to look this up, but I don't.
All right. I got 15 minutes. I need to do a bunch of things. I'm doing a 50-hour live stream, and I have to switch to the next one. I have to prepare a Zoom call. So QOP, thank you for this. I have to move on. I would be happy to talk to you again later. You're on my Discord server. Just message me if you want, and we can set up another time. I usually do things on Tuesdays at 8. Or if you like late night, I do Thursday late nights, and I'll do a little more technical session if you want. We can go over this in detail, and maybe you can go to the people that told you these things and demand the burden of proof be met. All right?
No, I was just gonna research why. Well, I didn't know you didn't agree with. I didn't think that there was any Globers that didn't think that optics make things appear in different positions than they actually are. We usually, when we debate people, they actually concede that, and they give different reasons for that. And our reason is usually like their reasons usually include like, the sun is actually, we're spinning, so that's that's part of it. But they never claim that optics won't change the height.
Well, I didn't say that. I said refraction, which is a subset of optics. Refraction will cause the sun to appear slightly higher. Yep, half a degree higher. So, yep, I agree that optics will cause the sun to appear a half a degree higher. I do not agree that optics will cause the sun to appear 26.5 degrees lower. For that, I would need the burden of proof to be met. Right? Okay. QOP, thank you very much. I don't mean to just kind of to run on you, but I've got an interview coming up in 14 minutes. Okay?
Yeah, you're good. I can look into this and we'll talk again.
Cool. All right. Thanks.
Good chat.
Thanks.
All right, bye. All right. Well, he listened at least. I like that. Thank you, QOP, for listening. It would have been easier to clear his table. He was very reluctant to, but I want him to clear his table on his own time or whatever to his own satisfaction where the camera can see the top of the table. That would be the way to do it. So, all right. We've got Simon Dan coming on in just a few minutes here. I need to, let's see. I need to download some Zoom meetings here. So I record on Zoom. I think I'll probably record with Dan. And so when I record, there's only so much that they'll let you save in the cloud. And so then it disables downloading or recording. So I need to, there it is. Oh yeah, that was my debate with Vince. 1, 2, I don't know why there's 3. Oh, he shared some audio. There we go. We got this one here. So Vince is downloading. And then what was the other one? I don't know what the other one was, but I'll download that. It was, Nigel. That's right. Nigel, that was a cool interview. What a awesome guy. All right. There we go. Got that. So then, anyway, so I download them. I move them off into a different spot. And you should try out for Oakley Dokley. Says, I've never seen such behavior in the war room before. What's Oakley Dokley? Is that a Simpsons musical? I don't know. Janusz Takas says it would have been easier to clear the table. Clear a stable. I mean, yeah, I want him. I wasn't trying to, like, he wasn't, he wasn't rude or anything. He was being respectful. He was listening. I appreciate that. So let me read. We got Arnold says, please tell Mr. Pooh to stop farting in the dome. I think I already said that. Scono07 says, flirts have no concept of abstract thought. I think we just saw that. We got add a cat litter box. Oh, we were talking about Arwin. Wouter Q von Bellegham's gifted 10 memberships. The evidence hurts said, good morning to, and at what point do you have to cancel? I already went through that. But yeah, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you, evidence hurts. Sarah Jones said, Stu PayPal said you something. Yeah, I talked about that. Okay, good. There we go. Jay Donachi says, did the 10 memberships I sent you help on the trip? It does. Yeah. So when you gift memberships, it's similar to a super chat. So that comes to me in my general YouTube fund payment. All right. I got 10 minutes to Dan. Just for kicks says, I sent you money to liberate Flare of Tears in Antarctica just before the SpaceX launch. Hope you get what you need to go. Just for kicks, thank you very much. So here's what I'm going to say it again. I'll say it multiple times. I will thank everybody by name that sent by PayPal or Cash App. So take a chance take your time, take your chance, whatever. If you don't want me to read your name, DM me somehow. I'll note it on my spreadsheet to thank you with a different name. So you don't leak that. Dave Kircher, who gave $1,002 twice. Super generous. Thank you so much. Says I couldn't be priced it right. I don't know if he worded it weirdly on purpose or not, but thank you for that. Is it, I like the Price is Right reference from the Adam Sandler movie. The golfing one, I don't know, where he says, the price is wrong, Bob, something like that. Asher says, I'm still catching up on the Giga stream. So much flatty debunking goodness. I hardly ever catch you live. So here's to some Earl Grey in Antarctica. Oh, that'd be great. I should, bring a couple bags of Earl Grey down. Timo Lynch says, here in Ireland, the sun vanishes all the time. Of course, there's no sun there. There is. Earth is Life says, the only way a flat basketball court will obstruct a ball is if the court is not perfectly flat. The fact that he said that really tells how deep he was indoctrinated, right? That shows the uncritical thinking. Don't be the victim. Sly Sparkane says people in South Africa can see 5,000 kilometers further than people in Eastern Europe on FE equinox. Silly. DM. Did you DM me? Let me check. He did. Oh, yep. That's a good one. I should play that. Thank you, Sly. The Flat Earth Dave disproved all this stuff. Janusz Takas says 275 people should just give $69 each to complete the goal. Even when I'm doesn't matter. He just keeps doing the math on 69. I love that. Okay. Got that. Downloaded it. Let me clear this out here. Let me clear the downloads. That 1 meg gig. All right. Even if I don't want it to record, it always records by default. So, like, it'll start recording. I'll hit stop. Sometimes you'll even hear it. Here, I'll let you hear it. You should be able to hear it when I create a new meeting.
Recording in progress.
There you go. That's what it does. So, it is recording the meeting that Dan and I will have. And I have to turn off the waiting room. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, Dan can't come. Okay. He told me an hour ago. I didn't even look. Dog. Too bad, Dan. All right. Well, we've got coming up in half an hour then. We've got coming up in half an hour, we got Raynard Wilson. Well, Raynard, if you're around, we can pop in earlier. All right. There it is. I sent him the link. So I do enjoy talking to Raynard. Raynard and I, we talk all the time. We're always chatting. So, all right. And he's been trying to convince me to switch from Final Cut to DaVinci, and I've been trying, but it's a struggle. All right. Do you want to zoom your camera out a little? Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me yet. Oh, there, he's switching his earpieces. Can you hear me? I don't hear you. Hopefully it's not my issue here. There it is. All right. Can you hear me? I don't hear you still. Uncle Charlie says, Raynard, the smoldering beauty of the debunking field. Still nothing, Raynard. So,
what about now? Can you hear
there
me?
We go. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as for the smoldering beauty, I can't deny. But as for debunking, I don't consider myself to be a debunker. I don't think in any of my shows I've ever debunked a damn thing, because I think I only pick the stupidest claims that are sort of self-refuting. I almost sort of feel like I'm pointing at, if I were to sort of point to a train wreck and say, boy, oh boy, isn't that train wrecked? That's about the level of insight that I bring to the show, because I'm merely taking, the time in making Mind of Steel is just to take the stupidest nuggets of people saying things and then just selecting them, filtering them out through a sort of conceptual sieve, and then reaching into the sort of gutter of conspiracy flirdom and picking out the choicest, stinkiest detritus to present to you. And maybe we share the same horror that there are just truly awful things that should never be said and done by any human being, but they are there nonetheless. And that, I think, that's what I do. I don't consider myself to be a debunker. So I feel like what you and Simon Dan and a bunch of the other sort of anti-flirts do is clearly debunking, because I don't get into the mathematics of like why Mark Steele is wrong.
All right. I'm glad you took a breath. Your audio is dramatically out of sync.
Oh no, right. It is, isn't it?
Yes, very much.
This is terrible. Okay. Maybe I need to rejoin the thing, or maybe
you can probably change your audio input, and I know you've got like
let's do this. This is
15 audio inputs, 15 audio outputs,
I do.
and four different cameras.
Wait, I think I know what's wrong. I forgot to attach my microphone. It was in the box all along. Let's try that out now. Right, does anyone hear me? Can I be heard?
I can hear you.
Right, but am I in sync? That's the quintessential matter.
Not even remotely. Not even remotely.
I'm going to do. My apologies to all MCToon viewers. I'm going to disconnect from this call, and I'm going to try and reconnect in the hope that. You know what I could do? Right, let's just. I've eliminated one layer of visual processing. Is this better?
Let's see. The video is way weird color. I'm colorblind and I can tell.
Okay. Oh my god.
But the audio is still not in sync.
This is why I don't do lives. I'm not. Okay. I'm going to disconnect, reconnect. Let's hope the technology will sort this out. Okay.
All right. Turn it off and back on again. He has a lot that he does. He's like, you got these color cards? You got this. He's always like improving the quality of his setup. But of course, all that comes at some complexity. So no audio yet.
I could try some different headphones. This is embarrassing.
It's the microphone, but the frame rate of your video is also kind of low.
Well, you know what? Maybe there's something wrong with. I'm gonna just maybe. Can I? What a shame. What I feel like there's that whole YouTube feature. Sorry, that Zoom feature for. I don't know. I'm switching off high fidelity music mode. Maybe that's the problem. What about that? Is this better?
No.
Wow. I feel like a chump. I feel like a.
So what is the video? I think the audio has like a pretty significant delay. So the audio is coming sooner, which is a little bit unusual. Usually it's it's a different out of sync the other way.
Yeah, and I've got to say, you look just perfect. It's like a man who's been doing this for years. Do you know what, though? My job involves me having Zoom calls. So why is it that it's failing now? What
is it? A different setup than your usual Zoom calls?
No, absolutely. This is what I do for work. I appear exactly like this all the damn time. Right. What? Maybe there's some hidden Zoom feature. I could try some different headphones. Should we try that? Gosh, this is the lowest. I feel like I'm disappointing people now.
Oh, the video is delayed. This S. Thurston, not the audio.
The video's delayed, so maybe.
Oh, yep,
let's go to,
it is the video dramatically delayed. So
let's video settings. Maybe I can do a lower quality video. You know what? Right. I don't normally reveal this aspect of my life normally, but I'm just for MCToon viewers. I'm going to switch to the terrible laptop. Does that look better?
Well, you have to talk.
Well, can you? Oh wait.
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
It's more in sync. It's more in sync.
Do you know what? If this is acceptable, we'll just use the rubbish camera.
It's much better in sync.
Yeah. Okay. So I've sort of revealed aspects of my little studio space that I tend not to share with.
Can you turn it so we can see your new light?
Well, I've got that's a giant light that I use, and there's a smaller light over there, and we have at the back a bunch of lots of little blue lights, and that's my setup. Now the magic is gone. No one's going to watch my show. I've sort of revealed how it's done. Is this passable?
That's fine.
This will have to do, I think. Yeah.
All right. I will. I'll crop you a little bit.
Yeah.
So you don't get quite as much. So it's more personal.
Yeah, that's right.
There we go.
At least I just point out I've made an effort to.
There we go.
To dress up, to smarten my image up and present a positive role model of British anti-flirtdom to the wider MCToon community.
So when you say flirf, we use the term flirf to not just talk about flat earthers, and I've been introducing it a little bit as I've dealt with other non-flat earther flirfs.
So I think this may have been something that I've obtained from you, but as far as I'm concerned, flirt doesn't strictly refer to being a belief in the cosmological flat Earth.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Somebody just reminded me I need to switch to the next stream.
Oh.
So
well, should we have a little a sojourn as you?
It'll take just a moment. So.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just pause for a second.
Do on this occasion?
Just sit there looking smoldering.